wants to kill them last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship Closed Qualifiers. It's day 1 of 3, and my name is Pavlos, and I'll be your host for the morning shift to get things going. And obviously, and thankfully, I'm not alone. I've got two big brains next to me, B-Dog and Ted, to break down all the action, because of course we need a few brain cells to get this one rolling. How are you guys doing? Looking forward to today, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still contemplating about whether you saying that we've got big brains means that we've just got big heads, or that we actually know what we're talking about. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one. It's gonna be an exciting couple days. There's a lot of good Counter-Strike to be watched, and maybe some not that great but entertaining Counter-Strike as well.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be an awesome one. Brandon, is there something you're looking forward to the most the next few days? Obviously, this is for a land in Malta, right? This is what the teams are fighting for.
Yeah, look, I like the fact that we've got all the different regions coming in and playing against each other, albeit it's online, but it's still nice to actually have the different sort of spheres of Counter-Strike all colliding to try and qualify to this event. I like that we haven't really got distinct separate qualifiers. Everyone's just thrown into one big bucket, and you can sort of see early who's going to make it through. So I like that aspect of it quite a lot.
It's going to be really interesting. And it's not only about a land in Malta that these teams are fighting for. There's actually a big cash prize at the end of this. A total of $340,000 are up for grabs, where you can already see the, oh, it's a little bit more than that, actually. I thought it was, I did my research a few days ago. It looks like the prize pool has increased. Look at all that cash. First place goes $500,000. And from then on out, you already get cash by making it to the event itself, right? So really cool stuff. A lot up for grabs. And look, let's jump straight into the teams that have already made it to the main event, right? We've got 4 teams already qualifying via VRS points. It's the Mongols, it's Navi, it's Furia, it's Aurora Gaming, and obviously there are more spots up for grabs. 4 more to be exact that the teams today be looking forward to completing. So yeah, we got some awesome stuff for these teams to look forward to, don't we, Ted?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for everyone that's coming into the close qualifier, this is a difference maker, a game changer for this entire season, right? We've got 4 top 10 teams directly invited into the LAN event, and as you pointed out, a whopping prize pool of $850,000. So for every single one of those teams that wants to make it into the major, this is pretty much the golden opportunity, right? A lot of those teams are outside. I think all of them actually, as of right now, maybe bar M80 are outside of contention for a major spot. So getting into the LAN, maybe getting a couple wins in there, that could be the difference between you having a successful season and just waiting for the first major of 2026.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see on the left-hand side, these teams have kind of made it via the VRS points, invited to this point via the tournaments they have played in so far in Europe. But at the same time, we've got some teams that had to fight through some gruesome qualifiers, both in North America and South America. So let's go and see the journeys these teams had to go through. Starting things off with the North American qualifiers. Obviously, you have M80 and Legacy going through these spots. Yeah, it hasn't been an easy journey, has it, B-Dog?
No, it hasn't. But to be honest, I think Legacy's run's pretty impressive, right? Obviously, I feel like the wild card matchup probably came at a very good time, because no one really knows, not even AI knows what's going on over at Wildcard. And then for NI, I've made some roster changes more recently, but still having 2 zeros, not dropping a single map in your entire run to qualify through here, to be honest, I think it's incredibly impressive. And I'm glad that Legacy, it isn't just looking like it's going to be a flash in the pan Austin major run. It's one of those where they actually are building on from the good successes they had in the first half of the season. Now they're looking, as Ted said, to end the season with a bit of a bang.
Yeah, of course. M80 is also the other team that made it through the second qualifier as well. And again, indeed, quite a simple one, just like Legacy, a 2-0 across the board. Anything you want to say about this one, Ted, before we go to the South American teams?
I feel like it was expected. Look, M80 is the best North American team out there right now. Of course, Passion NA has something to say about it probably, but as of right now and as of recent, M80 has been the #1 in North American. I feel like for them going into this matchup, as Brandon pointed out, that was at a really weird time for wildcard as well, so they were pretty much expected to win this one.
But like we said, South American teams as well have made it through here. Imperial also going through their own bracket. 9Z, let's walk through this a little bit more quicker so we can get to the juice of today. Imperial, an impressive run. And I feel like the South American, qualifiers are always going to be tough. You've got some strong competition all across the board. Imperial had to go through beating Bounty Hunters, Bestia, and Odic to get here, so it was no easy journey. 9Z as well having a difficult bracket if we go to their run as well, as they also had a difficult time. Odic tried it twice to get to this point. They got to the final match, but again falling flat at the end. Difficult journey, you could call this as well, as Flamengo and Fluxo were the teams that Odic had to play, but it's Fluxo, it's 9Z at the end to take the cake there. So indeed, a really difficult journey for the teams that made it here from across the pond, across the Atlantic, but at the same, there is still a long way to go. Let's look at the bracket and see what these teams have got in store for us today in this in the next few days. This is a simple format, just the one knockout stage where 2 games consecutive need to be won to make it to the Thunderpick World Championship main event in Malta. And that's cutthroat, isn't it, B-Dog? It doesn't get more cutthroat than this.
Yeah, but I mean, some are actually quite favourable. If you take a look at it, I think a lot of the brackets are harder than others. Look at the top right, BetBoom 9Z, ECSTATIC PARIVISION. That's really difficult. But then, to be honest with you, the bottom left one, NIP, Venom, ENCE, Nemiga. There's definitely ones that you can look at. Even actually the whole left side of the bracket feels a lot easier than the right side of the bracket, and the fact that you don't have to actually clash with anyone on the right hand side if you're the left hand side, that feels really good. So I think if you've been put in a position like TNL, for example, like even NIP or ENCE, you got to make the most of these opportunities because it is pretty cutthroat. You only get one chance. If you lose, you're eliminated immediately. You really do not drop the ball if you're some of these teams on the left.
And I think we're going to start things off with that very dangerous side of the bracket, won't we? Let's look at today's schedule as we have 4 matches in store for you folks. It's a best of 3 format all the way, and it's going to be ECSTATIC versus Pari match, Saw versus Big for the morning shift, and then we another crew to take over for Legacy. JiJieHao, BetBoom versus 9Z as well to wrap things up. Is there one you think that is the match of the day, the one to look out for the most?
I feel like we're starting off and we're finishing off with the most interesting games, right? We've got PARIVISION taking on ECSTATIC. Pari has been one of the best, if not the best, tier 2 team out there for the last 2 months. And then to round it out, playing against an ECSTATIC new version of ECSTATIC with Acor as the opener. And then to finish it off, we're going to see probably the second best tier 2 team in the last couple of months, BetBoom, taking on a 9Z without Martinez, that have been trying to, let's say, find their identity once again in international Counter-Strike. So I feel like we've got a pretty exciting day ahead of us.
Oh, we absolutely do. So let's get things rolling, shall we? ECSTATIC versus PARIVISION to be the first match of the day. And again, 2 powerhouses of the tier 2 scene to go head to head in this one. I'm really looking forward to this because obviously both teams have had some changes through the summer, but the most recent one, wouldn't you say, Brandon, being the one of Acor, that's a massive change coming ECSTATIC's way.
Yeah, look, I understand the reasoning for getting rid of Christu on this team, and no disrespect to Christu because I actually do think he's a talented player, but it feels like he's got the same bag of tricks he recycles over and over and over again, and it was getting found out quite a lot when ECSTATIC were moving forwards just into these competitions. Blast London, for example, a really good example of it, where you've got literally Christu going for 2 or 3 similar peaks, and then he'll do it again, and he'll do it again. There's no variety. Acor adds that experience to this team that I think is missing from this team. However, as an individual, I'm not really too sure on his level, but we'll have to really see how that goes. I feel like this is Acor's last chance. Maybe this is Acor's last dance. This has gone back to another Danish team.
Ted, what's your thoughts on this? Obviously, it's not only the AWP change, but at the same time, it's about how you play around it with your supportive players, right?
Yeah, it really is. I feel like Acre coming into this team, it needs to bring in some firepower as well, right? It's about the experiences, as Brandon said, and I think that's a very shrewd point. It's about variety into the game of the Oper, and that opens up the map in pretty different ways for the rivals around them. ECSTATIC have been struggling with pointed out who's going to be their best player, right? Nut has had a lot of moments when he's been stepping up, but you can't really look at the lurky type of an anchor player and say this guy is going to be our carry. Analele's got a lot of active positions. Sierra's got some good games. Acre needs to be the glue to that mix. He needs to be the one to make the difference in important games, especially when a little bit more experience is needed. The only issue, as Brandon pointed out, is the fact that you don't really know if you're getting an individual level upgrade, right? You're obviously getting a better player, more well-round, probably more ideas, more variety, but Acre has played 33 maps since the start of this calendar year, and we're 9 months into it, so you don't really know what individual form he's going to be going into, and even towards the latter stages of 2024, I mean, after leaving Gamer Legion and being removed from Gamer Legion, we haven't really seen great performances out of him on TSM, on that mixed team that he played with a little bit, so we don't really know which face of Acre we're getting. If he's really warm, if he's going into this game looking mechanically good, then this is definitely going to be a good sign for ECSTATIC, but you don't really know how much time he's going to need in order to get to that form.
That's a really good point, right? The fact that you don't know how much time he's going to need. But whilst that's being said, what you got to look at is the fact that we do have very solid fundamental players in ECSTATIC. That the fact that they are here in this instant is because of Sierra, because of Nutnut, because of Analele. The biggest question I think that you're posing, and what I agree with, is these guys need to actually have that really consistent floor to enable and embed Acre in. Because if you've got Nutnut, for example, going missing in one of these maps, if you've got Analele going really hot for maybe half of a map, which sometimes he does, or Sierra takes a while to get back into these games, we don't need that. We can't have this volatility in this ECSTATIC roster, otherwise it's not going to work. And TMB's calls aren't going to look as effective, they're not going to look as promising, because you got the individuals that are consistently performing outlier results. And I really do feel like Acre needs that consistency in order to be able to embed himself in pretty well. Because you're right, 33 games in a whole calendar year, it simply isn't enough. There has to be this sort of groundwork put in by ECSTATIC in order to make sure that he's a fully fleshed out AWPer, competent enough for an organization that is competing to try and qualify for these tier 1.5 events.
I mean, talk about consistency here and the amount of maps played. PARIVISION is one of those that has been grinding. So let's have a talk about them as their ECSTATIC's competitor here. And no easy target, are they, Ted? I mean, look, it's been a month now since AW has replaced Kicker and James took on full IGLing responsibilities.
Yeah, once again, I mean, James being back to an in-game leader, I thought it was always going to be obvious that he's not going to stay not being the IGL for too long, but I've absolutely loved this team, man, and I'm going to say it right here, right now. I think this team deserves to be at a major. They've been, without a doubt, the most consistent tier 2 team throughout the last couple of weeks. They've won 13 out of their last 15 best of 3s. They qualified for the Star Ladder Star Series Fall 2025 LAN in Budapest. They won the ESO Challenger League Season 50. James has been playing incredible Counter-Strike. The way that they're able to implement and use a lot of those rifles around them. I mean, even the way that you're looking at James as an in-game leader that I think now people are finding a lot more sympathy for, by the way. The moment that he gets removed to VP and they keep playing the same stagnant style of Counter-Strike and he's suddenly dominating tier 2, but he's got 4 rifles that have been aggressive rifles at a certain point in their careers that have been entries, and he's still finding a way to implement that, make everyone feel comfortable seemingly, and then produce some good results.
I think James has been misunderstood, if I'm being completely honest with you. I feel like obviously the whole narrative, Ted, mate, was always, oh, look at this James style of play. It's really slow. It's really unique. Can't really figure it out. It's always complicated to play against. Yes, but why? Because he was utilizing the way he saw his players seeing the game. And he completely reinvented that idea. We got it on Virtus Pro. And now we got it here on PARIVISION. And he's playing completely different Counter-Strike because you've got really aggressive riflers. You've got riflers that are very scary. Like, Casello can take over a game in an instant. So can Belchnock. To be honest with you, so can Nota. And AW is a really reliable anchor player where he didn't really used to be an anchor player. He's now just molded himself into that role really nicely. This team has got such a perfect balance. I was really excited when they stopped playing kick at ball and then went back to the old reliable of Jame, but it isn't the old reliable. I think that's the most important and that's the most exciting part about this project, is the fact that he is now diverse in his calling. He is also just smurfing in tier 2. This guy is so unbelievably good. It is scary, and I'm right there with you. We need this team at the major desperately. Please, I really want to see them going up against like tougher top competition. I want to see more of these players like Nota, like AW, getting more of a spotlight on themselves, because they deserve it for the amount of hard work they've been doing over here in tier 2.
Oh boy, yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for ECSTATIC with PARIVISION running so hot. But let's talk about the maps these two teams will be competing on, the veto, if you will. Because, look, one has been on a hot streak, PARIVISION, and the other, not so much for ECSTATIC. So it's safe to say ECSTATIC going to have a bit of a tough time here, won't they, Ted?
Yeah, I feel like it was about to be expected to be a replay of the previous time. The third and final map being changed, that's all on ECSTATIC, right? PARIVISION are going to be happy either way. We got a train last time those two teams played in the StarLadder Star Series qualifier. Train that actually went to distance, 25-22. ECSTATIC were able to win that one, so Pari probably thought they were quite close. Then the Dusty was pretty comfortable with a 13-10 for Pari, and they were able to win the Inferno, which now transitions into an ENCE, which, again, is one of the best maps for PARIVISION out there right now. So I feel like if you're going into a veto like this, regardless of ECSTATIC being the team that plays all 7 maps, PARIVISION are still going to be feeling like they could even take this one 2-0, and even if it goes to a third map, they probably feel like they have 2 map picks.
Well, it could end up being an ancient here, though, at the same time, Brandon. So where do you think that lies? It does feel like it's a little bit of a win condition for ECSTATIC overall, but it's definitely a hard one given how PARIVISION can play on that map.
To be honest with you, like, I knew the veto was going to be identical to what it was last time, but
yeah,
despite all the good things we've been saying about ECSTATIC, you can't ignore PARIVISION, and I feel like it didn't actually matter what that decider map was going to be. I don't even know that we need it, to be completely honest with you. I think the train pick is going to be the spicy one, because PARIVISION CT side on train, to be honest with you, I think it is really, like, there's a lot left to be desired for that half, but their T side's fantastic. So it'd be interesting to see just how they work, but that you ask more questions over to ECSTATIC more than anything, because there's a lot going on in that team, considering the amount of changes that they've had, and now they've got to try and play train at the same time. They've got to go into a Dust 2 that they're really weak on. They got to try and avoid getting blown out on that map, because suddenly if you get completely destroyed on PARIVISION's pick, then you're going into your map pick where you're still feeling a little bit sluggish, maybe you're feeling a little bit slow, had a few tech delays because obviously the Counter-Strike updates just decided to ruin everything again. You're feeling like you've got all this anticipation, and then suddenly if you lose in 20 minutes on Dust 2, that's going to really set you back.
All right, let's talk about win conditions, though, because obviously we need to know where, you know, the important factors lie, and obviously it's going to be this head-to-head as well. 2 players to look out for, both AWP players, high impact and a lot of experience to look into here, Ted.
Yeah, and there's a massive discrepancy when it comes down not to the experience, but to the amount of games that those 2 opers have played so far this season, right? We're talking about Acor. We mentioned he's played only 33 maps, so it's really difficult to kind of evaluate on his performance and what it is going to be looking like. You're looking at Jame. He's played 306 maps in 2019. That was his most active year. As of right now in 2025, he's on 284, and this is his 2nd highest year. He's probably going to surpass that. We've never seen that type of a grind coming out of Jame, never in his career. And the fact that his individual performance is not dropping, he's still able to put on the same numbers, he's still able to put on the same amount of impact, is absolutely impressive. What makes this one even better for me is the fact that map number 1 is going to be Dust 2. As Brandon mentioned, usually one of the big spanners into the works for the side of ECSTATIC. Well, what is the difference between a bad and a good team on Dust 2 on some days? A good Oper. It's an Oper's paradise. This is going to be a great test for Acor's individual level.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be a hard task, like you said, and a big test. Are there any other win conditions you'd say for ECSTATIC here to get things rolling in the right direction, would you say, B-Dog?
Yeah, look, I actually think the head-to-heads, obviously it's shown the discrepancy of experience this year. I think it's a little bit unfair on Acor. I would say if we're looking at riflers, to be honest, I'd say a better head-to-head would be Analele, because he's been the best player recently for ECSTATIC. And obviously Dust 2, I think, is a really good map for him. But also, I'd love to throw like Casello in the ring here, because Casello, especially on like D2 train, he's one of those guys where it's actually really middling what you're going to expect out of him. And I know that sounds like such a crazy statement out of a player like Casello, but I feel like there's moments in the game, especially in the mid portion, where he goes completely missing, and it's a worry. It really is a worry for PARIVISION.
Well, it looks like the game is ready, folks. And on the cast, we've got an Aussie who loves his English breakfast, a Brit who loves to cook both IRL and on the cast. It's Dweg and Eternal J. Take it away, boys.
Oh, you know me far too well, Pavlos. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, it's time to kick things off here in the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifier. And I have to say that the whole field seems stacked in my eyes. This matchup feels like a very appropriate one to get things kicked off, Dweg. It went to 3 maps last time out. However, I will say with the current form of PARIVISION coming into this series, I feel like there is a possibility that a 2-0 could come out for the Russians. I can't say the same thing for the Danes, unfortunately.
I agree with you completely. It should have been a 2-0 last time. I know they were talking about it on the desk with how Train went into overtime in the previous head-to-head. What about the fact that it was 11-4 up for PARIVISION? They choked there. They trolled to not close that out. That should have been a 2-0. Now, I think it's a really good test for Acorn because look at the experience he brings. This is a guy that's played in a major grand final and played in 4 majors. Everyone else on ECSTATIC, they've never even been to a major before. And I think to have a debut against someone like James that's won a major, it's the perfect debut matchup to bring in an experienced AWPer like him.
Well, you can't understate his experience. However, I have some reservations about how much they can really get out of him as his late portion in his career. So let's see whether ECSTATIC can make the run forward. Of course, it is single elim bracket format. So 1 loss and you're done. It has to be a victory here for them. However, for me, Dweg, I've got a lot of hope in PARIVISION. I'm going to back them to take the series.
Yeah, I am as well. Dust 2 is a very good map for PARIVISION, and the record recently, they have just been so damn good. And it comes off of the back of both experience and youth. We're talking about PARIVISION having 3 players that are 19 years or younger, led by someone like James. That's got to be such a good feeling for the youngsters to know that they are going up, like basically learning from one of the very best in-game leaders that the scene has.
Starting things off slow as it would be for PARIVISION. Pistol round live. The ECSTATIC trying to find opening picks from very common angles. The 2-2-1 split is what we've got to see towards mid mostly for the likes of Unlay and TMB. You've got Nana back here on the B-bomb site, which seems to be the ending goal here for PARIVISION. The bombs outside of those tunnels entrances. A little bit of tag damage done towards mid control. Access that HE will dish out some more to Zailo.
You expect that molly from AW is going to go out towards a back plat. The main concern here is how close and tucked Anley is with the Julies. And with 3 players on B, because it does look to be an indication of a B split, opening entries are going to have to be critical. If they're struggling against Nut and they get drawn into this crossfire against Anley, it could be an absolute slaughter.
Well, the time ticks away. Despite the aggression they praised for on the desk, it seems to be that standard slow style. Nut does draw out first blood, though at that 30-second marker. AW is good for a trade, and Belchanok could follow it up on TMB. Nut suddenly very alone, and his teammates are cut off. The patience has almost worked. Nut gets both those casualties, though. The bomb's been dropped. It's a 2v2. Nut heavily pressured, but he deals with that pressure so well with a quadra to his name and a single-handed way to start things off in the close qualifier. He's on for the ace, low HP for Zailo, and he even goes down after time. What a way to kick things off for ECSTATIC.
And, well, for Nut, he didn't get a lot of help on that B-bomb site. He's out towards a back plat. He's being mollied. His teammates are maybe fighting a little bit too aggressively. Anlay decides to swing out wide with the Julies. He gets capitalized upon. The T's would have felt that we've done everything right. We've traded out the close player at Car. We've got the kill on the window individually of TMB, but it's the player at the back plat. Nut just doesn't go down.
Huge start for him and for his team, when by all accounts somebody should have traded him for PARIVISION. Huge pistol for ECSTATIC to start. They'll go eco in the second for PARIVISION. Try to get one of those rifles early and disallow this quick swing of momentum. Because man alive, no one could have seen that coming.
Yeah, PARIVISION just missed out on qualifying to ESL Pro League recently, but at least they qualified to that Star Ladder LAN in Budapest over the likes of ECSTATIC. And I'm looking at this bracket that we've got here in Thunderpick, the knowledge of how good the form has been recently, how many deep runs we're getting from this new look PARIVISION roster. And I'm thinking for an organization that, let's be honest, Jay, the first few iterations, it really struggled, right? They couldn't quite find the form. They brought in a lot of experienced players, couldn't quite manage it. This might be an uptick to being a tier 1.5 team.
We've talked about teams on the cups for really breaking through. ECSTATIC were at that position at one point. I called them the new kings of tier 2. Sadly, that reign hasn't lasted all that long for them. Maybe a quest to get back to winning ways here. And we'll start things off in winning ways. A 2-0 should be compounded. Seeing whether Nota can get any of these casualties to the UMP in his mind, but he's been surrounded, so unlikely he really gets up much more here. Indeed, 4 players are alive. ECSTATIC will continue their run.
Well, I want to ask you, do you think that this iteration, this current 5, could be a top-end tier 2 contender to try and push forward towards LANs? Because we've got to be honest, not many guys have played at a top-end level on this roster previously. Not many guys have had the taste of what it's like to play up at tier 1 or even just play at non-local LANs for that matter.
I mean, look, they've certainly earned a right to compete at a higher level, and ECSTATIC have and been able to make it up to the tier 1 environment, at least on a couple of occasions, with the Blast circuit in particular, with Bounty and Open. Unfortunately, haven't quite performed in that regard. So I understand why they've made the roster changes necessary in the hopes that they can get a new experience piece to bring them up. I think that the one sticking point for me is A-Core the right option? Obviously, still working through first impressions in that regard, but he's already had one comeback arc. It's a little bit late in his career. I'm not sure whether a second one is within him at the moment, but I will say that if they had to make a roster move, then Christo probably was the guy to cut overall.
And it makes a lot of sense that A-Core comes in, because let's look at the field of local Danish AWPers. You've got Nikodos, well, he's not going to be available being on OG. You've got Lucky, system-based AWPer. You could bring him in, but is that an upgrade over Christo? Probably not. You bring in someone like A-Core who's had tier 1 experience, who's hungry for another offer. I think the stock of a lot of those individuals that was out there on that TSM roster towards the end was quite low. Maybe outside of probably Zyphon, everyone was playing quite poorly individually. So it's nice that he's been given another challenge to work on a team. I mean, even to get a few officials under his belt, he stood in for Gamer Legion at IEM Dallas and ended up getting all the way to the stage to make a top 6 there. He then has been playing recently with the XB and E lads to just get a few officials under his belt on HLTV. But this is now a very good offer. You've joined, a top 30-ish team in the world, a team that's trying to attend LANs, trying to be in a position where they can move up around the conversation of the tier 1 pool. So I think that it's a perfect opportunity for both ECSTATIC and for A-Core to come together now.
Maybe this matchup could also be a good sort of comparison point, because for the last time we saw these two teams go head-to-head, Christo was in the roster. So a chance maybe to compare the pair, if you will. Well, PARIVISION are up to the slowest start here in the first couple of rounds, but they've got those rifles out early. 4 AKs plus 1 Mag-10 for AW. AWP is instantly up for A-Core. The first chance he gets it, he will bring in the big guns. And he's placed himself out to that mid-access where there is no major contact from PARIVISION. A little bit of utility down there, plus a couple men at the entryway towards mid. But nothing majorly aggressive again from PARIVISION.
Fundamentally, ECSTATIC are a very poor Dust 2 team. I mean, they've been 13-0'd twice on this map. Once by the likes of FaZe and once by JiJieHao recently. You look at their record the last 3 months, 2 wins and 5 losses versus the 10 wins and 5 losses for PARIVISION. Nota clearing up all of short access by himself. Molly out towards a corner to drop off any players towards that area. But it's heavy towards B. We've not seen much short access or even A access for the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, the JiJieHao result was one of the reasons why I say I feel like this could end up being a 2-0 for PARIVISION, but not in the reverse direction. ECSTATIC got a lot of work to do here. Nut's got a lot of work once again on the B bomb side, dealing with the first contact very well. Doesn't go much further than that. A 1-for-1 trade as it should be for PARIVISION, something they failed to do in the pistol round. Bomb's been held out towards Car though, so backup's going to arrive for ECSTATIC. Gathering information for A-Core though. The AWP not in a position to retake. Will need backup to get here.
As long as Nota holds this deep lurk in the upper tunnels, they know that no rotations can come in from that area. So the players on the bomb site just need to block and stall out time for the players in from door and via window.
Well, a good kill from A-Core does come in blind from beyond that smoke that tips the odds back in the favor of ECSTATIC. One man held out of the bomb site, smoked off as well as the utility comes onto the tunnels. Molotovs as well with HEs towards Car, but JiJieHao and Belchanok are more open up than that. Sira goes down, Belchanok takes DMB, Nota also pushes through that smoke and chimes in. Unlike can only get one on the exit, so PARIVISION post up there first on the board.
Nut does pretty well out there on B. You're being forced off of the angle by a lot of util. You're basically in a little bit of an odd reposition where you're not quite towards safety, you're quite out in the open, and he goes 1-for-1. The retake looks to be in a pretty good position. You've got a man up, but almost every single contact is just an immediate death, isn't it? No matter if they're coming in from the door or they're coming out from window, and they run into the mincer. Very good crossfire from big box and under window.
And that's that solidity of the PARIVISION side, even at a man disadvantage. The team to be feared. And the desk talking about the fact that they probably will, well, they should deserve to be out of major. And considering what we've seen from them in the last handful of months, I have to say that in the online circuit, they're making a very good case for themselves.
I definitely see that the chances of PARIVISION qualifying to the major, it looks decent right now. They're getting a lot of deep runs. They've got lands coming up soon. They could qualify here in Thunderpick. I'm pretty much, I'd say 90% convinced that they'll be there. I just think they look too good right now to not be in the position to do so.
Well, HLTV has them in the qualifying zone as of this morning. A good run at Thunderpick, a good land run at Thunderpick. May well show you exactly what they can do when pushed to the ultimate test. JiJieHao, first forward, goes down quickly over that short angle. Trades attempt to go back from the PARIVISION side, but Sira with his double. The HE from TMB to follow it up on Belchnok leaves them a little bit worse for wear. 4-on-2 for ECSTATIC. They back away from that short angle, get towards long. The bomb can go down for PARIVISION. The man advantage is staunch to fend off.
Well, this is James' chance to show why he's a tier 1 AWPer and why he's a player that's led this team to victory. This is a tough 2v4. Now, it's not the best of weaponry on the retake, and they're all coming in from short with only a single smoke, but it's tough because AW needs to get impact.
The first rifle goes down. AW does get his 2 picks in. Missing his first off shot, but gets his first pick of the game by finding TMB. Sira, I believe, is revealed as well. Now certainly will be with those footsteps being made. Flash is coming in against James. Will catch that right in the face, but he's just stalling for time. He's toying with the young man of the ECSTATIC side. 6 seconds on the bomb. And James does peek forward, but he's stalled for enough time. Sira cannot get the defuse, so the round will go the way of PARIVISION.
What's been so impressive for me is how James' individual form has not dropped off since he's picked up the in-game leading again. I think that's always the concern, right, for any level of competition, any maybe in-game leader that's a secondary caller for a situation of time that then moves back into the role. You're thinking, okay, you're not going to quite get the same out of him. But Brandon's right. He is farming at this level. And we do know that there's been a few AWPers across the last handful of years that have dropped down from tier 1, come to tier 2, and kept that form up. James is one of them.
Acor's trying to challenge him directly. Up in his hand, staring up towards the top end of mid. He's really made his way halfway up mid. Seeing one player crossing. James tries to peek forward to grab him, but a little bit late to the marker on that one. It's the only weapon in play here for ECSTATIC. You're going to use it wisely.
ECSTATIC are in a position where you can bait around the AWP, but it's unlikely much is generated in this round. You've got a scale up long, you've got a contact heavy play, smoke can go down. The players on the bomb site are really going to struggle to defend against this.
James Orb shot connects on Nut. Belchnok took some damage. He tries to cross in towards that A bomb site. There's really not a lot of resistance the PARIVISION can do here with the pistols they have in play. Advance should be secured, and really there shouldn't be much left in the round here. Acorn might look for exits, but that should be about it.
Well, I want to ask you, Jay, right now, do you see ECSTATIC as a top-end tier 2 team? Because I look at their results and I go, what have they played post-player break? They had Glitch Masters just before the player break, and that was, what, a top 4 in Sweden at LAN. After that, they didn't get a single win at Blast Bounty. They didn't qualify to the Star Ladder LAN. They went into the Exort Proving Grounds, where they got knocked out by BetBoom in the quarterfinals. Yes, they qualified to Blast Open, but who did they have to beat? Z10 in their opening game, and Fnatic when Cypher had played his second ever official with the organization. And then they get to Blast Open, and they take a map off of FaZe, but then they can't even get double digits against Fnatic in either map. I'm looking at the results, and to me, they're not a top-end tier 2 team.
No, I agree. And to answer your question, right now, I would say no. I don't think ECSTATIC are a top-end tier 2 team right now. I think that they have the potential to be, because they proved it when they won that Elisa Nordic Championship, and when they won the Rest Showdown as well. They demonstrated, I think, a lot of excellence on LAN and online at the same time. There's a point where I thought they were going to be a tier 1.5 contender, but that has obviously not happened. So it's all about the quest to make it up to the position that they had promised so much. But James hitting shots like that is going to pose quite a roadblock in the way of the Danish squad. As PARIVISION have taken the lead, Unlay's gone down first, and there is no early response from ECSTATIC.
Belchanok wanted to try and get a little bit of a move on because of that opening pick. JiJieHao scaling on the edge of that smoke towards long. Needs to try and get the entries. The flash assists are good from the CT side. TMB struggling, and considering how many T-side players are blind there, I'm expecting a little bit more impact from ECSTATIC. I'm expecting more kills to be going their way.
We got tunnel vision up towards long. Didn't really account for the player at car. They do catch him. Well, they don't catch him, rather. JiJieHao just didn't have much impact. Still the kills coming in for other members of PARIVISION with the man advantage that they already had into that fight. There's not much that Not can do. He's been excellent on that B bomb site, but when A's been falling apart in the way that he has, there's not much impact to find him rounds like this. He has to save his gun. PARIVISION 4 on the trot now for their T-half.
Now, my biggest ponder for the last few days, now that we're sort of prepping for this tournament, I'm looking at PARIVISION, is do we see James going back to VP? Or do we see James taking PARIVISION to Tier 1 instead? Because, look, you've got to expect at some point or another, the offer to VP is going to be coming back to James, no? I mean, it's up to him whether he accepts or not, but you'd expect that offer to come, right?
I don't know about that one. I mean, look, maybe I don't know what the inner workings of an org like VP would be, but if I'm James, I'm probably thinking, nah, it's too much hell going on at VP at the moment. I would leave that one be personally, but I'm also not James, so you know, maybe he might have other ideas.
Because I think we see it a little bit with the ex-Tier 1 players as they drop down, but they're waiting to go back up. I think it would be really nice if James could push this team towards Tier 1, because he would have done it with Tier 2 players, and that's something that he's not really been able to achieve. I mean, when we looked at the whole of Vanguard into VP, it took years and years for that project to move on.
Well, time will tell whether that does end up happening for that individual or for this squad. Not. Only good for the one pick this time. JiJieHao trading him back immediately. That's the only automatic rifle taken out by ECSTATIC. Of course, only half-bought pistols and a scout in for the rest of the players. So 4 on 4. And they might send themselves at this bomb site to see how many players they can take down. A Hail Mary retake, if it works, great. You aren't counting on this round to come together.
No, you're hoping for a little bit of exit damage. Even if you can get yourself an upgraded AK, I think that would be a nice little handy edge to have come the next following gun round. Because I'm looking at the scoreboard and I'm thinking this could be quite one-sided at the turn of the half.
Yeah, ECSTATIC's excellent pistol has not been followed up upon with the truly impactful rifle rounds. The economy tipping in the way of PARIVISION 5 now in a row. So the 2 gained of ECSTATIC. The max loss bonus will kick in, so the Danes will start to invest once again. We will see those main staple rifles out. Maycore having enough cash to buy into the AWP if he so chooses. Going to get rid of that scout, so I'd imagine that might well be an option that they take here. And again, a lot of emphasis on this individual being the newest element to ECSTATIC.
Well, something to add on that is that Acore is not only an older player and a more experienced player, but when he was involved in the Danish scene, he was involved a long time ago. You're looking at North Academy, Squared, Tricked, Mad Lions. We used to cast him a lot on those sort of organizations. So what you'll realize is that he's not played with anyone on ECSTATIC outside of Syrah, where they had that little stint on TSM for a few months towards the tail end of 2024. All your sort of TMBs, your Anlays, your Nutnuts, they're like the new gen players, aren't they? They're the guys that have come through around the online era and beyond.
And questions to ask about chemistry in that respect, but again, experience to provide to those younger players might improve them overall. JiJieHao improves upon his stack count, though, and with low HP, can still find the opening. AW's taking out one towards CT, player towards longs, backed off, 2 men trapped on the B bomb site. The round's already over. Blinking, you miss it for PARIVISION.
Well, PARIVISION are just out-dueling ECSTATIC right now. The Danes aren't giving a look in, and I'm looking at how PARIVISION have just pretty dryly got themselves into a lot of contacts. And I'm thinking, at what point, if any point at all, do ECSTATIC start converting chances? Because a lot of these rounds, they haven't really had chances, other than maybe the flash play they had towards long previously. But they are getting pumped. They are getting owned.
The streak looks to continue and extend maybe into the half advantage. Certainly seems likely. At least 3 rifles are saved over, so ECSTATIC can buy again. What's good with buying when you can't find the rounds with said buys? M4's a standard. Utility sets should be coming out for TMB. Sierra will not have any. Neither will Not. So we're going to continue to see this economy get weakened here for the CT side. PARIVISION be loving this at present. Thunderpick odds do favour them at the moment. However, Acor looks to try and change those odds, finally winning an AWP fight against James. His second kill of the game, that is. Syrah with Unlay combining with the HE can take down one towards the top. JiJieHao gets traded back by the M4 as well. So ECSTATIC getting away good for a 4v2.
Very cheeky from ECSTATIC. Something that we see quite often on Dust 2 is that when you work an opening pick, you like to fall off and play the numbers. Instead, in that one position, they try and keep the emphasis up. Keep pressing out there towards the top of mid. Make sure that they have a strong crossfire and returning players. AW tries his best in the 2v4 to work a little bit of space to get a returning kill towards A, but that's unsuccessful. And that's a little bit more like it for ECSTATIC. Now, something I do want to touch on, which was a little bit intriguing to me, was when we saw the benching come through from Christo, we also saw that they parted ways with the trial coach, which was Manx, who used to play a part of the organization. Jay used to be a pro player himself. So they've kind of got rid of an AWPer, they've brought in another AWPer, but yet there's no coach. Isn't that a bit strange, bringing in a new AWPer that you haven't then brought in another coach to help you back that up?
And we discussed this when they had Manx on trial coaching. We thought that maybe that was the step that ECSTATIC needed to step up, and they didn't really give him all that much time there. He got like maybe I think about a month in or so, like a little over that. And he's gone. There's no one to replace him, and maybe that is the missing puzzle piece for ECSTATIC. Of course, we won't know that till we test it out for certain. It is a curious little oddity to think about, because they are a team that for a while didn't really have a coach and still don't have a coach. And one of those things that have been thrown up in the air and questioned about overall.
Well, it's funny how many different styles you've got when it comes to background stuff. You've got a side here of ECSTATIC that don't really want a coach versus a big that's playing later on that's got a head coach and 2 assistant coaches. And they've got a performance coach. Come on, just keep getting more people under the paycheck there at big.
ECSTATIC again starting the round well, but James traded back TMB from beyond that smoke. I'm not sure if there was a HE there. Regardless, it's a 4-on-4, and ECSTATIC lose that advantage. How much information do they have? Probably not enough. Acor, however, starting to see players appear through that smoke, getting a shot back. Another connection, not quite so much. Arnlay's there with support, and the AWP continues to miss, giving Nota a chance to trade. 3-on-2, making it 1 now as Syrah gets Nota, and AW stands alone with an AK, creeping close and quietly towards that bomb site. Bomb's been dropped over a car. He can take down Syrah, but took a lot of damage in exchange. 9 HP to deal with the next 2. Not going to happen. ECSTATIC starting to build something more here on the CT side.
We've had a couple of gun rounds where Acor's been able to get the opener against Jame. And if that's something that can fairly consistently happen, then you're taking away a very important piece. Now, it doesn't help that that split A turns into basically a long take, doesn't it? As soon as they lose that bomb carrier trying to come up towards Xbox, everyone that was on the short perspective then just starts tunnel visioning towards long. They can focus on the car, they can focus on the crossfire, making it a lot easier, and just trapping the likes of AW in that 1v3.
First tactical pause of the series here. ECSTATIC starting to really get going. PARIVISION, the opportunity to rethink their approach now. They're going to shut down this Danish squad and keep them down. Because even though we're starting to still see a little bit of a return, a little bit of a recovery from the ECSTATIC side, even those last couple of rounds, it still felt like PARIVISION were, for the most part, completely in control.
When I look back at that previous head-to-head that we had between these two teams, TMB individually looked awful. He dropped a total of 43 kills in that BO3, while Syrah dropped 71. Now, at the moment, 7-7, that's a bit of a positive look. But I do want to keep an eye on that individual form as this series rolls on to see if that's maybe something that will prop up again.
And the IGL is keeping pace. Right now, it's Syrah and Acor that are lagging a little bit further behind the rest. And not down on low HP. Top fragger of the CT side at the moment. Might not be able to get anything more out of this round. You've got Unlay at least in support, some utility sent towards mid, trying to indicate a mid to be split, but it's majority out of the tunnels. There comes the util to try and prove it. Not gets close. Can he strike back? He can get one of the kills. So good, even with the lack of health right there. Unlay can get the pick back to return the man advantage, and TMB also pushes up to try and support him. A double secured by Unlay. Bombs dropped in the open, and ECSTATIC far more like it. They will lose one more, but Unlay closes on a triple, and ECSTATIC could well make this an even Steven half.
Well, it's a good kill from Nutnut. On 20 points of health, it's very difficult to even be getting one. Now, he's been able to go 1 for 1 there, but he's also stalled enough time for that rotation. Anlay's trying to block. He's trying not to overpeak out here on the backside. He's waiting for TMB's flashbang, and then that's when he can slightly abuse the angle. TMB can come out from the doors, and then Nota, he was the one throwing util from the back, and there's no way you're going to be able to win that clutch scenario. This has been a very good return from ECSTATIC in these last handful of rounds.
Done well to recover again. That doesn't look all that great from Zero, though. Awkward sprays on Jame. Picking up that AK and charging up the short access. One of 2 AKs in play. TMB trying to resist the individual. It's only the one player charging up. No major take of the bomb site. Majority of their presence that remains still over there on A. Unlay in mid smoke off the doorway. Just continue to block and stall PARIVISION.
ECSTATIC in a state now where they need to find a returning kill, and the shadow advantage for TMB. He needs to keep fighting here, and, well, the support from his rotator was just a little bit too slow. Acor tries to get through for the incendiary, but James just on the front side of the util already.
Acor's next up the task, close range around that corner. And again, lacking in support. Flashbang off, keeps him blind. Dead immediately, missing the shot on the way out as well. 3 kills for Jame in this round, while by his lonesome or with support of his teammates. Now CT's separated per bomb site. Nut needs a pistol-like round, which we haven't seen from him since the pistol victory. He gets the 2 kills out of it, so credit where it's due. But a 1v3 now for Unlay to finish the job. Leaning up against the AWP, transfer spray to the boost, losing a lot of health for it. He gets JiJieHao, but at close, Nota can close out the half at 7-5 for PARIVISION.
I think all things considered, when we're talking about gun rounds, the start of the map, I think both teams can be fairly happy with that one. For the PARIVISION side, they get a lead going into the second half. For the likes of the Danes, they feel as if they were getting owned at one point, and they've given themselves a little bit of survival. They've given themselves a pretty good anchor performance coming out of Nut. To me, though, it hasn't screamed enough of a threat or sort of an upset potential for the Danes for them to prove anything to me in the second half. I still think it's going to be a pretty comfortable second for PARIVISION.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Again, even with the rounds that they were winning and as it will come back at the tail end of the half, I still felt like PARIVISION were the ones that were in control almost the entire time. Opening frags, man advantages, maintain, trades that get forced out from ECSTATIC. Hero-like moments from Nut, who has, in my opinion, been the better player of the half, but even then, of the 11 or so kills he got in the half, 5 of them did come up with that pistol.
And he's an extremity player on the T side, so it's difficult to see individual impact out of him because you're not quite going to see it, because he's not going to be the one taking space, he's not going to be the one opening up duels, he's going to be the one being involved in clutches and being involved in the very late of rounds. PARIVISION would like to get that comfortability going of more 2-0s, more one-sided series than maybe what they've seen recently. Look at just the overall performance. Since bringing the likes of AW into the team, they have won 21 out of their past 26 best-of-3s. That is no easy feat by any team.
Coming into this series with a 4-match win streak, 4 best-of-3 win streak for PARIVISION, compared to only the 3 out of the 9 last best-of-3s, 1 for ECSTATIC. Team side at least making decent work against the space here, surrounding the likes of Beltranok and going the mid to be split rather well. I'm saying mid to be split. 3 players charged up mid, and PARIVISION so focused on Longhouse that ECSTATIC can exploit that, claim the bomb plant, and with the way that PARIVISION are reacting to this, seem like they're going to claim the pistol as well.
Well, they know that Anlay is the long lurk, but he's just not creating the duel. He's not appearing out from this blue bin area at all. So because of it, you end up saving. Now, if you can hold on to 3 sets of Kevlar, you can definitely be force buying in that next round. You just need to be making sure that Anlay doesn't keep it expensive.
And they will deal with him. And the rest of ECSTATIC not too keen on the same kind of hunt. They will leave Zero outside of the Longhouse. The round will go the way of the Danes. No further exits seemingly coming in their direction either, so a little bit of Kevlar held over for the PARIVISION side in the first half. They ecoed their way into the rifles early. It's 2 for 2 in pistols for ECSTATIC. And let's see what they decide to do this time around, whether it will be another force back. And indeed it will be.
Get James on that scout, get the FAMASs and more star players involved with the team. Nota to get one, Zaila to go and get another. And ECSTATIC know that if they lose this round, this might be them losing the entire map. You cannot afford against a strong team like PARIVISION to ever be losing an anti-force buy round. You always need to be making sure you're not getting reset to these kind of investments.
Especially with the way that PARIVISION have just steamrolled that momentum. 6 in a row off the back of the pistol and conversion. ECSTATIC had to concede back to PARIVISION.
Well, this is a very heavy gamble towards B, so it tells you one of two things. If the B site's getting hit, the chances of winning the round are very high, and if A ends up being taken, they're going to just completely save and use the next round almost as if it's another force buy.
AW will be alone. And there's been no miracle workers here for PARIVISION. Most of the kill spread is pretty even at the top. And down low, he will get overwhelmed soon enough. PARIVISION will be caught in the midst of a rotation. As soon as AW took contact, they started moving. Too late to help him out, too late to get any access to the bomb site. So in the end, yes, they will hold on to these weapons and treat what will be a full eco and no investment in the next round as a secondary force buy without the necessity to force. So a smart call from PARIVISION. ECSTATIC can equalize the board and just give themselves a glimmer of hope, a possibility, a look in to trying to contest this map.
I mentioned the 21 out of 26 best of 3 series that have been won for PARIVISION. When I look at their losses, they've been against Iberian Soul, Nemiga, TNL, OG, and 9. All teams that we would consider towards the top end of Tier 2. All teams that could win titles, especially a team like Iberian Soul and TNL recently. OG as well, a team that was just at the last major. That gives you an indication that they don't get upset. They're not losing to squads that they should be beating. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think there's heavy favoritism in this best of 3, but knowing that PARIVISION won the last head-to-head, knowing that you should have got a 2-0 there, with Acor on debut, with no coach for ECSTATIC, I think there's enough in the direction to say that there's enough favoritism that they shouldn't warrant getting upset today. That's how I look at it between the two.
Oh, good start on the CT basis. James, good headshot as well towards mid. Sierra's good to at least trade back on that longhouse take.
Walkout B.
Trying to contest. Yeah, you're right. Nut's found an open and free bomb site. TMB already in rotation. Sierra will stick around towards longhouse just in case. But this should at least be a cash injection. PARIVISION have rifles available for the next round, so you'd imagine that they might send themselves back to the bomb site. Because Sierra can go down a half HP. TMB and Nut are the main concerns.
Really good game sense there from Nut. You know, on these anti-half buy, force buy rounds, when they're light on investment, they've got to gamble quite a lot because of the weaponry that they've got. And if they're taking long, especially, they're taking a lot of CTs towards that area. So Sierra's coming over, that it's heavy long. That's the moment to walk out B. And as soon as Nut clears that space, the round's just finished. PARIVISION will lose the lead, but they'll be getting a pretty strong gun round, and they can even use it as a fairly heavy bonus. Jane might think about holding on to this scout. AW and Nota might also look at it and say, we don't need to upgrade the Galil and the FAMAS. Keep our economy strong.
Well, damage being done towards TMB. Sierra, close quarters. Damage contained between those two individuals. Nut's well out of there, so he'll stay in. I think TMB, yeah, will go down with the bomb there. And Sierra will also drop, so it does become expensive here for ECSTATIC. A free AK for the CT side. Not bad for PARIVISION. They have lost the lead. The rifles will try and get it back.
Now, Acor and Sierra mentioned that they played together on TSM. They also attended the Shanghai Major RMR towards the tail end of last year. So I'm sure that a young rifler like Sierra would probably chat to the in-game leader at TMB and kind of consider the options, see what Acor brings to the lineup overall. This is going to be a test now with the AWP on the T side. Now, he had a good spawn to go for the long challenge, so posted out on the long house, but nothing came through. The util against it, no fight coming towards you. You've got to give up that space and go towards top mid instead.
You know, that RMR, one of the last events we saw in the new TSM. A reunion, as you say, from these two players now here on ECSTATIC. Of their AWP AK set to Galil in for Nut still from the last round. Limited on the savings, but same could be said for PARIVISION. ECSTATIC will know that the CTs have the loss bonus in their favor, however. TMB looking to try lean his team in from the mid doors, but not too quickly. They let this timer tick down. The slow passiveness of Dust 2. In towards the A bomb side, though, where there are 3 players. HE to reveal them. 3 kills for 2 trades. Excellent from the CT forces, but Syrah is starting to really warm up now. 2v2 to his secondary kill. Bomb plant can come in safe, and both PARIVISION members inbound from shorts.
Flash is going over high. They want to go in quickly with this short retake.
Syrah's tucked in behind harder cover. Unlay outside of the bomb site. And they're moving, both footsteps heard, all info. Swinging from Syrah, can't stabilize that spray. Second peak cost him his life, and Unlay goes down quick to Nota. All those efforts wasted by his man. And PARIVISION are on the board in the second half.
We see it very frequently from individual players that farm at the really low level on HLTV. I remember casting quite a bit of Nota when he was out there on Rush B, and thinking, geez, this guy is electric. His just individual form is through the roof. But then when he sort of moved over to Amcal and then he moved over to PARIVISION, I guess you've got an expectation that it's going to drop off, isn't it? You're not quite going to be the same player. But mate, this young rookie, he has been one of the best riflers on almost any of the iterations of the recent PARIVISION, and now the new one. He is definitely one for the future. He is going to be a tier 1 rifler in the making. He already is.
Only a short time after his breakout showing in last year. Not still needs the charge in frags for ECSTATIC, but again, I'm questioning that impact now. 8 apiece. PARIVISION have already struck first. Acors legal. Can't stabilize on Belchnok. 4 frags for that man. Struggling in the opening showing here. 5 on 3, PARIVISION once again in full control over ECSTATIC. It just takes 1 round for all the confidence to shift the other direction.
When we look at the decent Danish teams in Tier 2, think about how long it took them to be successful. This ECSTATIC project probably took a good 6 months, 9 months to be quite strong. Lyngby Vikings, it took them a couple of years with Bird from Sky. And knowing how tactical in depth the lineup is with the CS that they kind of play, it's going to take a while to embed Acor into the system to get real good impact out of him. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to take a few tournaments. This is a long-term move.
Unfortunately, in a high-stakes matchup like this one, not been a very good debut in the opening map up, and certainly hoping he turns it around in the second at the very least. PARIVISION still not quite actually able to get control of the situation. Nutna does find another big sequence. AWP boosted. TMB takes that chance to strike back. Belchnok trades him jump face towards Nutna. Knows exactly where he is. 2 kills per player in his 1v1. The Dane trying to slowly and quietly reposition, making a little bit of noise, however. Check for Belchnok, unawares of his own reposition. Else you should know. On the bomb site towards Goose. Checks Goose and wins the fight still. Once again, PARIVISION not cracking under the pressure of these clutches. Bringing home a lead for the 2nd time in this game.
I mean, it's funny that we look at Belchnok as now the 2nd most experienced player in the entire roster, and he's only 21 years old. But he's just been around for such a long time. I mean, you think back to when he played with, Zorti and ENCE on that Imperial roster about 5 odd years ago. A little stint on Hard Legion, on Nemiga. And then there was a period of time that he was involved in one of the very first iterations of PARIVISION and then got sent over to Aurora, didn't he? He was working with, Deco and Nori and those kind of guys. And then PARIVISION said, actually, no, we'll bring you back. And then he's been there ever since.
We were looking at Aurora team thinking that Belchenok actually was going to end up going there long term.
And considering that he was not an anchor player and was put in anchor roles, he did look pretty good on Aurora. He held his weight nicely.
As Parry started to recognise that maybe they might have a bit more of a talent in the ether out there. Now he's back. So PARIVISION in general.
I think that would have been a wake-up call. There was a bit of over-peaking in that 5 versus 2. Some unnecessary fights down from CT and up towards short. That round should have had 4, maybe 5 alive. And instead, it's got quite expensive. There's not a huge amount of money in the reserve cash for the CTs.
Can you rely on ECSTATIC to steal this kind of round here? Tech 9.5 buy. Money can bolster for the next one with the rifles that will be available. PARIVISION will get away with a confident round here, and that would mean that the money issues are no longer a factor. Indeed, Belchenok and Nota, 3 kills between them. 1 trade for Unlay, and that is the extent of the damage done to the CT side. So no second chance to reset here. The Russian squad now 2 rounds ahead and really coming close to securing themselves on Dust 2. It feels more like an inevitability rather than a possibility for them.
And don't you think it's funny that we're both on the side that we don't really like recycling old guard players, right? Constantly bringing in older people that have maybe achieved a lot in the past. PARIVISION have had Kickit, Jerry, Travis, Artfrost, and Patsy, but yet the lineup with Nota, AW, and JiJieHao is the most successful out of any of them.
Might be more of an indictment towards the likes of Acor here, an old guard player. PARIVISION doing so well. ECSTATIC. Just desperate now to pull a rifle round out of the hat. Syrah once again trying to make a play. Popped out of short just for a moment. Didn't find a pick, found more damage instead. ECSTATIC going to back away from that. Have drawn all the CT attention towards that A bomb site, though. If they go to B right now, they'll only have to deal with Nota.
It's still going to be difficult because Nota doesn't have a huge amount of util to block. What he's got to hope for is stalling for time, bringing in rotations to come from spawn.
Been blocked at CT, however, with that smoke. And James is wary of some sort of still short action. Nota holds down Carr, gets a kill and a second. Even damage towards TMB. His pistol's pulled out, hunting for the triple here. Players moving up. He'll do out some more damage. Acor's got 2 picks back. Finally, TMB overwhelms that bomb site. But Nota's efforts may well set up Belchenok and James here. James backed up towards the A bomb site. Belchy's looking in from the tunnel's entrance. Not is low as his first port of call. But PARIVISION don't have their hearts on the retake here.
Hang on, not that they're going to go for this, but I don't think many T-side players are going to stay alive. With Belchenok holding the upper tunnels and Jane watching the mid doors cross from top mid, I think a lot of these T-side players are going to go down.
Crossing into the path of the AWP. Shot does not connect on the first 2, doesn't even take it. The third man, Nutnut's also going to cross back. Jane falls back in the end, so actually all 3 maintain their lives for ECSTATIC. A little something to carry forward with into the next. That lead continuing to grow for the PARIVISION side. They need a better answer, and they need it now.
I do feel for Nota. I mean, not that he's got a lot of help in terms of rotations, because everyone is very defensive towards A, but that's a sick hold on B, isn't it? You're getting split from the upper tunnels and out there from window and doors, and you get a multi-frag. And he's still sort of got the USP out. He's still trying to waste as much time as possible. Decent effort, but not to be. PARIVISION on the double digits, ECSTATIC coming close towards their 10th. And I guess this is what you want from these kind of matchups. 1 loss and you're out of the tournament, 2 wins and you're at the LAN finals. There is a lot on the line. You want competitive matches. You want maps that are going to go down to all rounds in regulations, your overtimes. You don't want the blowouts and the one-sided results. And if the last head-to-head was anything to go off of, we know that it can be very tight between the 2.
Last toss 2 ended 13-10 for PARIVISION. With ECSTATIC strike first in this round, Acor winning the opening shot to Belchanok. PARIVISION have done well to trade in the later portions of these rounds, however, so it's not a guarantee ECSTATIC can run away with the 20th. They spread themselves out, waiting for something more to come their way. They're watching the long house for an extension, watching tunnels to hold presence. Mid-access only so far as the door. And once again, this action has caused PARIVISION to hard stack a bomb site, leaving only the AWPer back on A.
Now, Sira is the highest rated player for ECSTATIC on Dust 2 in the last 3 months, but it's been a quiet matchup for him. Need a little bit more of that individual ability to perhaps get the team over the line. Now, in this particular round, because of the gamble stack, I'm not expecting much here from PARIVISION. I'm expecting James to play very defensively and fall back towards spawn. So this is a 10th just off of how they're playing towards B.
TMB will take down James. As you say, that is round done. PARIVISION even there accepting it. And ECSTATIC, well, once again, providing a moment where you start to have a little bit of hope for the Danes. Once they gain that lead, that will truly be the demonstration as to how much hope they'll have. 3 players on trying to maintain their lives to the PARIVISION side. ECSTATIC might want to try and go a bit more whole hog with the HUD. They haven't been overly aggressive with taking rifles down after the fact. But to limit the economy state, to put it close to a reset point at this late stage of the game, I put everything on a knife's edge for the later portion, and well, may well decide enough what Dust 2 could look like.
Now, you'll notice on TMB's camera, top left of his screen, an AGF jersey. Now, he played on AGF with the likes of Christo, dating all the way back to August 2018. I think that duo played nearly 600 maps together on HLTV. That would have been a really tough decision, wouldn't it? When you've had a teammate on and off for as long as you have, it's never easy to cut someone. It's never easy to be in that position where you want to try and force an upgrade or force a roster change. But in a results-based industry and with ECSTATIC plateauing post-player break, it's understandable why that player change has been made to bring in Acor.
All the jerseys of his relevant past teams actually on that wall. AGF, Copenhagen Flames, Mad Lions, Breezy. All sorts found, but James has found something more tangible on Nut. TMB's been tagged on the collateral. Belchanok on the side defensive, can still hold against the trade of his AWPer. 4v3 for PARIVISION.
But now AW is worried about the flank in mid. He's worried that because there was so much upper tunnels pressure, that there's got to be something coming out from the doors, and they're so defensive. They're giving so much respect towards Acor right now.
Once again, PARIVISION heavy-handed towards a bomb site over on A. They hit B now, it will all come down to Belchanok. Acor smoke CT. Main T side forced to smoke off the B bomb site. Even 1 kill for Belchanok. To go 1-for-1 right here would be great, but he burns that Molotov. The flashbang keeps him blinded. Fortunately, JiJieHao maintained that man advantage by taking Acor down in mid. TMB's low. Unlay. Unscathed in this one. It might rest on him.
TMB knows that one good connection is going to make all of the difference. He cannot afford to miss an AWP shot from back big box.
All 3 coming in from mid. TMB's down. AK can't hold on. JiJieHao with a fantastic triple. And a round victory again for PARIVISION, reinstating their lead at 11-10. No reset for ECSTATIC. At least the money's stable. At least the cash is coming in. But we are coming down to Last Chance Saloon here on Dust 2.
You might be wondering why Belchanok didn't play a little bit further back to try and evade the flames of that molly towards the position that he was being held from. There's been an update in CS recently. It's not been out very long, Jay, but with the flashbangs, it now affects sound, and you'll notice that you can't hear you sitting in the flames anymore when you're being flashed. So you see a lot more frequently in these professional matchups that when flashes are coming in, players are just sitting in the mollies because they think that they've moved away from it, but they just haven't.
And the fact that I've got that without no trades is a key example. How ECSTATIC even got onto that bomb site alone. Not enough, however, to get the round itself, and PARIVISION continue to reign supreme. An opportunity presents them instead to cripple the Danes, to destroy them for the last time. Money will not stack to a buy in the next. PARIVISION to win this round will win this map.
Well, I tell you, there could be a lot of lob damage with these HEs out towards short. We've not seen many short execs or even short pressure with the lip smoke or a molly to come out on the cross. It seems like a pretty good read. No lurk in the upper tunnels. Basically everyone towards short or outside along. And PARIVISION have got 3 towards A. Notice how much they've been gambling towards A frequently. But yet this might be the very first time that they can kind of use that stack up heavy.
Comes the first of the HEs. Not doing that much towards those 2 front players. AW, JiJieHao and Belchrock, however, spread out, ready to move. JiJieHao's caught first. They're aware of the other 2. Spray blindly as Nota starts making action towards mid, cutting off the rotation potential. Belchrock forces TMB into a casualty. Nutnut's back's turn. Syrah inside of that smoke. AW doesn't have a clue as Nota closes in the pin to Syrah is trapped here. Needs to fight his way out, and he'll do his best to try and find the escape route. Unlay's been picked up. Syrah with 1 pick, but he's out of ammo. At least the AWP missed his shot, but AW's coming in quick. Syrah needs those headshots. The HG's coming in against him, and he'll go down a Jame for it. Map point secured by PARIVISION.
And one of the biggest praises that I can give Jame as a caller is how he's adapted to CS2 and adapted to Tier 2 as well. He is such a different caller now than what he was on Virtus Pro. But look at this round. Look at the sandwich, the pressure, triple short, all indications to fight aggressively, and then the pincer from the backstab. Old VP, you'd be sitting back and playing time, wouldn't you? You'd be sitting playing crossfires, you'd be playing the percentage-based Counter-Strike. And it's been James' ability to adapt that's made this organization and him so successful.
As they sat on the desk, and he's misunderstood player right clearly. ECSTATIC broken by State from what should be the final round of this map up, minus a big victory here for them. All 5 players coming up long. A is going to be the target. They do get JiJieHao down, so Unlay using one of the 2 rifles to great effect. But now comes the Syrah and the rest of the boys to do the rest of the work. That bomb yet to commit. Smokes will start to fade soon enough. That boost attempted. Unable to get any kills out of it. Syrah's been tagged low now, so that's both the riflers in a bit of an awkward state. I want to pass those guns to the other teammates. The TMB is focusing on getting that bomb down to sight. No one's directly defending the bomb site. Belchrock's trying to find a better angle. He will get Syrah down a 4v4.
James has still got a HE and an incendiary, so watch out for that on the retake on how much that's going to do against the T-side line.
TMB's finally gained site access. Bomb plant all to get secured. Notice heard it. Trying to get closer. Contact. TMB takes it. Belchrock takes Acorn. Nota gets Nut down to 2 men. TMB on site. Low HP. No HP. And Unlay can't do much. They were so close to getting 3 of those casualties. But PARIVISION in the end will take their map pick.
ECSTATIC just didn't feel very threatening in that second half. They won pistol, they won anti-force fire, they won anti-eco, but then it was only 2 more rounds to follow from that point onwards, Jay. It was a clean performance and a good showing from PARIVISION.
Indeed it was, and hats off to ECSTATIC for doing all they could to try and bring things back, but ultimately it did feel like the PARIVISION were in control throughout the course of that entire map upgrade. It really felt like they were the team that came to win. They took their own map pick in their stead, and they look like a really good squad right now. It does look to me that ECSTATIC got a lot more challenges ahead of them here.
Well, it's certainly convincing me and perhaps you that the 2-on is still on like it should have been last time, because come on, that's a good showing from them, isn't it?
Indeed it is, and given how Train went down to the overtime last time out, the way it feels to me like, again, it might be contested by the PARIVISION side here. ECSTATIC just not showing me enough. Acorn not showing me enough today on debut. You mentioned that it might be a long-term project, but we don't have that long here. We only have 1 more map potentially in the ECSTATIC playbook. Will it go down to 2-0? How do PARIVISION look? Maybe the analysts might have a little bit more to say about that.
Oh boy, a very close game. ECSTATIC did give PARIVISION, a run for their money. And look, for PARIVISION though, there were moments it felt like they were getting in trouble, but Ted, it must be good to have these individuals you can rely on to get you out of these situations time and time again.
I mean, in the end of the day, we don't want to be putting the pink goggles on and saying everything was perfect for Parry. It wasn't, right? We were sitting here and Brandon was saying on multiple occasions, this is what they do, right? They get themselves into a good position, a 5v2, a 4v2, and then they make it it incredibly close, they still are able to run away from it. So I prefer looking at the positive side of things and saying, you know what, they didn't play their best Counter-Strike ever, but they were still able to win their map pick. And this is the difference between decent teams and really good teams. The fact that when you are on that next level, when you are one of the best teams in tier 2, you need to be able to win on your bad days as well. And I'm not saying this was necessarily a bad day for Pari, but it definitely wasn't on 100%, and I feel like they would agree.
Yeah, Brandon, the game did start kind of nice for ECSTATIC, right? Getting ace round number 1. It looked impressive on that CT side. They had some great reads.
It looks all right, and then obviously PARIVISION took over because you got the individuals that are just that much better. That's the difficulty here for ECSTATIC. This is always going to be the conversation we had coming into this game. It's the fact that you've got the likes of Nota, AW, Belchinok on this map that can all just deliver in spades. But you're right, look, it was a great pistol, then PARIVISION took over a little bit. What's really good, though, is PARIVISION, for all the compliments we can give them, they are currently playing some very basic Counter-Strike, and it is working because of the individuals that they've got, but it also becomes a little bit easy to read, and ECSTATIC really adjusted towards that. I love the fact they tried to use Acor a little bit more versatile by getting him set up in advanced positions, and they try to do that on the T side, but it just takes them so long to figure it out, ECSTATIC. And I appreciate what you're saying, Ted, but I actually really think the scoreline flatters ECSTATIC because it was PARIVISION's own mistakes that put them in that position. It wasn't really ECSTATIC doing anything, especially in that second half, where you look at it and you think, damn, that was a really well coordinated couple of rounds here, and PARIVISION are on the back foot. No, PARIVISION were on the back foot because they're just, you know, throwing these rounds that they don't need to.
Yeah, there was a lot of those moments. The good thing is, if you want to be a glass half full type of person, there was some good adjustments coming out of PARIVISION, and this is a point that Weg made during the cast as well. I feel like James has been evolving in the way that he's calling some of those CT sides, and I guess looking at maps like Dust to an Overpass, for example, those were always really good maps for James, even starting from the Avanger days right throughout Virtus Pro and now into Pari and CS2, but he really has adapted. Momentarily in the second half, you'd see PARIVISION gather up towards the mid-late portions of the round. There's 25-30 seconds on the clock, and he's not staying passive, not just holding from the back of the bomb side, but organizing everyone into trying to catch ECSTATIC as they're setting up for a take. Those are some better signs coming out of PARIVISION. This is showing that James recognizes he's got a lot of proactive rifles on the team, and he wants to put them forward. He wants to bring them in a position where he can get the most out of them. But I do agree with you, Brandon. I feel like there was a lot of scrappy moments coming out of PARIVISION, and ECSTATIC were just there for the punish. Maybe bar Nut, who I would say had a great first map. At a certain point, by the way, on the CT side, he was 5-1 in opening duos as the B anchor. He was the best in opening duos. So Nut playing well, but in general, I do agree. I feel like ECSTATIC did do their prep well, but it was more about what type of an opportunity PARIVISION is going to give them than ECSTATIC themselves just forcing the mistakes.
I'll tell you what, here's one for all like the stat nerds out there, where stats don't really matter, guys. Sorry. I actually think Acor, despite his numbers, have more impact on this map than Anlay did. Given the quantity of his kills, because he was getting so many openings on that CT side. I think on the T side, he's putting himself in a much better position to allow the riflers to sort of spread a lot more evenly over the map. I think Anlay, the numbers flatter him in this game, because we put him up in this head-to-head discussion. I said, look, this needs to be the guy. He's been the most consistent on ECSTATIC recently when it comes to the riflers. We know how good these players need to be in this map to give Acor that solid foundation. His numbers were there, sure, but the impact, it was night and day between him and Acor.
So how does this fare now after seeing this head-to-head between ECSTATIC and PARIVISION already on the first map, comparing it to the last performances they've had in the last matchup they've had with each other? Is this like some more positives for ECSTATIC? Obviously they're going through some hard times. Obviously there's an adjustment period they have to go through with Acor. But you know, are there some positives you can look forward to here and think that, you know, they're on the right track?
I feel like, as Brandon mentioned, by the way, Acor was not used in a bad way. And again, this is not a team. ECSTATIC is not a team that plays simple Counter-Strike most of the time. I mean, they will play by the books, yes, but it needs a little bit of time to get adjusted when you're a new player coming into the system, right? So I feel like if you're looking at Acor and his individual level, he was putting himself in good positions. He was trying to go for a good opening. Sometimes the shots wouldn't connect, right? But this happens, right? It's part of the game, and you have to give him the benefit of doubt and saying Acor is a high-level opener. So at a certain point, he's going to start hitting those shots. I feel like there was some potential there for the side of ECSTATIC, but it's always going to come down to the fact that your individuals at times are not going to be as shrewd as the ones on the other side of the server, and unfortunately PARIVISION is a really stacked lineup, but there is some positives for sure.
Yeah, look, Caster said it best, and that is the fact that ECSTATIC, it will take them a while to embed this AWPA. This is a long-term project. This is also Danish Counter-Strike. Danish Counter-Strike, as you just said, Ted, is really complex. What was good is the fact that TMB, I think, was calling a pretty good game once he understood what was happening on a macro point of view when it came to the economy. Also, the utility usage from ECSTATIC, that really needs to be sort of represented here in this post-match breakdown, because especially on that T side, their util placement and the timing of their utility was brilliant. I love the fact that Cyril was taking risks in wiping the smoke in towards short. The PARIVISION was so consistently putting down just to create a different angle, a different opportunity, trying to get as much information for TMB as possible. It's going to take time, but as you say, Pavlos, like, there was definitely some good early signs there, despite the scoreline maybe flattering them just a little bit.
Well, just a moment ago, folks, you could see Nut grabbing that MVP from the previous map. In terms of fragging, it was definitely topping the charts there. Sorry, Nota, that is. Nut was the one on the other side that kept close score. And talking about Nut, it looks like he's probably one of the most impactful players when it comes to Train, right? And there's a small head-to-head here to comparing him to Belchanok, really, here, don't we, Ted?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's quite a precarious point to make, right? And it's coming back to the conversation we had towards the start of this matchup. Both those teams do really rely on the individual performance of their anchors. Both Belchanok and Nut are pretty much mirroring each other, right? They both are the anchors on the B-bomb side on Dust, both the anchors on the B-bomb sides of Train, and both of them are some of the highest rated players on their respective teams on this specific map. So I feel like, especially with Nut, we've seen a capability of him pulling off massive clutches and big performances against some top dogs as well, because we were having that conversation about ECSTATIC not doing that well and that much damage in those blast games, but Nut individually had a couple of good moments. Belchanok on the other side, still the highest rated player as the B anchor. So we've seen a lot of good ways, I feel like, for both those teams, and both TMB and JM doing a really good job to complement those players and implement them and giving them more opportunities to be aggressive. But yeah, it is a funny discussion to be having, but I really do believe that if Nut or Belchanok respectively have a good performance, that would really make life a lot easier for their teammates.
All right, finally, before we throw these things to a break, Brandon, any final words to give hopes for ECSTATIC on Train, really?
The CT side's very good. They utilize Ivy a lot more, which I think is really important, especially after the new update. We don't really speak about this new update enough, about all the boxes being added. Key sightline being removed on that T side of Ivy. And ECSTATIC are one of the few teams that really likes to pressure and take that control, especially on the defense. And I think that will help shut down PARIVISION a lot. PARIVISION have one goal in mind on this T side. It's to take B halls, to then take B halls. If it doesn't work, guess what? They're still going to go and take B halls. So if you can get that early flank going, you're definitely going to have a good showing here. I've always been impressed when I've watched ECSTATIC on CT. Anlay and Nut in particular have just been phenomenal when I've caught them, and that's always been in the good days. So hopefully they have another good day, because they need their A game here. Otherwise, PARIVISION are going to walk all over them on this T side.
Well, folks, get ready for this. You've got some time to replenish your drinks, but the action's going to come in very shortly. Don't miss it. Train up next.
force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Well, Dust 2 ended the same way as it did last time out, so let's see where the train will end up being the same. I hope for ECSTATIC stake it doesn't end up going down as close as it did, because again, that could lead us into a world in which PARIVISION get their 2-0 series here. It's a very difficult argument to make in favor of the Danes right now, Dweck. I just wasn't thrilled with what we saw on map number 1, so I don't know if I can be thrilled with what we see on map number 2 either.
Well, I just want to take a little bit of stock in their last few officials, right? Their last 4 officials, TNL, PARIVISION, HO2, and BetBoom. Now, they smoked the likes of HO2, but against TNL, first half down 4-8, against PARIVISION down 4-8, and against BetBoom 3-9. Awful first halves on the T-side of train. And if that comes in again today, there's no hope of a recovery.
Yeah, having to rely heavily on the CT side, it feels like, for ECSTATIC to maintain their presence. And that might not be an option, because as B-Dog was saying on the desk, he thinks the PARIVISION are rather good on T-half of train. So, look, a lot of things need to go right for ECSTATIC, and starting with the pistol might be one of them. Sierra's already down as we kick things off. Notice Julies can take Unlay on the trade back. AW's also involved, and Nota doubles up. TMB left alone. ECSTATIC wiped out in the opening.
Now, Jay, we were discussing, or at least I was discussing with you only the other day on a broadcast, that the Julies need to be nerfed. After looking at what Nota did out there towards Electric, do you think you're still on the fence, still 50-50?
Nah, I like him.
Well, that was just over very quickly. AW was giving a little bit of assistance out from the back of the bomb train, but everybody else just chiming in so quickly. The Julies get 3 in the span of, what, 3-4 seconds? I mean, it's almost instant when they come out of T-Con.
And just torn to shreds or ECSTATIC. Pistol win on PARIVISION. And to carry on the momentum of the last map up into the start of the second. Pistols only for ECSTATIC. Again, trying to get towards those guns as early as is possible. And that's really where I feel like we're going to start to see whether ECSTATIC have the chops around them on this map up. Thunderpick's odds, of course, do favour PARIVISION as they did at the start of the series, and even more so now. And probably for very good reason.
James hanging back with only a USP. He wants to try and get that AWP in as involved as quickly as possible. Now, what that does mean is the defense is light on beam, so it's an easy plant here for the T's at a bare minimum.
James and Belchanok, easy pickings. 1 bomb plant. Doesn't quite get secured. Denied at the very last hurdle for Acor. And standard stuff, of course, for PARIVISION to get involved into this opening. But again, guns available for ECSTATIC to really turn up the heat now.
And I can see PARIVISION facing BetBoom in a really sick derby to qualify for the LAN finals in the quarters. I'm just looking at the draw of what this side of the bracket looks like for PARIVISION, and I'm thinking there's no better game than that qualification match being a PARIVISION versus BetBoom.
Could be a fun little clash, so maybe look forward to seeing it if it does come out. 9Z will stand in the way of BetBoom, of course, in their opening game.
Well, they'll stand. That's all I'll say.
Ye of little faith. Of course, that matchup going on later on this evening is our last matchup at 7 p.m. CEST.
Enter Boomich and enter win.
ECSTATIC trying to enter the second map with a round win. 4 AKs available for them at the moment. Limited utility sets for the execution itself. Still 3 smokes. And 3 flashbangs at that. But they're spread out looking for an opening kill, and PARIVISION are not forthcoming.
Yeah, PARIVISION, one of the very few organizations that have maybe shown that you can be successful in the new VRS system. They came into this year with a brand new core, had to work really hard in open qualifiers to get their VRS rank up there, to get involved in the regular Tier 2 circuit. About how successful they've been, how threatening they've been to not only titles, but to be able to press on towards the Tier 1 level. Thera catches off Xylo aggressively out towards T-Con. Very patient here from ECSTATIC. Not a lot of map control gained from them for the first minute on the clock.
Follow-up from Sierra is good as well. Nota down. 2 kills to his name. No damage taken by Sierra at all. Sees the shadow as well. Knows there's a 3rd player back on the back of the bomb site, and will remove him alongside TMB, finding picks towards that B bomb site, keeping Belchanok distracted. He'll grab that orb. But Unlay actually leans into his demise, so another exit frag should give Belchi a chance to escape. They are closing in on him, though. The round's certainly going the way of ECSTATIC. It's all about whether they can take the last player down. I think he's just about found his exit strategy.
Going to try his very best to hold on to it, but it's not going to be easy when you've got players out on the A bomb site that can come through from Con, when you can be wrapped from City Spawn, when you can also be held out here towards the Brown Halls. Nut in the timing against this box. Belchnok will not be able to get that finishing blow. So ECSTATIC win their first rounds off of the efforts of a very good double entry from Sierra. Dealing with both of them individually, and at times didn't even look like he was getting much support. Everyone coming out of Pop Dog was quite late on it.
You and I have talked extensively about how much we rate Sierra ever since his appearance on Mouse and XT. I mean, even before then, Masonic. He started to really sort of show up, and back then, when we first saw him on Masonic, we were like, well, who is this kid? What's he really made of? And he's made of stern stuff. Unfortunately, not so much in the opening map of the series. In the second, he was pivotal to getting ECSTATIC on the board. Tactical called in extremely early for PARIVISION. They've been liberal with using these tacticals.
Well, do you know what's been surprising? When I looked at PARIVISION across this whole year, is that they've only played one LAN in 2025. Considering how good the kicker iteration of the lineup is, and now this current one that they've got with AW, you'd expect more qualifications. Now, I know that they've got LANs coming up, but yeah, only one LAN played, and that was, what, back in May at LAN to LAN. So now they're finally getting a taste of basically what it will be like to go to more LANs, what could happen here with just 2 best-of-3s and Thunderpick.
I feel like they've made the necessary changes to bring them up to a level where they can make more qualifying runs.
Definitely.
Of course, we'll see them at LAN to LAN number 3 and Star Series as well. That qualifying run in that particular qualifier, and in general, they've had very good qualifying runs in these close qualifiers, so you do rate them rather highly. Not just in this series, but also in the competition as a whole. We are still in control of train for now. ECSTATIC again with the slow approach. Done tiny amounts of damage to JiJieHao. One of 2 FAMASs in play. PARIVISION's buy is broken in the early game.
PARIVISION have used so much of that util to the start of the round that they've got nothing left to block with. Now, that means you've got to be quite gambly. Now, at max, you normally see 2 players towards B, but because of the buy state, they've got 3 players out here. And the A defense is very weak. Now, it's looking promising with this triple out on B. Belchnok's got a bit of a tuck setup where it's AW and JiJieHao that can take first contact.
Unlaced first to fall. Nota picking up the kill. JiJieHao and Belchnok waiting for Nut to make his move in. Drop that bomb. Belchnok with a double A-core. Trades it back at the AWP, and AW will turn back onto A-core. Sierra alone, a 1 versus 4. Not given a chance to strike into this round, and now we're looking for exits to find his escape route, but that's not going to happen with 2 men in a Pop Dog. PARIVISION will respond.
Proper quality coming out there from Belchnok. He's on an off angle dealing with the Heaven players, and he's got, what, 2 kills and a dink on the 3rd. You don't even really need the triple on B when he's doing stuff like that. What an excellent sequence. Difficult shot from A-Core. And then, yeah, nothing that could come off of that. A decent round for the likes of Sierra to get 2 out from T-Con, but look at how quickly it gets answered back. And if you're ECSTATIC, you're thinking, we just keep struggling on our T side. We keep getting off to these slow starts in our recent officials, and it doesn't matter. We brought A-Core into the team. It's still happening again.
You've got to find a better solution. Especially with the pistols that will not get much done here against the AK as JiJieHao, which are down eventually. They've got plenty of AKs they can pick up overall for the CT side, however, so 3 held in from the previous round. If AW gets towards the last one, then it should be 3 held over again. TMB indeed will drop. That 3rd rifle will get held. And PARIVISION are in a very good spot, not just because of that scoreline as well.
And even though we know that A-Core is a very experienced player, brings a lot when it comes to the LAN atmosphere, you've got to wonder how many LANs ECSTATIC are going to see coming up soon. I know that they're playing in what that BetClick Clash Summer LAN in Poland. That starts on the 13th of September. But I think A-Core could really show his ability against the Tier 1 teams, right? When you actually get there to maybe some stage matchups or just overall teams within the top 10 to 15 category. How many chances are ECSTATIC going to get of those kind of tournaments, like a Thunderpick? Yeah, go on.
They are dipping down the rankings, so it better be soon, otherwise it might not be at all.
Well, you've got to expect that the chances of PARIVISION making the major are definitely a lot higher than ECSTATIC, so the next few tournaments could make all the difference in that regard.
And again, this morning, PARIVISION were rated as within the invite zone according to HLTV. ECSTATIC were just pushed out of it. Improvements to be made on the Danish squad. A minute on the clock. Sira being tagged up to 30 points of health. And ECSTATIC moving into this Ivy presence here. But no one to receive. PARIVISION just not opting to aggress down that angle. AW's got other plans.
PARIVISION are very happy to run the clock against this slow passive line. AW just jiggling. A little bit more aggressive on the reposition. This might catch him.
Smoke's in the way. He's protected. And they start to move out to yellow. JiJieHao on top of the train. Does get found by Not. Good start now. ECSTATIC got 20 seconds hit the bomb site. AW good for a defensive return. 4-on-4. Still got player on bomb site. Nota is going to get dealt with. Acor finally finds AW. James chimes in, but Sira has just about edged out PARIVISION. That bomb will get planted in time. It's Belchnok in the 1v2.
Difficult clutch because you don't know where the repositions come through from Sira. You know that Acor is going to be somewhere around the bomb train, but you need to find the other rifler first.
Runs right into Acor, who domes him. And puts up that second now for the ECSTATIC board.
Well, it's a very lazy reposition to come through from the player that gets on the top of yellow. AW is kind of holding that sightline from the sort of middle section of the bomb train. Right here, an unnecessary duel. I think if JiJieHao is tucked behind the box and maybe focusing the crossfire towards A, I don't see how they can get out of Ivy there. I don't see how they can wrap towards Sandwich with two players in a position to deal with them. So I know Brandon was talking about it a little bit on the desk, kind of saying how a few of the rounds on Dust 2, it was more so the PARIVISION mistakes than maybe what ECSTATIC were doing well, especially when we came into that turn of the half. And I'm noticing it again. This is a pretty flawless looking PARIVISION side outside of a few individual moves. So for that reason, I still don't have a lot of faith in a return. I still don't see what the Danes are going to be able to generate here on Train.
Every time PARIVISION make one of these mistakes, they use a tactical pause here. The second just got called in on just only before round 7.
I also think that ECSTATIC need to be a little bit quicker. Let's look at where James is most comfortable. I think when we think about his VP days, it's when it's a little bit slower. It's when you can waste the clock and when you can drive in the lack of panic in the last, 20, 30 seconds or so. ECSTATIC, to me, just aren't putting enough pressure in the early to mid section of these rounds.
They're trying to, but again, PARIVISION not been so forthcoming with that aggression. Sira goes down in it. T-Con damage to Not on that Mac 10. Tams tapping from JiJieHao's blind bursts. Molotov's on Nota will drive him back. 5-on-4, PARIVISION once again in the driver's seat, in full control right now.
I think ECSTATIC have had a little bit of an identity crisis recently on where the best maps in the pool really lie for them. They used to pick quite a lot of Inferno. They picked a little bit of Ancient, and now recently they've been picking a lot of Train, but haven't been that impressed with their Train results. It's only been, 9 wins and 5 losses from them in the last 3 months. Out here towards T-Con, they're struggling to create an opening chance. They're struggling to work an open and kill.
Giving it as best an effort as they can. James goes down to Acor's Orb. Man advantage goes back to a 4-on-4. They catch AW with his back being turned. Finally, Ivy works better for the Danes. JiJieHao still waiting for more access. Acor's Orb picks the kill. Down to 2 men of PARIVISION. Even Nota getting Molotov'd out a little bit. 12 HP for the man. Might have heard that tag as well. A search. And they'll find Belchnok. A clutch too far for him. He will catch Acor. But 3 more men know exactly where he is now, all facing the exact same direction. So Belch's got a save.
Well, it's a bit frustrating there from Belchnok because it's been a couple of rounds in a row now where he has rotated in from B and not been in a position where he can even attempt the clutch. You're sort of down by the deficit. You don't have any teammates that can work on a crossfire. Now towards A little bit of a collapse. You had an opening kill. They looked quite strong on what would be a crossfire against the T-Con. Then it just slowly starts coming apart. A little bit of a reposition making noise. You've got your back lane Ivy player that gets in towards camera, and then that's when Anlay can just walk forward. It's an easy kill. PARIVISION give a third round over to ECSTATIC, and now we start to see the money not look ideal for the CTs.
Chance to establish some more in this opening half for ECSTATIC. Really now they're properly scoreline advantage, needs to turn their way from this leg up, this bone been thrown by the game. And Jane will still be buying in a hero AWP around the M4 saved. And two men in this map up that can be and have been difference makers so far. And this passive lines of defensive. ECSTATIC again not looking to regress too far forward with this. Now take the brown halls. And look to NB.
Still surprised that Belchnok is out here on B, rather than having maybe the AWP and an M4 and a bait and switch, or both towards the same bomb site. They're separated from one another. And that re-smoke is just going to hold the T's back for probably a good 15 seconds or so before they go into the exec. Now, if James can get a good rotation, if he can get out towards connector quickly, well, it's already turning into a gamble stack towards A, so it will probably just be a save of the two. And to be honest, I don't think that's bad here from PARIVISION. I think they'd be quite happy to hold on to two weapons.
They bought that extra gun to support the M4. But 2 rifles versus 5 means that you need to play your cards perfectly. And a gamble stack towards A, if the ECSTATIC can hit that bomb site, then I can see a world in which PARIVISION would have held the defensive. The fact they went to B means that there is no further chance, and even PARIVISION will recognize that. 4-0 on the board. ECSTATIC. May have been slow to start. And now in this matchup.
And I'd like to see if Acord could get back to real comfortability. I think for you and I, we were casting him before he got the call up towards Mouse. And I thought that short little tenure he had towards the end of Tricked and then the early few iterations of Mad Lions, he was incredible. He looked so damn good in Tier 2. And yeah, he got the move up to Mouse and Gamer Legion. But we see it with a lot of Tier 2 AWPers. They're good enough at that level, but they struggle at the next level. And you could definitely feel that he was probably good enough to hang, but not good enough to prove that he sort of deserves to consistently be there. And that's why he got dropped by Mouse. That's where he eventually got dropped by the likes of Gamer Legion. And just to get that hunger back, to play at a competitive level in Tier 2, to go back to native players that are hungry to improve, and guys that sort of want to be involved in that next step of their career, because they've not had the experience of what Acor's been able to bring in the past.
And they'll be longing for those glory days of Tricked. If it wasn't for Gamer Legion, you could certainly say that that was his best stint. PARIVISION. Taking damage early into round number 9. The HEs on AW and Nota.
They're expecting Anlay to go through the sort of wall of smokes that's going out here at Ivy, because he's done it before. He's been very annoying with some of these late timings, and he's caught quite a few kills. So this is something that AW needs to be wary of for the next few gun rounds.
And smokes towards the trains, going to try and telegraph some sort of A commitment, but no such pushes are going to be seen by PARIVISION. ECSTATIC slowly rotating their way into B, where only Belchnok holds from the back lines at the CT spawn entrance. So if they take this bomb site, they should be able to get the bomb plant down at the very least. Though noise being made, going to start to draw rotations as JiJieHao clears out T-Con. This should now indicate exactly what's going on for the ECSTATIC side. The bomb still has to get planted, but as they spread out, they should start to gain some control. Jane takes that control away with a kill on TMB. It's 5-on-3, making it 2 with Belchnok's kill.
This is an excellent round, and ECSTATIC are desperate for anything. Acor's not even getting a chance right now with the orb.
Back up, sees Belchnok, finally takes a decent kill back for the AWP. Nut also gets involved, and AW removes him. It's all on Acor now. Tunnel visions. Can't connect a shot, and Jane will punish it. PARIVISION back in control.
Yeah, that is just a perfect round from PARIVISION. It's very undefended out on B, and I'd say that's quite uncommon. Normally, your B-star anchor likes to play at the back of Thomas, back at the bomb train, out there to oil. You don't typically see them right deep in the bomb site, almost towards spawn. But what we notice is that James already starting to rotate before that kill comes out towards T-Con. He's already starting to rotate out to connector, and then as soon as, JiJieHao with the MP9 gets the lurk kill, and they just know for sure. They know 100% it's a B lane.
Excellent reactions from PARIVISION. ECSTATIC tried to play them for the bait, didn't work. Once again, his dominating side. There's been a thorn in their side. Zero starts off on JiJieHao. Kicks things off on the right foot again for ECSTATIC, but maintaining it has been the problem here, and he's not going to get another chance.
AW and Nota might try and re-clear out Pop or even retake the T-Con. Not been something that the CTs have done frequently is retake space towards A. Acor's got a timing to get out Olive. This is very aggressive and a solo move.
And meanwhile, PARIVISION are backing away towards Z. 3 men to repositions of the back lines of the bomb site. Try contest Ivy on Mass, which is where the massive ECSTATIC players are. Ultranok first up. Lineup available. TMB cuts him down in an instant, though. And Nota trying to receive from a passive position. James got a decent pick. Yeah, he got the bomb with it as well. That could change things here. Flash is sent. He got a crossfire as well with AW involved. James continues to put the kill on Nut. Triple secured for Zero as he pinned in a corner. And PARIVISION have turned the round around. Nota, he's waiting for them to peek up towards the man. Unlay goes down. And PARIVISION have bailed themselves out of the worst possible position you could be in. Acor, 20 seconds to work a miracle. And James knows he's found his footsteps. Acor's a goner. James going to take his time with this. Let his teammate know. 10 seconds. Acor ain't got time for this. And Nota will remove him from play. What a round.
I just can't believe that we're so used to James and his Mickey Mouse style of Counter-Strike on VP, and now we're seeing this. Now we're just getting a new look of what is basically a completely different in-game leader. What a round that is. What a cool triple wrap Ivy from the CT side on a man disadvantage. And then as soon as he gets this kill, you just know he's going to stall out for a lot of time. Sierra does everything to try and fight back to get that bomb control, but this is James at his very best. He looks incredible.
Indeed he does, and so does PARIVISION. Excellent stuff once again from them. ECSTATIC didn't even get a bomb plant bonus. And so the pain continues. Looking for a 7-4. And close out with an 8-4 half for PARIVISION. Only pistols in play means that this 7th should at the very least be a formality. They've already done damage to several players. Nut's dead already. Not much faith in ECSTATIC now.
JiJieHao has seen heavy players out towards T-Con, so it's easy info to bring forward for Nota. But even in the man-up advantage of 2, they're still playing quite defensively. They don't really need to get too greedy. I mean, Nota could get caught off guard by this player out in Sandwich. He's getting a little bit of help from his crossfire. And it's funny, right, because I know we had a couple of conversations with Passion UA, with sort of me being on the perspective that Waro eventually is going to overcome from Topper as being the caller. And it's the same thing that's happened with PARIVISION. When the lineup came together, yeah, Kickit was the in-game leader, but James comes in. But you always have that feeling in the back of your mind that at some point, might not be instant, might be a few months, might be a few tournaments, maybe a failing like what happened at the MRQ, that James is going to pick up the in-game leadership. And maybe that was the direction all the way forward for PARIVISION. They were just waiting for the right timing for it to really happen.
Well, now it's happened. They are going like the clappers. ECSTATIC. He's suffering for that as a result here. 7-4. One more round of the half. At least the bomb plum bonus bolsters out this buy, and AWP can be afforded by Acor. Utility won't be quite as limited. And Belchinok first man up towards the brown halls, looking for a fight. Tries to take it prematurely. Unlay's allowed to escape. TMB's going to try and swing onto that man. He's there towards Pop though. Fight's good for Unlay. He kicks things off.
Bellshock's done as well as he can. You can't really back off there from Pop, because if you start making noise, they're just going to wide swing you instantly. So you know you've got yourself in a tough position without much of a crossfire. I just need to keep fighting. I need to keep the high tempo up. Now, there has been no rotation towards B off of that kill from the CTs. They are still keeping 4 on A.
Might be a challenge towards Ivy, which is why they might not be considering it. Swing forward from Nota with a HE that actually turns Unlay's head away. Gets that kill rather easily, a 4v4 established. Noise being made by TMB, going to try and throw some misdirection to the mix, and actually, PARIVISION by it, hook, line, and sinker. That bomb's going to move out of T-Con, and TMB will just start to dip away. You've still got Pop Dog to worry about, and actually, ECSTATIC do not commit to the bomb site.
Good read here from PARIVISION, not over-rotating straight away. Nota is playing close behind the smoke against TMB and gets that kill. Now we can clear out Brown Halls and see that there's nothing here. There should be a counter-rotation back to A, now that James got the kill on Ivy.
A-core down, Cyril and not remain. Utility being sent in, both those smokes utilized. James going to just charge right through it, but not go whole hog. Plant tapped on the backside. Zaino knows it. 25-second marker. Nut's found the crack angle onto his man. AW's going to take him back. And Nut caught by James, tagged up by the AWP. Tech9 can finish the job. It's actually the AK that deals him instead. And PARIVISION look great again. 8-4 at the turn of the half.
And I do truly believe, Jay, that we're in a really exciting period of CIS teams in which we're getting a lot of tier 1 drop-downs. Look at someone like Norbert. I know it's just a loan, and I know that it's only a small-term loan. Bro, he's gone from VP to playing on HO2. Now, you might sit there and laugh about it. Oh, what a drop-off that really is. That can only benefit the tier 2 and tier 3 scene coming out of CIS. When you get these players that have been, what, major champions, or at least players that have competed at a tier 1 circuit, once they start filtering into these teams, like a Forza in the past, or maybe a PARIVISION now, a Spirit Academy of what we're seeing from them recently, that's why there's a lot to be excited about. That's why there's a lot of threading pieces that are now going to start moving up into the tier 1 atmosphere across the next year or so.
Sometimes that drop down can feel like an upgrade if you can play your cards right. Obviously, HO2 are quite a fair way down the rankings, however, so might take some rankings for a guy like Norbert to get back into that higher level competition. For PARIVISION, though, it has worked out with time.
I mean, even the new Amcal team, I think they've been together for, what, like a month? And that's what, Idis Balance, Nafany, Travis, Chiron, Stinks. You've got a lot of guys there that have played at a high level in Tier 1. I think that's the way forward. Not recycling players, looking to try and bring some new faces into the scene, try and build them up. Even Artfrost, I mean, we saw him a part of PARIVISION. He looked pretty rubbish there. He went out towards Amcal. He also looked pretty rubbish. And look at where he is now. He's found himself a spot on BetBoom.
And will be competing in the very near future. I think it's one of those examples where we saw him dip down from Spirit to PARIVISION. We thought, oh, well, that's a massive drop-off, didn't it? And it didn't work out at the time. Both sides, of course, gone on to establish themselves at the higher end of Tier 2, even Tier 1.5, arguably, for BetBoom. It would be a nice little rivalry if we could see Artfrost taking on some of his former teammates, particularly in Belchanok. As you said earlier, that could be a matchup that we see in Thursday's qualification games. That, of course, assumes that they continue to get through ECSTATIC here, which continue is the right term for it, because they are continuing to hold their dominance as has been expected. Moving into that T half where PARIVISION are rated so highly, where ECSTATIC had to rely upon it to try and get themselves involved in these matchups and not always have been able to prove themselves. Pistol win for PARIVISION puts them in good stead to take this 2-0. They took the pistol with the first half, but Nut has more pistols to his name in the series. Kill found on Belchanok to start, and Nota is on 4 points of health.
Even though he's making noise that he's falling off, Sira is still quite aggressive out towards the Brown Hall. So they're keeping the emphasis up of maintaining B. The issue is you've lost a player. And now out towards Ivy, the tell here for James is it's quite heavy towards that area. So they might try and put more pressure towards B because of that kill that they got against Sira instead.
With James going down quickly, though, ECSTATIC going to reposition onto that beat bomb site, and there's nothing left on the A side of the map. Not with his second kill, takes down JiJieHao, tucks himself in that corner near the ladder. And Nota still concerning with the bomb on his back. Coming out ahead of him, they're making a little noise, so forcing that extra backup to reconsider. Push forward a pop dog from A-Core, though. That should start to get the information back here. Easy kill on Nota. Is secured, and a W. A 1v4, which you just can't win ECSTATIC. This is an all-important round of their campaign. We'll keep them alive for a little bit longer.
One of the largest differences I think we've seen from both of these teams in the last 3 months is just overall officials. I mean, for ECSTATIC, they've played, what, 19 best of threes in that time period, whereas PARIVISION have played 34. And that might be a little bit more of a result of VRS, but it might also be a result of getting into a lot more group stages and early stages of tournaments rather than being invited into the latter for ECSTATIC. I know ever since the player break, we haven't seen that many tournaments being accepted for ECSTATIC. They've tried to work a little bit harder to maybe prepare themselves for the Blast Bounty and for Blast Open. Fortunately, all that time off never really worked to any of the results in those tournaments.
As I was saying earlier, they've done well to make it to that position, but not been able to prove much in that Tier 1 environment.
And to be fair, if we're going to give them a pass, what teams have over years? Very few teams do. I think SAW are maybe one of the exceptions. You could probably throw a TNL in there most recently to at least show that they can hold weight, but it's very difficult. I'd say Gamer Legion are probably another good example of sort of that kettle of fish, that sort of pool of teams.
I think the difference is that Gamer Legion turned that success and actually managed to stretch it out for a long period of time, whereas you can't say ECSTATIC have done that. You can't say that SAW did that back when they had their moment.
I will say, though, that SAW are a Portuguese-looking team, whereas they don't have the pedigree of the international players. I think that's always the difference with the more native rosters, is that you have a much smaller pool of talent to choose from. I mean, even on Portugal, and we'll talk about it the next best of three, there were periods where they were basically saying that we can't work a Portuguese roster anymore. And then what's happened? They went international, and then they went back to being Portuguese again.
And as you say, we'll see how that works out in our second series of the day. They're taking on big PARIVISION. Lost a little bit of their lead right now. The scoreline gap has dipped to 2. ECSTATIC not resisted much in the brown halls here. Molotov's coming out. They're going to quickly charge their way into that B bomb site. Nuts alone. His backup's going to be stalled out. Belchnon going to try and take that chance to isolate a kill. He does go down for it. Nota trades. A-Core gets right back to the man advantage.
A quick flank coming out from Ramp. AW is watching out for it, and James gets a kill against A-Core, and TMB is struggling and now getting flanked.
Flanks involved and left, right, and center. Unlay and Sierra edge out the man advantage again. AW is all alone at 43 points of health. Unlay will be known here. Engagement just about loses. As Unlay got reduced to 33 points of health. The CT side can close the gap ever more.
Flanks on flanks out there towards the brown halls, and I think for Nut, he's been very consistent in his anchor holds on the CT side. We saw it on Dust 2 that every single time his bomb site was getting hit, he was at least getting one. And we see it there on Train. You're a little bit exposed out in the open. Rotations are fairly slow. He does well to at least get one and buy time for the players that can come through from spawn. How quickly Nota falls towards A-Core. And then for Anlay, he thought for just a moment that he wasn't quite going to get that final kill. I mean, this is the duel. Down to 33 points of health. That was close towards AW.
A few more bullets, the difference may have made the ultimate difference.
Force buying again here from PARIVISION. They really want to try and force this reset.
Their cash injections are limited utility to the priorities of the AKs here, so HE and Flash to get them into a bomb site. Flash posted out towards this Ivy angle. The two T-Con players starting to make their move. The AWP has been baited. TMB will be tagged up a little bit, forced away from Olaf slightly. Unlay and A-Core. Nota and Belchnon back and forth. The 4v4, James gone down, but so has TMB. Unlay turning up a double, on for the triple here, and down this sprays up AW to his demise. Nota, meanwhile, on his lurk back at the brown halls. will start to make his moves in, set up a B execution. The problem is the health.
Excellent pressure there from the T side line. Really good entries out of T-Con, making it uncomfortable for TMB, making it uncomfortable for the AWPA. But Anlay is just farmed deep out in Olaf against the sight line of Ivy. He's got himself a multi. And now Sira knows that the bomb's going down. It's going to be tough for Nota to protect him.
No one in the back corridors can swing onto AW's open position. Nut will start to move closer. Nota watching from heaven, turned away at the wrong moment. Couldn't be worse. And now AW overwhelmed by the crossfire. Sira's double will secure it all. We are 8-all on the board.
Well, Anlay finally does something in this best of 3. He did almost nothing on map 1, extremely quiet on map 2. That's a round where we can finally start to see the individual impact that he should be involved with. He's a very impactful player, a fairly active player, one of the highest rated when it comes to train in the last 3 months. You expect more. This is maybe just a glimpse, just a little bit of that ability. Great crosshair placement. Really good individual shooting from Anlay. And ECSTATIC, well, round by round, they have made this an even game.
Pistol convert, rifles, PARIVISION continuing to heavily invest with the bomb plant bonus here. Aggressive with the buy strategy. Will this catch ECSTATIC off guard? They are going heavily aggressive in towards T-Con and TMB. Just take down Zaino for AW. Been spotted up there on the boost. Back up inbound as well from Ivy. They are running all over them now.
And just missing the timing to start accelerating out towards B, only because there's 2 players of Jame and Nota to do it. Just caught by a pincer. ECSTATIC starting to play with a little bit more freedom, maybe a bit more confidence to start making those moves that are a bit questionable, I would say. Now even with the flank, I mean, this round's finished before it even started.
Kill for Nota, TMB down.
They still need Belchok to get something. Being the solo player in Pop Dog, he needs to be able to work a kill.
Fight from Anlay comes up good. Nota's dead next. Secondary player of James does find that trade. PARIVISION, 30 seconds on the clock to get into that bomb site. And they are doing all they can to suppress the entries. The one open angle is Zed. Being watched by Belchanok. 17 seconds though. Sira's going to try and get ahead of this smoke and deny the bomb plant at the right moment. Orb shot rings out. James now on site. Bomb plant denied. Sira executed the plan to perfection. Belchanok now to try and survive, tries to get out, but Acor cuts him off at the seams. And now ECSTATIC are in the lead.
The problem with constantly force buying and constantly going into trying to force that reset is not only are you weakened on the weaponry state that we're seeing a lot of Galils over 4 AKs and maybe even an AWP for Jame, but you also don't have a lot of util. And what we've seen in the mid to late round is almost no util to get them into a sight hit. So it's very difficult to flash off some of these angles, maybe smoke certain positions, and Anlay from the back of yellow towards Ivy has been pretty much multiing every single time they're coming out A late. Finally a position for PARIVISION to just settle themselves because, well, this game was pretty much wrapped up. You were up 8-4, you had a good scoreline, you've now lost the lead, you're not in a position where you can rebuy again, you have to go down to a light and deco because there was no bomb plant bonus. And for the first time in this entire series, it feels as if ECSTATIC are finally going to take a map.
And just so similar to how things played out in the last meeting on Train. Another 8-4 half of PARIVISION starting off on CT side. Moving to the second half and ECSTATIC. And just able to bring it back to an even start before they were able to usurp the opposition. The very last tail end of things. And the difference is that last time out, PARIVISION had the pistol and conversions to maintain an initial advantage. This time, however, ECSTATIC have claimed all rounds so far in the second half. 5 in a row, 9 on the board. And pistols owned for PARIVISION going to ease up on that buy strategy because they just don't have the cash to sustain it. It does mean ECSTATIC will go 2 up ahead of them, 10-8 on that board. and within touching distance of, as you say, taking the map.
Perhaps that's saying something about the lack of improvements to PARIVISION's T side. I mean, if you're going 11-4 last time and couldn't close in reg, and now we're seeing this, game's not been able to adapt massively. Anlay against the util, really struggling now.
Goes down by JiJieHao. Sira to trade. Tech9's not close, but Sira's hold is double. James gets that trade together in the end. M4 picked up, but he's all alone, and TMB can cut him down from beyond that smoke. The bomb's been dropped. ECSTATIC. A little bit of a panic moment, but should still maintain this formality.
I don't know. This, I was going to say, it looks good. Right there, Belchnock had a very good timing towards Spawn. It's just a shame that it was being watched by Nutnut, because that bomb was going to go down, and you'd think that maybe there was a timing that that Spawn player would have had his knife pulled out or not been ready for the fight.
W secured a bomb plant here for a half buy. That's not completely terrible. Caught switching between his weapons. He ran out of ammo. ECSTATIC will secure their 10th in the end. So 3 casualties plus a cash injection. I mean, look, they had limited equipment, so I think you can be happy with that.
PARIVISION just couldn't quite trade Sira, could they? Gets very costly out here. Strong crosshair placement from the AK, who pretty much gets 3 kills. You're getting the first 2 and then you're dinking the last one, or at least getting him down to red HP. ECSTATIC to double digits, and the Nanes, well, we haven't really seen the AWP getting involved. It's been rifle heavy, hasn't it?
Indeed it has. Maycor's at least keeping pace with the numbers overall, with the AWP scarcely a part of that equation. PARIVISION been tagged early, utility down. And over at T-Con once again, JiJieHao and Belchnock. The victims of those HEs, JiJieHao especially on 44 points. Nota and Belchnock. Expecting her to be present, aggressive again. ECSTATIC not going to go ahead and offer it up. Smoke off heaven though, well timed from Unlay.
Him and Nutnut just need to try and block against the exec. All about the timing on when they put the util down, especially towards ramp. Nutnut has not put his smoke in just yet, and there is no lurk anywhere. Everyone is grouped into the brown holes. It's a very passive line. This actually could just be a 5-on-5.
Smoke's coming in. Molotov's also in place. The force positions out. Nutnut to try and find a clean duel across one player crossing. He loses Unlay in the exchange. Double up on Belchnock is secure, but Nota maintains a 3-on-3. Bomb plant should be secured by PARIVISION. And it's a standoff for the retake.
Nota's waiting for TMB to get behind the train, and he's got a good timing as the NWP's trying to pull util out.
Tried to burst. James catches A-Course, swing up from TMB. James sees him and locks on a double. Sira's got to escape. PARIVISION have finally broken the streak of ECSTATIC. 6 rounds in a row is as far as it will go. They're finally on the board in the second half.
Well, if I'm Nutnut, I'm just furious at the lack of impact there from Anlay. You've got 2 on B, and Nutnut seems to always deliver at least 1. He's getting 2 kills when really he should only be getting 1 max. If Anlay just gets 1, if he just even 1, I think that makes a difference of a round completely. You've got a man up on the retake. You might try and get A-Core and TMB to come in slightly quicker on the CT rotation, either from spawn or from connector. It's not good enough for your secondary B player to not get anything there.
PARIVISION trying to re-establish their T campaign here. ECSTATIC done well so far. A response could put paid to those returning thoughts of the T side line. It's only 1 round in this half. Money still respectable for ECSTATIC as well. It's another slow approach, another carefully considered round from the T's.
James is holding Ivy, and he is undetected right now. They've put a molly down towards him. They've done a flash, but he's not ringed off a single shot just yet. Now, this means, because the AWP is towards Ivy, that he's not going to be very active. He's going to be very slow. He's going to be very late. And this seems to be an A split. 3 to come out from T-Con, 2 to come in from Popdog. And for the util on the CT line, they might have a lot of defenders towards A, but they don't have a lot to block. TMB's only just putting a smoke down, and there's still plenty of time on the clock.
Sarah's got one more as well available for T-Con, TMB. Gonna be receiving that instead. James just seen, so Sarah backs off. Re-smoke comes on towards Pop Dog, so T-Con on me blocked at all. JiJieHao to engage. TMB's forced back, forced forward again from the T-side line. Does lose his life. Good trade from Jane. Belcher corners to the Molotov, goes down to Syrah, but Nota's good to respond back. Jane burning even more so. 3v3. Bombs in a standoff, 20 seconds as Nota's close towards the site. The train sees the plant. AW's low. Acor and Nut come up good. Jane is all alone now. Bomb just went down for him. He's got to pick his moments wisely. Choose his shots. Picked on by Nut, who puts him to an end. It's 11 now for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, that round gets very tight. Not a lot in it at all. Very good opening kills from the T side, considering that they keep getting blocked out of that Pop Dog area. Because of the resmokes, makes it very difficult to swing out wide to get to Electric. James done well with the AWP to find that refrag. But it was Anlay on how quickly he was able to spam through. Nut just about catches AW when that bomb goes in. And then it looked as if Jane was trying to get out towards the Electric position with his knife to just be there slightly quicker. Oh, this is a tight game. PARIVISION, they're coming close to getting sort of the double digits or the breaking round. I mean, that would have been the reset right there. There was hardly any money in the reserve for the Danes.
ECSTATIC fight well to get JiJieHao. Peeking out of T-Con. Dead to rights in an instant. PARIVISION again on the slow approach. Acor so aggressive though, and he misses his chance. And that full sends him into the B-bomb site. Belchanok goes down quick though. Nut secured him and Nota. And when you follow the PARIVISION to pick up the pace, get right in the faces of ECSTATIC, it's not possible for them. Nut again delivering on the B defensive. Left to solo hold it because they know he's capable. AW is about to drop the bomb. And this round is over. It seems like this map is over as well, Dweg. ECSTATIC showing a lot more bite in their CT half of things and a lot more bite in their own map pick in the series. PARIVISION, not the same can be said for them.
Nut has been exceptional. As an anchor player on both Dust 2 and Train, you don't typically get involved in too many fights. You don't typically get yourself a map where you're going to be able to put up a lot of numbers, but he has been on the money every single time. Every single site hit, always putting up at least one, sometimes getting in for a multi. Maybe that's a little bit of a concerning aspect that an anchor is doing as much as he is and that we're not seeing a little bit more, what I would say, activity from your more star players of your Anlay and of your Syrah. But if Nut can perform like this, then maybe he is the difference maker, because they certainly needed a difference maker in that last best of 3, and it didn't occur. It didn't arrive in time.
It's a right for Train at least. For ECSTATIC, it's 12-9, map point. Sarah struck on Nota. Arnlay's taken down JiJieHao. Looks like it might be a very quick end to this Train as well. PARIVISION started well. Didn't end so much. ECSTATIC have boosted themselves into life, getting a very good responsive map on their pick. No overtimes this time. But PARIVISION, a disappointing way to concede the second half. Only one round gain on the T side.
Unfortunately, Jane got sort of sold on this false sense of continuing to fall by, didn't he? Just constantly forcing the investment, not going forward to the light eco to get the AWP up, to get the AKs across the board. And eventually it came back to bite them, because at no point did they end up getting that reset. It ended up them sort of putting up their hands and saying, look, we have to give it now. We have to finally eco. We have to try and get a full buy together. So, yeah, disappointing from James' perspective to only be getting one round in the second half. But overall, you've got another map, and you've got a much stronger one as a decider than what you've got on Train.
And with Ancient being played so much between these two sides as well, or like just individually in terms of their map pool, second highest play rate in both of these teams, I'm very excited to see how this one concludes, because I think it could be a very interesting conclusion for them overall, especially with ECSTATIC now bouncing back into the series. But can they do enough? Have they done enough to show that they've got the chops on Ancient? Well, maybe the desk might have some answers to that.
Well, it felt like PARIVISION were playing catch-up throughout that series generally, but that CT side from ECSTATIC seemed to take the cake. Ted, how did that go? Honestly, it felt like ECSTATIC on that second half just felt in line to get the series rolling in their favor?
It's a bit of a reoccurring topic, isn't it? It's something that Jay and Dweck mentioned earlier on today. The fact that ECSTATIC multiple times have gone into picking a train and having a really lackluster T side, and then going into the CT side and being able to turn things around after picking up 3, 4, 5 rounds in the first half. Well, I guess 3, 4, 5 couldn't really be considered lackluster. I feel like all in all, ECSTATIC was just a better team on this map. Not only on the second half, but even the first half. We were here having that conversation. We all remember that 1v2 clutch out of Jame when the score was 5-4 in favor of Parry, and then the triple kill in the following round. If it wasn't for those little individual, well, I called him little, but those individual plays coming out of Jame, in its essence, ECSTATIC did play a really good T side as well. So I feel like it was pretty deserved. It felt like they had the more solid game plan, and it felt like the individuals did deliver whenever they had to.
100%. I mean, Brandon, one of those individuals had to be Nut as well on that CT side, right? Anchoring responsibilities, seemingly always capable of trading his life out and even surviving in many occasions.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? It's just survival, but then you got to think, okay, well, why was he able to survive in that moment? Was it because he was playing well? And the answer is yes, but also like PARIVISION just didn't do enough on these executes, and it was a similar story in the first half. And I think it's important to bring this point up whilst we talk about their T side, because they left so little to be desired when it came to the amount of resources available here towards the end stages of rounds, and the same here on T side. And it really felt like they didn't play the same way that I'm really expecting PARIVISION to play on train. They had a couple of rounds where they're taking over towards B halls, but apart from that, you've got Jame lurking Ivy for the majority of these rounds. You've got a lot of emphasis over there because, as said before we went into the game, ECSTATIC like to utilize that area of the map. PARIVISION have read into this as an anti, but what it does is it completely disrupts their overall game plan, and it means that they're wasting utility from what they need to do when they get into the bomb site. So a Nut is never really mollied off, he's never properly flashed, and he's got all of these good responses. Sure, he does fantastically to get these double kills, but you take a look at PARIVISION, you start to think the game plan here just goes completely out the window, lads. You left yourselves very thin to get a lot done in such a short amount of time.
All in all, I feel like if we want to go forward on that Nut topic, it is really impressive how he's able to make the most out of every single situation, right? And sure, it does require the enemy team to give you a little bit of an opportunity, but isn't that what Counter-Strike is all about, right? You can play to the extent that the enemy team allows you to go, right? But it feels like every single time Nut is given an opportunity to post himself nicely, to position himself in a way that he just has a chance to win every single fight, he's gonna do it. And he's just playing by the book Counter-Strike on that CT side. And there I say it, if you want to learn how to anchor B on train, you should just go and look at a couple Nut demos. He's moving around the map really well.
It does look like it's going to be an interesting affair coming into this one, and I want to hear a little bit on your thoughts of PARIVISION as well coming into that second half, falling flat. You know, obviously ECSTATIC played a great game, but you know, what do you think could have been improved on there from your side, Brandon?
So individuals calling off as well, right? Belschnock started this game off brilliantly. I think he was like 7-2 at some stage, and then his impact really dwindled. But I also just think here it's a muddle. I think we've given a lot of credit to Jame in-game lead-in, and that whilst that is warranted, we also have to speak about the flaws of this. And it just felt like they didn't have appropriate backup plans. There was one round right towards the end of the game where they start execing this B bomb site. It looks really good. This feels a lot more familiar to PARIVISION. It's what they're used to. Then they immediately deviate back into these A splits, but they've not actually put enough conditioning down in towards the B bomb site in the first instance. It really felt like the ideas were all being merged together as one, and there wasn't this time the individual firepower to necessarily bail them out, especially when the clock is running so thin on some of these.
Yeah, I feel like you made a really shrewd point towards the start as well, right? Every single time when you're trying to use so many of your resources at the start of a round on the T side to try and bait out somewhat of a reaction or deal with potential aggressive moves that you think the CTs would go for, but it doesn't really happen, then you're stuck towards the middle, late stages of the round with little to no utility, so you need to try and craft something up, right? And as you said, maybe at times it will feel like they are trying to get into the heads of ECSTATIC a little bit too much, and I guess put themselves in a position where it's obvious that they've done the preparation. But one of the things that we praised PARIVISION for before the start of this game entirely was the fact that they don't really stray away from their own ways most of the time, right? They're just gonna go in and they're gonna play their style of Counter-Strike, and as cliche as it might be, I feel like this is something that maybe they couldn't really do to the best extent here on the T side of Strain, but definitely something that I feel like might change as we go into an engine, which has been one of the fortes of Jame & Co.
Yeah, as well, I want to give a lot of credit to ECSTATIC, because if you notice the way that these two sides approach CT, and of course you've got that meta of taking A main, that push out towards Ivy a little bit for ECSTATIC, but notice the timing of when they did it. PARIVISION were always expecting ECSTATIC to take map control very early, but there was so much variety on that CT side for ECSTATIC. You then got Acor starting out in B halls, but it's all on different timings, and it's really throwing PARIVISION off, and that just compounds the idea of what we're saying about the utility is then just wasted because you're expecting a reaction that never really comes in.
So we're slowly getting to see the game plan of ECSTATIC. Sure, we didn't get to see it on the first map, but certainly on Train, things getting to work like they intended, and the complicated style they do enjoy has gone off nicely. But of course, you can't look away from Nutnut's play as well, getting the MVP in terms of stats, a constant factor. We already touched on it as the anchor role. He really was the jack of all trades as well, and jumping in many occasions where he's needed. Had also the freedom to do a lot there. So good stuff to come here from ECSTATIC, and I feel that's what we wanted to see from them. But let's talk a little bit about how that can also be translated on Ancient, Ted, because obviously for them to win a series, to even be considered as a contender into the main event of Thunderpick World Championship, they need this to continue.
Yeah, they absolutely need to, but I feel like we're moving the narrative a little bit into a map where Nut is not necessarily the most involved on the side of ECSTATIC, right? So this is where you need to see some of the other individuals step up, and it's good that he wasn't the only one to bring in the goods, but in terms of impact, you know that those 18 kills weighed a lot more than the 17 of Zero or the 16 of Analele, and Acor didn't have a bad map at all, but you will definitely need a little bit more coming out of Analele going into that next map. Same for Acor being the Operas. Ancient has always been one of the best maps of Crystal as well, interestingly enough, because of how potent he was with the rifle when he was on ECSTATIC. So I feel like as much as Nut has been incredibly reliable, considering he's the A anchor, considering that PARIVISION, and I know Brandon will want to say a little bit more about that, do have massive tendencies to play beyond that T side, I think he might be a little bit, he might find himself to be a little bit isolated from the action.
And of course, coming up next, Ancient, some really interesting stats coming up as well in regards to performance. Brandon, also some individuals that could step up here. Analele, Beltranok, definitely ones we need to look out for, right?
Yeah, look, I will always remember when speaking about PARIVISION on Ancient, and it was a game they didn't win. It was the MRQ when they were 0-2, right towards the end of Kick It Ball for PARIVISION. And Beltranok, it was that last map against Bait, that elimination game, and he dropped like 35, 36 kills. He was the only one doing anything. He was absolutely everywhere on that CT side, and it was infectious, and it was just so fantastic to watch. I think this is one of Beltranok's best maps, and I think it's actually really interesting when you look at PARIVISION and the way that they set up on CT sides, because it actually reminds me an awful lot of two things. It reminds me of actually the grand final at Blast Open London just now, because it reminds me a lot of the fact that you've got G2 and their individuals, and the fact that you can rely on every single piece in this PARIVISION puzzle, but also it reminds me a lot of Vitality and what they do on the CT side, where you've got players that are dedicated anchors, but they're also just everywhere on the map, and that's what makes it become so unpredictable. The fact that you got Beltranok, as Ted's been saying throughout this game so far, that can go for these opening kills so often. The fact that you've got just a complete mishmash of players that can take on a lot of responsibility, and it's that merging of ideas that I just think is fantastic on the CT. And on T side, look, they are just going to go B. And if we're thinking about the fact that PARIVISION need to play their own game, that's what we're calling out for, and the criticism that they had there on Train. If they're going to play their own game on Ancient, they got to go B, because that's all they do, and it works really well.
Yeah, it really does work really well, and there's a lot of interesting things. I feel like the CT side of PARIVISION is incredibly tricky to play against, and the T side as well, right? As we pointed out, you've got, I guess the greatest example is the fact that AW, who's the cave player, and usually the cave guy is one of the people to get involved in the utmost of fights, has got, I think, 2 times less in terms of entry attempts, or around 2 times less entry attempts than Belchanok, who's the A extremity player on T side, the A anchor on CT side. But they somehow find really good ways to implement them into the game, and we saw a couple of good examples on B here on Train as well on the CT side, where he would even alone just push brown holes, get into that pop dog position without any support, without anyone behind him, right? He just go in, throw a little bit of utility for himself, get into a spot and go for the fights. This is something that ECSTATIC need to be incredibly aware of, because Belchanok is many things, but he's not afraid to go and pick up a fight, even if he's not really, in a logical retrospect, supposed to do that.
Yeah, neither Belchanok is, or the rest of the team from PARIVISION. As we know, they can pop off at any moment, and they've got a few more minutes to get themselves ready to get things going on Ancient. After all, the prize is going to be Malta after this, right? Thunderpick World Championship. It's this match, one after this one as well, that could potentially get them there. So the stakes are high. We'll be finding out how that goes right after this.
going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Final step on the ladder for these two teams. Only one will make it forward to the next round. ECSTATIC have done well to bounce back. Now, can they claim the series on Ancient Tweg? Are we convinced yet? Do we think it's possible now?
There's a possibility, there always is. I mean, PARIVISION, there was a section of time last month that they'd won 9 out of 10 Ancients. Now they've only won 1 out of their past 4. An off performance, a bit of an average showing, and yeah, it could be an ECSTATIC map win. It's just that, is that the most likely of outcomes? No. PARIVISION are the favourites, and they should close in the final map of the series.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it should be theirs to take. I will say that across the series, like the first half of the series, I want to say, I've been a lot more impressive with what we saw from PARIVISION. Felt like it was just very confident throughout the course of the entirety of Dust 2. First half of train, they were in control. Second half, not so much. And that's sort of like where we throw spanners into the works, right? That's where we start to ask the questions by the PARIVISION side. I will say that I still have faith that they can close this series. I'm not going to rescind my earlier prediction. I just want to see whether or not ECSTATIC are going to make it close, whether or not they're going to even try and pull off the upset in that respect, because I do think it would be an upset if it did come through for them. So only one way to find out, to jump into our final map of the best of 3. PARIVISION are on the T side start as they quickly make their way into the B bomb side for the pistol round. Good counter flashes there for TMB, giving Unlay a kill. TMB a follow-up, and between those two players, they get 2 apiece. TMB closes out with a triple, and there's a solid defensive to kickstart the pistol for the Danes.
An excellent setup there from the CT Pistols. Yes, they may have lost the opening casualty from the space of top of ramp, but out there towards a cave. Julie's at close range, and a flash, and a dual crossfire between you and TMB. They're running into a slaughter there. Now, funny, when I look at Ancient, I know that both of these teams have been playing, well, at least for PARIVISION, probably double the amount of officials that ECSTATIC have in the last 3 months. But in terms of best of 3s, we've seen Ancient only picked twice from ECSTATIC, whereas it's been picked 8 times from the likes of PARIVISION. I know that this is a decider, but it probably gives you a bit more confidence in PARIVISION's Ancient, just because they don't mind picking into this. They think it's one of their better maps in the pool.
Even though it's the second highest played map from both teams, obviously PARIVISION playing a lot more matches than ECSTATIC as of late, 21 times in the last 3 months versus the 9 of ECSTATIC's part. ECSTATIC are doing well to start things off here in this follow-up as well. Bomb plant, I think that just gets snuck in by Notice, so cash injection for PARIVISION. And a secondary kill. A tertiary one would be even better, but you're not relying on it for James. Only got the PT50 available towards him. More players on 100 HP as well. Indeed, he will go down.
Now, we knew that coming into this series, Accord only played 33 maps on HLTV this entire year. 14 of them were with Gamer Legion when he stood in at IEM Dallas, and then 19 of them were with Mix, basically playing a few open qualifiers and the odd tournament here or there with the XB and E lads. You expect that there's going to be eyes on Accord for probably the rest of the year. Looking at this now being September, everyone trying to be on the road and the pathway to qualify into the major. I don't think we can look at any of his stats, any of his performances of what's happened in this year, because it means nothing when you're a stand-in and when you're playing for basically a squad where it's a rotating door of players. So I think we can reserve judgment completely until, yeah, the next few months for me.
Well, Sarah's judging the likes of Nota, taking him down to kick things off in this round. Can't quite get the trade from JiJieHao, although damage is heavy across both Syrah and Unlay, even for that matter. Tag up damage across 3 players of PARIVISION. TMB starts to take some map control away, sneaking his way towards the B doors and through the B doors. His left lane completely unchecked. This grand old backstab could catch the bomb carrier if they take their time.
TMB was involved in a very heavy backstab out in the brown halls in the city side of train. He ended up getting caught. Now this time around, he feels as if he's got everything behind him, but he's going to get caught again. So the 2 times he has big lurks, both times he's being flanked out.
And that changes the complexion of the round, honestly, because now you've only got Acor at high HP and everybody else is very severely tagged. Not should go down very quickly on this defensive. And who's down at Donut? It's Syrah. And 17 HP respectively. Smoke's starting to set up for the execution. Donut's been smoked, as is Red Room. James prodding out to that B bomb site. Got to worry about Acor above all else and put that Molotov in. Now we'll draw attention away.
Force rotations, but Acor's still not seeing anything. So the CTs are still gambling on the site towards A.
And Nut somehow gets away with a decent headshot. Belchanok's fallen. Molotov sent his way, though. He's forced out into the open. Flash timing was right there for him, but the Molotov burns too quickly. And James and JiJieHao get those kills. Syrah alone in 17 points of health. 15 seconds. He's got to get both the bomb planter and his secondary. Oh, they've lined up perfectly. A miracle moment for the CT side, and Syrah has saved ECSTATIC a third.
Well, I'm not really sure how that's happened. Right there with load time on the clock, all you need to do is put the smoke down, have your guns up, and then just wait. And if the fight doesn't present, that's when you can then plant safe behind back of default. The round should just be over. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of a lineup for just a moment. Oh, that hurts. That is just the perfect round from PARIVISION. Everything being caught in rotations, players being low. That was a sitter.
All they had to do was hit one shot and Syrah would have gone down, but that is a huge, huge round to take. Because given how quickly PARIVISION have springboarded momentum off the back of a single round win, you have to imagine that ECSTATIC would want to try and maintain this streak for as long as is possible, and it will extend. Broken investment, hero AK for Jay, and pistols for everyone else on the T side. A site, the target quickly coming out. Belchanok mowed down by Nut first up. Back upstairs towards Donut as well. Syrah combining with Nut as he will lose his lifeline there. And Nut also drops the same. He takes one more out with him. Unlay and TMB are on the scene. A lineup there for James, who may get a returning favor here. Acor's Orb, 1v1, needs one good shot. James needs one good burst. The bomb is on the back of the CT-sided player, and Acor lands his kill that just protects the ECSTATIC streak.
Acor does not get faked out. So what James is trying to do in that 1v1 is fake that he's running towards Temple to try and wrap in towards that red area, get yourself out towards B. And Acor just does not catch the bluff at all. Instead, he holds, he waits. That round gets extremely close. And if we're looking at these last two rounds to go off anything by, yes, it's a very good start. And the 4-0 scoreline seemed enticing, but money's going to be low in the reserve. There's not going to be a huge amount of cash to work with. So insta reset could be here.
2 1vx clutches for ECSTATIC. So reset point for them. PARIVISION have got the loss bonus backing them up. ECSTATIC need to build upon a very confident round here. JiJieHao's down to 14, but he's not dead yet.
TMB is still pressing quite aggressively. Now, mid's not been taken by the T side. They've got a single lurk out there towards Shelf, and then everybody else grouped towards A. And while the spam's getting close towards JiJieHao, they've still not been able to catch him.
Finally, they do. TMB dropping the lurker. Now it's down to the A hit once again from PARIVISION. Syrah, Donut, not backing away the SMG in range. Syrah going to counter smoke against Donut entrance over at mid. And going to swing back on towards AW. 7 kills for this man. Nut now moving closer. And P9 still in hand. From range, James can take him.
And Nota can try and get the bomb down and hope that you're not getting spam from CT. But in the post plant, it's tough because there's a lack of util and they're down by 1. Belchanok needs to make a play. I think him and Nota might need to fight aggressively against Temple rotations of out in Red Room.
Belchanok and Nota. Gonna have to wait for James backstab to conclude the round, and might have to be a strike early. Syrah's gone down, Anlay's taken up 2. James closing in. They have no idea about this. Now hold the defuse inside that smoke. James against Acor. Lineup's perfect for him again. More lineups, this time for PARIVISION, who finally break the backs of ECSTATIC.
Well, James was baiting harder than Blame F there. I can't believe he's won that 1v3 to just excuse the notion that in a 3v4 disadvantage post plant with no util, James just leaves. And that just feels like the round's over. You just get the sense that, okay, there's nothing for it. They've not been able to block for timeout in Temple. They've not been able to stall for enough out in Big Box. And the lineups come through. James won the clutch. Double eco reset for the opposition. What a weird start to Ancient this has been.
Yeah. Man alive, PARIVISION. Be happy that this is their first round because, again, as you mentioned earlier, the damage being done to ECSTATIC's economy, the casualties taken, the constant reinvestment means that it's reset. You're on double eco status. We'll be seeing a force buy with virtually nothing to it. And this is PARIVISION's way into this matchup. It might be a weird start. but we will be seeing them start to insert some confidence here, although not a massive amount, because even their own buy-up is broken.
Game with the AK going quite aggressively to try and look for this opening challenge towards the lane and into cave. What we've not seen is a product towards ramp. AW, oh, I tell you, he gets very lucky there, because that 5-7 was close with the backs turned.
Nade damage is decent on James, though. Tagged heavily so far. Mac 10 in his hands, so doesn't restrict the potential of PARIVISION, passing that weapon off towards higher HP players. JiJieHao, Belchinok, and Nota are the men with rifles here.
You've got 3 on B on a gamble, but they're playing very defensively, almost playing for the retake. Belchinok might be able to come out late red room. And what we're seeing from PARIVISION is how happy they are to keep heavy lurks on this T side.
And they'll start walking up to that B bomb site. Noise being made towards that bomb carrier. Belchinok gets away with it. Unlate TMB can close out JiJieHao. 2 more picks come back for the T side line. They are so low HP here, though. Again, it's not impossible that ECSTATIC can escape with this round. It's just going to be difficult. Positions held. Syrah, one fight missed out on Jamie. Heard the footstep of Nota. Got to check for AW. Close with the Mac 10. Does go down. Belchinok trades it. Syrah's also low. And Nota will close out. Look at the health for the PARIVISION side. They get away with the round, though.
Excellent timing from Belchinok. He's the guy that's working, what, bottom of elbow, mid and A, and he deals with both of the A players, comes into the B bomb site, and he's still required into the round. Good patience and frustration there for Nut to not go and get the trade. Now, when I look back at the previous meeting between these two teams, Jay, I know that it's difficult to compare Map 3 deciders considering they were different maps. It was Inferno the first time and now Ancient this time. Nut, though, went 7-15. One of the worst performers from either squad in that finale. And I'm just wondering for the moment, he's had a really good showing on map 1, a really good showing on map 2. If it's just an average showing on map 3, is that just it? Is that just ECSTATIC not being good enough to overcome an entire best of 3?
Well, if I had to pick an MVP, assuming ECSTATIC winning, then it would go towards Nut if they do so. So, yeah, that might be a factor to consider if he cannot get going. Doing okay so far with the positions he's holding on that A-bomb site. Syrah's been the man to play front and center, really, on that defense.
This actually looks promising because they've missed a short smoke there, which means the Ts have to cancel, so it gives more time for the CTs to get up here at Shelf.
Eco pistols, though, so firepower will be limited. And doing well to deal with it here at PARIVISION. The utilities placed right. The Molotovs don't catch the likes of Syrah. They won't be able to get the information, but B site has only TMB to defend it, so they'll just push in, put that bomb down. AW will now see what's really going on here. We'll take a couple kills out of it. 2 more around the corner. Matt Taylor Jamie in support. A-call's been seen. Last player down on Nut. Simple affair for James to get a little bit more cash on the board if possible, and indeed he does. So confidence established by PARIVISION now.
I think it's been a very long time since we've seen more underdeveloped and unknown players from the CIS region kind of make a name for themselves at the Tier 1 atmosphere. I think we used to see it in some of the earlier majors, right? Your Dream Eaters, your Simon Gaming, maybe your Windstrike, your QB Fire. But if we're thinking about the last few years, it's normally always been the Tier 2 teams with Tier 1 players that have been able to push on. I'd like to see whether PARIVISION can start getting closer to that conversation. Early door smoke, but no aggression. Fast from PARIVISION up ramp, though.
Mac 10 just transferred the spray for JiJieHao. Unlade's caught completely off guard. CMB been tagged and forced back to the back lanes. Needs support desperately, and Syrah will get here to find JiJieHao from the cave entrance. Flanks are involved, however, A-core point blank against James takes him, and Nut follows up onto Nota. Belchinok trying to extend out towards the back lanes with AW and will find their captain. An advantage still maintained by ECSTATIC here for the retake.
Really good re-smoke. That makes it awkward for the cave players now.
HE does more on towards Nut. Syrah's just snuck beyond that gap, though. AW may catch his back up. Belchinok's looking the right way. Syrah takes him. AW blind. Gets his double. And now it's A-core alone. No kit for him. Spraying manically. Taps that bomb, but I think time's a little bit too far tick for him. It is now. He knows he's out of there. He knows he's done. And ECSTATIC will watch their lead disappear before their very eyes. 4 in a row to start, 4 in a row to respond.
But it's definitely not clean Counter-Strike. Look at that round for PARIVISION. They get a brilliant opening kill. They deal with the B-site anchor, and then the player that's more defensive towards short is just wasting time. You expect that round to just be over, and then instantly, Sira gets a bit of a spam kill, Nut gets another one, and then you start thinking the round is on, and then you get yourself into a very strange position of AW and Sira, and then Acor, unfortunately, doesn't have util or a kit, so very difficult to win that clutch. But let's compare the two teams. I think PARIVISION would be more happy to keep this game scrappy, right? With how tactical and the style of Counter-Strike that ECSTATIC like to play, they're probably not enjoying this right now.
Not when they're losing the opening fights. Again, limited by state, and TMB has gone down already. Unlay on 25 points of health as well. Lane control taken by PARIVISION. No one else on the B half of the map either for ECSTATIC, so this should be a formality from here on out. A fifth to the board of the T side. Maybe you might see exit attempts, but for Acor especially, best to hold on to the guns.
ECSTATIC have got a few players to back up Acor, at least from the CT rotation. And then you've got the one player of Sira with the MP9 towards the top of shelf. Now, he might backtrack and go all the way out towards the doors area from spawn, but if he does so, you'd expect that James is going to cut him.
And they'll fall away.
Now, I know that the economy hasn't been great, Jay, but notice how James not AWPing. Coming to this T side, he's just rifling. He's just getting the AK forward every round.
And he's top fragging for it, so he's doing all right. Acor's taking down Belchanok, and he's getting one extra frag out of this one. AEW's finds Sira. The main weapon of the AK stays in, however, for the CT side, which is the most important thing.
Well, I think because James not AWPing at the moment, it allows them to be a little bit more aggressive. I think when you've got an AWP in play, you like to hold really passive angles, maybe get boosted up on the box on B, hold the long angle, hold the elbow cross where you can scale out, you can slightly strafe in towards Red Room. If they are 5 AKing and continue to do so, it gives them more ability to change the pacing of the round.
And do we have a second rifle there on ECSTATIC, so Nut's got an AK as well. In this next round by with our max loss bonus, PARIVISION will face some true resistance. But as you mentioned, their current state of affairs has bolstered their economy. Scrappiness has worked up better for them. Nut's found an opening kill, however. Beltran's going to try hunt down. I'm expecting Sira to be close range at red. James can trade him, fortunately. But not less so. Advantage held by ECSTATIC here.
Acor has heard the red player and seen him fall back off. Anlay in an off angle needs to deal with Zailo out from the ramp. And on the bomb site directly, you don't have much of a crossfire. TMB is now starting to open up the angle from Cave. But this is the kill that's going to define everything, and Anlay makes it look like a sitter.
Can't quite get the double, but that's what TMB's there for. 1v3 now for James. Bomb dropped. And in full CT control. They'll rotate the third player out to that B-bomb site. And the captain. He's 11 deep in this map up. But is there a 1v3 in him too?
But it's a pretty crap smoke out there from Cave, so James is going to try and abuse it. Gets close to dealing with Nut. There's no point saving that AK with how good the economy is from the T side line, and also the effects of even 1 or 2 more exits from James' perspective against the CTs. It makes sense to go for it. And I like that it's a contest. I mean, it's not been, let's say, a clean contest, but if we're getting a 5-5 and we're getting these scrappy rounds, it tells you that it's probably going to be a 1-round different kind of game, where maybe you go into, let's just say, round 18, 19, and it's a big clutch. It's a huge 1v3. That might be the difference of ECSTATIC or PARIVISION winning the map. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting at the moment.
I have to concur, honestly. I was looking forward to this map up when I saw the veto process. I thought to myself that I'd like it to see it go towards number 3. Not for the reasons that we're seeing in terms of how this map has played out. PARIVISION responded well to the initial stance of ECSTATIC, but ECSTATIC are not done yet. How much will they descend into that scrap, however? You mentioned the tactical style of ECSTATIC doesn't really enjoy it. Will they try and meet PARIVISION at their level?
Ancient's one of the maps that definitely leans more towards scrappy nature than what you've had of Dust 2 and Train. I mean, Dust 2 is just so slow as a map overall. Train is also quite slow on your T-side defaults. Your T-side of Ancients, mate, you can do so much more. You can brute force elbow, work cave, work up ramp on timing, spam through the cubby corners. Gives a lot more ability to make the game uncomfortable, take it away from sort of the stylistic heavy game. But AW is given a proper close-up. Look at that.
It'll take you on a journey.
Now, he's been on a bit of a journey. He started out on, what, Melbet, went over towards DMS, and then that whole lineup got transferred over towards Amcal, got to play a lot of Counter-Strike on HLTV throughout 2024, mainly sort of mid-tier 2 to tier 3 area, but got a lot of officials under his belt. I think as of right now, he has 437 maps played, and this will be his 70th map since joining PARIVISION.
A good couple of months for the man. 19 years of age and certainly risen up those rankings rather quickly. It was really DMS where he started to get a bit more relevant competition, and then Amcal was his breakout team, wasn't it? And doing rather well for himself on PARIVISION, one of the key elements as to why things have gone so well overall. But in this match, I think that we'll talk about MVP picks for ECSTATIC if they were win. For me, my possible MVP pick for PARIVISION probably would be Nota, because much like how Nutnut has had very good map ups in map 1 and 2, Nota's done the exact same thing. And in contrast, actually, he is one of the lowest players on the board right now.
I didn't feel that Nota did a lot on the city side of Train, though. Especially being the electric player. I was kind of expecting a lot more. And then even when we got towards the T side, I mean, he's the player coming out of T-Con, and he's never really got the T side going. Maybe it does come down to a third map performance to give a little bit more of a saying, give us a bit more bias between the two. But ECSTATIC and PARIVISION, both in positions where I think lands are very vital. We know that ECSTATIC have had a little bit of a taste. I mean, they've sent themselves forward to the Elisa LAN in Finland. They went to Glitch Masters in Sweden. They're going to this Polish LAN in a few days' time. They're on track to trying to get a few more qualifications forward. I know that they missed out on Star Ladder because PARIVISION took it away from them, but it's just about getting these sort of young players involved in the circuit, as VRS, I suppose, is designed to do so. Encourage teams to go to some of these local events, get the taste of what it's like, bring up the local competition. I mean, you look at someone like Big, right? A #1 team in the world only a few years ago, at a pretty staple name at Tier 1, yet they're going and sending their rosters to really small local lands. That would almost be comical to think about that a few years ago.
In fairness to Big, they always were participating in the German scene, so it's not completely uncommon, but...
Yeah, because it had a Pro League, or I should say a Cologne spot. If there was no spot in Meisterschaft, there is no way they would be playing there.
Even think like the Dutch Masters, though, there aren't no major progressions from that. I don't even think that tournament's ranked in the modern day.
Yeah, but then they're playing in that because, well, they're not getting Tier 1 spots anymore. So that's probably the reason why they're playing in those tournaments now.
Back on track with PARIVISION and ECSTATIC, who are looking for a lot more than just some participation medals. Fast out into the A bomb side for PARIVISION and ECSTATIC, getting caught by the flashbang. Syrah has backed all the way away towards Donut, and down to 6 points of HP here. TMB and Nunna get the kills instead. James at least able to respond towards one at Temple. TMB back towards CT Spawn with his secondary man, the AWP of Acor. Essentially a 3-on-3 situation with Syrah's current HP situation. Still waiting for a chance to strike. TMB making a little bit of noise, but not tapping the bomb, not finding the bomb inside that smoke here. AW is on the backstab. Sees Acor, takes him, sees backup, takes another, a triple sequence secured, and Syrah's is effectively a goner. What a flank, what a round.
And that's got to be a vision from how James wants to play CS. Every single time there's a post plant, it feels like there's a flank, doesn't it? Remember when they were out on B, you had Belchinock that was cutting A, what's going out there towards Shelf. We previously saw in that 1v3 attempt from Kane when he wrapped all the way around from A main, got into Donut. Similar situation here for AW. Mad disadvantage in the post plant, goes aggro temple, comes out from spawn. Excellent control to be able to get all 4 of those kills. But it's something that they're trying to push forward, flanking on post plants. Don't see it often.
Now, might just turn the half over for PARIVISION. Minimum 6 taken, 1 more to go to gain a true lead over ECSTATIC. They have had the opening half advantage for both Dust2 and Train. To add Ancient to the list would only be appropriate. TMB's fallen first as James kicks things off.
That AWP in the last round was pivotal to getting the first kill to open up the bomb site. Now we've seen within the first 30-odd seconds of the round just stabilizing. Nota has not seen close players in from Cave previously, and a bit of a lazy check against Anlay means that the kill can come through for the M4.
He calls up to bat, does get baited by forward contact to JiJieHao, get that headshot in eventually with the kill back. Advantage now for PARIVISION. Some damage coming back from the wall bang, but not much that Anlay can do about it. He needs to get the support of his teammates, and James landed an AWP shot on Sierra, so backline's held down to CT and Cave for the 2v4 retake here. ECSTATIC may well get locked out. Anlay's very close to pushing. Trying to find a fight on Belchinock. Swing back towards AW. AW gets the kill. Not. No chance.
Doing his best, but not to be. Another underwhelming showing from the AWP from Acor. I mean, out there on the bomb site, just missing. And when you're in that sort of position, as soon as you miss, you're just finished. You just get spammed up. You're going to get overwhelmed completely. And you can give passes, right? I think you're not going to see Acor be on tip-top form in his opening debut. It's going to take some time. However, there has to be a level of pedigree. And when you've got a player that's got over 1,500 maps played on HLTV, that's participated at 4 majors, got to be honest, I expect a little bit more. Don't expect a huge amount, but a bit more than what I'm seeing in this best of 3.
Scrap factor has dominated all. PARIVISION, however, have come out ahead of the curve here. ECSTATIC started well, but lost that lead just as easily. And PARIVISION, an advantage on the T side of things. We've got enough info to know that their T side is very reputable on this map up. The CT half is better for ECSTATIC at the same, so are these teams' best days and most confident rounds behind them already? If so, then the scrap fest may continue to be solid.
And for ECSTATIC, this is the perfect moment for TMV and Acor especially to just turn around this recent run of form. I mean, the Danes have won, what, 1 out of their past 5 best of 3s on HLTV. Now, to be fair, they're difficult names. You've lost to PARIVISION, BetBoom, FaZe, and Fnatic. It's just that you don't want to reach a slump in a really important time period of the team. Everyone is trying to peak right now, trying to get closer on the VRS to qualify into the major. If you start getting a few losses in a row, it feels like the trajectory of qualifying to the major may be under threat.
Again, high stakes matchup this is. High reward at the exact same time.
I've just got cash on the table. What's going on there? Did you see that?
Mr. Moneybanks, apparently.
Yeah.
You don't need the price purse. Don't reward him anything.
He's waiting to spend that at the LAN finals, I think. He's just got it ready.
When the trophy hit the bar, let's go.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I'm going to win this matchup first. 7-5, PARIVISION in the lead, moving into the CT half. ECSTATIC have done well in their pistol wins so far, more so than PARIVISION, and Unlay will continue that trend. JiJieHao has fallen.
So different to how the Julies were used from the perspective of ECSTATIC. They had it very deep. They had a flash play into Cave. This time it's a bit more on the front foot. It's searching for an opening fight. And Anlay, Glock against Julies, not often are you winning that fight. PARIVISION haven't forced too much of a search after losing that opening kill. They're not re-aggroing anywhere. They're sitting back. They're playing 2 on A, 1 towards Donut, 1 very defensively towards B. So if James is getting hit, he needs to try and stall for time and stay alive. He's got to try and work this 4v5 as a retake rather than fighting and losing himself.
No responsive generated by PARIVISION just yet. They're trying to. James being challenged. Unlay moves up. Block now has been revealed. Bomb plant being secured. Still got those 3 flankers in from mid though. As Unlay goes down, it might start to threaten this bomb site, but no one's watching red here. Beltranok's back to turn. Chance for Zero to strike. He'll do 2 players worth of damage. AW on 23. Beltranok on 4, but Beltranok still swings in for the perfect headshot. TNB now on site. Holds from James from beyond that smoke. Still got 2 low key players right here. Nut closes in. AW lands another headshot. Finally, Acor closes out the pincers, but TNB runs to the lion's den and goes down quick. Noses on the defuse, holding it all the way. Acor, he's got the wrong man. As AW sacrifices himself to get his team the pistol win.
Well, I'm not sure what I've just seen there. Tactically, that round feels inept. What is going on? Don't get me wrong, I was satisfied with the lurks that PARIVISION were doing in the first half of the post plant. But a double lurk on a pistol. Bro, there's 2 players on the bomb site. I don't know. That just feels so strange for an opening kill man advantage round of a 5v4 rather than packing and grouping and playing crossfires. We've got 2 lurkers from Red Room and another lurk lane. Questionable decision there from ECSTATIC.
I concur. Because in the end, it did cost them. Red player wrapping out from the back lines of the side. Just didn't have enough time behind it. ECSTATIC will force the issue into the second bomb plant bonus, enabling 4 Galils to get broken out, but a Tech 9 for Nut trying to support the utility basis of the execution. Red Room take coming in. Syrah knocked down by Nota. James bobbing back and forth, spotting that bomb. Now they got the info they need.
It's just sandwiched now in Red Room. They've got to brute force a lot of these fights, and there's a crossfire out towards spawn. Oh, it's easy. It's very easy for the CTs. Nota's backing off because AW and James coming through from the stab. And now Anlay was the lurk out in Donut. He's in a 1v4. There's just nothing to work with. A little bit of a lineup for a moment, but it doesn't equate to anything more than that. And you just feel that momentum shifted completely. You've butchered the pistol. You've now got into the anti-force buy round. It's not been successful. This is where James can really put his foot down, really start annihilating that pressure. And then even AW, he tends to average only a 1.03 rating across the last 17 officials of Ancient. And yet right now he's farming. He's had an excellent display of talent on the pistol round where he was defending the diffuser. And he's what, 18 and 10. This is a great showing from a young player.
He's been excellent. And PARIVISION can surge ahead even more so, looking for a 10-5. ECSTATIC try to secure a bomb plant here. But with pistols, once again, all they have to work with, that's the best that they're going to get out of this. 4 kills lining up. JiJieHao and AW, 3 on that SMG means that there's plenty of cash built up for PARIVISION, all 5 alive. Economy bolstered for on what might well be the remaining of the half. ECSTATIC need to turn up the heat now. This may be their last chance here in Thunderpick.
And I'll just bring your vision back towards that 5v2 round that we had on Dust 2, where there was a bit of overfighting unnecessarily, nearly cost PARIVISION the round. Look at how they play that anti-eco. As soon as they recognize pace, as soon as they recognize that TNB is trying to fly forward in cave, they just give respect. They fall back, they play short, they play long. They've really locked in, and I think that's the way to play these kind of rounds. If you try and get quite egotistical, you try and get up close and personal, that's not whenever it starts getting expensive, but that's when it starts turning into a round steal, and that's when you give a chance forward to a team like ECSTATIC.
The Danes are in dire straits. PARIVISION. Nades go back and forth. They tank a lot more damage than they can dish out in the early round. ECSTATIC are backing away, however, that resistance has done enough for them.
Well, watch out for a potential lazy clearance out here in cave. It depends on how JiJieHao plays with that MP9. Re-smoke from AW out towards the ramp is at least pulled, but he's not ready to pull it just yet. Now you've got a rotation of Beltranok to keep 3 on B, and that's only the reason why, because James not being smoked off. He can hold that AWP on the sightline from Donut. And for ECSTATIC, well, this is last chance saloon. This might be the only chance.
And they're being blocked for more time. AW trying to spot from ramp. The smoke came down at cave and Cheetah by JiJieHao. Incendiary there as well. That should force TMB back if he continues to commit up here, but he's not opting to do so. PARIVISION now seeing contact. Belchenok's been spammed down to 35. The smoke on ramp, though, will block ENCE, and for 30 seconds remaining on the clock, that's perfect for PARIVISION.
And they've already got the rotation. They're going to have 4 on B. This is a really good read. ECSTATIC have no option. They have to commit B here. They cannot cancel.
Sending a smoke and a Molotov. And a few flashes available. Look at the charge forward for JiJieHao. He didn't have to do that, but it's worked anyway. A triple found with the SMG in hand. And ECSTATIC crumbled to pieces. They're so low. They brought in the 2v2, but the bomb's been dropped. It's game over for round 11. Massive, massive from JiJieHao. An unnecessary risk in some cases, but in this one, it embarrasses the Danes.
Well, I disagree with that completely. I think that's the perfect play. It's completely necessary. You've got 4 on B, but look at how defensive the other B players are. They're all sitting back at long, which means JiJieHao has to be on the front foot. He can't sit back because then that's when he gets swarmed into the crossfire. It's when the cave players are going to come out on the contact with the ramp individuals. He knows because of the read that he has to be on the forward face, and with a flash assist like that, it's the perfect range. We always know you want to play an MP9 up close and personal, and they were completely blinded. No one playing anti-flash. Why would you? 20 seconds on the clock and you've got to execute. You can't play anti on that sort of setup.
That's a confidence maker play for PARIVISION. Mac 10 for TMB, still bolstered with AKs around them, but the utility sets are so weakened. Parry. Two rounds away from moving forward to the qualifying games, from eliminating ECSTATIC, who will try and strike back. Sira picks up the first, but Belchenok responds in kind.
And to think that ECSTATIC were 4-0 up. This has been PARIVISION winning 11 out of the past 12 rounds. They are slapping them. They are absolutely destroying them. And even out towards B, just when Adley feels like he might just have a timing, it gets deployed. They can't do anything with it.
Down a man, down by 2 now. Sira's low HP gets the better of him, and AW gets his multi-frag sequence to add 21 kills to his tally. And Not should know that his time is up, that ECSTATIC may well be done here. If the last round was last chance saloon, this round is a last gasp. And at 12-5, it's 7 match points for PARIVISION. Not. You can try sneaking a bomb plant, but you know you're not making it out of there. Falling back. PARIVISION. Even hunting him down here. He may well fall around the corner. AW doesn't check it. Doesn't get there in time. Not like it matters overall, though. The PARIVISION side are well poised to close this out.
And this reminds me a lot of where PARIVISION's grand final was against BetBoom recently in that ECL Cup. They went into the final matchup of the tournament. Map number 1, opposition map pick, they lost. They went into map 2 of Train. They ended up winning it on a fairly tight 13-10 score. They go into the decider, and what happens? It's a 13-2. It's just a pumping affair. And it's where PARIVISION have realized that it's a bit neck and neck. It's been a bit back and forth, and now we put our foot down. And they've given ECSTATIC very few chances. And how different the second half could have started if that pistol round was successful. Again, you think back to the 5v4, how unique, I would say, the post plant was being played with the double flankers. If that pistol round is at least won by ECSTATIC, maybe you get closer towards double digits. Maybe there's a little bit of a back and forth contest in the second half. Instead, there's been quite a few bomb plants, but there's been no round victories.
And PARIVISION could flawlessly close out this second half. With the way they look, with the composure they've had, with the game that they played in this series, it feels like that's the only appropriate outcome. Shot from James, lands Sira first. 4 more kills to go before PARIVISION will take their first win, the first win in the close qualifier.
Belchenok defensively holding A. He's got James on a rotation, and they've still beaten the timing of the donut players coming out on the bomb side. But they need to clear. They don't know if there has been an A walk. PARIVISION, I like the lack of searching in the 5v4 in terms of aggressive moves. Not trying to retake mid, not trying to get down lane. I think sitting back and holding util is the way forward. Even Galil's out here for the T-side line. A lack of util for the exec. You've got, what, a few flashes, a smoke. There's no molly. PARIVISION are probably quite happy to play the retake.
Smoke towards short. Back lanes held by PARIVISION from one man as JiJieHao. Backup will be on the way as he hears those footsteps, know that they're going to get to the bomb site and get the bomb down. ECSTATIC have to fend off the retakers. They'll do well with initial challenges, damage, but the kill goes the way of the CT side. JiJieHao and AW with 2 more to the tally, 2 more remaining for ECSTATIC. Acorn gets a couple of 1v1 duels. A third one comes his way on low HP. A fourth man feeds himself to the veteran who finally shows up with a huge sequence. And it seems like ECSTATIC are not quite done yet. James certainly is. He's saving. And we play on.
Well, fair play to Acor for just disrupting the trolling out there towards long. It's good crosshair placement from the Galil. It's good tapping and bursting. But every single one of those fights is individual. No one is swung together as a unit on PARIVISION, and they've just fed themselves towards a veteran player. The Nut and Acor can hold on, but even the Reaper is going to be a struggle. We're not going to see AKs out for everybody. We'll probably see more Galils to get the util forward. It's survival, at least for 1 round.
And at this point, survival is all you can hope for ECSTATIC. 7 in a row to make up on the comeback, so you know that it's just going to be one at a time. A tactical pause called in by PARIVISION. I believe that in the last round, ECSTATIC took their first tack of the series. To show how very in the moment they've been. PARIVISION have used these tacks to great effect across this best of 3, always turning a response over against the Danes.
And it's just been incredible to consider that since they've got rid of Kicker and added AW, they've had, what, 3 second places, a top 4 on a qualifier, and then another first place. And that's it. The runs have just been insane. There's so many wins coming for this team.
And they're still so close to landing another one. Next round, PARIVISION gains would be their 5th best of 3 win in a row. The last 4 victims being BetBoom 9, Zero Tenacity, and OG. ECSTATIC will not let that go so easily, though. They are going to contest as best they can. Passive defaults. Up in red is where Acor is. That HG going to sail right past him, but that's just James Bate. Straight shot with a quick peek forward and an advantage again for the CT side.
Not even been close to compare the 2 AWPers in terms of impact.
Yeah.
Game, easy kill. And Anlay's got a late lurk out from mid. Everybody else is packing, but the CTs have already forced rotations of 2. Belchnock and Nota are already here towards A.
Nota falling away. Belchi backed up to that corner. Bomb plant will be secured by TMB. And PARIVISION are set to make their move. 4 players in from Temple. Not seeing several of them. Going to take a little bit of damage back. Him and TMB struggling to find those kills. However, they'll go down quick. 0 against 1 at least in the interim. But him and TMB are cleaned up. Last round's Unlay 1v3 with the first isolated. The second one is a pistol pulled out by James. And the 13th pulled out by PARIVISION. 2-1 in the series. Their 5th best of 3 in a row. And they move forward to the qualifying games here in the Thunderpick close qualifier.
22 out of the past 27 best of 3s being won here from PARIVISION. Form looks good, and today they got tested, but not so much in the final map decider. Back-to-back best of 3s up against ECSTATIC, and that hurts for the Danes because that's now 2 series in a row versus PARIVISION where you've had a chance of qualifying to a LAN and just not made it happen. You've not been able to make it in towards a successful win.
Yeah, last time out, it was a qualifying game to that Star Series event. In this particular occasion, it's an opening game here in the Thunderpick close qualifier. And as I said earlier, no second bracket, no double elim situation here. So they're done. They're out. There's no chance they're going towards Thunderpick World Finals. Instead, it will be PARIVISION, possibly one of our front runners here in the close qualifier, moving forward to the next round. For now, it's back to the analysts to break it all down.
Cheers, lads. It looks like PARIVISION have been able to get their individuals back on track to get things rolling in the right direction. And now I do have a quote from one of our analysts here from behind the scenes. Brandon was saying, while AW was fragging out, and I quote, "He is the best. He's the best. This kid is my favorite player on the team." I wonder who he's talking about. And it's not only this. He also had another quote. AW is the GOAT. AW is the man. So yeah, anything to say about that, Brandon?
Look, this is why it's so important to keep track of every single player of PARIVISION, and it's so important that we have to keep saying about every single player on this roster, because any one of these individuals can take over a game, and it's just fantastic to watch him. We were saying in the green room, both me and Ted were thinking, and I went and had a look back at the demos as well. He swapped positions, like Casella was playing Cave for the majority of that CT side, AW was playing over towards B, and long moreover, and he was just doing fantastic work, and I think that's definitely helped a lot. I'd be interested to sort of figure out whether that was a case-by-case game basis or whether that was just a let's see what happens. But yeah, like, he was unbelievably good, and I think this is why, again, we came into the pre-game before the maps even started, and we said ECSTATIC need to have this floor to embed A-Core, but they also need to have this floor because PARIVISION's individuals are just absolutely exceptional. And what we got out of PARIVISION, compare this to Train, it's night and day, because you've got PARIVISION playing their own game, they're in complete control of what they want to do. A number of these rounds right at the start of the game go a little bit topsy-turvy and a little bit crazy, but they don't deviate away from what they wanted to do, and I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like it all, if anything, by the way, that was a little bit funny because ECSTATIC were the ones that had individuals to deliver in the first couple of rounds as well, right? We were kind of having a chit chat about it, and Dweg and Jay mentioned it during the cast. ECSTATIC had a 4-0 lead. They ended up losing 11 out of the following 12 rounds. We don't talk about that, but in that 4-0 lead, there was a 1 versus 3, there was a 1v1, a 1v3 for Sierra that he was incredibly low on HP, swinging out of Donut and getting a double kill with, which shouldn't have gone his way at all. And then A-Core wins a 1v1 against James the next round. But what all of that accumulates to is the fact that ECSTATIC had no money, so the moment that PARIVISION get one round courtesy of James getting a 1v3 in the following, then everything, it just felt like it started falling apart, right? PARIVISION was, with quite a margin, the better team when it comes down to this map, and I feel like this is the level that we wanted to see all day long, because if we have to be completely honest with ourselves and with the players, map 1 wasn't as clean for the side of PARIVISION. Map 2, obviously, ECSTATIC were able to win and put up a really good fight. ENCE was where you could see the difference between the two teams, and you could see that ECSTATIC were still ready, they were still preparing, they still had a couple good moments, but PARIVISION, in a way, and we said that a couple times already, but they are one of the best tier 2 teams, if not the best tier 2 team right there. Since the addition of AW, this is 13 out of 16 games that they've won after getting him, or actually 14 out of 16, sorry, after picking him up. So yeah, it just doesn't feel like they're slowing down, and it feels like they're gonna keep on fighting to get to more and more lands.
And just to bolt on from that, give a lot of credit to ECSTATIC, because obviously they're a team where you guys have mentioned it, Cass has mentioned it, no coach coming into this game. They just swapped out A-Core, and they run PARIVISION very close on both of these maps. And sure, Ancient's a little bit of a blowout, but ultimately they're moving in the right direction. This should be a good proof of concept as to what's to come for this ECSTATIC roster. And I've really got to give a massive shout out here to Sierra, because I think Sierra was absolutely undeniable in moments in this series. I mean, he was easily the most influential player across the entire series. It was absolutely fantastic to watch him.
Yeah, I think it was both Sierra and Nut that had quite a lot of moments for the team, but you're right, Sierra definitely had that constant factor about him when it came to this matchup. And against playing some of these players from PARIVISION who have got the capabilities of making it to the highest of levels of play, it's definitely a very dangerous situation, thinking that ECSTATIC had to play up against PARIVISION for their first match in this close qualifier, right? Because imagine jumping in here, seeing the plethora of teams around. There are some good ones, some not so great, and ECSTATIC come into it and say, PARIVISION as our first opponent. They would have always had a hard time. So do you think we've met expectations here for ECSTATIC in this series, or do you think they've exceeded it or not quite got on their Ted?
I feel like Brandon made a really good point. I think you couldn't really have higher expectations out of ECSTATIC going up against one of the best teams in online Counter-Strike in the last couple of weeks after roster change, bringing in an Oper that is as much as it's not as different, Crystal is a lot more experienced and has a lot more variety to his play. Again, is the way that we described it earlier. And you still pushed him pretty hard. I mean, if we have to be completely honest, again, that could have been a 2-0 for ECSTATIC. Those two was a really close map. ENCE, sure, there was a bit of a gap, but I think, as Brandon mentioned, Zero was playing well, Nuke was playing well. Everything fell into place. So yeah, it is definitely a good sign for ECSTATIC. But the one man that deserves the shout out, especially when it comes down to that third map, is definitely AW. That was one of his best maps ever since arriving into PARIVISION. A 24-15 performance, considering that he was a cave player back on DMS, and he was a cave player at the start of his tenure here on PARIVISION. This time around, B anchor looking incredibly solid, multi-kill after multi-kill. It felt like not a single time ECSTATIC tried to go over towards that B bomb side. AW couldn't get more than at least 2 kills, so he was good for at least a multi-kill every single time. This is exactly what you want out of an anchor.
How's this rated not over 2? Like, how is it not over 2? Like, the amount of impact this kid was having on that map. I feel like the round swing, I haven't even looked at it, but it's got to be over 10%, surely.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be. And it kind of follows the narrative of Jane wanting to put his players in the best position possible for them to thrive. And this change makes this kind of thought familiar, right? AW getting himself into a position where he's getting a lot more impact across. So that is definitely really cool to see, and, you know, topping the charts for PARIVISION altogether there. So yeah, a really, really impressive result. And again, ECSTATIC, you know, Sira being up there, but Unlayly had his moments as well, wouldn't you say, Ted?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the problem is with Unlayly, you just expect a little bit more because he is more experienced, right? But he's always going to deliver a certain floor of a performance, and I feel like on Train there was a couple good moments. There was a couple moments when he wasn't really able to show up. It's just the fact that, again, it didn't feel like he's coming in incredibly important rounds, bringing in the multi-kills, but all in all, he was solid all throughout the series, and I feel like you could say that for Nuke, you can say that for Sira, and you can say that for Unlayly. ECSTATIC could be pretty happy with their performance, and as we said, Acor, maybe not individually the best one ever, but as we pointed out multiple times, there was a couple impactful rounds, and you could see the potential, so you give him a little bit more time, and we're hoping to see something more out of Acor in the future.
Oh man, I just received some really sad news. I thought we were going to have an interview with Jane and I got all excited, but apparently not. That's unfortunate. But still, we've got a lot more action to follow today, guys. Brandon, any final words to wrap up this series before we start ever thinking about what comes next with Big and Saw?
Jamie and his kids are just the best in tier 2 right now. And if they don't qualify, there's 4 spots here to qualify. If they don't qualify, it'll be a massive disappointment, because that's always been the stumbling block for PARIVISION. The amount of rounds they've won, the amount of maps they've won, sure, it's looked really impressive, but when it has come right down to that pressure point where it's come to qualification, the only recent one in memory has been Star Series. So for them, it is so important that they get this qualifier.
Absolutely. All right, folks, you heard it here. PARIVISION looking to be one of the most impressive teams in the space at this moment in time, and they just showed it with their first match win against ECSTATIC. Up next, also an interesting matchup, Big versus Saw playing up against each other, also for the same goal of making it into Malta for the Thunderpick World Championship 2025. Don't miss it, folks. We'll be back in a jiffy.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championships 2025. It's the closed qualifiers and we are in for a treat as we've got our second match upcoming. Two national teams essentially, Big versus Saw, Germany versus Portugal about to take place. And after what we saw, I feel like the day has started on the right track here, Ted, in terms of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really has. We had a really exciting first game. A lot of good things to say about both Pari and ECSTATIC. I feel like now we're moving into a game that is a lot more interesting in from a different perspective. And that perspective is both those teams have not really been playing as much Counter-Strike lately, not doing as well lately. I feel like you're looking at this matchup between Big and So, and you're saying both those teams probably feel like they have a golden opportunity and a lot of reasons to believe that they should be able to win a matchup like this one.
Yeah, Brandon, I mean, obviously, this is going to be an interesting one. Again, but not from the side of being at the top of Tier 2, but teams that have had a bit of a rough time. So, you know, obviously being on the quiet side, where do you think your mind goes in regards to how these teams get to perform on this day, especially on such a particularly important match?
I think this is a really good opportunity for them, to be honest, because I think both of them would be sat here thinking that they wouldn't have even received invites to this closed qualifier. Like, that's how dire some of these results have been. I think Saw, obviously, off the back of the Fisher victory, will be feeling pretty happy. And obviously, will be running that coattails on making the semi-final, making a really deep run off the start of this player break. So maybe they're a lot more expected, but obviously going from international back to national. And then for Big, it's one of those where you don't really know what to expect. It almost just feels like these two teams are going to be rolling around in the mud, so to speak. And I really don't know where it's going to go. Obviously, the change here for Big, bringing in Process, I think it is great. And we can talk about Process in a minute. But I really want to focus on just these individuals. For example, JDC coming over to this team. Hyped coming back into the roster after time away from Big, after being promoted, then being demoted. Tabson saying as soon as he comes back in that the reason why he's now ready compared to last time is because his game sense feels a lot more on it. He's now got that lot more experience. He wasn't ready at the right time, but he's now matured now. It feels like there's so much expectation. There's obviously so much expectation around this organization as well, just for who they are, what they represent. They are the best team in Germany, but they're not playing like the best team in Germany. And I feel like you've had so many good highs out of Big, and now we're just experiencing the lows, and you almost start to worry for the likes of Crimbo, for the likes of JDC, and we've always had this worry about Tabson, whether these careers are now just stagnating.
Yeah, that's the kind of sad part around this, right? And it's up to them to show us wrong and to redeem themselves. But let's jump into the Process discussion. Ted, what do you think? Obviously, newest addition for the squad.
Yeah, it's a new old edition, right? It's a bit of a similar situation to the one that we had with Hyped, only that I feel like Process has never been the issue on a team like Big. I feel like he's a really good piece to have on a team in terms of being able to operate with limited amount of resources. He's going into the team, and you know what? He's played only 2 best of 3 so far, but he's been farming in those 2 best of 3s. And again, those are games against AAB and ESC, which are not necessarily on the level that you're going to be expecting Big to be playing up against. But Process has been looking good. He's been taking a little bit more initiative on some of the T sides in comparison to what QB was doing. CT side wise, he's been a lot more passive, not really requiring some of those quote unquote good spots that QB was when he was on the team, for example, being the A rifle on a map like Inferno. So I feel like you're coming in for Process. The entire reason to go for a player like this, first of all, he knows the system, he knows the team, it should be easy to get him implemented. Second of all, Process arriving, I feel like, should give even more freedom to guys like JDC, guys like Tabson, and even Crimbo, even though he's not necessarily known to be a guy that requires a lot either to operate. So yeah, Process is just someone that arrives to the team and opens up space for everybody else.
Yeah, well, Big now have got a full Portuguese team up against them, sure. And Brandon, look, it's not just now where they made the change to go full Portuguese again, right? It was a decision made in the end of June, and they've got a couple of months now under this iteration. How do you feel about this change? Obviously, it's been a bit of a back and forth with this org for a while now.
Look, I mean, personally, I'm going to be really upset because obviously Azuwu was part of the international
Yeah,
team.
of course.
My British boy gets cut. But in all seriousness, I think, look, I rate the fact that they wanted to go for that change. They were speaking for a long time that the Portuguese lineup maybe wasn't going to work. They've now gone and they've settled on this one. And I don't want to be rude, but no matter how I phrase this, it's going to come across as rude, and that's why I'm prefacing it like this. But the reality of the situation is, I don't know what the expectations are for this SOAR team. I don't know what the aspirations are for this team. I don't know whether we are just grouping these players together to give them the biggest opportunity possible, which I think is fantastic domestically for the scene. But in the same vein as that, I don't know. I don't look at this team and they're not well beaters. I don't look at this team and I think, okay, you're going to go far in lots of competitions. I don't look at them. I mean, sure, they might qualify for the major based off VRS. I'm not really too sure how all the VRS is working. I mean, if they do, I mean, that's a monumental achievement for this organization. But I don't see them doing any damage if they were to qualify there. Agil's been okay, but he was one of the players in for the win when they had that dream run at ESL conference to make it to Pro League off the back of Alrostos and U-Jerks that now find themselves on NIP. They took off. He's now here. And I look at this team and I really, again, I love Muteris on this team. I love Story on this team. Agel, fine. Aragorn and Crazy. I just don't know what the bigger picture is for SOAR as an organization here.
Yeah, it just feels like they doubled down, right? It feels like
Yes.
Seoul was the type of a team that decided, you know what, we don't really feel like we've got enough talent in our own region to develop, so we're going to go international. But then you spend a couple months to figure out maybe this was not for you, right? And it doesn't mean that there's anything bad about it. I actually had the opportunity to speak to Agil in Belgrade during Fisher, and one of the main things that you're getting as out of this team as pure vibes is the fact that I think they prefer investing in their own region, right? So you give an opportunity to guys like Aragorn, guys like Crazy, and the truth is it hasn't really been the most successful of tenures, but I feel like that's been the story when it comes down, excuse the pun, to Seoul's development in every single iteration of the lineup, right? We go back a couple years, there's always been those periods of between 3 and 5 months where the team is struggling to put up good results and play proper Counter-Strike, and then they come out swinging and turn up to have 1 or 2 maps where they're proficient. Obviously, their Nuke has been really famous at all times, and there's a couple others, but I feel like Seoul is just that type of a team that never smashes it out the bat, right? So whenever they do that, it's actually a little bit worrying. With them, it's always a slow process. The one thing that you can put your money on is the fact that 3 months from now, they will be playing better Counter-Strike. The question is, will that better Counter-Strike be good enough?
Yeah, for sure. And look, one good thing I will say about this is the fact that SOAR keep investing domestically. It's not just in this team. They've also got an academy team. They also are running the SOAR Mist project for a while. They really do invest in Portuguese Counter-Strike. Absolutely. And what they are doing now is they are giving opportunities for just Counter-Strike players in Portugal to look up to these teams thinking, wow, there is a Portuguese team that can do it. That can be me one day. That is so important in a world where we've just got all international teams and it feels like a national lineup isn't possible.
It looks like we've kind of figured out SOAR a little bit now, and we'll get to figure them out in game as well. It's been a bit of a quiet time from them on the server. Haven't seen them play in officials in about a month now, but we'll get to see the veto, the playground in which two teams battle out against each other. Important for this, and I had you both on the call say that Big might have an easier time here.
Yeah, I feel like veto-wise, you're just going to come into this one and you're going to be like, well, Seoul don't really play a couple maps. Interestingly enough, both those maps we're not going to see, right? We see Big going for a bit of a train, so this is actually changing the narrative of this entire matchup, because initially looking at the veto, you're going to be like, well, Seoul don't really play Mirage, they don't really play Overpass. We're probably going to end up on one of those, right? Big decides to just pivot away from it, go for a train, which has not been going too badly for Seoul either. I feel like the Inferno pick is an interesting one. Actually, it is a little bit switched, and I was looking at HOTV, so I fooled myself. We have a Nuke pick coming out of Seoul, which I guess was to be expected, but yeah, interesting from Big to decide to actually go for a map that apparently they feel more comfortable with, albeit the fact that they had a quote-unquote obvious punish in Overpass.
It's two things, right? It's the fact that Saw haven't played an official for a month, so they're going to be probably either redefining their map pool, or you've also got enough tape, you've got enough coverage on a map like Train for Big to go over and review compared to an Overpass. So it's one of those as well. And I think where Big have been, again, very similar to Saw, where the results haven't come as cleanly and as happy as you would have liked them to over recent tenure, it makes a lot more sense to go into a map that you can go and properly review rather than one where you're technically playing to your strengths but you still could be surprised on. The last thing Big need at this moment in time is any more nasty surprises.
All right, well, let's see if these surprises do come to life. But one of the things I want to look forward to, in case it doesn't surprise us, are these individuals, right, Ted? You know, those players that can provide a little bit of extra power. Process obviously being the new one for Big, the new-ish, if you will, and Crazy as well for Saw. How do you feel like they could have impact in the game?
I feel like with Process, we already kind of touched upon it, is the fact that
sure.
he's coming in and he's able to provide a decent amount of multi-kills without really requiring too much space. And he's a really versatile rifler, right? He can be your entry, he can be a lurk, he can be a passive guy, he can be an aggressive guy. He's going to do whatever the team needs him to. I feel like Crazy is one of those guys that we haven't really seen the full potential out of, because especially in the Portuguese scene, he's famous as being the everything man, right? You can just put him in the server and he's going to find a way to shine. He can be an oper, he can be a rifle. That's why it's so exciting seeing Saul play a map that enables you to go double op like it does too, for example, because then Crazy and Story can just go at it. So yeah, I feel like I'm going to be looking at Crazy and expecting to see some of that star power that I think was one of the main reasons they brought him onto the team.
Cop-out time. I'm going to completely deviate away from the graphic because I think that you need, if Saw wants to play well, they need Story, right?
Yeah.
They need the AWP playing well. And Hyped, when he first came back into Big, was looking really, really good. He has his moments, do not get me wrong, but I think this is actually a really good opportunity for Story to take over the game here. And Saw desperately need him to, again, embed Crazy Aragorn in.
Well, it's looking like it's going to be an interesting map overall, an interesting series. But obviously, you know, with some unknowns out there, I want to hear your thoughts, both of you guys, right? I'm going to start with you, Ted, and I want Brandon, piggyback off the back of him straight away. Yep. The good and the bad for these two teams. What do we need to be aware of?
All right, you know what, the good thing in my opinion when it comes down to so is the fact that I think it's cool that they're doubling down on being a national team. I think it's cool that they are going for those younger guys, because people like Crazy, for example, Aragorn, I feel like has been a little bit underwhelming, but again, not really used to that level of competition. Those guys have been dominating in the lower echelons of Portuguese Counter-Strike for a while, so I think it's cool that they're given an opportunity, and I feel like this is where Saw could be good. A bad thing when it comes down to Saw is the fact that we've just seen them spend too much time away from officials, and quite frankly, they have been underwhelming individually in a lot of those games, so yeah, expecting them to be a little bit better now after taking a little bit of time off.
All right, I'll do Saw as well, though, and I actually am going to go the complete opposite way to you. I actually think it's good that they've had this time off, because we could clearly see, like, Fisher was an event where it felt a bit honeymoony, and then the results didn't come in. The fact that you've actually decided to take a step back in this chaotic world of VRS, I think actually says a lot about maybe the long-term future of this project, and then goes into the point about doubling down. So the fact that they've had maybe a month off feels a little bit extreme, but it's clear that they've had time to firstly reset, maybe take some time away from the game. Secondly, actually just have the pieces needed to then get embedded in. You spoke about the coach being adopted from the academy team, being now brought in. Maybe they'll instill some philosophies. Correct server time there as well. So I think, look, I'm expecting Saw to look better. I think another good point is the fact they've been able to keep Story, is, to be honest with you. A bad thing for Saw is that, again, still a little bit muddled on the overall aspirations where it comes to ranking achievement or it comes to event placement for this team, but hopefully that gets figured out in the coming months. That they've always been this sort of dark horse team, so maybe that negative is actually a positive. And then for Big, the good news, again, if we're talking about players that they've kept, they've actually been able to maintain Crimbo for this long amount of time, because, again, Crimbo's still an incredibly solid player, most consistent player in Tier 2 at his best. And the fact that they're still able to kind of go all through all this change, be in all this flux, still keep Crimbo there, I think says a lot about his desire for the long-term project. But the bad news about Big is they can't win an official to save their life.
Yeah, I mean, there's no two ways about it. I was thinking if there's something else to add when it comes
Not
down
going
to
lightly.
Big, but no, I feel like it's self-explanatory enough. They haven't been able to win, but you know what? JDC's been playing well. I feel like he's gonna pop off.
Well, it looks like Jay and Dweg and the game itself is ready, so let's throw that over to them, and yeah, let's witness a banger match.
Well, you'd hope it would be a banger match on paper, although I have a feeling that I'm certainly with B-Dog in terms of how I feel about Big at the moment. Very little faith in the German side for me, Dweg. And even though you want to take a look at a map like Nuke, for instance, as being the opening in the series, being played well by both map ups, you take a look at the win rates from Big and start to think that actually it seems like a very solid start in the series for the likes of Saw.
I think both of the map picks are going to be solid. I'm just concerned about the decider. How the hell has Inferno been floated? Big picked Dust 2 in best of threes, and they banned Dust 2 to allow Inferno forward, which has a 6-map losing streak. I'm just so confused with the back end of the veto. I think for Saw, from a map pool perspective, have got a much better best of 3 in front of them.
Well, they'll start things off on home territory. 6 map wins on Nuke in a row for Saw coming into this official. Let's see whether they'll make it 7, whether Big can try and contest. The pistols are live for our second opening game of the qualifier. Story has struck first. Tabson is first to fall. JDC is next to receive.
JDC has got a slight crossfire out here towards the double doors, but it's still going to be difficult for him to slow down the secret players, because once contact's made, they're just going to start accelerating.
Good shot to the head of Story. Double up with Crimbo support as Crazy goes down to the other side of the corridors. 4 on 3 is Big. Have been able to respond to Saw in kind and reclaim an advantage. Force the Portuguese side to rethink their efforts.
Agil is hoping to catch a timing on one of the A players walking out to gain a bit of that lobby control. Map awareness from Hyped and Process playing defensive. Should be able to get a bomb down pretty easily. It's what happens in the post that's going to be more difficult from Saw.
And they're just stalling him out. Plant is indeed secured. Process has snuck his way forward, and Aragorn has no idea about it. Julie set, tap the head, easy pickings, look towards heaven. Agil will be revealed. Muturis cannot play that distraction. Process accurate with a as a USP with the Julies in hand. Agil now pressure from all sides will take down only one in the exchange. Big will secure the retake, however, and secure the pistol with it.
I think we should talk about the battle of the in-game leaders today. Muteris, 32 years old, versus Tabson at 30 years old. I did a little bit of research, Jay. The first time that Muteris played versus Tabson on HLTV was the 27th of February 2013. Muteris was playing with Fox at the time, and Tabson was playing against Tizian and Legia. It tells you that we're talking about old-school players, right? Old-school callers that have been around for a really long time. And with how both stylistically like to play, I do think we're going to have quite an entertaining best of 3 in front of us.
Well, certainly if Big can maintain some composure, then that would be the case. Again, I have to echo those sentiments. I'm not 100% sold on this team at the moment.
But I'm going to put it this way. This might be a bit of a hot take. If Big don't turn around results in these next few months, I think the lineup's going to get dropped going into next year.
Oh, okay. Just, someone clip that and quote it to me in a year's time. Oh, well, actually 4 months' time, really. Crimbo, JDC on defensive, locking out the force buy of Saw for the most part. Story got 1 trade. Now bomb does have some decent breathing room to be planted. Hyped will pick up Muteris on the upper bomb site, and Story indeed will secure the extra cash. Problem is that this is a force buy round, so that extra cash won't mean much to Saw. 2-0 start for Big.
Even to draw comparisons in the last couple of years, Big as an organization participated in both of the previous Thunderpick World Championships, and that's the main event. So in 2023, they made top 8. They were able to beat Furia. They were able to go all the way towards the quarterfinals where they lost against Cloud9. Now that was sort of Tabson, Crimbo, Process, Sin, and Mantu. Then the very next year when they had Sirison and Rigon in the team, they beat Aurora, they beat Bestia, and again, they got towards the top 8 versus OG. Whereas now, Big are in a position where they might fall out of the top 50 on VRS. That seems crazy for an ex-Tier 1 team that at one point was the #1 team in the world. It's laughingstock at Tier 1 and in Tier 2 if you're a follower of this team.
One of the lowest positions in history. Quest to build back into winning ways, back into a significant place in World Counter-Strike. It'll be the quest, and you could say it's kind of a quest for both sides, although for Saw, Hasn't been all that long since we saw them on a big stage. Big with a pistol out for Tabson. I'm not sure if he forgot to buy a rifle or something, but either way, the M4s are going to try and deal with this secondary force buy round. So actually saw will try and abuse the bomb plant bonuses, although they are still getting picked apart piece by piece. Kills on A-Kill and Story by Process and JDC respectively, and a 5-on-3 in the first minute.
We know that Big can be, let's just say, slightly quirky with the buy states. For him to go down to a USP and have armor and util tells you that they want to get an AWP out for hyped as quickly as possible and protect the economy. It's just that you mainly see that on anti-force buy rounds or anti-half buys rather than gun rounds like we're seeing here in round number 3. Tabson, typically the outside player of Nuke. A lot of activity, very involved in a lot of fights. But down here in the lower corridors on B, defending the B bomb site. Now, it's going to be difficult for him to get a kill. What it's not going to be difficult, though, is drawing in that crossfire. He's got Crimbo very close by him at Ram.
Smokes and flashes in. Tabson. Let the bomb plant go down. Another one for the source side. His USP suddenly looking very exposed by comparison, and he will go down quickly to Crazy. Some decent damage being done to him and Aragorn, but Aragorn gets another kill back. Finally, Crimbo responds. Man advantage reclaimed by Big. And Muterus, very pressured with his high HP numbers, will take down Process rather quickly. Transfer towards JDC, and the round is back on for Saw for the steal. Force buys may finally work out. Damage may compound against Big. Crimbo trying to dip into the bomb site, but he's out of time. He knows it. He's going to save his gun. Saw are on the board.
Crimbo can make the round expensive right at the end to get this final kill against Crazy, but all things considered, with the crossfire they had with the man up, you'd be disappointed to be losing that round if you're Big. Give away a little bit of a freebie over to Muterus. And it did make me laugh that Ted was talking about how the two newer guys were doing really well in the local divisions out in Portugal. I mean, were they? We were casting Rhino, and I thought those guys were mid as hell. Like, I gotta be honest, no one's come close to Saw for... what, since the online era? Like, when I think about the Iberian scene, I know we've always had the Movistar Riders rosters, but especially the Portuguese teams, ever since maybe Giants that Fox was involved with about 2019, early 2020, I don't think a team has even come close to Saw.
I will say that the shift back to a Portuguese side does seem to indicate to me that Hearts weren't filling in the international project.
I would agree with that completely. Who gives an international project 4 months and then gives up straight away?
Well, back to the local divisions and back to the 1-for-1 trade, the 4-on-4. Tabson finding Muterus. Agil caught ADC earlier on, and Tabson has been tagged up quite heavily, and that will go down through that smoke to Crazy's hands. Advantage taken again by Saw. The B campaign is the big campaign. Only hyped from the AWP to defend it.
Agil's not hearing much movement towards A, so that could be an indication to fake lower and rotate the bomb back up from the vent. Hyped is in a 1-for-done position. This AWP is going to struggle for impact.
Especially this call looking the wrong way. Aragorn will take him. And that should be round done. Much more confident there from Saw, and the lack of funds available for Big, the lack of savings. Especially with the hunt coming in slowly from Agil. Process will fall, and Crimbo be the only element to try and get away alive here towards CT spawn, where shouldn't see a chase from the Saw side. At 2 apiece, as the Portuguese squad will start to stack some more on the board.
And I'm definitely on the perspective that if this roster ever got dropped, it would be awful for the local scene, because there's almost no German scene at the moment. We don't have the teams and the organizations putting and investing money like we used to. However, we've seen a lot of orgs over the last few years struggle to find their identity. ENCE, Fnatic, OG, all prime examples. I think Big need to find their identity. Like, what do they want moving forward? Do they want to be a tier 1 team, or do they want to be a tier 2 team? Because they spent all of last year hanging around the top 20 and 30-ish on VRS. And now, when you're not even close to being at the major, when you're 47th right now in VRS, and you start going to these Urban Riga Open events in Latvia and the BetClick Summer in Poland, it gives me a very different vibe than what Big used to be.
Well, you're falling down the rankings as far as they have. You might not have a choice. The GitHub updated them to 45th in the world this month. That's down 11 places from last month. Crimbo will try and get this M4 to engage something. He is doing really well with this rifle, but finally overwhelmed with the numbers game. 2v2's been set up, and JDC in process, I would have given them a chance if Muturis wasn't flanking them. Although, as I say that, they might consider this to be an open and shut case. They haven't quite capitalized upon Story, so now Muturis can move in. The bomb carrier to start thinking about dipping away. Indeed, JDC will drop. Muturis will eventually find his man. A little bit awkward with this crosshair placement and spray, but still around for the Soar side.
And I can give a lot of respect to the Soar organization for consistency. I know that they haven't had a huge amount of tenure towards Tier 1, but when I think back to what the organization coming in with the old guard players, the Dodo, Arky, Roman, Muteris, right at the start, they have been a high-end contender of Tier 2 for the better part of 5 years. And in my eyes, there's not any other team that even comes close to how many different players have come and gone, how many players have been sold off to larger organizations, and yet they've still kept a competitive field. They've still kept a team that can hang at this level.
Well, Sora hanging in well, nothing against Big to start things off again with an opening man advantage. It was Muteris on Hyped. Tabson crashing towards outside to try and look for more contact of Sora. He's peeking to the left. Trying to get ahead of that red box, but will fall down to Aragorn, who's on top of Mini. Look to the headshot angle of the next man back behind that credit card box. Unable to connect it. That is a 5-on-3 with info towards one more man. Crimbo, I think, just got spotted there. He will be soon. And now he certainly has.
Crimbo is getting stuck out here from Secret to try and set that crossfire. But unfortunately, JDC's not generating much. Gets one, Process comes in towards Credit, and now they know where both of the CTs are. One's towards outside, one's dropped lower from Secret, and there's still plenty of time for Saw to work with.
Story's AWP is ready to aggress from the outside angle, but doesn't find his man though. Cool, looking the wrong way at the wrong time, and Process actually turns the round back on his head. 2 fantastic kills. He might be low HP, but Crazy is alone.
Now this clutch, you would expect, open up the double doors, plant in the smoke. That's probably the best way to give yourself the highest chance of winning. What he does after that, though, he needs to fight against the CTs quickly. If he tries to slow down the post plant, he's not going to have an easy time of working it.
We'll plant behind the smoke and hear them both coming in. Close the door. Get up on the rafters. Try and dip back in. Find a fight on Process. Last man, exact same position, and Crazy will isolate both of the fights and win a crazy round for Saw.
Well, fair play. He's going up against one of the very best clutches in the world. Crimbo is absolutely brilliant in 1vx's. And I think that he could probably anchor a top 15 team in the world if he was sold tomorrow. I'm convinced that he can play at a tier 1 level. But right there, the angle of elevation, difficult from the lip looking up. And it meant that Crazy won the clutch. Big will be disappointed because Process had a very good, impactful couple of kills out there from the glass. But Crazy makes sure that that clutch is won in the end.
And for Saw, that turns into now a 4-round streak. Money's still questionable for Big. You can see the pistols being brought out. The SMGs on the half by Tapson does at least open up the round this time. Muteris is caught dead to rights. That's a slight start, but we need a little bit more from Big.
Or one of those teams where they feel more comfortable the slower the round plays out. They're a very good Nuke team. Looking at their last 3 months on HLTV, they've played 17 best of 3s and 10 times Nuke has always been picked. Unless it's an opposition ban or maybe you're going up against a tier 1 squad that play a lot of it, this is always the go-to. Aragorn just trying to hold the likes of Tabson down here to the corridors. You've got a lurk heavy on the outside with the bomb crossing. Lobby's now being at least pushed upon. They're not trying to hold on to that space. And for the moment, it looks promising for Big because the time's dwindling down. You've got a man advantage. You've got an AK up for Process. But it's how much Story can find in space because that's what the T's are working for, an A-split potential.
Not close and personal against Hyped. Julie's around the corner. Story actually runs into his man and drops the bomb with it. In an unrecoverable position right now for the T sideline. Secondary player is going to go down to Hyped as well. Trade is at least found by Aragorn, but now Sora reduced to 2. Agil got to get up towards the bomb site, got to try and take down his player at close vent and open vent for that matter, but he doesn't look the right way at the right time. Aragorn gets his pick in, needs a double, needs a triple, needs to basically ace the whole round. He will just sneak in the bomb plant here, but Crimbo's closing in against him, so actually it won't be much of a defensive, as Big will deny the streak from going any further, put their third up.
Well, Muterus will be disappointed in himself. He's the one that gave up the opening casualty down there at Secret, and then Hyped. Well, if you've maybe not been watching Big recently, and this is your first introduction to seeing what Hyped is like in the team, getting a bit of a grasp on Process, this has been 2 very good rounds back-to-back from the 2 newer players. I know that Hyped has been here for a while, and Process has only joined recently, but right there, we're getting the more inexperienced players, the younger guys on the team putting up some good impact.
Hyped at least has a stint prior to this Big squad, a secondary time on Big Academy and Big's main team in 2023. There's a little bit there, but certainly these 2 elements introduced in the new year, trying to get Big back to winning ways. Tacticals called in by the Saw squad, because the first bit of true resistance we've seen them face so far, the pistol and conversion from Big, even those are diffusers of that, so the point now where the Germans will start to threaten.
Tabson is playing his 1900th map for Big right now. Been here a really long time, and you'd love to at least find somewhat success. Not to go back towards the heights, not to go back to Tier 1, but to get out of this slump that they're in right now. 5 wins out of the past 17 matches on HLTV is an absolute joke. It's an embarrassment for the players that are on this roster. And then to even look at the teams that they've been beating, the Glex, a Dead Passion UA roster, BetClick, ECS, and Arbe. That's the 5. I mean, seriously.
Nothing quite to the top level of Tier 2, so they're going to have to compete against them. They want to try and take down Saw. JDC in Process do take down 2 players at least, with JDC doubling up on Crazy. Muterus and Story have lost the bomb, with only a single point of damage being done to Big's defensive setup. Finally, JDC will take some more, but even so, you aren't getting away out of this round. Big are going to equalize the board.
We're in a position now where pressure is going to start mounting, not so much from the scoreline and how the last few rounds have gone, but mass AKs. We always know heavy AKs on a CT perspective on any map are going to start ripping. And if Tabson can put his foot down, you're aiming for a 7-5 or 8-4 half now. You are almost giving Saw nothing towards the tail end of this first.
Muterus will save onto his weapon. And Big delivering a respectable round, all 5 alive. And the economy can try and bolster up for the tail end of the half itself. Of course, the even scoreline is the most important thing for Big. And this map of Nuke has been played frequently by them. You are listing off some of those series and teams that they've played and beaten, some of which were on this map, and the contrast is just all those other losses. I must imagine that with that in mind, CT side, you're going to need to get as much as is possible here.
You're going up against a Saw side who, at least on LAN, have looked very good recently. I mean, Adam Fisher, to beat Furia twice with how they've looked recently, that's impeccable. To go into the playoffs, to beat Complexity, and then nearly take down Tyloo. That semi-final game against Tyloo went OT map 1, and then 10-13 as a loss on map 2. These guys can show some really good showings. I just think it's been recently online where they've been a little bit more rough, and that's where they want to try and get out of this losing streak that they face of 3 games in a row.
And they'll be able to pick up Saw for the lead here on Nuke. Round number 9 will tip the way of Big. But not really much that the teams can really do about it. Muterus is AK. Saved over from the previous, hoping he could be a hero, but his teammates have gone down effectively. Should be noted as well that Big, with the confidence of the last round, have gained 4 AKs to work with, so the setups are going to be looking great from their buy states. And as that AK falls from Uterus, I have a few questions to ask about his own buy state. Agil cannot hold it over the next. And Saw will now set themselves up for a buy.
Now, something that we should dive into is history between these two organizations. Saw has played big 9 times on HLTV, and Saw has only beaten them 3 out of those 9 times. So I wonder if that's something about Tabson's style of calling. Now, I know that that's different iterations, and that's going back about 3 or 4 years on HLTV, but for whatever reason, Tabson has always got the one-up over Muteris.
Including their one head-to-head between the two cores here, which was back in January of Blast Bounty, on a 2-0 win for Big. Oh, Agil's lined up 2 picks in this round, though. Collateral, I believe, is the kill on towards Hyped or JDC. A 5-on-3 established quickly. Big at control of that bomb site go, but they picked up the bomb in lobby. And now Tabson will play close to try and resist even further. Process has more back on the way in, and indeed Tabson evens up the man advantage. Agil's down.
Excellent push forward for information to cut that bomb carrier, because that was a sitter of a round. A double kill because of a missed AWP kill. And now Crimbo has seen that that bomb is still there and deep in lobby. So he's going to walk forward with that spam. Now, if Crimbo falls, that might be the return from Story, but it's all about timing, and Crimbo wins. So the round is over now.
Lightning fast reaction right to the cranium of Story. Crazy's picked up by Process. Nuke had to sacrifice his money state to save that AK, so the Mac 10 will not be getting a clutch in. Crimbo with a double. And Big with another one.
Yeah, Crimbo really might be William the Conqueror. Currently 1,066 maps played on HLTV. 747 of them being a part of the Big organization.
Well done for the reference, even if I believe it's slightly inaccurate. 6-4. Big. Minimum's taken on the CT side. Thunderpick rating them as favourites right now in our best of 3. Certainly feel like they're in control of the map up right at the time being. Saw going to try and change that with pistols, which isn't going to go so well for them. 2 men down, 3 men down by Crimbo's hands over at the ramp access. There's only a half buy though. The focus will be with the guns in the next one, which is, of course, where they have lost the half itself. 7-4. 1 more left to go.
I want to focus on a quote that was done on a HLTV article back in February. The story said, "We don't feel anyone can solve our problems in Portugal." And that's when they went towards Azuru, they went towards Sijot. Imagine being Crazy and Aragorn and hearing that. Just thinking, okay, well, they just don't believe in any of us. And now you've been brought into the team. Just feels weird to say that, and then 4 months later go back towards a Portuguese lineup again.
You can say one thing, but sometimes actions speak louder than words. As I said before, the fact that they gave that roster, that international team, 4 months and went right back to the Portuguese side says to me that they weren't really as 100% convinced as they made out to be. Hype's convinced that Crazy's dead as he just shot him right down. Kicking things off in round 12 for the CT side. Once again, he's trying to double dip, but doesn't quite get much. He's flashed off, blinded to fall back.
I think the most surprising thing out of anything was that they got Bazoo and Sijot. So what's going on there? Just mid on mid? Like, you're trying to work your first international project and that's who you want? Yeah, I don't know about that one.
JDC is taking Muteris next. Process will get overwhelmed by 2 players in from the squeak door, down to a 4-on-3. Big could still lose control of this one. They're back to turn. Agil runs right into his man. Tabson doesn't know what's going on. Aragorn just gets the trade together. Bomb's been dropped. He needs to plant it. Heaven's contested, as could Mini B. He goes for the safer side.
And this is such a tough clutch. HE just goes in en masse. And now where do you peek? Main, Heaven, you're getting caught by Util. The double swings coming from Heaven. There's no chance. Absolutely no belief that you can even get a single kill. And just how quickly do we notice that mass AK is being held and then just flawless? That is the difference of what happens when you can pick up 4 AKs and just have a lot of backing behind you. That was a good, confident first half from Big. I'm impressed with their CT side. That's what you'd hope. That's maybe not an expectation, especially if you're a big fan and you follow them recently, but it was a good showing at least.
It's a half advantage at an 8-4 score, so you've got yourself a pretty decent foundation to work with against your opponent's map pick. I said before though, CT side is the favoured half for Big on the statistics there. T sides aren't exactly anything to write home about, honestly. The fact you've got yourself a 4-round advantage is, I guess you could say, a minimum expectation for a squad like Big.
Well, I'll put it this way, Jay. If we're looking at round win percentages across their entire map pool, there is 1 map out of 7 that has a round win of over 50%. that tells you how rough things have been, how difficult this, I would say, last few months, even entire year has been for the Big organization.
Not going to be an easy matchup from the outset as a result of just those numbers alone, especially as Saw now moving to what should be their favoured half. The question has to sit on the forefront of my mind: have Big done enough to contest on Nuke? Well, they have to leave it all towards Train to try and pick one up in the series. Pistols live for the second time in the best of 3. Glocks on Glocks on everyone except for JDC, who has the P250 in hand. Util for Hype, going to put that smoke up early. Only one to get utilized, so there'll be a slight gap to the left-hand side of it. One man in his secret, contesting his story, gets his kill on. JDC tries to fall back, sees that bomb at least. That'll be information called out. Grimbo going to act out towards upper, cut down by Agil. Process challenged by the Julies. Aragon going to get forced back a little bit, but will go fall into much more permanent challenge. All important for Process.
Muteris has been seen. Process up close, doesn't quite catch the in-game leader. Muteris makes it 2. And Hyped may be able to get the returning kill in from the vent, but it's a tough clutch to win.
I'll get 1 out of 3. Bomb picked up now, and a second fight isolated. He's taken no damage in that interim, meaning that now it's all on Agil to shut down the Hyped train. In towards the lower bomb site. He'll open the doorway. USP won't see him crossing. He'll have to allow that bomb to go down. Moving up in the open. Taps, unable to connect. Damage being done in return by Hyped. 60 HP for Agil. Needs that headshot pretty quickly. Accuracy is everything, and it works better for the German, who indeed holds a 1v3 clutch and a pistol win for Big.
Now this might be the moment to look at Saw's losing streak. Currently 3 losses in a row. They've lost to OG, Johnny Speeds, and the Glicks. Now Johnny Speeds, Spedge ahead, Hyped, Letcrow, Sapek, and Draken. Pretty mid. The other team of the Glicks, Nita, Tripex, 17, Hoodex, Jack Ast, and Crikey. I mean, just dogs. Just pure dogs. What's going on there? You're not even taking a map. And now you're in a 3v1 when you're down 4-8 and you can't even convert. You just tilted. You're just a full tilt now.
Sorry, Doug. I feel like you might have just called me a jackass live on stream, so... not had the best of 3s again coming into this series, but the Nuke win streak was undeniable. Again, 6 in a row. That pistol win may set Big up for a decent take of the map up here. Flash is coming in. SMG trying to lean forward of Agil. Got pistols around the corner at point blank. Process going to get that first. Aragon with 1 to his name alongside Story. They combine to convert, to capitulate the incoming aggression. Tabson getting 1 back alongside Crimbo's Galil, but Story holds the back of the bomb site. And now it's all on Crimbo to recover that bomb and clutch yet another 1v2.
Tough rounds. They just try and brute force those trades out on A, and there's a lot of CTs in close positions. Now, if there's anyone you wanted a clutch, it is Crimbo, but they would have expected a flank somewhere. There's no contact coming through from A, so he's either wrapping outside or he's wrapping heaven. He's just trying to slow play the round.
Crimbo leaning, spotted 1, takes him. Muteris, last man standing. Where is he though? No info. Top of the silos will find the burst, but the tag lands from the scout the same. Muteris swing with his opposition. 20 seconds on the clock. Now he's down to 15. Crimbo drops off. Muteris knows he's got dominion over the bomb. But for how much longer? Crimbo making noise. Trying to bait him into another phase. Just gets away. Can just put the bomb down. The Mutrus is quickly inbound. Making noise. Into the left. Scout scene. What a shot that is. Another clutch for Big.
The Big have just outclassed at times the likes of Saw. I think there's been moments where Saw have had some pretty good chances, but they've not been able to come through with 1vx's. And I mean, we spoke about it a little bit in that last series, how many clutches ECSTATIC were winning early on. They were on, I would say, the deficit of it, right? That they were winning 1vx's, but then lost the reset, and then that's when you lose the momentum. It feels like it's the obvious, or the opposite, I should say, for Big, is that that's only thriving them further because it's getting you closer to 13. You've gone from 8-4 to win a clutch, now it's 9-4. You've won another clutch, then it's 10. You've got 3 more rounds to close, and then at that point, you're going into a strong map pip of your own against the Saw side that's really struggling online recently. The 2-0 is just, it's thriving, it's cooling.
Saw haven't really gotten going in this matchup.
Well, maybe it's because they haven't won an official on HLTV in 31 days. Now, there's an asterisk there because they're not playing many officials. But if you haven't won in a month, I mean, that can't be a good feeling. You can't have a lot of confidence, right? Going into any series, doesn't matter who you're playing.
They also haven't played in a month at the same time. And that question I was having on the desk, it's like, was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing they took this time? I mean, so far we've seen very little of improvements for this Portuguese team, and what more do you add to it other than that? I mean, this has been a disappointing showing for your own map pick at the very least.
Well, to back up maybe that conversation with some stats, Saw have won just 9 out of 20 online matches on HLTV in 2025. This includes the failed qualification to the Blast Bounty LAN where they lost out to Big, a Blast Open Lisbon, and the Blast Major at Austin. So while their LAN results, I would say, have been fairly good, they've been taking some decent scalps, they've been able to show that they can hang at Tier 1, what if they're showing online this year? That they're struggling and that they're inconsistent?
That much has remained true for this team for a very long time. Aragorn striking first for Saw, trying to answer back in some capacity, and they have done well. HP advantage sits with Saw, but the man advantage needs to get gained more permanently, and they can't quite do it. Mutrus training back Crimbo, both hyped to JDC. The last 2 players left are low HP, and one just got dropped. JDC is all alone now in the open, seen by Mutrus and taken down by the captain. As Saw will finally end this hype train a Big. Post one more backup, bring the deficit to 5.
Well, it's surprising that once more they're playing aggressively into A rather than playing range. You would almost expect on these sort of anti-half-buy and anti-force-buy rounds that you would be playing slow passive defaults, working outside, not being too heavy towards A, and instead they've tried to pack and group and they've run into FB9 consistently. That's wrecked their economy. That's a real big shame to lose that round.
We got Galil available for Tabson, who tanked damage to the incendiaries. Pass that out to JDC so we can utilize better. It's Kevlar. Process and Tabson will be the first players inland as well. Story completely whiffs his spray. He does damage at the very least. Tabson on the corner. Process follows him up. Both those individuals go down to the main man. USP brought in for JDC's casualty, who turns it back against the Saw side. But the man advantage for the CTs.
ADC is making this round workable. It looked uncomfortable. They were running into the mincer down there at lower, but now it's a 3v3 and you've got an outside lurk. Now, Crimbo is going to play and activate very late. You've got 50 seconds on the clock. He's got an easy kill against the A-site anchor, which means that that bomb can rotate up from the vent.
Assuming he sees him, he's covered by his gun barrel. Now we've seen him. That should start to call in the rotates.
Not going to get the kill, though.
Oh, I'm actually letting him slip out of his grasp, so that'll be a danger point to consider for the post plant. Maybe even for the actual site take, because Agil can also go towards Squeaky. 23 seconds, JDC will pop up. Agil will take him, hype with a trade back. Bomb plant can be secured. Crimbo still in the rafters, undetected as of right now. And Mutrus takes dink damage for it. Big And we'll be back in control here. Crazy. I need another crazy round himself. Tech9 continues fighting. Going overextends a bit too far there for him. Now both Muterus and Crazy will start to make their move in from heaven. Flashes available. Muterus somehow baits out the man, gives Crazy a chance to get the headshot, connect the kill, and connect the 6th for Saw just about.
Well, that is mega unfortunate. That's probably a 1 in a million round of what happens. That lurk is perfect, and it's the view model and gun barrel that blocks the A site anchor. If Agil goes down immediately, they don't even go for the round, do they, Jay? It's a 2v3 where they're both on lower. Why would you attempt the retake? You would just give the round, you would end up saving. It's that Agil has been able to somehow get towards Hut and into lobby where he's caught event rotation. I don't think you'll ever see a round like that again, and I feel for Crimbo because he's done everything right.
He's back on the Galil for this round, and 21 frags deep, rightfully so. Top fragger in server by a country mile. Tech9's on 3 others. Once again, Big's buy state is limited. JDC's fallen first as well. Story picking up the pace for Saw now.
You got tabseN that's been able to cross undetected down towards lower, which means the teams need to gain ramp control to hit B. Now they'll be up against Muterus and Crazy, who's playing the deep off angle out from Orange, while Muterus is focusing his attention down on B already.
Crazy fights in vain as Processes Tech9 gets the casualty. Muterus responds to the man though. No backup support. tabseN goes charging into the open B bomb side though. Knows that Muterus is out the doorway. Still gets picked up with no further sandwich from his teammates. Bomb Barrier pushes forward and Hype can get that kill, grab a rifle if he wants to, but doesn't go so far with that commitment. The Galil trying to fight from range instead. Agil takes him. Heights, 20 HP, will not be able to survive the second contact. TT side continuing to build upon these rounds as Big try and come up with an answer, a game plan. They have 1-2 in the half. They're pushing onto a very confident sort of end of the map up, but Saw posted resistance.
You know what I found insane when looking at both of these teams is that the last time that Saw beat Big on LAN was at IEM Cologne in August last year, when Saw went on to have that massive run where they ended up beating FaZe in the quarterfinals. And you just think how different last year looked, that Big was at tier 1 level, Saw was also at tier 1 level. That achievement from Muterus and Roman will probably be etched in their memories forever. You can't surpass getting a top 4 at Cologne with the lineup that you had. And now we're playing in an online round of 16 game, 2 best of 3s to qualify a team to an international LAN. Yet both teams are really struggling with their online form.
Indeed they are. Well, Story's picking up his form with more opening kills here. It's an anti-eco round for Saws though. So Big don't really have a lot of options in terms of success. They are looking more towards those guns. Looking more towards the round's success, right? They've let a number of them slip past the cracks here. Saw stepping on to a very good position. The Crimbo can get any more exit frag. Story's back to 1 point of health. But in general, not much of grand nature will come forward from the Big side here. It's 10-8. And the rifles are in play, but we need to see Big win around here.
I want to ask you if you think Big's loyalty to tabseN has been, let's just say, overdone its time. When we consider how many coaching staff have come and gone through this organization over the last few years, your Kakafus, your Godby, we're looking now with Zen, Dude, Freeze, how many academy call-ups have come and gone, Sin's been involved here, Process hyped, and yet the in-game leader's never been replaced. There was, what, 1 tournament where Sin was in-game leading and then that was it? And yet, for whatever reason, we've had a huge cycle of players come in and out, but not tabseN, ever, not once.
That's very true. I think tabseN is the only remaining player from the original Big, from its founding.
Yep, that would be right.
The organization was formed on January 2nd. That NRG core, which included tabseN. Certainly be a hard player to cut after such a long period of time, but maybe the argument is worth it. It'd be worth a try. Not at the moment, though. He's still in server. He's still got to manage his team. So they can get him, lead them through the rough patch that they faced here in this matchup as well. Big. Lost a lot less in the opening round than previous ones. JDC and Trimbo are tagged. Saw time extending because they're getting a little bit impatient and they almost pay for it, but Aragorn still gets his kill on Crimbo.
I like the activity coming through from Saw, always being on the move, never really giving freedom towards the default. And it just means that if you are big, you're constantly worried about where the next press is going to come in from. Now, it is from Hut, and Agil was not in a position to peek on at his teammate, but tabseN might drop the bomb out in the open, and instead it's the over-aggression that hurts now, because Big have got a man advantage and an open A bomb site.
Muteris holds his defensive angle to bring down the 3 versus 3, so it's not over just yet. Toying with the AWP, dangerously so. Hyped watching that squeaky door entrance. Muteris is waiting for someone to pop out of the hut in the meantime. JDC is coming from the lower bomb site, taking out Story. Molotov on Muteris is going to force him into the open. tabseN's not quite ready to strike though. 20 seconds, got the bomb in his back. Last second rotate into that B bomb site. Look at Crazy. He's setting ready. If he can get this kill right now, that would be more than enough. tabseN's all he needs to get, and he gets him perfectly. That's all the time stalling. Successful with that. He doubles up for good measure. And Big have broken the streak. Got their 11th.
Oh, only Big could lose a round like that. Bloody hell. What's going on there? Oh, they've literally got everything to go for in that round to commit A. And instead, 20 seconds on the clock. Mate, just get JDC to fly up from the vent and crossfire out from door. Why are we going ramp into the unknown? Why on 20 seconds on the clock are we rotating when we don't know where Crazy is? We know that Muteris is somewhere around the vent. We just 3v1 him on the bomb site. We just... Dunno. Big frustration, and for Saw, they're probably laughing at that one because they've just double walked Hut, lost both of the kills, and somehow won the round.
Moments like that might put some more question marks to tabseN.
Well, let's be honest. A few days ago, Big were nearly 2-0'd by ESC. That's the polls of Samey, Raiko, Olymp, Badgeme, and Moonwalk. Those guys don't even know what a lad looks like. What is tier 1? I don't know. We're just playing tier 3. Like, what's going on? How are Big nearly getting 2-0'd by them?
So, continue to mount up pressure. Big. Only one rifle to play with on Crimbo, taking a little bit of tag damage. Aragorn's M4 holds back. A-kill center of the bomb site with Muteris in support. Can get through 3 kills as Aragorn chimes into that third man. Process will take him back. The AWP down the rafters and support of the A site defense, which is going swimmingly thus far. Damage has been done towards Agil and Crazy. They could be picked up as some exit frags, some casualties that will make some expense in the rounds themselves, but Story creeping close with his P250 will do more than enough to bring Saw level against Big.
I wonder if Freeze, the assistant coach, is maybe knocking on the door of the CEO and saying, yeah, do you remember that I only just retired? I was playing on Big Academy. I was an in-game leader on alternate attacks. Didn't have a very successful career, but I'm a part of your coaching staff now. Do you want to give me a go?
Was he an IGL in his playing career? I can't remember.
Absolutely. And Zen is also the head coach of Big, who was the head coach of alternate attacks when he was there.
Well, we'll see, I think. I mean, we are spitballing a bunch of ideas at this point.
That would be the ultimate troll, though, being replaced by an assistant coach.
Putting an Immy in the German scene.
Yeah.
Story struck first for Saw. 5-on-4 established. Muteris going down to the outside, though. Again, JDC trying to pull his team out of the hole that they're in. Minute on the clock. As Hyped gets caught by Agil next. Once again, Saw are in full control. You get these moments where action happens, pick is gained, and then it's just pure slow pace from Big, and one that will give up the bomb. tabseN dropping outside a mini. Aragorn has the minion over the round at this point. JDC is being watched by A-kill. He will take his kill. And this one is another formality that will put Saw in the lead. Big yet to score since the opening of the half.
Cannot believe this was 10-4.
Yeah.
And the 10-4 round that they lost was an anti-half buy where they ran A against what is a low investment of MP9s. That should have, at bare minimum, been 11-4. And instead, you are now going to be a round down where this round streak, the bomb's not even getting close to bomb sites. We've had a single post plant in all of that streak of CT rounds. And if I'm Saw, I'm thinking, you beauty. We have got the Germans full tilt. We've got them completely out of this series. We're going to go for the duo now. We're going to go into map number 2. We're going to be refreshed. We're going to be hungry. We're going to be looking for that revenge after Blast Bounty. And we're going to take down a team that's not even a threat. A team that I wouldn't even... I mean, are they even tier 2 at this point? I mean, that might not even be a joke. If they're 50th or so in VRS, and I'm looking at their results recently, I think mid-pack tier 2 team is where we put them right now. That would be my category of where Big sit.
I mean, look, seeing what we're seeing on screen and finding it hard to argue, I would say asking if they're even in tier 2 is probably a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I'll agree with that one.
You just made the point, though, bro.
No,
Come on.
but we can think about it. You might not have to agree.
Either way, Saw now turn over 7 in a row. And Big are just not showing us anything at all. Another hero rifle the JDC on the Galil. The Galil. Standard sets of rifles across the entire CT board. The AK on Agil. All storage has been pretty stellar with opening towards the outside. Crazy to dive down in towards the ramp entrance towards that B bomb site. Only one kill out of it. Trimbo, JDC, and Tabson have somehow walked away with so many kills simultaneously across the map. And it seems like finally Big are going to gain themselves a little something. Well, I've said that before, and we've seen them choke here. Eagles are going to try and hunt around towards the extremities of the bomb site, cap the player off a decoy if possible. Now be joined by the AWP.
You might as well at least attempt it, right? Look for exit at a bare minimum because you've got so much cash to work with. The concern might be giving a free AWP away. Do you really want that into the hands of someone like Hyped? And Saw, well, that should have been at least map point for them. Not going up against a heavy buy at all. They'll be disappointed to lose as much as they did. And for Big, well, they're holding on. They're just about hanging in here.
Just about the 11 up now apiece, and they've broken the 7-round streak at long last. As earlier. Kind of they've had to cheat. They've certainly far better. Still no like we're back into it. 4v2 for Saw now dominating the Big clan camp. Bomb drop downstairs in the corridor. I believe in vent, in fact. JDC will be able to pick it up, but Crimbo He's well out of position to help. Maybe a bomb plant getting snuck in by the big side, but saw a 2v4 to play with. They know that they can bum rush the bomb site. JD still lines up 2 kills for it, but Eagle takes him. And that should conclude the round. I don't think they've got info on Crimbo, however. Now they're going to know. They're going to hear him dropping off. Close the door, tap the bomb, hear him coming. AWP in hand as well. Plenty of automatic weapons dropped around him if he wants to switch out, but he's scoped in. HG's coming his way. Diffuse being held. Crazy just to watch. Pete tries to come forward. He doesn't get his man in time. Fuse came down all the way as Saw will push all the way to 12-11. It's map point.
That round got a lot closer than probably it should have. How many times have you ever seen an 11-11 round in which the T's are already saving before the bomb goes down? That's just mental. I realized they don't see any potential in the rounds and that they're looking to play out for OT. But JDC, imagine being in a 1v4 like that when you already know that your teammate's just not going for it. That's such a unique circumstance to be in. And for Big, I just don't see any return from pure mental state alone. I can't see how two teams that are struggling as much as they are have come into a series where Big is 10-4 up, and yet they're just not even going to win. They're not going to take map 1. I think they're just going to be completely checked out for map 2.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the future is going to look like for Big. We have seen so many organizations in Tier 2 drop out because of VRS. They've given in Endpoint as a prime example. And I don't know what Big are like in other esports, but in CS they've been iconic. And to see them fall as far as they have is just, it's a joke at this point. It really is.
Yeah, it is one of those things that you have to think about at times because it's not impossible, and it certainly is more frequent these days that just you don't find the success and you call it a day. And I mean, look, credit to Big for keeping basically the same lineage of the team from start to today.
It is that respect, because the way I'm looking at things, look at what's happening in South America. You've got Furia that are now going core, but international. Brought in Yakinda, they brought in Molodoy. Look at what's just happened to MIBR recently. They've just brought in Kickit, and then that Orpa from G2 Academy.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's just that in an era where we're moving away from that national identity, a team like Big who's stuck with that national identity for so long. I mean, even Saw dipped out into the international space, and Big have not done that. They've been so tied to that German identity for a scene that really hasn't been strong for a long time. It's like, what changes can you make to keep that German representation and still post results? I don't think there are any.
Well, if you lost Crimbo, you're just done. Like, you are just completely finished. He's the only good player on this team right now.
25-13, can't argue against that. Unfortunately, on 42 points of health, so he's not having the best of starts in the round, and there's a man to just carry them out of the position they are in. It would be Crimbo. Saw on the precipice of a map win. On their own pick, yes. They've got a lot of things to think about as they go into the second one, though. Story struck first with Eagle support, and he can combine and take down 2 players. Third man in the rafters also can provide assistance, but it's a 5-on-3, so either way, Saw in the driver's seat for round 24. Now into Crazy's hands, the Orpa. One of the 2 on the setup actually goes down quickly to JDC, so an opening has been given.
Muteris knows that he can't overextend, because if he loses that fight towards Hell, it allows a wraparound potential for JDC. Hyped gets caught, Tabson gets 1, maybe an insertion down from the vent, but JDC needs this kill and he needs it desperately.
Beyond Muteris to 23 points of health. Muteris with a swing will lose his life. 2v2. We're back once again. The bomb's been dropped though. Tabson needs to get both these casualties. Their heads were turned away. Agil turns it back. 16 seconds. He's going to play for time. Knows that JDC has got to go right through the bomb site. Agil might even let him get the bomb. Yeah, look at this hide. Look at this position. JDC is going to have to hunt for the casualty. He knows he can't plant the bomb in time. He'll try for it anyway, but he'll try in vain. Agil has the smarts to play the patience of 13-11. It will be Saw taking map 1.
We just look uninspired on that T side. I think I'd rather watch paint dry than watch big again. What a disaster that second half was. And you could feel that they were checked out so much earlier than the end of that map. That T side was absolutely abysmal. And for Saw, a fair play to coming back from what is a scoreline in MR12 that should be impossible. 4-10 down is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he hit the nail right on the head there in saying it was uninspired. Like, honestly, I was getting a bit bored during that matchup myself. I mean, even like towards the tail end of that second half, right? You've got a 10-4 advantage, and you just lose round after round after round. Things look so messy. Things look so shaky. You feel like you've got no real place to pull from to find success. And yeah, I would concur that there's a tilt element going in towards train. It might be your own map pick, but just what you've seen so far, I know if I was in their shoes, I wouldn't be winning the next game most certainly. So I don't know. Maybe the desk has something positive to say about the German team.
Oh man, it's quite something when Dwayne goes on a rant so many times. But the thing is, I think it's pretty justified, don't you think, Ted?
I'm just looking at my wall right now and trying to decide if it's more
One side.
interesting than watching Big. Yeah, it's unfortunately the paint is already dry. But so was that game out of Big Man. Hey, you know what? That was I think Dwayne nailed it, and yeah, it's hilarious that he's going on that type of run there. But can you really fault him? Like, to be honest, this is not the map pick of Big. Let's all be realistic here. This is still a best of 3 that Big could win, right? They still go and win 2-1. But the fact that Crimbo's having such a great performance individually, he's going absolutely nuclear. He's going over 25 kills, and they still can't close. They have an 8-4 first half, and they had all those clutches, a 3 versus 5 at the start of the map. They win a 1v3 on the back of another 1v3 to start off the second half. They win the pistol. They get a 10-4 lead on that T side, and then they still can't close. I really feel like if you're Big, you're going to be feeling incredibly frustrated after this one.
Oh, yeah, sorry, like, I need to take over here because, like, I'm looking at these T sides, and you've got 2 main issues with both. And Saw, what they did is they took space, and then they thought, right, we've got the space, that's the entire round secured, and they try and accelerate everything to the point where they're not ready. And for Big, we're just overcomplicating everything. You're 10-4 up. You've had these 2 insane clutches. You have that 1v3 pistol to put you in a position where you're 10-4 and you're closing the game. And they decide to go for all of these really complicated. We'll take the outside space, and then we'll get a guy down ramp. We'll maybe get a guy in towards secret, and we'll wait and we'll wait and we'll wait. JDC will come up the vent. No, he won't. With 20 seconds left, we'll go back towards ramp. I'm speaking like this because it is so confusing, and I don't understand why they don't just exec and go as a team. You're 10-4 up. You realize that these plays aren't working. Why are you not adjusting? And maybe it's because Crimbo was able to get in towards heaven, and you've got that insane round where the view model blocks the gun, and then it blocks the guy out A main. But at that point, you think, okay, or you can get up heaven. Save that in your pocket. Put that in your pocket and save it for later if your defaults aren't working. We never got a proper default out of Big on that T side. It was just so much overcomplication, and Sora just allowed to get back in.
Oh boy. I mean, I love when we, spiral out of control. We start ranting like this because, quite fair, when games, go into this kind of a state, we need to, press the narratives and let people know exactly how we feel. Ted, get a little bit more out of your system before we try and nitpick on some of the positives like the casters requested from us.
You know what's the one thing? I actually want to focus a little bit on what Saul did right in that second half, because they probably should have lost the game, right? Let's be fair. Big should have closed it, and I think we could go on for hours and hours talking about how many times it kind of feels like Big are overthinking stuff. They don't really believe in the initial idea, and they just get lost in the sauce. Story was phenomenal. That's the one positive for me. 8-1 in opening fight. CT side, he absolutely dominated the server, finishing the map on 20 kills, and the T side was not necessarily inspiring. Not that the T side on Nuke is at all one of the easier ones to open. So I feel like when it comes down to story, he understood the assignment really well going into the second half, and I think it was all of them, right? rifle-wise. So knew they probably should have lost the map the moment that they were given an opportunity to start crawling back and getting those rounds. They were like, well, you know what? We know how to play proper Counter-Strike. We know how to play solid on Nuke. We're just going to keep it going round after round and hope that big don't really upset us. And there was that one round with the pistols that big are able to steal away that I feel like maybe threw a bit of a spanner into the works, and at least for us it felt like that was supposed to be enough for them to push it into OT. But if we have to be completely honest, you're looking at that T side out of big and respectively the CT side out of Saw. Saw lost one round to the pistols, they lost the pistol round, and they lost the conversion. Every single buy round that was guns versus guns on that CT side they were able to win. So I feel like with Story getting the opening kills, with Agio and Aragorn and Crazy able to produce those multi-kills to keep them involved, I think they did play a good CT side, and this is again trying to navigate a little bit outside of what big didn't do right.
Reminds me an awful lot of the ECSTATIC game against PARIVISION on Train, where you've got really good CT pushes coming in from Saw. And I think the biggest thing for Saw, like you say, Ted, is that they'll play with nothing to lose. Let's just play good fundamental Counter-Strike. Let's try and put Big under pressure, because tell you what, if it gets to that break point, if it suddenly gets a little bit close, 10-7, 10-10, they're going to start really panicking, and they're going to make the mistakes that will yield to a map win. Let's be honest, that 11-11 round should have gone Big's way. There are so many rounds in this game that should have gone Big's way, and yeah, they were fortunate enough to get some of these clutches that put them in a 10-4 position, but you put yourself in that 10-4 position, so you got to kill off the game. It is absolutely devastating for them, and it just keeps adding to the woes of Big recently.
All right, let's talk a little bit about what we were mentioning at the start of the game, right? In anticipation to this series. And one of those conversations was, the fact that you've got some newer players in the mix, Crazy, Process, taking up some more instrumental roles for the team. Do you think we saw what we wanted from them? I know we could go on that pitchfork hunt on Tabson and or whatever whatever this is, but what are your thoughts on the Crazy Process show?
I feel like when we're talking about Saw in general, they are a team that does really well when they're not expected to, right? And I think this one map was a great embodiment of this entire team's story throughout the last, let's say, 1.5 years, right? Starting off from the summer of Cologne when they were able to make it to the semifinals, no one was seeing that coming. Then expectations go up, then nothing happens. Then we go into the international iteration with Azu and C-Shot, where no one really expected anything, and they just go into ESO Pro League and they're able to fly through stage 1. Then again, disappointment the moment that people expect something out of them. Then you go into Fisher, and again, it's a good result, a top 4, expectations raised, bad results online. I feel like Saw as a team just does the majority of their good work when they are on the back foot. And looking at this graphic, by the way, I'm just going to pivot away from that point about Saw for a moment. I just feel sad for Crimbo, because he had a phenomenal map 1, and this is something that we were talking about. Dweg mentioned it during the cast. Crimbo's still a tier 1 player in his core, and it's really difficult to believe that this young man deserves to play that type of a map, clutch up 1v3s, clutch up so many important rounds for Big, and still end up losing.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, and currently being in the position he is, it's the conversation about being stale, right, in this team, and you hope that won't remain to be the case for Crimbo or this roster altogether, right? So we'll see if that changes. So let's talk about how that changes, because long term there are bigger problems involved. Longer term, you can talk about this, the identity of the core itself. But what about short term? What can they do looking into the series itself? Coming up, obviously, you've got you got Train. Big going for that instead of going for the first pick of Inferno. They left that last to the end. So what really can go right here for Big?
They want to just keep it simple. Like, honestly, they just keep things simple, because they did such a good job on that CT side. It looked effortless for them on that CT side. And you go into the T side, and there's just, so many things where I feel like it was overcalled an awful lot. Like, maybe you didn't even need to have that level of call-in out of Tabson. All it needed to be was, let's go A, and we'll go for an exec. Let's take out side smokes, and we go as a unit. The point is, they just got to have trades. They just got to have better trading, because their trading on T-side was just woeful.
All right, Ted, what about you? Any thoughts here? Do you think Saul's got this one in the bag, or is this something that is salvageable mid-series here for Big?
Yeah, I still feel like it is. Obviously, it's a little bit of fun to just pick on them, but I think, and I told you that before the start of the series, I really firmly believe that Big will win this game. I feel like they are obviously going through a really tough time, and they have been going through a tough time for a little while, but with Crimble showing good form, I feel like with how consistent JDC has been individually, I feel like he's been one of the few shining lights for this lineup throughout the last couple of months, and he's always had a really good train. I believe that is really difficult to think that Big won't show a little bit of an improvement. And again, as we said, it's not even about showing an improvement, it's about being able to close a game that you initially put yourselves in a position to close pretty flawlessly, as Brandon said.
All right, last, Brandon, do you think Story and Hype, we've got them on our screens here, high performers on a map like Train, do we see them having the impact you think they've had in the past again today?
Well, I wanted to compare this because Story is the highest rated player for Saw on Train. He was also the highest rated player for them on CT side Train when it came to the opening kills. He's going to be valuable, so valuable for Saw. And I think they can close it in too, because Hyped, this is his worst map statistically for Big. When you compare all the other players on Train, Story was lights out when it came to the impact here. And I tell you what, Hyped's got to have his A++ game here on Train to compete with Story. Otherwise, I think Big are going to lose 2-0.
All right, so all eyes on Hyped and Story going on to the second map of this series. Again, the goal for this match is getting you to the next part of the bracket where you've got a chance to fight for the Thunderpick World Cup Championship and go over to Malta, why not, for a sweet little LAN and maybe a bit of holiday as well while you're at it. But indeed, it's going to be interesting. So far, a lot to be desired from both rosters, but Train is where potentially Saw could decide everything.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
With Nuke falling out of favour, big move to their own map pick of Train, where hopefully things will step up a little bit better for the German team. We're already into the pistol round. Saw on the CT side start and charging quickly into this B bomb site with a rush tactic that has forced Saw to play passive and backed off. A retake should be coming in real quick here, Dwag.
Indeed, you've got Agil deep in the bomb site, trying to play the range game, and he's done well to catch off Process. Him and Crazy are trying to establish a crossfire, and they've even caught the player getting close towards Connector.
Aragon and Agil getting 2 more picks in between those 2 individuals. Tabson's all alone in the 1 versus 5. Big will at least get the bomb plant bonus, but the round itself will fall the way of Saw. Excellent defensive, not a single player lost. Pistol win for the Portuguese side.
Now, I've got to ask Ted, did he not watch the same game that we did? How does he still believe that Big can win this series? That's just pure delusion. What's going on? How you surely can't be on the boat that Big have any chance of winning this series, right?
In fairness, when I start thinking back to that last map up, I haven't got many great things to say about Saw either, because they did go down 10-4,
Yeah.
and I do think the comeback was more down to big mistakes than Saw's own positions. Plus, as well, this map up has a lot less playtime on it for Saw, and generally their wins tend to be in the local Iberian scene. So I see the theory behind Ted's position at the very least.
He's used his words wisely there. Well, for Saw, the one good result is against Iberian Soul, because I think they've kind of capitalized Tier 2 by a storm. They've been excellent. The last, I would say, 4 or 5 months, they've driven themselves into a mid-pack Tier 2 team, into almost becoming a Tier 1.5 team. They've been not only performing online, but also online. So knowing that you've got that one result under your belt does give me a decent indication for Saw. And look, moving forward, you need to start improving your map pool if you are this sort of squad. We know that Nuke is one of their best maps in the pool. We know they pick a little bit of Inferno, but you need to, if you are going to try and get back towards the Tier 1 circuit, improve one of the weaker maps, and I would say that Train is certainly one of them.
Oh, I talk about Saw improving in the last month. Have taken time away from official matches to bolster their position. How much improvement could have been done to a map like Train? How much can they gain here on CT basis? We know that the CT sides have generally tended to be the better halves for most teams involved, but for Saw especially, like 13 1s and 13 2s against Iberian Soul and Impulse, which were very CT based. And they are at least allowing enough breathing room to Big to get these bomb plants in, so pistol plant in the last one and an eco plant in this one means that the buy-up is going to look pretty solid for the first rifle round of this map up. But Saw will take a 2-0 start on CT to really get going here.
And no matter how you judge either one of these two teams, we have to both be on the notion that Saw and Big have been pushed out of Tier 1, but they could be brought back if they have a good run in Thunderpick. If you can win 2 best-of-3s, get towards a LAN final, Saw certainly have shown recently that they perform better on LAN than they do online, and I think Big at stages have shown that as well. One good LAN tournament where you finally kick yourself into gear, I would say would almost survive the teams with the VRS, with Saw being almost outside of the top 30, with Big being almost outside of the top 50. It's not impossible to see either one of these two squads win this game and then go on to the next one and win that as well. Now, is it likely? Probably not. But one, I would say, good tournament here, it just might survive the entire year. It might be such an uptick but for either organization.
Well, let's put it this way. In the event we see a run through towards the top 4, well, at the very least, to be looking at $50,000 worth of prize money, which that was enough to get JiJieHao into the conversation of the invite zone within the Tier 2 tournaments in Europe. So, sorry, less money than that. I think it was $30,000 that put them up that high. So, yeah, you would be talking about a significant difference to teams like Big and Saw to put them back in that Tier 1 conversation off that benchmark alone. Of course, to make it happen requires to qualify. Only one of these two teams can do that. Those of this match, of course, will be eliminated. Minute on the clock into round number 3, and the rifles have done their damage. Crimbo to 9 HP, Aragorn to 30. Molly start coming out towards the back lines of the B bomb site. Agil good to get that kill even when blinded. Crimbo will fall. Secondary also goes down with Story locking in on Tabson. And Hyped and JDC 2v5, Hyped low, trying to get the bomb plant in. I think he's going to get denied by Ego. Indeed he is. JDC finally gets that trade together, but it's too little too late. Saw are in full control.
And it might be a small sample size because we haven't seen many rounds out here on Train. But if we're focusing, and we're being quite tunnel visioned in this, we're looking at the second half of Nuke, and we're now looking at the start of Train. Does Big not look like a dead team walking? Do they not look like a team at all? This is a very slow start to Train, in which you're getting pumped. And that's very confident from the Portuguese. And you would expect that if you can keep that sort of mindset going, you might have a really good first half in terms of a scoreline.
We've already discussed that we believe that Big could well be checked out of the series already. But as you say, it is only early doors here. It's a very small sample size of those rounds. There is time to change your fortunes. Saw should be getting off to that 4-0 start in the half. Only pistols available at the half by into round number 4. Max loss bonus will be in effect. Very nice nade placement as well.
Ooh,
not so great
smoke.
smoke there from Crimbo, and that will harm the potential take. They can put another one down, but they've only got one more left, so it better be a damn good smoke.
Agil trying to play anti-flash and drop off. You've got two defenders out here on B and a lack of entries from the T side at the moment.
Process will push forward to the smoke, will get picked up by Crazy Agil with one of his own on Tabson. Are doing decent damage across several individuals, but not quite able to get the kills back. They will drop the AWP. I don't know if that AWP, I think it just got recovered there, but either way, it's a small little silver lining to these last 4 rounds, which have been very sore confidently based. Max loss bonus in effect now for Big to buy the guns back again. Really like to see them get a good round on the board here.
I mean, kind of mention Big, the identity, the German branding, sponsorships, everything like that. Mate, you've got Slacks and Sin on M80, and look what they're achieving. Look at how well they're doing at the Tier 1 atmosphere, what they're doing for North American Counter-Strike. And Slacks was never even given a chance on Big, and Sin was and got dropped. It's the other German players on the non-number 1 German roster that is bringing towards the top end of Counter-Strike right now. Story aggressively out from the brown halls, waiting to see if Process is going to clear on the left side of the smoke. Now, Story doesn't really get punished for missing that shot, but Crazy does fall to JDC.
Trades are still good for Aragorn, though. Hype's going down, tabs on the Mutrus, go blow for blow. JDC gets the man advantage back with his second kill of the round. Story and Agil, well, they've caught out position here, not on either bomb site, although Agil's going to start to set himself up on A, and actually does get backed up by the AWP. Got to be wary of all the entry points. They'd be very exposed here on the A site. And smoke out towards this main entrance means that Agil will check Ivy, see nothing there. The attack will be uncontested out of T-Con. He'll try peek in. The AWP is watching. For the time being, now seen there, does get damaged up against Crimbo, so HP is low, but it's still a man advantage, and Saw need to change that.
Agil's doing a good job of time stalling, and this AWP, if it goes down, it's going to be disaster for the round. And now JDC falls. AWP's been seen. This round is completely recoverable. Process is now the last one left.
I didn't think Story could hit that wallbang, but apparently he could. 30 seconds, bombs on the man's back, but being flanked by Agil. Process so focused on that main entrance of the AWPs. Revealed himself as Agil popped out. Perfect timing for the man. Oh, a little bit of frustration there from Process, slamming his fist on the desk. 5-0 as Saw continue to mount them up.
Brian was talking about it at the end of Nuke, right? Not grouping and keeping stuff simple. Bro, they've got like a triple entry out A. Why are they not just packing and running out to clear the bomb side? Why have they traded everyone on A and they're still in Pop Dog? They're still in T-Con. Why are they not out on the bomb site clearing space? I don't know, man. The style of CS that Big have brought on this T sides has just been ridiculous, to say the least.
Problems continue. As Big missed the bomb plant bonus, therefore they can only bring in one Galil at best, and Tech9's Eagles across the rest of the board. Struggles are not set. It's gone quiet as we approach the minute marker. Aragorn's ready to receive the 3 in Pop Dog. Counter incendiaries are good from his teammates, just to ensure that time is stalled out for appropriately.
Good blocking of the util. Big now just getting read upon. Aragon, a player that's been struggling since joining up on this lineup, averaging just a .95 rating. Think he's not adjusted very well to this level of competition, but in fairness, he'd only played on what, Rhino for the win, GTZ Bulls. You're not playing at a high level. But right now, he knows that we have got Big exactly where we want them.
You were saying earlier about those 2 new additions to the Source side and how they haven't exactly been the best teams in the world. Story and Crazy to maintain their kills all the same this half by not going all that effectively for Big. No casualties except for Aragon being taken. Just the 2 picks, nothing that will damage the economy given the state of things for Saw at the moment. The streak will continue. But just to go back to what I was saying a moment ago, you mentioned obviously the teams that they came back from. It has been at least slow progression as time has gone on, and Aragon did have 1 stand-in tenure for a small amount of time for Saw back in 2023. But for the most part, you're right, it has been a very, very low level of competition for him. And for Crazy at the exact same time. Again, Rhino probably being the most notable of them, and they weren't exactly the best team in the Tier 2 space. Tactical pause now for Big because they are down by 0 and 6, and they are basically almost set to lose the half itself. So where do you find that inspiration now?
Well, I'm now starting to get flashbacks of, is Big becoming the new EG? Think about how much memed on EG was from where they were to where they fell. Is that not a similar parallel for Big?
They're not that evil though, are they? You know?
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. But in terms of the trajectory of the team, it looks very similar. Results, where they were, where they are now, the belief in series.
I did say earlier that they are slipping down the rankings month on month. We are looking for some good results out of Bing, and relatively soon at that. Orpa story. Flashbang doesn't even catch him. Kill found a Tabson. Collateral damage done towards Hyped. He doesn't fall down though. Aragon elsewhere is pushed in towards Pop Dog and taken Process alongside the likes of Mutaris. Heiichi landing dangerously close towards Hyped. He's almost a goner. Trying to get that AWP to focus fire on somebody here. Meanwhile, Crimbo clears out the brown holes by taking Aragon back, but it's still a man advantage for Saw with 60 seconds of the clock.
JDC is scaling as kind of the only player that can make something happen. Everyone's separated. Muteris is aggressive out towards Pop. Crimbo does win a duel to bring it back to a 3v3. So for the first time in a very long time, you can see a vision. You can see a world in which Big can get a bomb down on A.
You mentioned that Crimbo was probably the main element of success for Big in the last map up, or little they saw. His trade may have brought the round back, but Story wants to turn it back away from them. He does get traded by Crimbo, stalled for time at a 2v2. Crazy and Agil. One old guard, one new. M4 on the way from main, the AK creeping in the back lines. Crimbo's ready for it though. Agil may be peeking into his demise. The timing's awful. Oh, that sucks for Crimbo. JDC now 7 seconds on the clock. Faced upon, Agil gets both of them. Oh, that is just tragic for the man. He knows an extra second and the round would have been ours, and that is just so unlucky.
Well, he knows that they're playing like pods. What in that 2v2 is even going on? Why is JDC slow playing it? Why have they not rushed out to the bomb site to tap the bomb, draw a fight out towards the open, catch a rotation? I don't know why it's so slow. There's been so many rounds where all they need to do is pack and group and accelerate. And yeah, you can sit here and say that there's an unfortunate timing. Where's Crimbo meant to be holding? The bomb's going down with 15 seconds on the clock, and he's got to watch camera, Pop Dog, and what? Everywhere around him. It just seems ridiculous at the moment.
Crimbo, dead next. Process and Hype get a couple trades together. Finally on the B execution. Things are starting to look up here for Big. They are lacking in a rifle for Tabson though, and a plant from Hype is exposed towards Zed with a missed smoke. Also one that went deeper than the Zed connector, I should say. Maybe a little bit late at that 2v2. Bomb plant can still be secured down a default. But Galil only to defend it. Tabson backed up, trying to get towards heaven for the time being. Incendiary going to try and drive Process out into the open. Won't be successful. He's out the edge of the orange train. Seen and sprayed. There goes the kill. Story's down. Crazy's all that's left. Yes, that one trade. But where's the last man? Tabson's remain hidden. Unknown entity up until this point. He's got no util and a P250 to defend that bomb. However, smoke will go down towards it. Crazy going to try and force that man out. Now being seen. Jump face. Damage being done on the defuse. He taps it once. Tabson not going to go up the ghost here. 5 seconds. And his time stalling has worked. Crazy doesn't even get away with a kill on that one. Tabson, the captain, armed with only a pistol, brings a round in for Big.
Well, the only reason that Tabson has won that clutch is because that smoke has missed. If that smoke goes down onto the bomb, you've got so many options, don't you? You can stick the whole thing, you can tap, you can draw the fight. So it's Saw's mistake that gives up their very first round. For Big, you've got to take any round as it comes. When you're struggling as much as you are on T side, you'll take that one. Saw, though, they have got to recognize that they are all over them. They are going to 13-1 this map. I don't know what's happening.
Wouldn't it be great if Big got the second round and managed to put egg on your face? Oh, Crimbo stuck on A-Gill, so there's a start. They're going to go fast on the back of that as well. Story's Warp is so close range and pressured, and he does go down. Process follows up on Aragorn and doubles up on Crazy. So there go your 13-1 dreams, Dwayne, and the second on the board of Big.
Well, you just have a couple of missed shots, don't you? And Crimbo does well to capitalize on that first player out from the ramp. And the AWPer, as soon as you put the incendiary, knows I just need to be stalling for time and getting an impactful frag. And instead, you get one, or you're not even getting one. You're being forced back. So it's an easy kill. It's an easy couple of entries out there. And Saw are going to have to lock in a little bit. There's a good double entry coming through from Crimbo. And nice to see that even when times are tough, we can still see good individual ability.
Yeah, best round we've seen from Big. Very least in this map up. Tactical pause coming in from Saw as well. Their first one of train. Big gonna get things going for their T half of things. They can make a decent T side out of it, and it's not impossible that they could do what Saw did on the second half of Nuke, that being just to make the comeback on the favored side. And then maintain that all the way until the very end. And all the Saw tactical, small moments of technical respite. It'll be the first opportunity that Big will have to return this situation around, to find some more confidence, find some more decency, find a little bit more in regards of the map bases they had to play from, because they have had little to play from thus far.
It would be very difficult for Tabson to, just from motivation alone, to be a guy that played in what, a Cologne Grand Final, played at many majors, made a top 8 at a major, and now you're playing online versus Arbe and ESC and BetClick and Johnny Speeds. And that's not once every so often. That's regularly now. Look at the tournaments that they've been playing in. CCTs, ESL Challenger League Cup, Starlighter Qualifications, Exhort Proving Grounds. Bro, they would have never have played in those kind of tournaments when they were back in the partner system, when they had the luxury of being involved in the Tier 1 circuit. You'd maybe play them to get the odd official under your belt and maybe test your map ball or test what you've been doing in scrims, but even when they played in those events, it wasn't frequent. It wasn't often. It's not like it is now.
Well, certainly going back towards last year and a little bit prior to that point, I can understand your perspective, but for Tabson specifically, I mean, look, remember, he joined Big back when it's the first inception in 2017, and you know, for those of you that might not have been around for back then, I remember exactly where Big were, and they were a bona fide Tier 2 team before the partnered system, so obviously times changed since that point, and they would hope to have gained a much more stable position thanks to that whole era of time. But make no mistake, these guys, they were kings of Tier 2 at one point themselves.
And in an online era where they're playing online now, if you're going to use any sort of parallel, if they were able to do it out of the LAN circuit, then surely they would be able to do it now with it being an online circuit of Tier 2.
We have to maintain that and regain those old Those old, what's the phrase I'm looking for? The word I'm looking for. Those old stripes. Obviously, we're just waiting for JDC to get his camera fixed up so we can continue on with the matchup. Another thing that we're going to have to worry about right there. And then, of course, they have got their first 2 in this train. A third one could well be on the way. I don't really know what Soar's economy looked like. They had a decent amount of cash built up in the prior 2 rounds.
Definitely not for this one. And maybe the conversation even goes, how much longer does Muteris have? Because 32 years old, what, few more months and it'll be 6 years on Soar. I'd like to hope that he would close out this year, go into next year, maybe try and go to 2027. I think he would be an exceptional coach on the day that he retires and probably go over towards being the head coach of Soar, bringing up even more younger talent. We know that a few of the guys in the local scene, you got Snappy that used to IGL out there on Rhino. You might have to teach one of these boys to be the new caller. At some point it's going to happen. I know that BTN is still calling at 36, but around that sort of age, when you've been calling for such a long time, you think that there's not that many more seasons left in him. And I would hope that when that day finally comes, that he can leave on a high. Because I think everything that he's achieved with Soar, again, the accolades are there. You've lost a lot of players to international teams. You got rid of some of the old guard and brought in new talent, and they've still been very consistent at the top end of Tier 2. Yeah, they maybe haven't been that successful at Tier 1, but not many organizations in Tier 2 have with the players and the resources that they have.
Well, he's definitely winding down his career. You can tell that much, whether it's successful end or otherwise. You know how well he's performed in the later portions of his career. Join the likes of Roman currently on the bench right now on the Soar side. That partnership that lasted since the days of 1.6 on and off. And both men looking for that storybook conclusion. Maybe not too soon though. Soar big into the B bomb site. They'll go once again. 2 players. The Pop Dog are going to start pushing in for Soar. Story's AWP is one of them. Aragon's going to pick it right back up. 5 on 4 with that one pick just being found. Process took some damage. Now bomb yet to commit from Heaven just yet. It's been dropped by the T side lines. Agil looking for an open fight and just about forced off by that flashbang. High to Tabson gets the kill to follow up. A 5 on 3 now for Big. It looks like Soar just going to back away for that.
Very strange round there from Big. Rather than just executing getting the bomb down straight away, they leave the bomb in Heaven. And it's as if they're waiting to cut rotations. JDC's holding on the back line. Tabson's doing the same. Just not very, what I would say, fundamental. Soar in a position where they can hold on to the rifles, but they're letting it slip ever so slightly. They had a really good lead. They were completely all over them. It probably shouldn't have even been the first T round. Now it's 3 in a row for Big. Germans are giving themselves a bit of hope. They're giving themselves a return of some sort.
And the broken economy state on Soar. Lost bonus we all have to play with. $2,400 set of cash injection. 3 saved weapons. Means that there will be a little bit of a better buy compared to if you had just had that money and nothing else. Don't imagine that they'll be investing that money in whole into this round, though. Yeah, either way. Big. A little bit of a comeback arc here into the later portion of the first half, round 11. Still make it 5-7 at the turn, so best case will be 9-3, excuse me. I'm going to have invest actually into this one. SMG's brought in with the FAMAS out as well. High risk kind of buy. If it works though, then it could indeed set yourself up for that 9-3.
A lot of blocking going on towards Pop Dog is driving Crimbo and Process away, getting themselves into brown holes instead. Now, the slower that Big run this clock, the better the chances are of winning the round, only because they're baiting out a crazy amount of util, and the buy state is going to turn into a gamble. And that's what we're seeing here from Soar. So they're blocking with util towards A, and they're sending 3 players over towards B. And they've got the AWP and one of the FAMASs there.
Very little main contact established in the first minute. Utility back and forth to suppress angles of entry. One more just came down towards T-Con. The JDC is going to back away. That bomb's still outside of the A bomb site here, so 4-man unit of that SAW have set and ready to defend to the defensive of this particular bomb site. He'll be well poised to receive. 1-man back of B won't be necessary. He'll be watching out that heaven angle as the two Brown Halls players rotate into Pop Dog and now begin their execution. Mutuus going for information hunting though. How much of this is misinformation? He's going to find Tabson soon enough.
He knows it's an A site exec. There's a lot of players to defend. This is an easy kill against Tabson at least.
Just been seen in the jump phase. Mutuus cannot capitalize upon that kill. Hype turns up the AWP. SMG from range of Aragorn can't get much done. Crazy call one of the trade. 12 seconds. Can they get the bomb carrier? It's picked up. Crimbo applies himself to the casualty, and A-Gill is unknown right now. 5 seconds. Process challenges and wins it. And Big Man let that timer run low, but it works well enough for their strategy. They deny the steal of Saw.
Oh my goodness, that is still fundamentally a really poor round coming through from Big. That should have been a freebie in from Muteris. That's an unlucky timing, isn't it? Because if at least Tabson goes down, everyone starts panicking. You start having players watching out for the flank, you start accelerating towards A. It's a completely different round. One kill made all the difference there. And unfortunately for Saw, when you're forcing up heavily in the last round, it means that the buy state from round 12 is going to look horrendous.
Saw one more left in the half. They can still have a half advantage. Going to work from a 4-8 deficit. 8-4 could be their best case now. JDC is looking for more number 5. So he finds Aragorn to kick things off. Story just blind behind these smokes. Can only do so much. Mutuus gets a better angle and does catch JDC off guard. Tabson also taking damage. Hype's orb kinds crazy whilst blinded. So advantage maintained and regained by Big.
Not much action out towards B. A-Gill's not hearing any util. There's been no lurk down for the Brown Halls are out there from heaven. And what we've known from Big is almost all of these rounds have been slowed heavily. They've not liked to execute in the mid portion. They've liked to keep it very late on the clock. Crimbo is expecting a slight overextension just because of the lack of man advantage that the CTs have.
We're hunting for it. A-Gill somehow wins that fight, actually. Might cause to rethink the strategy of the bomb being up there in Brown Halls. Hype to call A-Gill. Extensions from Tabson will start to move into the back lines over on A. Is it going to turn into a backstab at B, or will they hit the rotation themselves? Well, Story peeks in blind and dry, and caught by Hype with a quick shot to the head. Triple for him in the round. Muteris in a 1 versus 3. So no matter what they do, Big should have this round on lock.
Unless the bomb carrier gets dropped and then the other kill towards ramp gets caught, this is an uncomfortable clutch from Muteris.
Tabson falls. Here's Hyped. Almost got a line up, but focused too heavily on the archway, so the kill can come in rather easily for the last 3 players. And indeed, Big have responded rather well. It was 7 in a row for Saw, a 5 in a row to return, closes the half.
All things considered, from a scoreline point of view, I think you've got to be fairly happy. It is a good recovery there from Big. But if we're going to look at the rounds individually, that's not a good showing at all. That round 11 looked all over the place. Round 12 was nearly a 1v3 there for Muteris. It's been a difficult game, and I'll say it right now. This is the worst that I've ever casted Big. Like, looking at their individual performance, not just from a player standpoint, but how they're playing as a team, I've not seen it this bad before.
You and I have casted our fair share of big matches down the years, and we have had our disappointing showings. Well, at least the scoreline perspective is a recovery on the T side, and they'll move into that CT half. Which is where Big can try and turn up the heat a bit more so. Two rounds to the good, still on Saw. Much like Nuke, you asked those questions, was that opening half enough? Have they gained enough momentum behind them? Like Big over on Nuke to not really gain the 10-4 advantage and turn it into a map victory. Saw's pistol may be important to them. They will lose 2 kills. First up, Crimbo up in the Brown Halls as Julie sets. Will take down Aragorn and Crazy Story with a good responsive kill, but it's a man advantage remaining for the German team.
No acceleration here from Saw, whether it would be counteracting into B or rotating quickly down from Pop. They do hold on to the brakes. Hyped is undetected with his dualies. You've got Story that's taken all of the pop control. Agil that's got a molly, so that can go out to the back of the bomb train. Got a lurk that can come out quite late. Great shot from JDC. That's a real beamer against Story.
Two to the good on the man advantage. Big. Waiting for Saw to offer up more casualties, more opportunities. JDC checking left and right hand peaks. Will spot Agil Muterus, also known. JDC takes him. Agil will be lucky to get a bomb plan out of even this round, and he won't even do that much. Big, very solid pistol win. They should bring back a couple more rounds and make the scoreline dead set even.
And you'd like to see at what point can Big actually get themselves in a leading position when the pressure then starts onto the Portuguese side, because for pretty much all of Train, it's been easy sailing, hasn't felt as if there's been too much threat from Big, and then now there's just a little bit after winning the pistol. Really clean double kill coming through from Crimbo, aggressively out from the Brown Halls. Nice to see that the man that we know can perform and was very strong out on map number 1 just instantly responds with good impact when it comes to the second half.
Yeah, all important pistol for Big to maintain their position. See JDC trying to get his teammates hyped up in the comms. They'll need as much of a hype man as they can get at this moment. Because yes, they have managed to set themselves on for a good opening in the second half, but it will only be half the job if they can get this map pick over the finish line. They've also got to deal with Saw on the third.
Surprised they're not at boot camp. We know that we've seen Big at their headquarters before. For such an important tournament like it is in Thunderpick, which could potentially put yourself in a position to edge yourself on to qualify to the major, for me, I would have expected this entire lineup to be at boot camp over the next few days.
I don't know the reasons why they haven't decided to do that. Maybe it's already booked up by another team.
Oh, can you imagine that? Yeah, no, I can't have it. Someone else is there. The
I don't
PARIVISION
know.
had it.
I mean, you
Yeah,
never
well,
know.
look
Like,
at how much better. Yeah, but that's just an excuse. Doesn't matter if it's booked. You just go to another boot camp facility.
either way, it's the reality is that they don't have them on boot camp, so they have to deal with that. Big. Maintain control of this round with rather decent effect. Only one casualty. Now Yoshi wrote rather easy for the anti-eco round. The rifles will be back in for Saw. Let's see what they've got to bring to this T side now. Big pistol conversion. And rather swimmingly, and now comes the test of the Portuguese side.
Well, for Muterus, this is going to be calling a T side on a map that you're not very comfortable on against a team that's a bit quirky, a bit difficult to deal with. But finding the right style, finding the right sense of pacing. We saw Big being incredibly slow out on their T sides. You'd expect Saw to be a little bit more aggressive at times. Crimbo going aggressive out towards the Brown Halls towards ramp to the start of the round, but falling off and playing defensively after.
There should be a damage done to tabs and only a small amount. Chipping away at that HP bar, small start for the Source side. They need something more tangible though. Big. Initially we'll push forward in towards T-Con and now watch Pop Dog. Giving Tabson a little bit of an exposed angle towards red, but watching out T-Con anyway. Smoker ready to put towards Pop Dog, and he'll put that down with perfect timing when it seems to be an asymmetric split. He'll block Aragon and Agil.
They have to try and halt up. They need the T-side line to pull distraction to get these pop players through.
JDC will land Aragon. Having start again for Big. Flash forward for Tabson to check Muterus, who's fully blinded by JDC. Agil takes that trade with the back being turned. Hypes can deal with him all the same. Down to 2 men is Saw. Big They can light work some of these fights. You mentioned how sometimes they can outclass Saw on an individual basis, and this has been one of those rounds. Yeah, not much inspiration now for the Portuguese team.
Well, I'll put it this way. If you're OG or M80 on the other side of the bracket, you're looking at your lips at this matchup, aren't you? You've got OG that's a real contender at the top end of Tier 2. They threaten tournaments, they threaten LAN qualifications, and you've got M80 that pretty consistently play at a Tier 1 level. They smoke everyone in North America, and even recently they've taken some good scalps in Tier 1. I don't think Saw or Big have any sort of chance in that next round. I think they're going to get absolutely slapped when it comes to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to agree. Yeah, very little good to say about both of these teams. Tacticals called in again by Saw. Now, what can they produce with it? They got a half buy for this round. Rifles in the next.
We'll still need to make this round expensive, and they need to end the streak. So I would even say you need to threaten a round steal. This has gone from 7-0 to 7-8 very quickly. Big felt that they're in a position now where map 3 is certainly calling. tabseN aggressively out from the E-box sightline. JDC seeing nothing on the run out from T-Con, so they know that it's a passive start to the round.
Or initial shot from Hype got close, but didn't quite land. They're tucked into the harder cover. One player going to get out towards Source Hell, and JDC is going to put him down. Bomb now being seen by Crazy. Really isn't in a position to get it out of the position he's in. He actually does get both those headshots there, so actually it's rather decent damage, all things considered. Would really need Muterus' support, though, so our Bomb needs to be protected. He's grabbed an AK, and he's pushed himself away from Crimbo.
Crazy needs to distract to get this lurk out from Muterus. He needs to get a really good timing from the back of the red train, because there's not much breathing room against the likes of tabseN. Against Prosus, there's a chance, but he's already been seen.
Muterus caught with his back turned. Crazy now needs an ace to hold this round for Saw, and at 39 HP, it's just not going to happen, is it? 40 seconds, and he will stay hidden. Bigger wary that you might have gone for a big Ivy flank, but Prosus is about to discover that's not the case. He'll get the kill in. Easy pickings. Easy enough. Big will now face the rifles one more time from Saw. If there was something part of that tactical that was going to provide them the necessary breathing room to get back into the matchup, it would be brought out here in this next round.
You wonder if maybe Crazy or Aragon are a little bit nervous after what's happened to SHR. Now, SHR used to be a part of this team, and then he got benched to make room for the international players. He moved over to Imperial, played there for a few months with the Tier 1 players, and now he's just been benched. I mean, could we see a return from him? If you are the new guys that are on this lineup, you need to make a statement in these next few officials, these next few tournaments, that you deserve a spot on the team.
With SHR coming from a similar background of these two players as well, the likes of GTZ and Offset, those lower level Portuguese sides. Might want to have a think about that in the back of your head. JDC and tabseN more forefront in their thoughts overall. The Orcs and the AKs picking apart several players. Stories in a 1 versus 3 by the end, and when the dust has settled, up to him to clutch bombs at least on his back. He's got one of the 3.
Individual impact straight away. Bit quicker in the rounds, a little bit more pace coming out of Pop. Just struggling with the entries. Multi-frag up from the in-game leader. AWP stalling for a lot of time. And these T-sides have just... they've felt dead. They just haven't felt like there's been much belief in it at all. Story's done well to force it into a 1v1, but, I mean, how do you win this? It's just the low HP is such a concern.
You basically need the perfect tap to the head at the right moment.
And you've got to hope that Crimbo rotates B. Because if he stays anywhere towards A, you've got no chance.
Well, he's checking out T-Con, and the question is, does he extend out there? Or hell, maybe the Story charge in from CT to go towards B. You have to run if he wants to do that, so I don't think it's the best of options in the world to give that information back. You just have no idea where Crimbo's holding from. He will find access to the bomb site and plant the bomb. Does Crimbo have an angle from here? I don't know if he does. Either way, he's going to see him after the bomb plant comes in, and there is no headshot for Story. So indeed, the clutch will not line up. Being instead will line up a very good streak of rounds 10 up to the board of the CT side, and saw yet to strike since they got their 7-0 starts. So as a matter of fact, it's 10 rounds in a row for Big.
Well, that just tells you how poor the CS has been from both teams. That one organization can go 7-0 and then another team can go 10-0. If it was stronger squads, you'd have a competitive game, wouldn't you? You'd have resets, you'd have gun rounds being converted. You would not have these kind of streaks. This has been a shocking best of 3, all things considered. Storm have felt as if they started off really nicely and maybe they got ahead of themselves, maybe thought that the game was wrapped up easily, and they've been humbled.
Big holding dominion over their defensive half, over their favored half, and holding a chance left in this best of 3 on their own map pick. Opportunities abound and opening for them. Now, can they maintain it all the way through towards a series victory itself? I mean, at this point, I am considering this map to be over. It would take some royal choking in order for them to concede now to the Source side.
Good timing on that re-smoke. Bigger in a position where I think quite a few of these rounds Saw have had to adapt in the mid-round just when they get ready for an exec. They've got to pressure elsewhere because they're getting re-smoked, they're getting re-mollied. So tabseN's getting a good read on how Muterus is putting his pieces in place. Whether they can A fake and go towards B. We've not seen many B hits from Saw in this second half.
tabseN strikes back on Aragon. JDC will get a kill next up. 5-on-3 established, trying to make it 2, and they will be successful, but they do lose JDC in the exchange. Slight positive back for Saw, but silver linings at best. And still nothing to lead towards the round at worst. As Big now go 11 on the trot for the CT side. Just no resistance at this later portion in this map up here.
I just don't even know what to think of this map. I didn't even think Saw were playing particularly well with their start, and I still don't think Big have particularly played well. They looked quite poor in their first half. Yeah, in the second half, you can say they've performed better, but it's been a weird series. More so this map than the last one. Just very flat. Peace sides from both respective teams.
Yeah, I can't really add much to that. I mean, you bang on. Tactical now for Saw. We're trying to figure out a way to make these T-signs more lively to get something more out of this map. Their opposition's pick, yes.
Well, it makes me wonder what they've been doing in the break that they've had.
Yeah.
Picking their feet up and having a beer. I mean, I don't know. 7-0 up on the city side of train, and yet you've not even come close to winning a round since.
I know we've been taken on a roller coaster for the first portion of the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifier. The Weg. We had an epic confrontation to start off the day, and then well, this series. Well, it still looks like we're off to a third map here with the way things are going. Again, Saw need to return to the advantage that Big have gained and usurp it to take control of this T side. Aragon going to strike towards an early take towards the outside process, and Aragon continue to go back and forth. They lose Hyped and tabseN. Muterus is a victim of the one trade back. JDC going to take down Story next to the back lines over at Old Hell. And Process playing from beyond this smoke, trying to find a lucky shot, a good kill, and Aragon, who has been tagged up so heavily, he'll tag up Crazy instead. The bomb carrier on 23 points of health. The Process pulling attention away from JDC. They might suspect it to be back here, though. Aragon indeed going to check it. Not quite land the kill shot, though. 2 points of health. He'll go down. Process deals with Crazy and Agil in a 1-on-3. There's really got not much left to speak of here. Big all the way back here. CT side up to 12-7. That's 12 in a row for the German team as they're on map point.
I'm not even really sure why the swing from Olaf is coming in. They know that JDC is on the back of the bomb train because of where the smoke goes down. They're packed in a 4v3 and they're very heavy outside of Pop and towards Electric. And what, there's a Deagle trying to get a kill against JDC? It's no point. There's been a lot of individual mistakes, a lot of oddities, I would say, throughout this map. And for Big, comfortability has definitely been one towards the end here. Could be 13 rounds in a row, and well, I can't remember the last time I saw that.
No, neither can I. Big, 2 easy pickings against Aragorn and Agil. Process and Crimbo on that being defensive, dealing with both of the entryways. The bomb reconsider its position in brown halls and try and see if they can find this 3-prong split into the A bomb side. But as Crazy goes down towards Ivy, Soul's chances just look minimal. They look minimal from the outset, and they look minimal here and now. The story to clutch a 1v5 and try and extend this map up. I mean, yeah, it's over. 13-7. 13 in a row for Big. They take us to Inferno.
All I can do is just apologize to the viewers. I mean, what a rubbish series this has been. A 10-4 on map 1 that's not being converted into a win, and then a 7-0 where you can't even win another round after that. It's been one of these games that you see every blue moon that it's playing out, but there's no enjoyment, there's no entertainment, there's nothing to big up, there's no positives to really bring from either map 1 or map 2 for me.
Yeah, we had a lot of intrigue about this series just due to the position of both of these two teams in modern day CS. Big dropping down the rankings, Saw coming off of the back of their break. I mean, again, as you were questioning earlier, what were they doing during that break, right? Like, there's a lot of things wrong with this best of 3, unfortunately, and it comes from both teams. So maybe a few more questions to answer for the analysts, because look, I think we've said all that we can say here in the commentary box.
How on earth do you break down a 7-0 followed by another 13-0 by Big? I'm so glad I'm not an analyst on this panel, and you guys have got the misery of trying to break this one down. Ted, you get to go first, buddy.
I really feel like Jay and Dwayne described it perfectly, right? That was a royal choke, but it was a royal choke coming out of the side of Saw. I think they put themselves in a great position. I think 7-0 to start it off. It all felt like it was falling into one piece, and it all felt like it was leading to a 2-0. And I do agree that there is sometimes going to be those types of games where one of the teams wins, but in reality, it wasn't really the prettiest game in the world. And I feel like if you're Big, you're definitely going to be feeling hyped up, you're going to be feeling confident going forward, but you definitely know that this wasn't the prettiest thing in the world. But we still can't ignore the fact that they got 13 rounds in a row. Things were working out for them. Opening kills, JDC ended up the map on 6-0. Aragorn on the other side, 0-6, and that's all after the switch. And I genuinely feel like Big just needed that initial spark and initial couple of rounds to go their way, and from that point on, it just felt like the difference between the two teams was massive. If anything, I would say that it's a little bit disappointing, because Saul did make us believe for a second, and then at a certain point, it just felt like they just disappeared. I mean, Agil had a phenomenal start to the map. He was nowhere to be seen on that T side.
I mean, indeed, Agil did get, what, 5-1? No, it was 9-1 in 3 rounds and 11-1 in 5 rounds. That was just a ridiculous performance from Agil at the start. But yeah, Brandon, how did it go on from there?
I mean, to be honest, if we can look at it, it's if anything, it's just Tabson being one of the best in-game leaders in the world, because he says to his team, let's start with a 7-0 handicap after not being able to close out 10-4, and we'll show the world what we're made of. 13-0. I'm joking, of course, but I think, look, the thing with this game is it just felt like both teams were actually really uncomfortable on train, and we knew Saw was going to be uncomfortable, and they put us in such a false sense of security after going up 7-0. And from there, you think, given the track record of how this series has gone so far, given the fact that it was 10-4 and Big couldn't close, you look at 7-0 and you're like, okay, well, look, here's what's going to happen here. Saw are just going to maybe close this out 8-4, 9-3, and then it's going to swap over to the T side. They're going to win the pistol and they're going to win the series. That didn't happen. And you got to give a lot of credit. When we look at positives, you've got to give a lot of credit to Big, because they would be feeling so disheartened after the way map 1 went. You then go into map 2, you are on your map pick, you are down so many rounds, and you give yourself a chance. You give yourself a chance and all the individuals start coming online. Crimbo starts having a really good performance. I think Tabson's call in this game, to be honest with you, for the most part was very solid, because they did keep things simple. That was the big thing we raised in between map 1 and map 2, and that's exactly what Big did. And JDC JDC came online. Crimbo was still online. Hyped really started to come into his element there towards the end of the game. So very, very happy just to kind of watch that. But in the manner in which this happened, yeah, sure, it's completely unexpected.
Yeah, Ted, any follow-up thoughts on this? Because obviously we did kind of go into this saying that Big have got a lot in store for us. They've got a lot of thoughts that they need to kind of go back on, and simplicity was the name of the game, because you guys mentioned it a few times that, you know, on the previous matchup, when you look at the first game on Nuke, it was just overcomplicated, a lot of uncomfortability there, but they've kind of got themselves there. And now you go onto a third map, Inferno, where, you know, things should be a little bit more trivial, right? And, you know, not only was the first map disheartening for Big, but this has got to be a little bit daunting for Saw to deal with now.
I feel like Big maybe sometime midway through train realized that they are actually the team to lose more if they end up dropping this series, right? You're looking at some of the previous events. Exor, the Proving Grounds, they lose to Spirit Academy. The Star Ladder Star Series, Fall Close Qualifier, they drop series to 9 back-to-back games after starting things off with a really good 2-0 against Passion UA. And then you're looking at the ESO Challenger League, where they lost to Joni Speeds and OG. It's been a long time since they've actually qualified for anything significant and actually went through a qualifier with somewhat of a successful result, right? And I feel like for them going through this one, they just can't afford to get disheartened. And I feel like Brandon made a great point there. If you are Big, you are supposed to be the team that never loses hope. You are supposed to be the team that brings games like these back. And I feel like JDC did a lot of the heavy lifting. As we pointed out, 6-0 in opening fights, T-side especially. He was piercing through the defensive zone, and this is what you want to see out of those guys. It is really easy when you are in that type of a tough position, when you've lost map 1 in such a disappointing fashion and you are already down 0-7 on map 2 to give up, but they didn't. And that is one of the few things that we can give praise to Big for, is the fact that they kept being resilient, and JDC did have a good performance, especially on that CT side.
Oh, 100%. It really leveled up there. And let's be fair, looking at how everybody did, if you go to the score sheet of the entire server, it wasn't just like a one individual show really from Big either. Sure, you know, you had the likes of JDC doing well. Tabson has had his moments, but it felt like, you know, Big, by keeping it simple and getting their own jobs done correctly over and over again, sure, it helped that Saw fell flat in moments.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of allowed everyone to get into that same wavelength. Crimbo had some standout moments, but he's at the bottom of the level, so that, you know, speaks volumes. So how do you see that, you know, being reflected on the status quo of things here, B-Dog, with Crimbo having, you know, so many high highs, but the rest of the team just outperforming that level, because it never really came down to him having to get those clutches underway?
It's a good sign for Big, to be honest. I mean, look, it's a nice asset to have, that you can rely on Crimbo's consistency in clutches, but ultimately your goal is to never put him in that position in the nicest possible way. So it's good that Process has continued on his good form. It's nice that Tabson has come into his own. JDC, I mean, how highly do we speak of JDC? Ever since he's come in this Big team, has been one of the best players on it, has had peaks and troughs very similarly to a lot of players on this team. So it's nice to see that he ends top of the board when it comes to the ADR. Interesting one here for me, though, is obviously we spoke about Hyped and Story in the head-to-head before we went live. At one point in this game, when obviously Saw were winning the rounds that they were winning at the start of the game, Story was 6-2, Hyped was 0-6, and Hyped ends with more kills after that break point. So definitely more impact out of the AWPer for Big, especially on that CT side. He wasn't even using the sniper. So I think it speaks to good things here for Big, and hopefully they can turn it around. I'm worried about Inferno, I will be honest, because I think the stats are a little bit misleading for Big, because if you take the World Cup action, the Esports European Championships, out of the equation for Big, the last time they have won an Inferno was in June.
Yeah, it's been a long time, right? They're currently sitting on 5 consecutive map losses, and that win
6
in June that you're talking about, I think it's 5 on Inferno.
Oh, I counted 6. Could be wrong.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's Furia, Pain, FaZe Gamer, Legion, and 9. However, Gun 5 was the last team that they were able to take down. And you're looking at all of this, and you're saying, well, Big going into this game, they should be able to bring some of that momentum, right? Let's not pretend there's not an elephant in the room right now. They've won 13 rounds in a row. So you're going into an Inferno, you're going into a map that usually is not the greatest for hype, but now he's shown a great resurgence, so you're hoping that he's able to carry on some of that onto Inferno, especially if he gets to start on the CT side. Crimbo, traditionally, always been a really good Inferno player, always been great in towards the apartments, always been great in towards that pit position, or wherever you put him around the map. I feel like this is one of his fortes. So I think there's a lot of reasons to believe that Big have what it needs to keep it going on, or what it's needed to keep it going on Inferno. The main question here for me is whether, because we're looking at that head-to-head between the Opers once again, whether we're going to see another massive momentum shift, because we've had a couple of those so far, Brandon, and I feel like you're looking at the way that the series started for Big on map 1. It felt like it was going to be the easiest 2-0 in the world. Then it felt like it was going to be the easiest 2-0 for Saw, and then Big turned it around and won 13 in a row. So at this point, what we've been accustomed to is a really volatile series where both those teams just take turns in having massive streaks.
Absolutely, and if you take a look at what is going to happen here in this series so far, we don't actually look at the head-to-head versus the Orpers because it's Inferno, right? We actually take a look at the riflers that are performing the best, and I was going to say at the start of this map that it should be Agal versus Crimbo, but to be honest, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking Agal versus JDC, because if the riflers don't get off to a good start, if you don't have your X factors in the server, then you're going to be entering mediocrity once again. And if it's mediocrity in this series and you really do start to have these concerns, it has been a hell of a series so far. And honestly, you take a look at Inferno, you have no idea where this is going to go, and that can be exciting. That can also be very puzzling. I think for both Saw and Big in this game state is pretty damning.
Well, the end destination is always going to be Malta, the Thunderpick World Championship of 2025. And right now, in the current iteration, Saw and Big in a bit of a pickle, right? The struggle cannot be painted around, but we'll see if any of this is corrected, if any of this is going to look any better, any more impressive as we enter the last and final map of the series, Inferno, in a bit.
He's going to force the kill the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
We wind up at the very tail end of the series, Inferno, to see who are moving forward to their respective qualifying games. Saw and Big have gone blow for blow in certain capacities and miss for miss in many others here. Inferno, the final battleground. Dwag, earlier you were criticizing the veto from, I believe it was Big's perspective. Honestly, given the way the series has gone so far, I can't exactly say I've got much faith in Saw either in taking this one overall. Like, I'd say all bets are off for me personally.
I'd probably agree to that as well. Yeah, I was surprised about the veto process, not going into something a little bit more home turfy, a map of Dust 2 that gets picked quite often in best of threes from Big. For whatever reason, they've gone in towards Inferno. And I think for the final map of the series, I just want some entertainment. Everyone comes to watch a best of three to go and see a decent level of Counter-Strike, right? To try and see the positives and the weaknesses out of both teams. And I don't think Saw and Big have given us much to be happy about today. So if we can go into anything, let's hope for a final good map as a third.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. You know, I think this is redemption just for the quality of the CS between the two teams, just to give themselves at least a showing that maybe they might actually make it into the LAN final. Because you were saying earlier, Dwayne, their opponents in terms of what the qualification game could look like could be OG and M80. And with either of these two teams, just off the level they played at here today, I don't see them being able to beat OG or M80, no matter who they're going to end up facing. So look, I'm going to sit back and see where this one goes. It's Inferno. Final map of the best of three. Winner will move forward. The loser will be out, as Big will be on the CT side start to kick things off.
It's a fairly slow beginning. Work the bottom banana smoke, start fading it. Process, the only player towards the half wall, was got a teammate further back of Tabson with a flashbang. Timing for the P2K around the corner. Jeez, that's unlucky, isn't it? You don't even get a chance. You just get obliterated by the blind Muteris.
Two players caught by that flashbang. Instead, Tabson's now left alone to deal with the incoming onslaught. Does take down Story, at least had a second headshot. Wonderfully taken Aragorn out. Crazy will return to a 3-on-3, and low HP has been neutered on Saw. Hyped going to take that advantage back, finding Muteris from this close position. Two players are going to wrap that corner. Agil caught in the jump face. Hyped is going down. 2v2 now. JDC and Crimbo see an extension. Crazy got two to worry about, and he gives himself up by going for the peek forward. JDC will close the pistol for Big.
I think you'll be disappointed if you saw, because not only have you got the opening kill to set in the execute, but there's only one more player on the bomb side. Now, you should be able to funnel, you should be able to put a lot of pressure onto Tabson, and instead, the in-game leaders hit two pretty nasty shots. He's wasted a lot of time, he's bought rotation room, and then for the T's, because it's a 2v2 post plant, they want to try and take construction space. They want to try and get themselves in a position where they can cut CTs quickly. Instead, the CTs are ready for it. And how many times across the series have we seen late round impact coming out of Crimbo? It feels as if he's in a 1vx or a 2vx, he's always coming out on top. So no surprise that he gets that finishing blow with the Julies.
Big bolster themselves for the opening. But Saul got a bomb plant, so they're going to force the issue right back. It's in a mix of the ecos and the force buys, mostly. And being what we've seen from them. Saw 3 Galils across their board, 1 Mac-10, 1 Deagle. And damage just spread between Aragorn and Process here.
And Process and Tabson have a bit more of an aggressive approach than what we saw previously. Getting quite around that half-wall position. Re-smoke's going down. Now, one thing that you are going to expect just from, well, this veto alone, Nuke, Train, then Inferno, it's going to be slow T-sides, isn't it? It's not an Ancient, it's not a Mirage where you can be a little bit quicker, there's more acceleration room. It's going to be pretty much take top banana, and then take a bit of brackets, go back and forth with pressurizing a bomb site, baiting out further util, trying to force gamble stacks. Probably see a lot of gamble stacks from Big across their CT campaign in this first half.
Hyped. Trying to take fights back, caught by Deagle, damage being done. Teams press on, Crim are going to fall away. M4 to try and hold back at the pit. Jump face comes in from Aragorn. He doesn't get much out of it though. Agil Muteris much more successful. Hyped. He's also traded back by Crazy. 3-on-2 for Saw on the post plant.
Agil's going very aggressive to cut this rotation, and he's been able to slightly get out here towards Boiler. This is really good, because now Agil can just play late.
And they won't have the time to check Boiler all the way. They'll hear the footsteps. Process looking to try to find the exit strategy. Big will not bother with the retake. No kits in play, so if they were going to do for that, to charge up immediately. So they'll look for exit frags instead. And Big's pistol he responded to in kind by Saw. At least Tabson will make it expensive with his SMG in hand. If he can hold it into the next round as well, the buy wouldn't look all too terrible for Big. Unfortunately, he doesn't. He doesn't quite get Story to drop either. So expense from both sides, but Saw are on the board early themselves.
And all you can say is that that's going to be frustrating for the 2B players of Process and Tabson. You've got 3 towards A. You've got better weaponry than what the T side has, and you haven't even come out even on the trades. You've not even been able to force it into 2 versus 2. So before the bomb even goes down, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, it's unlikely we win this round. Yeah, you can put yourself in positions where you can come in from brackets, but if a kill's not presenting straight away, you end up just saving. And now on the anti-force buy round, we're seeing some aggression down from mid.
1-for-1 between Story and Hyped. JDC's 5-7 finds Aragorn as he's pushed up very aggressive. M4 in hand, but not ready for Mutarist to already be inserted in Banana. While they're back at the stairs angle, so the 3-on-3 maintains. Now bomb being dropped in the open is at least information to gain. The scout of Hype trying to defend against it, but he gets goosed in the process. So he's going to fall away.
Process, if he falls, rounds over. That's a good shot. That's a great snappy connection there from Mutarist.
The veteran still got it. Old man, yes. Talentless, no. What we secured, so another 3-on-2 that really Big should not be contesting. When you mentioned earlier, if Process falls, that was the end of the round. And Crimbo and Hyde did rotate up to position to hopefully try and get a miracle out, but I think they've consigned themselves to their fate. Now hold on to the Kevlar. Scout and the Deagle. Little bonuses going into a harsher eco round for Big.
It does make me wonder, over these next few years, how many guys in sort of the early to mid-30s are still going to press on in Tier 2? I don't know. We're not going to have an answer yet, because it hasn't really been done before. We've had a lot go into retirement, go into coaching. Now, I was pugging the other day with Pete, PT that used to play on Mouse Sports. I was like, bloody hell! Like, he was playing 20-odd years ago.
That's quite a throwback, jeez.
I couldn't believe it. I thought, do you know what? Fair play. He's still playing Facer. He's still got the love of the game.
Must have retired in
well, at least
2017, 15, roughly. Like he was still playing when he was on when I started out in like 2015. So
at least 10 years.
God damn, what a throwback. Aragorn strikes on Hyped. Kick things off on the right foot in the eco round. Of course, not much the Big can do to try and resist. See whether Crimbo and Process and get any sort of casualties back with the Scout and the Deagle, but this round is already a bit of a loss. And the odds of Thunderpick have lost faith in both sides, dead set even. I think they started the series tipping in favor of Big, and then by map 2 it was tipping in favor of Saw rather heavily. Now, I don't know who's going to win.
Saw are up against a pretty heavy gamble. You've got a lot of players out here towards B, and that further resmoke is just delaying time. The issue is it's only going to delay for so much more. There isn't another smoke, and there's a minute on the clock. So Saw have got a couple of options here. They can go in for a B exec and just bully their way through the bomb side, or if they start to recognize that it is a heavy stack, they can just cancel and move their way back up brackets.
This flash is sent. Story just got dinked down by that USP. JDC good enough to get away with that much, but everything else seemingly falling apart. Good kill for Tabson, at least comes in against Aragorn. They can get Story. I think would be the baseline achievement you could ask for in an eco like this, but covered off by Mutarist. Story not going to give him a chance. Me and Crimbo, no position, no HP, no chance of making any more damage happen. So we'll maintain their 3 on the trot. Big will have their guns in the next.
And I know that Story was, on For the Win, went to Saw, didn't particularly do very well, got sent back to For the Win, and then came into Saw for his second tenure. They've found a real gem in his overall level of form, because I would say in the Portuguese scene, there's been a real lack of AWPers for a very long time. I mean, Fox was meant to be the #1 Tier 1 AWPer back in the day, and then even the very first iteration of Saw, everyone was Portuguese, but then they had the Dodo in there as well as the Spanish the Spanish AWPer, because well, you just don't have the players. He's been a part of now his second stint for what, over 3 years? It's a long period of time.
Very rare to see extended tenures like that. Big. See this lead continuing to extend against them, so now face the first bit of resistance since that pistol win of Big, the AWP in the hands of Hyped. And set towards mid to watch initial contact, and second mid as well, where there's a couple of players we saw that would try and push into the defaults. A little bit of banana pressure of the utility from both sides. HE's landing a lot better for Big than they are for Saw here. Process missing his mark. Smokes are inbound. They will block the half wall.
Absent and Process have never taken banana, but they've tried to keep the pressure up by constantly re-smoking, fighting with the utility rather than actually fighting with the weapons. The odd spam here or there, but no connections towards a kill. This is exactly how you expect the T-sides to go for both of these teams. Pressurize the anti-rush towards banana, and then just work slow mid-round. Flash assist is a very good kill. Very easy kill against Process.
Oh, Aragon, what a follow-up as well. Tabson tries to peek in towards the man, but by a margin of 6 points of health, the headshot is gained. Once again, an individual is opening up this big bomb site. Well, Big were doing the outclassing on the last map up, but Saw seemingly have come into their own individually.
I'm looking at HLTV's VRS forecast, and if Big lose this series, they will drop to 50th on VRS. I think that would probably be the largest wake-up call for a very long time for the squad, is that we just can't afford to keep taking these losses. I mean, at what point do they start getting invited into, as an example, CCT closed qualifiers and play-ins of tournaments, rather than main Swisses and round of 16s where they're featured, what I would say, most frequently?
We'd have to do the maths on that, but you are right to consider. In this early game, slipping out of their fingers quite rapidly. So now 3 to the good on their scoreline, and looking for a little bit more here. Vice State is not exactly amazing for Big. They have to half-bore by the pistols and Process and Tabson to stabilize the economy for the next round. Even with the 3 saved guns, I think it's best just to bolster up their investments for a future. The Saw would get dangerously close to that minimum 6. There you go, first up, leaning in with a teammate. Flash is sent over towards brackets, fast charge up towards short access, but not charge up to the bomb site itself. And again, early damage will favor Big.
They know that A is heavily defended, just off of the util here on the short side. Crazy. Gets smoked off. Agil wants to try and pressurize towards long. JDC with a boost up. Is anyone holding for this?
Well, HE finally catches the man, so finding an advantage gained, and no one is holding for a quad. Crimbo catching Crazy. AWP shot from Hype does not connect to Aragorn, who's once again trying to play solo entry on the B bomb site. Sandwich between 2 players. This time he's punished for his aggression. No support of his teammates. We're too far behind. The rifle now that Process can utilize. Tabson picked up an AK as well. And they get these last 2 players, and there's a chance that we can actually see AKs across the entire CT board here. Smoke on from Process, perfect timing. They're going to force forward of it. He'll get his kill on Muteris. Last man story, shut down by Hyped. Big, all 5 alive to post up their first rifle win.
Well, it was a tad quicker than what we've seen previously. Just that short explosion where they can come up brackets, they're holding Crazy on the site, they've then got the peer out, the contact towards long. And I wonder if that's just the tell for Muteris that they need to slow down a little bit. They got caught off guard with that. The boost up was an easy kill from Crimbo, and you're right about the pre-smoke down there towards the top of Banana. It drew them in. It forced the T's to run through. For Big, they would say that that's one of the most successful rounds that you can ask for, and one that would set you up on a large streak. And Well, if the last map was anything to go by, long and extended streaks might have to be something that we expect on Inferno.
7 in a row, then 13 in a row. I mean, yeah.
The one difference I will say is that just consider CT economy on Inferno and how many gambles you have. It's going to be difficult for those really long extended streaks because there's constantly going to be buys, isn't there? Even if the CT side is struggling with rounds, if they're keeping 2-3 players alive every time, then you're just going to keep rebuying. You're not going to be in that buy eco like we were on Train.
Early damage taken by Big of the utility basis, but Hype just draws out the opening kill, so went from early damage to the favor of Big to now something even greater than that in trade. Big pick up a crazy. Still, you got Muteris hoping that the B site is exploitable. They've got 3 players on total defensive. Good counter flash in from JDC, but the teams are going to push forward to that regardless. Process is blinded by a flashbang attempt. Tabson gets caught by Aragorn. You hear that boost up over at the Shire. Process can get one of those kills. Pre-fire around the corner. Doesn't quite yield the success he's looking for. And similar story for JDC. Down to Agil's hands. The Sword of the Man advantage. And the site take shouldn't really be retaken by Big.
I don't even know if they're going to attempt it. Money looks okay, but to me, it feels like a waste to even look for exits here. Protect that AWP, protect the AK. That was a good-looking setup. You had a solid flash assist and 3 players on B. They just crumble individually.
Put some nades down towards the default plant position, and Coffin's hoping that they can catch a player off with a extend a bit of damage, but with both players known about Sorno, they're easy escape routes, so not even the exits will come in for Big. Didn't commit towards the retake, and as you said, it was probably the right call to make. You hold on to the AK, you hold on to the AWP. Money's pretty well built for Big overall. And there are some things to genuinely give some worthy praise for in that round. Aragorn again with those entries, Big setup. Thrown off a little bit by utility and panic.
He's looked sharp on some of these entries out to B. He's been pivotal to opening up the bomb site a couple of times. And maybe that's a threat that Big need to try and deal with, those aggro moves that he's making on the site hits. And this is coming from a player that isn't in good touch, isn't in good form right now.
Coming a threat against Big right now. Aragorn's going to get Molotov'd. Try and force out damage or just to suppress that banana access, which the teams will be able to gain. Hype's AWP is ready to receive in mid, and he's not quite ready for contact just yet. They already saw him not. This process smoked as they start backing away, and they do lean in towards this A bomb site this time.
Hype has tried to be aggressive in the first 15 or 20 seconds of the round, intent to fight down from mid, but he's constantly being forced away by Util. Now a flash forward can re-peek him back into the sightline towards Boiler, and he can hold this until he gets flashed off again.
We've got the AWP on the other side of Story. Counter flashing from the CT side instead, going to get him a little bit more deeper, so that aggression doesn't fully disappear. Incendiary on the apartments as well, that blocks the entryway. Good shoulder bait. But JDC can still strike on Aragorn, so he's first to fall this time. And advantage for Big at the 45-second marker. Saw decide to go for the hit. Story's AWP and Agil's AK traded by Hype's AWP in the center of the bomb site. He needs to hit some more though. His teammates are slowly rotating in. Crazy's on 3 points of health. Flash is turned away from the shot, does not connect, and Crazy can capitalize here. Tabson does reach the moto angle. There's some things down from beyond that smoke on Muteris, so both him and Crazy are low. And Process is moving in to try and find a kill that could springboard a retake here.
The Process is heard, and they know that Tabson's out of there. And it's another one of these rounds where it just doesn't look like there's intent. And Tabson gets one. Maybe they draw themselves back in, but Tabson's going to double up towards short. There's hesitation on where he's going to repos to.
God, if only they had a HE, put that down over at the broken wall, and they could make a kill happen. They make it happen as Crazy goes aggressive. Story's AWP at close quarters. No idea where to look, and Tabson's going to overwhelm. The retake is, in fact, successful for Big.
Well, Big didn't look as if they were entirely sold on it. They were waiting for a kill to present, and just about Tabson gets one. Round by round, we see that Big are trying to bring back the scoreline deficit. They may have won pistol, but got reset straight away. That was looking like a 6-2. Considering JDC's opening kill, it's another weak defense on the hold. Just see the apartments play. Story and Agil getting returning kills. The player on the bomb site was sandwiched. The players coming all around. But Tabson making all the impact. That was it looked as if that AWP shot came in very close towards him.
Oh, Big trying to maintain pace with Saw now. They've done well to receive that previous round. They've done well to start things off on the front foot. Again, back to great place nades on Muteris and Aragorn.
Well, they've dropped a lot of util in spawn, which only indicates the Big are trying to sell them on the idea that there's at least 2 players towards B. We've not seen many 4-1 leans from them in the first half.
And only got a process there in reality, of course. A smoke set towards mid-angle for Tabson, goes for the engages, and also hype to AWP. Both players get traded by Story and Crazy, but they lost Story and Agil for the exchange. So 3-on-3, and they decide that actually, yeah, they do want to go towards that B site here. Process has got a lot of work to do.
Re-smoke goes down, and no acceleration of pace. No HE to either break this smoke. So this is going to be tough to get through this top banana smoke.
Flashbang sent HG's a little bit late. Awkward sprays come up to do some damage on Aragorn and the other 2 players. Again, a 2 versus 3, which Big, they can just find that one good burst against that one good player. They can make it an even stance very quickly. For now, they've got to set up.
Process knows that he should have got at least 1, maybe even 2 kills there with that flash pop. Time is dwindling down. They've got double incendiaries, but how long is it going to take? Are they committed for it? There's been a few rounds where it's looked hesitant on whether they want to commit to the retake or not.
Time is short. JDC's leaning in. Think down to that player in the back site. Muteris does get picked up, so at the very least, they're trying to make it expensive, and they will be successful in that regard. Crazy did get JDC, but Crimbo will get both on the way out of the round, so all 5 will drop to the T side. Unfortunately, that last man will not stay in either, so it is 6 for Saw, but Big are continuing to make these rounds close.
Big individually have let themselves down a little bit in this first half. We saw it out towards the A site on the defense. We're now seeing it here from Process. Anchor's just not getting enough, and I compare that to the game that we saw against ECSTATIC. I know that it wasn't a very good decider against PARIVISION, but look at how solid Nut was on both the likes of Dust 2 and on Train. Just always going 1-for-1, sometimes even getting a multi-frag. I just don't think we've seen that Anchor prowess when it comes to this best of 3.
It's a limiting factor that may be hindering Big's chances. Now can no longer win the half, but they can still make it evens. So their T side with a bit more favoritism. Hyped and Process will ensure that with the kills between the 2 players. One does go down in exchange. Tabson's SMG trying to fight from blindness and range. He will actually pick up a range kill on Story. So Agil and Muteris in a 2 versus 4 with not even the bomb axe. I think he was dropped there out of the site, picked up by Muteris. Will try and look for a bomb plant when the time is right, and the time seems like right now.
Try and tap and draw the fights, but Big don't even give them that luxury. Very disciplined from Tabson. A couple of bursts out there from Coffins, but not overextending, not swinging too wide. And then JDC is now sandwiched Muteris in, so he's got to be focusing about players in bottom banana, players on the B bomb side, and there's just no hope here at all for the in-game leader.
Even Hyped adjustments well placed with that AWP. 10 frags deep for the man. Suddenly a turnaround from the rest of the series, where he is the bottom of the board right now for the Big side coming into map 3. Excellent shots in this defensive and an excellent performance so far on this map. Again, stuff that's praiseworthy for being a 4th on their board.
They've not won a round in a row yet, though, have they? All of their CT rounds have been individual so far.
That's true. I mean, it's going to be that cracking moment, though. Tech9's pulled out and a half by fast plays in towards the A bomb site. The AWP might get pressured, especially as Crimbo goes down very quickly here. Right to try and pick up. 2 kills return back from JDC and Hype. JDC holds his nerve. He's finally going to get overwhelmed by Hype's USP. Good enough to get the trade back. Story's going to be heard. AWP shot doesn't quite connect on the peak out. And Tabson goes falling. Hang on. Low HP for the last man that remains. And Story can actually find the steal. So we remain streakless for Big.
Why has the default player of Hype even swung there? He's reverse default. He's got a player on rotation. He doesn't need to swing. don't know. They're making it tougher for themselves. We'll see it again on the replay. Hypes just needs to tuck and have his USP pulled out, or whatever sidearm that he has. Completely unnecessary for him to commit to this duel.
And that puts Big back on the back foot for the economy game. SMGs across 4 players, and the M4 have hyped into the last round of the CT half. Two players look to try and hold an aggressive stance at Banana. The Molotovs will do a little bit more HP damage towards the T side. Crazy going to get 2 picks out of the apartments. In the meantime, Process desperate to get a returning frag, and he's good for one of them. Second out of the map 10, however, should look to escape. Aragorn, also blinded beyond that smoke, will fall away. Meanwhile, Capson stands alone on the side defensive, almost found a lineup, but didn't get all of it.
Big will attempt the retake, but JDC and Process, you'd even like a bit of Yeet, wouldn't you, in this 2v3? Aragon should get a freebie on the rotation of Banana at least.
We'll sit pretty and wait for Process, and Process will go down. JDC, all that remains, 1v3, out towards brackets. And Aragon should be well aware of his contact and his compadres over on the site itself. We'll leave JDC with nothing. And he'll try well and keep the HP limited. If he has a couple of good bursts, and maybe that could work. But the reality is that the teams are caught looking in the wrong direction. So it's an 8-4 half for Soar. And I have to say, probably Dweg, the best half of Counter-Strike we've seen so far in this best of 3.
So far, I'd agree to that one. The difference maybe is just the quality of performance in recent tournaments. Soar have had, what, a top 4 in Fisher, and they had a top 4 in CCT. Whereas for Big, they won a single game at that Fisher LAN, last place in IEM Cologne, last place in Blast Bounty. They made one semi-final in a CCT, but then the very next one they went out in the round of 16 after being invited. ECL was only 2 wins, Star Ladder was only 1. Exort Proving Grounds, top 8, top 16s. BetClick to get to LAN was only beating ESC and Arbe. We have seen very few best of 3 victories, very few runs in any of the tournaments from them recently, or at least Soar have a little bit of backing in that regard. Everything is shaping up for another last place exit from Big, and for Soar to get closer and closer to another LAN qualification.
Well, if Big want to try and deny the possibility of a last place exit, this has to be their last chance to do so. They are down by 4 rounds. We'll need to make up the 8-4 deficit, and they did have an 8-4 advantage over Soar, so we saw how Soar turned that bag, and might take a few leaves out of the playbook of Nuke. Because it is do or die now from this point on. Last half of the series. The last chance of Big or Soar to maintain their lives here in the close qualifier of the Thunderpick World Championship. USPs will take on Glocks, HEs will take on JDC, and JDC will come out worse for wear. At least Story got a lot of damage returned towards him on the A bomb side, but the B players are all unscathed.
Might be double HEs on the boost. Oh, Aragon's making a lot of noise, and he could get caught out in the open because of it.
Nice nade stacks against him. They use that info to perfection. Crazy now stands alone. He's overwhelmed quickly by JDC. Big again, steamroll their way into a bomb site. And will we be able to take a pistol? Because Soar know they're out of this one.
There's been quite a disparity between both of these teams and just maps played in the last 3 months. We're looking at a Soar organization that only have 40 versus Big that are up to, what, 65 now? And that becomes because the VRS struggles have been, I would say, higher for Big. For Soar, they had, what, a second place out on LAN where they didn't really have to play anyone decently in the quarterfinals or the semi, and then only lost out to Iberian Soul at the end. And Fisher be able to beat Furia twice and then beat Complexity, that would have really helped out their campaign. And it excites me for what Soar will look like next on LAN, because that was pretty much the opening tournament to see a Crazy and Aragon in for the team. And to come away with a top 4 where you're taking scalps against tier 1 teams that perform at a pretty adequate level, you just want to get back there to that environment where you can play against the best in Europe, play against some of the best in North America, and just get a feel on whether this team has the legs of what the previous iteration did.
Certainly was an impressive run of tournaments there between Fissure and CCT. Or was it just a honeymoon period? Again, a lot to criticize for Saw over the course of this best of three, and when you've only got potentially 2 best of threes at best in the competition.
The last time they were in the Thunderpick World Championship was way back in 2023, where they lost to FaZe in the opening game, beat Wildcard, but then lost to Monty. And it's only Muteris and Story that were there from that original lineup. That was still when Roman, Ujerks, and Arostos was on the team.
If I recall correctly, they also played during the online series that qualified you in at the time.
Yeah, that's right.
So, love to get back to another Thunderpick LAN. Aren't really on track to do so with the bye state in this round. They have forced into the second of the half. 3 pistols, SMG, and FAMAS out for Muteris and Aegir respectively. Damage has been done early towards that T-side line, so big. Some harder fights than they might initially expect, and that's the Tabs in particular. At some points, a health Story, I thought he was able to get that second player, but Process returned back.
This looks promising because Big are now starting to hesitate a little bit. They've got a lurk out here on top Banana, but the HP bars are low. Process was on low HP, JDC's on 61, and there's a rotation from an MP9.
Now going made noise, making his way out of there. Smoke down, SMG, blind firing. Hoping for a straight bullet to land on Process. So much luck will not be successful. Process instead gets Aragorn on the backside. Muteris. He's got players on his way in, and both him and Crazy can take a couple of kills with their SMGs. JDC and Process down, 3-on-2 now for Saw. Hyped and Crimbo. 2 AK players that are left in. Hyped, ready to receive. Dropped in on by Muteris. Secondary killer, Crazy returns back. It's all Crimbo now. Swings on, kill found at the cross. Bomb was tapped, but not held. 5 seconds to it. Crazy's got a kill. Crimbo's going to swing him, and he doesn't do it. He tries to call a bluff that wasn't there, and Saw indeed retake the site and claim the round.
I actually think that's the first clutch that Crimbo has lost this entire best of 3. I don't think he's been in a position to lose a 1vx previously. Every time he's been forced into that scenario, he's been successful. Such a good clutcher. And right there, to stick a 5 seconds against him, that takes some serious guts. What a round to win if you're Saw. And for Big, it hurts, because that's losing the anti-force buy. That may be your hopes and survival over in one round, in one 1v1.
One decision to make all the difference in the world. Crimbo has had a lackluster map compared to the rest of his series. Unfortunate turn of events from a player that has shone the brightest you can in the circumstances.
And I think no matter what the result is, whether it's successful or a loss for Big, the coaching staff need to figure out what the future is for this organization. We've got, what, a head coach, 2 assistant coaches, and a performance coach. I'm sure the players know, and I'm sure the coaches know that times are very tough. This is easily the largest slump that Big have ever been in. We know that they've had some difficult periods, but this right here is the most difficult. And if you're not beating a squad like Saw online in a best of 3, then who are you going to beat? I'm looking at the next few tournaments that are going to be coming up from them, and I'm just kind of ticking my list off of all the teams, and I'm not sure which kind of squads they're going to be able to take down.
They got CCT, they got another season of Proving Grounds, the BetClick LAN you mentioned, and that Urban Riga Open event, which is, I believe, specific to German. Oh, no, sorry, excuse me. No, they do have OG and Passion UA also registered there as well.
Even that, some strong teams at both of those lands. You've got a lot of the higher ranked VRS teams around sort of the 20 to 30 marker at both of those events. So for Big to go on and win one of those titles or push deep into the playoffs, that's not going to be easy.
Not at all. Using that chain logic, we just need to see something a little bit more out of them. And then again, they have picked things up for the final map of the series, but it might be too little too late with Saw claiming that last round. Now put themselves up a 9-5 scoreline, so 4 more to take the win. Big need 4 to just put us at evens and then focus on the win. Have at least got enough cash to scrape together a respectable buy. But only 2 M4s in said buy. It's really not going to be the best of things for Saw versus the big side. And they're 3 gills.
Aggressive from JDC to start off the util towards Banana, get himself out towards Broom. We saw Crimbo not quite winning that clutch in the last round. What we do know from the T side is that you're an extremity player. You're the lurk towards the apartment, so your numbers are always going to be quite low. I mean, 4 deaths going into round 15. You're being avoided against. And it's difficult to be able to put that into question on how to adapt because Crimbo has been so key across both map 1 and map 2 of the series. And right now, it feels as if he just can't generate anything on map 3.
No placement again from Saw, has tagged up Process to kick things off. Story. Starting to creep closer towards brackets. I thought for a second he might have gone flash around that corner so we can peek in on Hyped and Process. Then will hold that corner. Start to extend out to catch a good fight on Hype. Took a dink back in return though, so 9 points of health. He's exploitable, but he's also alive.
That pressure of rotation room with just the util out on B is driven quite a lot of CTs away from A. Crazy has got an M4 in a good advanced position though. He should be able to at least get 1, possibly 1.5 kills.
Seconds remaining. Process and Tabson starting to lean into that short access. Got a third player right behind him. The bomb on the back of Tabson. Agil looking for a fight. He tries to take it. Doesn't quite make it work though. Tabson takes his own teammate down, giving Agil a chance to extend the man advantage and capitulate the entire attacking force. It crumbles in a matter of moments for Big. Lost in the confusion. A 10th on the board of Saw, and I have a feeling this is the beginning of the end of Big.
It's just too slow there from Big. There's a moment where Crazy is being forced off of the porch. He goes on the drop down, and there's no acceleration. There's no emphasis to try and put pressure onto him. Instead, you're executing with 15 odd seconds on the clock, and there's a TK. Players are struggling to get out of short. They can't really get out of the apartments either. You've got a tidy crossfire, which was a tucked crossfire between both the pit player and the reverse default individual. Or get up to double digits and get an elite, easy 11th at least.
Glocks for Big is all they can do to try and resist. They haven't got the cash in mind. Have to go from the 11-5 and then play from there. Stories found easy pickings up in mid. 3 casualties on Hype, JDC, and Tabson, Crimbo, and Process 2 versus 5. And this will be a 6-round return that Big will need to springboard off the back of that rifle. In the next one, Crazy's got the last 2. And it is truly do or die time for the big side. They could have been mentally crippled off of how Nuke had ended to a 13-round streak to redeem themselves somewhat, and then looking the best they've done in this entire series in this final map-up, but Saw just looking that a little bit better.
And we are still yet to see Big string rounds together. It has been 5 individual rounds across both the first half and the second half. You can't do that on Inferno. You can't do that in MR12 with the way that the economy runs. You've got to be getting round streaks. Agil flashing his teammate aggressively to peek over the second mid area and towards brackets, but don't end up going for it in the end.
Be appropriate that Big's first streak on this Inferno would be the streak of streaks that bring the comeback in. That's what it'll have to be, that or bust. Aragon attacked to 9 points of health. Big. Just applying the brakes and sitting pretty for now.
Big were a bit more reactive on their city side, taking map control, being able to force out areas of the map just with util, whereas Saw seemed to be quite happy to sit back and play defensively. JDC against the retaking util is going to get a boost up from Tabson, but he gets a core.
Mutarist trying to hold on to that man advantage, keep the trades going. Aragorn in deep trouble right here, exposed with low HP, needs Muterus to continue to maintain, but even he's been tagged up quite heavily. Agil losing a fight out towards the long access, gives Process a line into that B bomb site, but doesn't commit with it. Want to focus down A and bully Crazy into losing his own life. 30 seconds for the counter rotate. Crazy now tuck himself into the back corner. I don't think getting the bomb carrier is going to be enough here in this context. He might need a little bit more. M4 posted. Fight from Process wins against Muterus. M4 struggles and gets overwhelmed. So the round will fall the favor of Big. And they will start things off finally on this potential comeback. It's 6 rounds that are good.
That's a good effort from Process. That's a very strong lurk and overall timing, because he cuts it and he makes it almost hesitant. Is it B? Is it A? You're indecisive. You don't really know. The ability to lurk on Inferno is a gift, I would say, for the T side. Oftentimes see that players are lurking elsewhere, the apartments, boiler, second mid, brackets. Just makes it so difficult. There's only so many spaces the CTs can hold and cross and always know where the info is. Now for Saw, they hold on to an M4 and they've not invested into an AWP just yet. So this might be the round that Story goes for it.
First tactical, excuse me, for Saw has been called in. First chance to talk. They know how threatening Big could be if they allow this streak to get out of control. So shut it down as early as possible and just claim your simple series win. You only need 2 rounds for the Portuguese team and they will move forward. It's full sets of rifles for both sides. The Big to resist for Saw to put the closing moments on this series.
AWP is coming out towards B and they're going to start 3B early round, at least to throw the util down for Muterus. Try and go for that opening pick out towards a car. He's taken quite a bit of burn damage, but the HEs look good towards JDC. Or better towards Process, in fact, going into Banana.
Just HP damage done. Again, no early kills, although it's about to change. Flashbang-in's good on Story. Second one drives him all the way back. Aragorn's trapped on the mid of the bomb site, taking tabs and first JDC, good for a response. The AWP holds its position, mollied and HE'd away, 2 points of health. Story's barely alive in a 4-on-4.
Beaten by pace completely. Saw was expecting them to repause, to be able to get the AWP back towards CT, but Big just sent it in. Now this should be searching for exits. If a frag presents itself, then maybe you can commit, but there shouldn't be a retake here from Saw.
Incendiaries, flashes sent over and out. Damage being done to JDC and Crimbo. JDC in Process, get those kills in. Agil with a response of 2 individuals to a 2v2. Time's way too far ticked though. AWP shot can land, but they're out of there. Crimbo will take one back. He's going up with the bomb though. At least he should do. He might just make his way away just in time. Yeah, just keeping his lifeline and just keeping the round together. Big continue to stay off that map point.
I haven't often seen pace changes from Big's T side across this entire best of 3, but that was one right there where it did well. The AWP couldn't quite establish that crossfire, couldn't reposition out to the back of the bomb site, got trapped in there at Coffins, and then you just time stall on the post plant. Story makes it slightly expensive, so there's only one alive to come through for Big. Thor might sit here on 11 for just a little bit longer. And even thinking about that tactical timeout that Saw had called in the previous round, we haven't really spoken about their head coach. Sidebox used to be the head coach on Saw Youngsters, was the analyst at one point for the main Saw team, but used to play semi-professionally in the local scene. Played on Beacon, but also played on Rhino. I think it's very important moving into 2025 with these kind of organizations that you've got coaches that have had playing experience. We know that Zen, Freeze, and Dude, the 3 coaching staff that Big have, all played at a professional level at one point or another.
Big are on the comeback. And hey, this is the first time we've seen them in this map string together 2 in a row. Mentioned the streaks that could carry over from the last map of Train and how little we've seen of them here on Inferno. And now, a trend has been broken. But again, it's a long way back for Big to truly establish themselves. With just these 2 rounds will not be enough. But it is a start at the very least.
When I think about the newer additions for Saw, I think you can give them a pass at least till the end of the year. We're talking about 2 guys that have never played at a decent level in Tier 2 before. Both Crazy and Aragorn hadn't even really played at a mid-pack Tier 2 level, weren't frequently playing on HLTV. And both of those guys don't even have 300 maps played on HLTV, whereas Story's up at 800, Agil's close to 600, Muterus is close to 2,000. It's difficult to make those jumps up, and think about how many players we've seen, right, make that jump and really struggle. Nasty as an example, when he got the call up towards Apex. It happens frequently in the Tier 3 to Tier 2 that some players get a chance and they just can't hack it, and that's why even at times we've seen players come into the likes of Saw, get put aside, and then get brought back in a second tenure, and I guess that's happened to big players as well. You've had both the likes of Hyped and Process have their first tenure, realize they're not quite built out for it yet, send them elsewhere to the academy team or another organization, and then bring them back in when they've improved and when they're ready for this level of competition.
There you go, we're back into it. 4 rounds. That's the difference between Big and Saw. Another buy available for the Portuguese side. The AWP on Story, the M4s and everybody else. That's going to bring green of his own. It's Tabs in the place. First port of call round the corner. Point blank against Aragorn. Muterus good to trade.
Muterus is still hanging around though. Rather than just giving up this space completely, he's trying to keep intent towards top banana. He's trying to halter the T side from gaining easy map control. Now I know that the AWP is there from Hyped, and Muterus is still hugging close towards the smoke, and he's even brought that 3rd teammate over that was just flash assisting.
Crazy will break away to rotate more permanently to that A-bomb site. Story extends a little bit too far forward of that Molotov that was posted up. And now Muterus sees JDC's shoulder, can get a dink off against the man, but the AK goes one better with the headshot, and that should be the single kill. That breaks the backs of Saw in this round. They have to consider saving their rifles for the economy game. And Big will have number 8 now.
Well, it tells you that Tabson has faith in lurkers to be activated, to be in positions where they can work their own timings, and he's given them freedom. We saw it previously with Process accelerating out from long, cutting the archway of the player coming via Moto, and then we've seen it right there. It's a 4v4. It gets a little bit silent. JDC feels as if he's got a timing. You walk forward. Now, if he loses that kill, I think it probably disrupts everything of the entire map. It probably becomes a 12th round towards Saw, but you've got to be playing to win, not playing not to lose. And to see lurks and attempts like that does give me a bit of confidence in this T side to at least fight towards the tail end.
Terrorists win.
The comeback is building for the German team. Another tactical called in by Saw here. That last one didn't do much to slow down the Big side. They need that final little push to go past the finish line and close this series out. was thinking about the 2-0 when they were up 7-0 over on Train. Fatigue, exhaustion, maybe getting to them at this stage. It has been a long day. Already 2 best of 3s out of 4 into it, so make sure you stick around for the rest. Saw need to find whatever it is they're missing. A way to shut down Big for good.
Definitely a lot of intrigue in the next couple of best of 3s. As an example, Legacy, a team that did exceptionally well at the major, trying to see if they can back themselves up, get to more LAN tournaments. And then the plucky underdogs of JiJieHao, I just want to see if they can hold weight in that series out of anything.
BetBoom 9Z will close out the day. I mentioned that earlier on. The winner will be taking on PARIVISION in the moment. Over in Thursday's matchup. JDC tagged up. Initial contact established over towards second mid for Crazy, but it's all just to spot players and gather intel, but nothing that will lead to an opening stance here on the round. Apartments should be taken by Big. So, on the balcony for the defense.
Big have got quite a bit of A space at the moment, just with the util that they've put out towards brackets. Now, out of the entire map pool, Inferno has the second lowest round win percentage on their T side. Right now, they've got to lock in. They've got to try and establish this comeback. Now, there was a bit of a prod out there towards short. Looked to be an explosion, but they've cancelled.
Incendiary flash just in case. Four players forming up. All the brackets take. Smoke towards Long. And at Moto. Flashes are sent over. Stories all going to get to the center of the bomb site. Muteris. To get faced on. Process catches him. Big time now. Well, bomb's on its way towards that B bomb site though. Aragon, 20 seconds on the clock. Stay hidden. He'll hear the footsteps. He'll know what's really happening. A split play. If he can get Crimbo, that will be enough. Pick your moment right. Hyped. Checking new box goes down. Secondary peek back. Inside of the smoke goes the plant, so he's covered. And Aragon couldn't find the stabilization, but 2 kills for the one trade. It's a 3-on-3. Retake is possible.
Oh, he wanted to go for that spam so badly. Crazy with the MP9 close towards the construction. Sees 2. That's good info.
Where's the last? Now revealed. But losing 2 for that info. JDC. Massive couple of frags. Eagle knows he's done. He's out of there. Big. Going from a bit of a Larry sight take to a solid post plant. 9 on the board now.
Oh, they are really testing the clock. And that was a good call. They knew that Muteris had rotated Archway, so it's the right read to be able to split B. But it still takes guts, doesn't it? There's not a lot of time on the clock, and you can't afford a single mistake. The clearance out towards New Box was everything. The smoke down onto the bomb was everything. Imagine if that bomb goes down without smoke. Imagine being in that position and Crimbo's just out in the open.
Aragon may well be frustrated knowing how close he got to denying that bomb plant. If only he had the breathing room to go for the spam. He had to focus on the more immediate threats. And that internally saw with only a half buy. Economy game starting to go in the favor of Big. Have savings all the way through for the rest of this half, for the rest of regulation. And they've now brought this back from an 11-5 to a manageable scoreline. And the rifles come out in the next. It'll be game on for Big and Saw. In this half by round, you're hoping for a miracle if you're Saw, and hoping for a clean, easy getaway if you're Big.
This kill is everything from A-Gil. He's jiggling, but he's not overextending. And both Tabson and Process are waiting for that extension.
Molly sent deep towards the cubby corner, flashbang. Turned away from Back's turn, but Tabson got Muteris before he fell. A-Gil cleans him up. Apartments will get cleared out, and now they start the rotations because B's the real target, and Aragon stands alone again.
But is it? This could be a double fake. This could be pressure on towards Big to go back into brackets. This doesn't have to be a full B commitment from Big.
Smoke at the cross, 35 seconds. A-Gil blind spraying. Story's going to stick around, and rightfully so. Now he becomes a solo element. That has to be the hero for his side. Footsteps heard, backups called. Crimbo, where does he plant for? Can Story deny? Is he going to peek ahead of it? He may well do. 2 backs a turn, but he gets neither of those kills. And JDC in the apartments can shoot him in the back. Advantage extended by JDC, who has popped off in this late game. And maybe the difference maker for Big.
Well, fair play to Big in the late round on the calls. They are getting Saw to over-rotate like crazy. They are getting them to just constantly be moving, constant question marks. It's been the fakiest T-side out of anything. When I look at Saw's T-side in the first half, very structured. Every time it was a sight hit, it was a sight hit. There was no double bluff. There's no double pump. You don't know about the hesitation. And that looked as if Saw had everything going for them. They were blocking on B, they were getting mass players out there, but it's the council on the rotation. And now if you're Muterus, you're wondering, what do we do? Do we sit back? Do we constantly over-rotate? You get in your own heads a little bit.
Someone's going to say something about this because, as you mentioned, it has caught them completely flat-footed. Big have been playing with them. Toying with the Portuguese side. And coming into life in the late portion of this matchup. At 11-10, we're game on. Saw about to see their lead disappear. Big about to set themselves on to usurp the team that have had the lead for the longest time here. Saw's chances. And rife and ready to take those 2 rounds they require. Aragorn pressured, utility pulled out, trying to switch to the M4, but he gets overwhelmed by JDC, who adds another kill to his tally and kicks things off for Big.
Just being beaten by pace quite consistently towards this B bomb site, whether it be top of car or actually against the site hit. You've got players caught repositioning, getting caught with their util out in the open, and JDC's hitting every single kill that comes towards him. And now Gamble stacking, because you kind of have to. You're in round 22 where you're up by 1. You've lost a player in the round. You don't have a great amount of util. Gamble stack towards B and hope.
It looks like they'll pick the wrong gamble. It's Big walking their way into the apartment's A site, the target. Utility from Tabson just to ensure that they do commit to the rotation. They are definitely planning to try and bait them even more so. Doesn't know about the rotation that's already happened, so it's just a case of formalities now. They are going to consign themselves to conceding this one, and Big will get all the way back from 11-5 to 11 apiece. Our Saw about to do unto Big what Big did unto them in the first map of the series and choke an unlosable lead. It was 10-4 on Nuke at one point, 11-5 here on Inferno, a deficit of similar value. In a matter of 6 rounds disappearing, Big are all the way back.
Well, I'm very surprised about the lack of intent to hunt here. I don't know if they're maybe afraid of a last-minute retake coming out from the long side, but right here, just you feel that even if 2 players go down, it will disrupt the economy for round 23 and then even round 24. Process, I mean, goes for it as 1 player, but there wasn't intent behind the team. This has been a very heavy streak of rounds, and perhaps it's a moment of time for Saw to change the tempo and go really aggressive. Something to maybe get a flash over second mid, peek out from bedroom, either run down mid directly, or even take Banana as 3. At the moment, they're sitting back, they're giving a lot of space and freedom in mid-round, and then they're getting caught of either gamble stacking or over-rotating because of fakes. I think if they get on the front foot and work an opening kill, they'll have a much easier time.
And they got 1 tack left in it, so I'd like to have seen him use that right there and then. They do try and push forward towards Banana. JST still deals with him. Can't get a second kill, but Tamps have found Crazy in the meantime. He charged all the way up mid, so there was some aggressive fighting from Saw. It just didn't go well for them at all. 4-on-3 for the German team. Flashbang in from Uterus, trying to hunt for another trade back, but nothing is presenting.
You can respect the call. Saw have done exactly what they haven't done, and they've changed it up. They've changed tempo of the round, but how unsuccessful have they been? A 3v4 in the deficit. Another gamble stack is looking to come out towards A. And every single time we've seen a gamble, Big have hit the right bomb site. They have always hit the undefended bomb site or the lighter one.
Minute to play with. And Big setting up their utility to take this B bomb site. It all rests in the hands of Muterus, the lowest HP player in lobby right now. He's waiting on the back of the B bomb site. He's hoping that the last second tick down is going to provide him the kill he needs on tabseN, the bomb carrier.
They know they've got the info play. They've got alert coming through from the backstab out from Banana, but they need to stall for time on the 2 players on B directly.
Story smoked. HE to try to open up the vision. A-Gill's caught Crimbo on the backstab. 3-on-3. 16 seconds. Hyper going to get forced back. Story on rotation. Muterus is sussed out to the backside. 12 seconds. Orb leans in. Body blocked or blocked by aim punch, I should say. A-Gill makes his way in, but he cannot connect the shot. tabseN and Hyped hold their nerve, and Big now hold a lead. The comeback is complete. They're on map at match points.
They've had to work for it. Even that very last round looked promising from Saw. Great wraparound on the timing. Looked as if it had sort of taken the offensive away ever so slightly. It would separated the T-side individuals, but tabseN getting that kill. And we have probably seen, I'd probably like to say 3 rounds in this second half that one bomb plant denial and it's just done. And every single time they've not been able to deny that bomb.
Circumstances were there, but the position, the tactic, the play, whatever it was not. And Sora back to passive ways, not contesting, not challenging Big. It didn't go well in the last round, yes. But you're about to concede this series when you were up 11-5. Choke of a lifetime for Saw when they really had Big on the ropes.
Big are just starting to get a feel completely on how they can outclass the calling. Retaking util towards top Banana, and JDC just hugs on the edge of it. He sees nothing. He knows that there's no intent of taking that space.
.45 seconds, Big. Taking that bomb out towards the Banana entrance. A third player and a fourth man should join them soon. They're sending utility down towards the A bomb site to telegraph some sort of A hit, but it's all a ruse again. Another attempt to get Saw to over-rotate, but they're not biting the bullet this time. Story Zorp is ready. With limited on the clock. And our flashes to push him off. Shoulder base attempted. Instead, JDC goes down first up. Counter incendiaries are there. Nays to the cross. 16 seconds. Big's flank inbound. Process has stuck his way forward, and Story's caught by it. No one accounted for the push of the smoke. 10 seconds now as Aragon stalled for enough time. Not quite, it seems. Process gets his kill, and the bomb plant is secured.
Retake on, players coming through from Banana quickly, but where's the utility? They've got one flash and they've just used it to clear the half wall.
Hyped, holds the entryway, shot doesn't connect. Second player seen crazy, buys a bailout moment. A 3-on-3 with tabseN low. Crimbo hiding, Process now revealing himself. As tabseN made, tabseN goes for an engage and wins it out. Crimbo's kill once again. Big hold the bomb site and recover the series. The most disastrous start on Nuke turned into the most wonderful comeback on Train, and even better here on Inferno. At 13-11 at 2-1. Big move forward.
Big were playing like James VP towards the end there. How many late sight hits we were getting. Probably saw anywhere between 5 and 6 20-second executes. That is very late and very disciplined. And for Big, they just found their footing at the right time in the series to close out.
Indeed. And I think this Inferno really shows exactly why we are so harsh towards Big sometimes. Because look, that was a pretty good showing from them by comparison to Train, which we are all in agreement was awful. By comparison to Nuke, which we were all in agreement was awful. This was a far better showing, and something that I hoped we would have seen throughout the course of the entire best of 3.
It was, but they were still 5-11 down. And with OG and M80 on the other side of the bracket, man, it's going to be a tough draw. It's going to be a really difficult best of 3.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that I don't have a lot of faith in Bing going forward. However, at least for now, it's a win, and at least towards the tail end, it's something to smile about. Maybe some more smiles on the desk who are maybe a bit more positive than what we've seen so far today.
I'll tell you what's positive, Jay. The fact that Big were able to secure that comeback, that was impressive. And it's not the first comeback they secured this this matchup, this series overall. It was a second map. It was the reverse sweep in maps overall. Look, I'm impressed, but we've got a task on our hands here, lads. We've got to break this game down in a few different segments. So let's start off with the first part of it. And I wouldn't call it, you know, the first half. I call it the first segment until we got to the 11th round for Saw here, Ted.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a reoccurring topic, right? And it's a little bit of a shame for the side of Seoul, because in the end of the day, you will feel like you just had a strong start on 2 maps and you were just not able to hold on, right? That was one of the main things that we were concerned about. Are Seoul going to be able to come back into it after losing 13 rounds in a row on Train? Because this is how they ended up dropping the second map. And you know what? They did. They lose the pistol, but they answered back with an immediate win on the forest buy. And then from that point on, it felt like Seoul just had complete control over everything that was going on multiple occasions. We'd see Big try and put pressure in towards Banana, but then Seoul group up, retake it later on, go into a B exit, win the round, find a lot of good gaps. I think that T side was decent coming out of Seoul, and the start of the second half as well was pretty good. I still feel like in the end of a game like this, you will feel like you called good enough, you feel like some of the individuals were able to show up a good enough form for you to close it out, and something was just missing the moment that you approached the finish line.
What would you say, Brandon, happened at that point as they were approaching the finishing line? Because I feel like it happened twice today, not only Inferno, but Train as well.
I think you got to give a lot of testament here for tabseN and his calling on this T side. And I'll tell you why. It's because you look at the way those rounds were played, and obviously Inferno is all about the push and pull effect. Can we make the CT side over rotate so consistently? And there was really good appropriate conditioning here from Big, and the fact that they were so passive in their setup, then they go into the mid-round control. And what that does is it makes it impossible for Saw to actually gain any ground early. And you can see that they started to do it, like Dweg and Jay were calling for this early banana control being taken. The reason why they couldn't do it, the reason why they never felt comfortable doing it, is because tabseN is playing this really long, drawn-out game where they're trading utility effectively, where they've always got resources in their back pocket. Then they go in and take the map control. And the fact that they are, in essence, whilst these rounds look really complicated from a zoomed-out perspective, if you zoom in, well, the ultimate play is that they are going in together, they are trading, they are building on these execs, and it was just a fantastic, absolutely fantastic call from tabseN all the way through.
Ted, want to follow up on that? Because, you know, it wasn't an easy task for tabseN to deal with all the mental curveballs he was throwing out today.
No, I feel like not at all, right? There was, again, something that we mentioned on the previous map. I feel like there was a couple instances on which throughout this entire series, you could say it's really easy for Big to feel like they're just completely out of the game. You're down 0-7 on the previous map. Here you're down 5-11 on the T side, and all of that comes in from the fact that you lose the pistol, you lose the conversions. There's a couple big plays coming out of Crazy at the start of the CT side. The game felt over. It felt like it was done for. And then tabseN is somehow able to find within himself the level of confidence to actually go for a lot of those fakes, right? We saw multiple amount of occasions where they would just take space simultaneously at different points of the map, throw in a little bit of util, run it back later on, fake a bit of an A-Rap, go into a B split, then fake the B split and go into an A-Rap, or double down and go into a B exec. tabseN was just playing, and I really like that reference coming out of Dweg. He was really playing some old school Jame type of Counter-Strike where he would just enter the bomb site after 2 fakes on 15-20 seconds, but it just felt like everything was really well thought of, and it didn't feel like Big at a certain point really believed that they were out of the game. They were playing pretty much to win, right? And you could see that from a lot of those aggressive moves on the lurks from Process, from JDC. There was a lot of good things on that T side from Big once we went down into the buy rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things here. I'll try and go over some of them very quickly. Firstly, remember Big was the team that reinvented the meta on Inferno in CSGO when they were dropping those deep A-Rap smokes. Like tabseN's always been the innovator of just reinventing this design on T-side Inferno. So it actually made a lot of sense for them to sort of go back to an old reliable, especially where they're in this period of flux. Secondly, I think JDC, we spoke about his impact and how useful that would be coming coming into map 3 towards the tail end of this game. So many crucial multi-kills where if JDC doesn't effectively bail out Big, then you're going to be struggling, and Saw would eventually have closed the game because Big didn't give themselves enough lead time in terms of errors being made. And I think thirdly and final point from me is this speaks volumes to a lot of the belief still within these players, within the organization, because if you can look and go from a series where you do not look good in map 1, you bounce back on map 2 because you can't close map 1, then you again this time actually grind it out, come all the way back in map 3, you're able to close in a position where you are not winning these best of 3s. The amount of belief you have to have in tabseN in that moment, I think, is a testament to him as an in-game leader, but also a testament to Big for this project and where they hopefully see themselves by the end of the season. Because if they qualify for this LAN, that would be such a shining light in what has been a cloudy sky for them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to give Process his flowers as well, right? Because he's coming to the team in a moment of turmoil when he's played only 8 maps. As of right now, he's averaging a 1.28 rating. And all in all, it hasn't been the prettiest types of games. It hasn't been the highest level of competition that Big have been facing off against. But ever since getting Process back into the mix, they've won 3 back-to-back best of 3s. And this is something that usually doesn't happen for Big. It hasn't really happened in a long time. And it's a bit of a shame for Sol because, again, they didn't play a bad game of Counter-Strike. But as you said, tabseN calling well, everyone else seeming to have all that trust and believe in him, even when things were not going well, when some of the individuals showing up whenever they were needed, guys like JDC and Process finding the impact and hyped as well in that first half. There is definitely at least a little bit of optimism to be had with Big's chances to make it all the way.
Yeah, and of course, it being a third victory in a row for Big, it doesn't come out without its mistakes, right? You know where you need to look out to get things going in the right direction for your following matches, because you've got important ones coming up, right? Because this wasn't the end of the journey of this close qualifier. They'll need one more to make it to Malta for the Thunderpick World Championship overall. But let's go back to the discussion about Saw, right? Because we haven't seen them in competitive play, Brandon, for about a month now. And I feel like that shakiness really reflected on the server today.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment to make. I think also what you can say though is that there are improvements. The difficulty obviously is closing the game, but that can be argued for both teams. But I think we got a lot more of an insight into what Crazy can produce for this team.
Sure.
Agil, I know Ted's pretty big on Agil. Like, he did very well in this series too. Aragorn, it's such a shame he wasn't able to carry on his good momentum on Inferno, because he single-handedly, despite his kills, saw 3 of those rounds early on Inferno. So it's one of those where it's his integration into tier 2, tier 3 that's going to be a little bit of a step up, and that's why I expect this team to take a little bit longer to adjust. But hey, you're going up against Big. Both these teams have made a lot of changes recently. It's very nice to see that, hey, look, they are at least competing. And let's be honest here, guys, they probably should have won the series.
Yeah, and also, it feels only just to give them a little bit of time to actually implement what they've been doing in practice, right? As we said, this is something that's all been doing a couple times throughout the last couple of years. They take around a month and a half without playing too much. Once you get back into officials, even if you do have good initial game plans and everything is a lot more fluent than it was a little while ago, you just need a little bit of experience and a couple officials to get everything going.
Well, this was just the morning shift, folks. I know it's not morning for people out in Europe, but, you know, it's the early shift out of the way with the first 2 matches being completed. We've got Legacy versus JiJieHao and BetBoom versus ENCE later on today. Well, the morning shift, lads, us and Eternal J and Dweg from the casting desk are out. We've got a brand new core of broadcast talent to take you through the action. You're in safe hands, don't worry. But it's TechGirl, Trav, and Hayes to take you through the action in terms on the analyst desk. So yeah, that's us from the morning shift. We'll see you again tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the matches today, folks.
He's going to force the kill the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. We've had a bit of a switcheroo here on the desk. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next two best of threes. And joining me, two familiar voices you hear a lot of. Hayes and Trav are here. Two South Africans. Travis, we're punishing you today, hey?
I wouldn't call it a punishment. I'd call it a pleasure. Okay? Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. I've spent my fair amount of time with Matt on broadcast, so
Yeah.
I know what it's all about.
I was just thinking we could have had him in the middle, been like a South African sandwich. He's basically the Boerewors at that point, Sam.
There we go. If you're not South African, you have absolutely no idea what we were talking about there. I don't think Hayes and I have actually, we've been on broadcast, but not together on a broadcast in many years. So this should be quite fun, Hayes.
Yeah, we did the Intel event that LAN in South Africa 2022. I think you, me, and Tools were on the desk together. I think that might have been the only time we've worked a desk segment together. That was obviously on LAN, but it has been a while.
So there we go. But here we are for the close qualifiers for Thunderpick. We've had two incredible first games, and now we're moving into the next one. Of course, it is Legacy versus JiJieHao, and I'm going to be dead honest. I said to both these boys, I was like, JiJie who? Who is this team? Where have they come from? Hayes, I'm going to be... all I knew was that Boros once played for them. There we go. That's about as much information as I can give you.
I think the other name that will definitely have a lot of recognizable value has to be ESA. Like, he's just been playing for a long, long time. There was obviously a little, intermission in his career around COVID where he went off to the game that will not be mentioned, the Voldemort, obviously, of esports. But he's come back. He's the IGL of the team. He is the veteran. He has a lot of experience. He was actually playing at a really high level before he took a break. 2018 around with Hellraisers. I'm happy to see him back, but I don't really blame you, Sam, for not having, a huge amount of knowledge on this team because they don't really have players who have been around for a long time or accomplished a whole lot. They do have guys who play a lot in Face It. They've got a heavy hitter in Mini, but it is a team that comes into this qualifier as massive underdogs.
I mean, Travis, that was exactly how I would describe them, right? Underdogs. What do you think they're going to bring to the table if you were to define the play style that you could expect from them?
Well, the thing is, I think they do play very aggressive, and I think that's kind of what they need to do to sort of activate Mini. I mean, the only reason they're actually here at all playing in EU is because Valve changed the definition of the regional sort of regions in general, just where they would have to play. They played in Asia before, now they're having to play in EU. I thought they would plummet down the rankings once they started playing in EU, but they've actually been all right considering what they've got to work with, right? I think underdogs is the right way to say it. I casted them quite a bit in the Star Series qualifier. Mini had a couple of crazy pop-off maps. They had a 13-0 against ECSTATIC on Dust 2 where he dropped a 2.5 rating. Kind of everything went his way. His op should be the main focus because the other pieces are sort of very middle ground hit and miss pieces. Kamau is kind of a bit of a no-namer from the local Kazakh scene. He's okay, but nothing special. He's only 19 though. Of course, he can grow. But Issa is probably the main man, Matt mentioned, is the one that you're going to be looking at as to kind of give you the late round impact frags when necessary.
Of course, they now have to go up against Legacy, who I rate have two of the strongest South American players on their lineup. I would argue this is a team that the potential is there, Travis. And if they are all activated, it's a scary, scary team to face off against.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite South American teams to watch by far. I mean, something I've been quite critical of in South American Counter-Strike below Tier 1 is that it's a lot of quantity without much quality. But Legacy have felt like they're a threat to anyone they have a chance to face. I think they'll be disappointed with some of their recent results. The loss against FlyQuest at Blast London was a tough one to take for them. But I think they're one of the favourites actually to make it through, in this portion of the bracket. I really think they can get there. Damar and Latta have been one of my favourite rifling duos and have been since the Godsent and 00 Nation days. One of my first ever LAN events that I covered, they beat Furia on LAN at an ESL Challenger when they were playing for 00 Nation. That kind of got everyone a bit more sort of noticing what they're all about.
I think that the thing is, like, as you highlighted, Sam, Lato and Dumao have been recognized as prospects and players who are really talented for a long time, but haven't necessarily kind of accomplished what we know they're capable of. Now, obviously, with their run at the Austin Major, all eyes are on this team, and they've had that taste of success. I don't think that they're going to be content just being prospects any longer now that they've been in the limelight, now that they've tasted that success. I think that they're going to be pushing to consistently remain at this level, go deep in these sort of events. The problem for this team is online competition. Like, they have the LAN buff and that online debuff, and you could see it when they were on LAN. Dumao was shouting, he was so excited, he was feeding off the energy of being, you know, across from his enemies or the people that they were playing against, surrounded by his teammates. That aspect of being on LAN, the anticipation, the excitement, all plays into this team, and I think that when they're online, it's way more difficult for them to harness that sort of energy. So I think that it will be difficult for them in that regard to try and keep the same level that we kind of saw on LAN from them, but they still should certainly have what it takes to win this game. I think another important name has to be Lux, if I can just divert for a second. He's now come into this team as the IGL, which is a new role for him, so I'm kind of keen to see how that's going to play out over time as well.
So obviously, I wanted to have that online conversation, and I think we're going to have it for a couple of these games. Is the fact that there are teams here that the upset can occur because the LAN buff doesn't exist, right? So if there was going to be an upset, and if JiJieHao was going to do it, my question, and Trevor, I'll pose it to you, is how do you upset Legacy? How do you beat them in a best of 3?
I honestly think you have to play around one individual and one individual alone, and I know it's bad to say, but it's Mini. I mean, like, Mini's had a couple of crazy games that I've seen from him. I mentioned that 13-0 against ECSTATIC on Dust 2 during the Star Series qualifier. He's the only player that is really putting up consistent numbers as well. I will give out a small shout out to Osamas. I think he deserves to be mentioned, because you look at his rating and you think, there's nothing really too special here, but he does have a really, really good first bullet and quite a smart player, I feel like, as well. Because obviously with the team they have, you don't expect stunning ratings when you're mostly struggling against this sort of tier 2 EU competition, right? Because it's always going to be you have to switch regions like this. So I think he's doing okay. But I think they really just have to use Mini, get him on the AWP as soon as possible, get him into the sort of puggy, get some puggy maps in the veto to try and set him up. Because I think, and to pick up on what Matt was saying as well about, like, online games, I think JiJieHao are used to that. But also, I think Legacy themselves, by the way, are like playing the VRS very well. Like, they haven't accepted too many online, like, South American CCTs or anything, right? They've only played like 2. I think all they've played since the Austin Major, the qualifiers for ESL Pro League, which they won, the calls for Blast London, which they won, and Blast Bounty, and then London, of course. So, like, that's showing that they're playing the VRS well, not taking the risk, not taking the gamble of losing too many random online games. Whereas JiJieHao are having to play all these long online games to sort of keep relevant at all.
Legacy's level of competition that they've been playing as well, though, is somewhat higher than GG, right? Because obviously, Hayes, yes, they might have lost to like a Furia or a FlyQuest during Blast Open, but they've also been able to get maps off of those teams. So they're coming in with probably a lot more structured Counter-Strike and playing those top teams, maybe a little bit of a stronger game plan, would you say?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, think about the experience that they've gleaned from those opportunities going up against those sorts of teams. They've definitely would have learnt and grown from that. And that's why I look at them no longer as this team who are like dark horses or have prospects. It's like, no, we've seen that potential realized in the server consistently. And now it's about showing that and not just saying, we know that they're capable of that, but we want to see that now game in and game out. And I think that they should be able to kind of steamroll the series without much of a challenge if we are going to get that level out of them. If they are going to lose this, it means that they just weren't at their best. It's as simple as that. It's one of those situations where if we get both teams at their best, Legacy should roll this without much of an issue, and that means it's like a win condition for JiJieHao is Legacy not really showing up, which is never really sort of something that you want to go into a series needing to work out in your favor.
I also think as well, like, if you look at JiJieHao's results, the most important thing for them is that they can compete. They've beaten teams like Medisport, Zero Tenacity. These are like stalwarts of like tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike. But they did get farmed by TNL, maybe to be expected. They've beaten Tricked as well, but again, it's very sort of it's nothing really that's been a shock. I haven't really shocked anyone. The only real good result was that win against ECSTATIC, but then, of course, there's an upper bracket and lower bracket in that Star Series qualifier. ECSTATIC just 2-0'd them right back the next time they played, right? So, yeah, they are one of the biggest underdogs here. They've got some special players that can do something, and ENCE still can be that player, even in these light rounds, even now after such a long career, of course, in Hellraisers and OG. But, yeah, it's going to mostly have to be Mini, and that's not enough when you have such a strong rifling core on Legacy.
The veto should be coming in really soon, and I'm curious, I mean, how do you think this is going to play out? Is it going to play a big role in who's able to take this?
I think each team has a small gap in the veto, but Legacy hold all the cards, right? I mean, JiJieHao have a rough Inferno. They've yet to find any results there at all. It's one of Legacy's favourite picks, not just online, but on LAN as well. Despite a couple of losses on it lately, they're, of course, against decent opposition in some of these Blast events, right? So you can't really blame them for that. Legacy don't play a whole lot of Dust 2, and that's the main map JiJieHao would have had in their wheelhouse, but that's been banned. So JiJieHao can play Nuke. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I look at these maps and I think this has to be a 2-0 for Legacy. It's got that written all over it. Inferno and Mirage are Legacy's 2 most picked maps, guys. It's like they only have picked 3 maps in the past 3 months, Inferno, Mirage, and Nuke. And Inferno, Mirage are the 2 most popular for them, and they've got both of those as the opening maps and the favorites in this series. Honestly, like, all signs point in the direction of Legacy winning this, and they should be able to do it quite comfortably, especially with Inferno and Mirage to open up.
I actually think we've got some Inferno stats that we can pull up, which will just further highlight your point there, Hayes. It feels like we are all leaning very strongly to the South American organization, Trav, but you can never say never, right?
No, not on a map like Inferno,
Never.
right? Things can be a bit weird. I mean, you can get these situations where the economy's rough for a long period of time. They get these close rounds, they finally break it, and they keep themselves in contention. They did finally break that streak that I was kind of mentioning, right, on Inferno. They beat Tricked on it yesterday, which is the first win they've had on it, I think, total. Mini did play a very good series overall in that one, and he had a pretty solid Inferno as well. I think BeeBoo played pretty well too. I think BeeBoo is a player that's worth mentioning because he's been around for a very, very long time at this point as well, by the way, because he played on NASA back in the day and teams like Para as well temporarily. So he's got a lot of experience alongside Issa, even though BeeBoo's only 23.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm glad you bring BeeBoo up because he is a guy who's kind of been languishing around that tier 3 space for a while. He's obviously one of those FPL guys who's been putting up really good numbers consistently over the years and hasn't ever really gotten his shot in a team that's super recognizable or has a huge amount of potential. It's always just like pieced together with a bit of patchwork and duct tape. And I feel like with this JiJieHao roster, it could be the first time that we're getting a team where maybe he can kind of start to realize that some of that potential where they're going to stick together for longer than 6 months, because that's always been a problem, just teams constantly changing in and out. So I think that, yeah, just talking about BeeBoo for a second, that this is a good opportunity for him in his career.
It's so funny because I like to be a realist on the desk. But I recently got my fingers burnt. During EWC, I categorically stated that Heroic couldn't beat Spirit. And if you watch enough Counter-Strike, you'll know how wrong I got it there. So I'm absolutely terrified of saying what I want to say here, which is Legacy. There's absolutely no excuse for them not to win this. But I've since realized that anything can happen.
It's okay.
So I need to...
Don't worry.
Yeah, I got to watch my mouth.
I think without Dust 2 in the veto, Sam, I think you're going to be okay. That's the one map I've seen JiJieHao really, really hit hard on. So it would be a huge, huge shock if they're able to overcome Legacy here, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, they've got some talent, but realistically, especially adding the veto in as well, like, they can be exciting, but they should be outclassed entirely.
I'm just too terrified to say it. I have learned the hard way. I can't do it anymore. Also, I haven't watched, I'll be fair, I haven't watched enough of JiJieHao for me to be able to like categorically come in and say this, even though everything inside of me is saying it. You mentioned that player though, that we all have to keep an eye on, Mini. Let's take a look at how he stacks up, if you like, against the opposition there, because we've got a nice head-to-head that we can pull up. So, I mean, for Hayes, talk me through both of these players and what they're going to bring to the table.
So you've got some contrasting styles between them. Mini is a guy who is just the centerpiece of his team. He is the guy that they rely on consistently to be the top frag. If he doesn't have that pop-off game, then they're going to struggle in most of the matches that they find themselves in. Whereas Sadzin's more of that supportive aspect. He's not going for many opening duels on the T side, or more surprisingly on the CT side, it's still actually JiJieHao and Lux who are doing all the work in the early stages of the round. So Sadzin's more the guy that they can just kind of rely on. You know, if he's posted on an angle, he's good for the shot, he's good for the kill. You know what you're getting out of him, where Mini is more that like X-Factor player who can just blow the game wide open and take over when he's having one of those games. So I think you get sort of contrasting styles, because Sadzin, he kind of plays the counterweight to players like JiJieHao and Lux as well, who want to have that freedom and space to call their own shots. You know, normally it's the CT side Orpa who kind of dictates what the setup in the round is going to look like, where I feel like Sadzin more just kind of files into place to allow for JiJieHao and Lux to play the game that they want.
Yeah, and I think as well, right, like, it looks a bit deceiving there, that head-to-head, seeing the 1.23 versus the 0.87. Sadzin isn't a 0.87 player, by the way, I'll absolutely say that. But that is why I'm saying that JiJieHao have to play around Mini. The rifling core for Legacy completely clears JiJieHao. Like, even Lux, who's the in-game leader, I was very happy to see him get this opportunity on Legacy. He's done so well with it. He adds extra firepower as well alongside JiJieHao and Lato. So he can still be very good on his day too. The main thing with a team like JiJieHao is you want to see who they're going to bring up. What talent is going to be on the team that they're going to switch to that could be one to watch for the future. It moved on from their time with Boris. Kumau, as I said, is a pretty unknown player from the local Kazakh scene. There's a lot of players that have come up to the local Kazakh scene recently. And if there's one player that could be a bit, I think Matt described it to me before the game, blow hot and cold, keep an eye out for the Kumau hot moments, because I think he can have them.
Well, there you go. We've chatted about these players, these two teams. We're getting ready to jump into that best of 3. It should be coming up really soon. Off topic though, boys, because this is something that has been sitting on my head for a while, and I'm just curious. Before, obviously, these Brazilian teams all decided to go international, I've constantly been surprised that no one has come in and taken JiJieHao or Lato Hayes and picked them up.
I mean, it probably more comes down to their own personal preference of wanting to play with people from their country, right? Their countrymen kind of thing. I do think now, like I was saying earlier on in our pregame segment, that they've now had that taste of the big time, the spotlight, making deep runs at LAN events, getting these upset wins against teams that they've obviously just been watching from the sidelines for years. Everyone's always bigged up JiJieHao and Lato. I'm not joking, for like 4 or 5 years at this point, guys. Their potential has been undeniable for a long time. But now that that potential has been realized, they won't be content to just kind of go back to being the guys who, yeah, we know that they're good, but we don't see all that much of them. So I think there's now almost like a ticking clock, a countdown. It's like, if we don't find success in the next few months, then maybe they will start to knock on those international doors.
Thing is, though, I think the argument with JiJieHao and Lato, it's been a talking point of the Brazilian scene for a very, very long time. What on earth are their buyouts going to be, right? Like, but the price of buyouts in the South American scene is the issue. We haven't got our, crazy Brazilian super team that we've wanted for so long. Maybe we don't need that, because look what Furia have done now. But still, like, it's still something that I want to see in the future, but I'm not sure we ever will.
Do you think more South American teams, Trav, are going to go the route of Furia and now MIBR and sort of branch out and go the international route?
Well, I think Furia, like MIBR, trying to copy that blueprint, but I think they maybe picked up the wrong sheet of paper, because it's like that's way more of a risk. And I feel like what Furia have put into practice with Klim, an academy prospect. And now Kicker, obviously, he wasn't even like a good factor of PARIVISION when he was on that team for a while. He was the in-game leader. They kind of they moved forward with Jane back as the in-game leader, and they got rid of Kicker. So, yeah, it's a very weird one. I don't think Legacy are the kind of team that want to move away from that, for sure, because they've got a good thing going right now. But I believe we've got 9Z coming later as well, which I can go into even more about how, I'm not entirely content or impressed with the moves that can be made in the South American scene.
I think Legacy is the one team for me, Hayes, that looks like they have the potential to improve. I hate this because we use it so much this year, but they just need some time, right? They need a couple more LAN events. They just need a little bit more experience, and maybe they can go toe-to-toe with some of the stronger teams.
I agree with you that there's definitely room for improvement, especially when you look at the names outside of JiJieHao and Lato are probably right up to their ceilings. I mean, a bit more experience will always help, but I think you look at someone like Lux, who's still in the early stages of his career as an IGL. You look at someone like Sadzun, who's just been playing at this level for a year now, kind of thing. So obviously a lot of room to grow for him as an AWPer. Nissim as well, kind of a guy who flies under the radar. So I think there is more juice to the squeeze for a lot of these players. And yeah, that means there's more room for growth. But like I said, Lato and JiJieHao are kind of checking their watches, thinking, okay, boys, we've, done this for 3, 4, 5 months now. Need you to catch up to speed so we can have these placements consistently.
Obviously, JiJieHao, realistically, they know that they're coming in as the underdogs, right? But if we have to take a look at Legacy, they must be... I mean, Trev, they must be saying it's LAN or bust in this particular situation.
Especially because this is a very, very cutthroat qualifier, by the way. Like, you got the round of 16, you got the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal match qualifies you for the LAN, no lower bracket. So, like, they play the winner of TNL versus Imperial. We could get, a regional domestic matchup between Legacy and Imperial. That would be pretty exciting. But they'll look at it and say, we've had the better results recently. We are the sort of forced team to be reckoned with in our little mini bracket. We should make the LAN. Like, if we don't, it's a big underperformance.
Especially as far as opening matches go in this the opening round of games here. They couldn't have asked for, with all due respect, an easier game. JiJieHao, the lowest ranked team coming into this qualifier. So that certainly does bode very well for them to kind of get going in the cutthroat single elimination bracket. Like you highlight though, either TNL or Imperial in the next round will certainly be a difficult game for them. But it's a good way to kind of warm up into this bracket by playing a team like JiJieHao, and they've got to take full advantage of that opportunity, because even if this is a win, but it's an ugly one, I think that's something that'll still play in their minds. Like, damn, how did we beat them 2-1 with an overtime on the third map when we were such significant favorites? So not only do I want to see Legacy winning the series, but I'd like to see them do it in fairly, I don't want to say dominant fashion, but at least cleanly.
There is obviously haze, like you said, because it is that single elimination though, and it is online. There's this chance for upsets, which means it's probably the one, I would say, the one close qualifier where the lesser known teams or the underdogs actually have the potential to get to LAN, which we all know now with VRS is so important, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what are the two things that normally lead to upsets? Single elimination brackets and online Counter-Strike. We've got both. It's a perfect recipe. You're right, Sam.
We are ready to jump in now. We got 2 new voices to keep you company. Vince and Anders are ready. Let's jump into game.
Wow, thank you so much, Sam. Yes, we are absolutely ready. Vince, how are you doing? We got some Counter-Strike on the menu. Are you feeling good today?
I'm feeling great, Anders. We had a bit of a prolonged wait as the other games got finished, but we're ready to go now. And we're straight into the action. First round's already kicked off.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, a little bit of a delay to get into this one. And the last match lasted a little longer than I was expecting too. So kind of interesting stuff. But yes, we'll get into it. It's JiJieHao versus Legacy here at the Thunderpick World Championship. We are getting right into it. Really no delay. Already a couple of trades here. Sadsin and Osama's are both going down. And by the way, JiJieHao are going to be starting on the CT side with Legacy on the T side. This is a map that they play super well. I mean, the video in general is brutal. I think the desk covered it well. But Nuke as a third map is just... That's a bit of a gut punch, I think, to JiJieHao.
Oh, no doubt. However, the man that they did highlight on the desk, and for good reason, Mini, he's going to put those Julies to work. So the player advantage shifts back into the CT's hands once more. And I certainly agree with you. I think Nuke is going to be a very difficult one if we go that distance. To be completely honest, though, Anders, I would love to be proven wrong on this. I don't think many people expect it to go 3. I think most expect this to be a fairly straightforward 2-0. But Bibu, lovely USB shot there, puts down yet another Legacy player, puts them into a 2-on-4. And it could be JiJieHao getting off to a great start.
I mean, we say it all the time, but if you're going to cause an upset, then winning all of the pistol rounds is a nice way to try and get a little bit closer. They're going to run into Isa, who's playing this corner, and the first one is essentially for free. He's going to be taking down Lux, and JiJieHao will be straight into the grave afterwards. So that's really well done. You could see that in that round, Legacy really want to slow down the game after the initial engagement, and that doesn't really work out for them. They kind of get picked up one at a time, so maybe not the ideal scenario for them there, but nicely done nonetheless for the CT side. That's what we like to see. Mini, I think I've caught maybe like half a game of his, but I've certainly heard some conversation, and that's always, I think, a good start, when you kind of get a sense that there's someone that's worth looking for.
Right, and I think what's interesting about Mini as well, obviously hailing from Lebanon, not many players of that kind of region, honestly, not just country, but region, being playing at the top flight of Counter-Strike, and JiJieHao is made up of Lebanese and Jordanian, you've got Kazakhstan in there, Iraq, Palestine. It's a real interesting bunch of players, and he's been around since November 2023. They've been through a lot of roster changes over that duration. Kirby actually notably had a stint in JiJieHao back in 2024 from June to August. But Mini has been there the longest by a considerable margin, so clearly they're trying to build this team around him, and understandably so when he has this much talent.
Yeah, see what he could do early on here. They're going to be careful, though, because I'm seeing a lot of Tech-9s, and if you close the distance, we all know they can be very dangerous. It's ENCE to begin with, but Nissim is right there on top, and Kumao down here in the pit. It's pretty good work, but not quite enough. They're still going to get a chance here to get the bomb plant, and that's already pretty well played, I would say, for the Brazilian side. They've even picked up an M4 in the meantime, so the pressure is on here. The Tech-9 rush kind of working so far.
Such an explosive round, wasn't it? Like, blink and you'll miss it. And now decent post-plant positions. They do have their hands on the A4. Sadsin and Pit playing off one another. They have a flash as well. Now, the problem here is that there is a lack of kit in play for both of JiJieHao, so they've got to get aggressive. Osama's pushing into mini pit, dealing with Dumao. M4 sprays down, has to switch to the Tech-9, and Sadsin lays BBoo down on the dirt. An exquisite clutch at the end, getting Legacy straight back in this map.
How sick is that? All right, I wasn't expecting it because you could see when he's juggling two different angles at the same time in that position with the M4. It's just not an ideal scenario, but yeah, the Tech-9 comes back and absolutely wrecks him in that 1v1. He actually does get dinked. He's down to 16 health, and he still picks it up. So, wow. Taking it away almost immediately, that is pretty upsetting. So, if you're JiJieHao here, you want it to keep this going, but it's going to be very hard to do, though. They have invested into an M4A1. I guess that's good news, and I think some 5.7s to follow it up. A little bit of a stack onto the B-bomb side, so I guess nothing too special. I would be kind of surprised if Legacy aren't playing this round very carefully. I mean, I say that they already kind of are. Wouldn't want to see them jump into a bomb site, but yeah, what a shame for JiJieHao.
Oh, that's going to be a gut punch. But as you say, they have fully invested into this, and they can return the favor with their upgraded pistols. And let's be honest, the 5.7s are no joke right now in CS2. They are outrageously powerful in these off angles. Kumao trying to utilize the perch just outside on balcony. And Issa now making moves. Like you say, Anders, spot on. They are taking this carefully. Now going to start to spread their wings a little bit, though. They've cleared out short. They're going to be looking to push.
Yeah, smoke is up over on Banana, so they know now is their opening to try and do it with before anyone else really starts to rotate on over. So they found a really good timing here. Kumao, if he wanted to defend that bomb site, he would need to get the first headshot right away. That's not going to be available, so he will fall back instead. Look at this here, bomb plan. Look at how careful they are. Even in spite of the fact that they've had the bomb site for a good 5-10 seconds, they are just checking absolutely every corner. On the CT side, I suppose it makes sense to just walk back and enjoy the moment here. Wow. We actually had a chance to kind of get into the match now, Vince. I feel like we got thrown right into it, you know, maximum speed here. But, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming everyone is just universally in agreement that it's going to be Legacy picking this one up. I mean, maybe a third map we could start to be thinking about JiJieHao, but that in itself, it would almost be a bit of a miracle, really.
Oh, for sure. But I think Hayes and Trav did a really good job of painting the picture of, like, listen, all of the cocktails, the ingredients of a cocktail for disaster are here. We have online. We have a single elimination bracket and a really interesting opening fixture as well that, you know, if a potential upset was going to happen, the cards are definitely coming down in the right way. That being said, though, it is a brutal body blow for JiJieHao to win the pistol, immediately go down into a 2-on-1 score. Sure, they've saved some of these weapons, but it's just not the kind of CT side economy building that you were looking for here. And Legacy, I mean, you said in that last round they played really passively. They were very careful. That's absolutely the case. These guys, though, if they need to, they're one of the most aggressive teams that you'll see. And they showed this against Vitality. These were the guys, by the way. If you didn't know, it was Legacy that beat Vitality for their first loss after 29 wins in a row back in Austin. And they beat them on Inferno 13-3. So let that one just sink in for a second.
That was such a sick game. I was casting that actually in Austin when that one was going down. I remember thinking before that day, it was like, oh, we're doing Legacy Vitality. It's going to be kind of a boring game, presumably because, you know, Vitality obviously going to win that. There's no doubt about it. But That turned out to be a really bad assumption, which is why it was so much fun. It was a really enjoyable, interesting game, no doubt about it. But yeah, again, the slow approach here that we're seeing out of Legacy, you have to respect it. They understand that there's a lot on the line. I think the analyst desk were talking about this being, you know, like a land-ready team in Legacy. They want to go to Malta and play. Obviously, they're expected to in many ways, so you don't really want to see them screw up some of these more basic rounds. And honestly, it's just good work, isn't it? I feel like this, especially with a team that's still, compared to a Vitality or another sort of top-level team, they still have much less experience. So you could imagine a world in which they would screw up some of these rounds, but they're just not doing that. So credit to them.
Yeah, exactly. It's about dotting your I's, crossing your T's, making sure that you don't faceplant directly into the ground. And that's what Legacy and Lux's leadership. You know, he's only 23 years of age, as they mentioned on the desk as well. He's quite new to this role, especially with Legacy, joined at the start of this year. They're doing a really good job, all things considered. And he'll be called upon multiple times here on this T side. Also, a very young squad, by the way. Like, it's quite surprising because we have had Dumao, Sadzin, Lato, Lux seemingly being around forever. Their average age on this roster is about 21 and a half years old. Lux is 23, Nissim 24, Dumao and Sadzin both 21, then Lato 22. So this is a very young squad still, and that bodes so well for Legacy.
Yeah, it does. And I think the fact that they've had to battle their way through, you know, surviving in the Brazilian scene for a long time and sort of, you know, not making their way, trying to pave the way with a Cold Zero or some other player that, you know, used to maybe be a really hard-hitting player. They've kind of had to rebuild this from the ground up. But I really appreciate that. I feel like it's made them stronger. Obviously, it's a longer way to go. But I kind of like it. We're back towards the A bomb site, and this is, again, a very early execute here. Oh, they know everything. That kill is enough. That should be the round. The rotation's coming in, but I think they should call it off. I actually don't even think it's worth going for. You can see Isa is in the library. There's no reason to stick around. Wait a minute. Lux is actually walking through the smoke. He wants to challenge that. That is really aggressive, but yeah, they win the round with the speed there. It's so normal for the CT side to be playing 3 at B, 2 on A, and then if you just hit that A-bomb site really early on, sometimes you can just catch them with not enough defense.
Oh, no doubt. And it's conditioning JiJieHao as well, because we've seen the more passive and careful approach on that second round after they won with the Tech-9s. But as I said, they're an incredibly aggressive team as well, especially when it comes to Inferno T side. So you can't take anything for granted if you hear JiJieHao. I'm a bit surprised that Issa stuck around for as long as he did, because he really needed to save that weapon. You can see their bank balance is going to be looking pretty dicey. Bibu does get a kill and trade up to the AK, I believe, that was dropped down just outside of the church. So that's at least something to play with, but there's not going to be a great deal behind that. And, you know, your early doors on the CT side, you want to be holding on to 3 rifles if it's at all possible.
Yeah, definitely essential that they keep this going for as long as they can, because we all know that once the CT side economy falls apart, then it just is, the game becomes so much harder. Probably even more true on a map like Inferno. Damn. But we're into it again. Look at how they start 3 on the A-bomb site this time for JiJieHao, with even aggressing into the A apartments. That is such a clear sign that they don't want to be caught, but it would have been so sick if Legacy would have kept going up Banana very fast this time, just to sort of like reading them as hard as you possibly could. It's not quite the case. They are taking a moment here and jumping right over. That is great work for Kamau, and they pretty much just follow it up here. So now you just want to see JiJieHao cool down, don't do anything crazy. You've pretty much won this round.
Yeah, strangely enough, though, as great as it is for JiJieHao, obviously they have to still make sure they don't take this for granted. You've got Sadzin and Lux still alive on the server. They'll be looking to do as much damage as possible on the way out, but it's a bit of a freak round as well. It's like you've been jump sprayed from an MP9. The timing on that bedroom peak could not have been worse. So although Legacy are going to be kind of frustrated at that, at the same time, you can just be like, it is what it is. Sometimes Counter-Strike gives, and the time it takes away. Don't look too much into this. Issa, though, fast rotation round onto T-steps is going to bag the remaining 2. And a very comfortable round in the end, and a lot of traded up weapons as well on the side of JiJieHao. So that's an excellent outcome.
Yeah, I think we saw maybe 1 rifle there towards the end just being missed, but you're right. This is kind of a freaky round. You'll definitely take it off your on the CT side. So not bad. They steal that AWP. maybe not the best map for Mini to be playing with it, but there are some offers that end up doing a really good result with the orb, so we'll see. He's going to get smoked off in the middle. They'll know that he has it, so it's not going to be a surprise. They obviously can guess that he will have picked it up. Back to the same well here for Kumao. I'm curious if that's a good idea. With the M4 here, very likely to be traded back. Straight headshot on the first one, and a great clear out. So kind of running the same style back-to-back rounds, and you can see Legacy already, and they're certainly going to put some speed behind us. Can we finish the sentence, Vince, before they're already winning the round? What's happening?
Yeah, I think that round kind of epitomizes why most people coming into this just expected that Legacy would get the W, right? Like, in terms of individual prowess, it's going to be a fairly straightforward kill for BBoo, who does get traded out. But in terms of the individuals, like, Legacy are a couple of notches ahead, especially when it comes to the rifling. And I'm not too sure about that call either from JiJieHao, because we've already seen Legacy go for fast wraparounds on short side. Double stacking in that area on the apps is very susceptible to being pushed from the back on Boiler. So
He
the sun was
does actually have a kit.
he's going to go for it. He's actually going to go for this. And he could get it now that he's got the frag onto Lato. There's no one close. It's the full defuse coming in just in the nick of time. He gets the bomb defused. What the hell?
Let's go. That's so sick. Look at his smile. Oh, man. You know what the funniest part of that whole thing is? The smoke that he threw completely failed, right? Like, he tossed it way too deep. I suppose it worked to draw the player back, but I think in reality what he probably wanted was just to underhand the smoke and defuse inside of it. Like, I'm not sure he wanted like a big fight, but once he kind of realized, I don't think he could have defused at the corner of that. I think he would have been visible inside of it. So that is so funny and so sick. All right. Well, you mentioned freaky rounds. I mean, we just had another one. Let's see what Legacy... They should be able to laugh their way out of this, but you never know. You never know when the tilt starts to set in.
Such a sketchy round, man. I still can't believe it.
It's so funny. Oh, you could see it, like, he slowly, he's thinking about it. He's getting a bit closer. Oh, he's got the kit. All right. Yeah, nicely done. I mean, they're not the kind of rounds you want to build a whole best of 3 off of, because that's just probably not going to work. But maybe it's enough to propel you into a best of 3, and they need that. They need that so much right now. So, yeah, well played.
Oh, no doubt. When you are the heavy underdogs as well, the pressure probably already is kind of off JiJieHao to a certain extent compared to Legacy. And that can do a lot more harm to Legacy in terms of their thought process. Again, you just got to shake it off, though, and just think like, oh, you know, we got ahead of ourselves. Fair enough. Let's recoup. If they win this round, they're not going to care about the last one. But Kumao, he's been so aggressive in apps, and this time it's yielded for him. He's got a kill. Yes, they do have a bit of mid control, but with 35 seconds left, there's not many options for Legacy.
It really isn't. It might be another kill here. I think Mini just spots the gun barrel, so definitely got an idea that someone could have been there. Respect to Kumao for walking back. That's a nice shot. Catches Nizim mid-air, but the Molotovs are raining down, and he can't really escape. Lux is just knocking them out down there in the pit. That's very efficient. He's very experienced, of course, but he gets flanked. Dumao running through the smoke. That's an aggressive maneuver, and it's going to be a bomb plant to follow it up. And honestly, if you're JiJieHao here, you got to feel like you must try for the retake. Can't afford to let too many rounds go. He just got such a big gift from that defuse in the previous round, so this is a huge opportunity. You could see B-Boost on the one side, and Osama's just making sure no one's sneaking through. There's the headshot that might just set it up. Dumao's left.
Half that bomb, though, ticking away, and Dumao is the guy to watch out for. Top of the ratings, top of the frags, a star player, but Asomas has cut his head clean off for the retake, and they will double up. That ninja defuse will not go in vain, as they have secured yet another round, and it looked like it was just another foregone conclusion, but Legacy lose out once again.
Really interesting finishes to some of these rounds, but I respect the fact that JiJieHao went for this retake here. I think that says something about their mentality. If they would have saved here, I would have said, oh dear, like now they're starting to play more like a team that doesn't want to lose, as opposed to a team that's really trying to win. Yeah, big ups to them for going for it, just barely getting it across the line. It does cost them a lot in terms of their money. You could see they're on the CT side. They're still just a round loss away here from things going real bad. But some aggression being thrown into the mix now. Different kind of look for them. Pushing all the way down to the bottom of Banana with the MP9. Nobody's expecting this, and there's a result. It's a really good spray down. They still don't know about it. Lux is just... He's trying to ignore the bullets. I can't recommend it.
It's like, if I don't acknowledge him, maybe he'll go away, Anders. I don't know what the thought process was there. Maybe he assumed the player behind him was going to clear that angle and he had to focus at the top of Banana. But whichever way you spin it, Nissim is doing work. He is still trying to make the most of this. Flash is good, forces Mini off the angle. It will yield a bomb plant as long as Lato goes for it. I said Dumao, one of the star players. Well, Lato is the other one, and he's really yet to get off the mark so far. Just 3 frags. This would be a great opportunity for him to just come out swinging.
It's so rough for the retake here. They've got Osama's in the middle with 5 health, and then they got Mini on the AWP. So effectively, Bieber will probably have to do a lot of the work here to even get closer. And they got the kits and they got the smoke as well. They can try and get a little bit closer, but honestly, with the money that's left here, they haven't found anyone. I don't think this could easily be done. I think they might already be saying, let's lock them in, let's make sure nobody escapes, and they lose all the rifles, but I kind of get it with the low health and the AWP and the lack of money. Like, those are all factors that put you, towards saying, let's just not try and go for this one. So I appreciate it. I respect it. Unfortunately, they're going to lose the round here. In Legacy, being on the T side, I think this is already like 5 rounds. They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves.
Oh, yeah. They'll be happy with this, especially considering that, of course, they did lose the pistol. And like you said, that is one of the hallmarkers in this very awkward spray. And eventually, Osamas does get his second. One of those hallmarkers of potential upsets is, getting all those pistol rounds. Well, they've got one of them, but they still find themselves trailing here. And a couple of the rounds as well, if we're being completely honest, just kind of out of nowhere. I mean, this could easily on another day be like a 7-2 scoreline in favor of Legacy, if we're being completely real about it.
Yeah, that's a fair point, I think. Not that much damage on Banana this time, so maybe a bit different from what you would normally see. Legacy really have been shying away from too many of the really aggressive fights. We saw it in the last round, but early on Banana, they've been trying to keep it cool a little bit. They're back to a much quicker A execute this time. If they could get around the corner, they would have gone for it here. Nice headshot from Lado, and they know exactly where that AWP is. There's no reason not to push it, but Kumao comes out on top. Oh, no, he doesn't. He should have had at least one of those kills. I think he transferred that spray right away, assuming that the dink on the Lux would have been enough for the kill. But that AWP now sneaking in behind. This is an all-out chaotic round again. The flick doesn't really connect. And again, they might have to walk away. A 4v3 retake here. I don't know if it's worth it.
We've been in this position so many times, haven't we? Where it's like JiJieHao, they can maybe go for it, but could end up backfiring. How has he survived? He just dances over the flames. Nissim somehow, alongside Sadzin, gonna be laying this one down. I thought Sadzin was going to join Nissim in his grave, but instead stands tall and delivers with a Galil. And not for the first time, JiJieHao, they could have backed out and saved an extra weapon, but they overstayed their welcome and are now in a 6-4 scoreline. Their money continues to struggle. It continues to suffer as they're being choked out.
This is going to be a half of what-ifs. What if they hadn't given up the second round after winning the pistol? What if they'd won the round with the double spray down towards bottom of Banana? Or this one, where they get the opening kill on the AWP, and then they get a sneak in on the MP9, like walking straight up behind them, and still somehow not getting it. Look at the damage you could see. I mean, I don't know about you, Vince. I do this at least once a day, where I'm spraying somebody, and then I just transfer on to the next guy, because I'm like, this guy must be dead by now.
Yeah, exactly, because you're trying to maximize as much as you can from that position, right? And a hitbox is notoriously weird in Counter-Strike at the best of times, especially so in CS2 when someone has their back to you. And I think Kamau, unfortunately, felt that one firsthand. And they have already lost Mini as well. Keep in mind, only 2 players have any kind of weaponry to play with, but one of them is Bibu, and he's put down Dumao over on the B side. It allows him to go for a fast rotation as well. Maybe this round isn't just out of control just yet for JiJieHao. Maybe they can still get their hands on this one, especially as the AWP is going to be activated over on the A side momentarily.
Oh, he was spotted, but not by anyone on that side. It was Nissim who caught him slipping through. Nobody even knows that Nissim is here. That's why he was able to get into such a fantastic position. He could basically call in where that AWP was going to be. So this is looking pretty grim at the moment here. Legacy going to be up to 7 rounds. The money just devastating for JiJieHao in some of these rounds, and obviously that's going to have an impact on them. So, wow, I don't know. It's kind of a shame. They definitely had an opportunity in some of these rounds early on to get a lot more on the board. But then again, I guess on the other side of things, the rounds they did win, some of them, especially the defuse, of course, was just a very interesting kind of result. So at the end of the day, I'm not too sad here for Legacy. I think this is a decent start for them. We'll see if they can kind of improve on this result, but so far so good.
No, absolutely. I think any jitters, any concerns that Legacy have now become a distant memory. That's just faded away because they are in prime position. And I was just looking at some of the stats there as well. You know, you're talking about how happy they'd be having this kind of a lead on the T side. Yeah, they got a 60% win rate on their CT side and a 55% on T side. So the best is yet to come. And that's playing against teams like Vitality, Mouse, Fnatic, Furia, FlyQuest, all of which are a head and shoulders above JiJieHao and the teams that they're consistently playing against. So it's not boding well right now.
Yeah, that's probably an important context when you look at sort of the map percentages and all the rest of it. Like, they are against very, very different quality teams. So don't make the mistake of just comparing them one-to-one. That's not quite going to be working out. Looks like they could have gone for like a full-on B execute. Honestly, some of these executes have been so quick. Like, think about how fast they've been at the A bomb site. It almost looks to me like they want to do the same, but this time it's at B. And it would be a really good call. JiJieHao are going to hate themselves in this round because, again, they're kind of out of position. Just the speed for Legacy. Osamas, though, and Bieber are actually doing a very good job trying to hold on here, but it still is not enough. They don't have the players for it. So another bomb plant, and as we all know, notoriously hard to retake this B bomb site.
So they're going to have to go for it. Last round of the half, 2 HEs and a flash alongside that AWP. And you did highlight before, a lot of AWPers don't have a ton of success when it comes to Inferno. Whether it be CT or T side, this is where we want to see what Mini has up his sleeve. A player that we were looking as a hot prospect coming into this game. Double nades half connected. It won't take the life of Lato. He's down to 16 on U-Box as he looks to welcome the oncoming CTs. They're all going to be together, though, pushing through on the garden towards Coffins, and it may be their final resting place. The barrel of the gun is going to betray Kumau, and there's Lato with a double. A very convincing half overall for Legacy as they will lead 8-4.
Yeah, it's such a hard retake. I don't know how they were ever meant to really get it. I guess as the double nade had worked, maybe that would have been the way through, but overall, a very impressive first half here for Legacy. A lot of chaos in the middle of it, which I really appreciate. I think it's the kind of Counter-Strike that is a lot more fun to watch. So shout out to the teams for bringing the entertainment, but at the end of the day, it isn't the kind of upset scenario that JiJieHao probably were hoping for here. Much further behind in that sense. So we'll see how this one plays out. Pistol rounds coming up, obviously. But I agree with you, though. Legacy are going to be stronger on that CT side. I have no question about it. And some of the players that they have, like I think Dumao and Lato are going to be playing that B-bomb side, if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to be just, I mean, imagine going up against that right now if you're JiJieHao. And if you can't win the banana fights there, you're in so much trouble on this map.
Oh, 100%, especially as Dumao in particular is a very, very aggressive player. Like at times, he almost feels like he's an entry fragger of Legacy on the CT or the T side, kind of opening up space. As he said, down on banana is going to be a consistent theme and factor and very difficult to deal with. But this is where we're going to see what Issa has up his sleeve. He said he's been around for quite considerable amount of time. Obviously, some of you may remember him from his Eternal Fire, his OG and Hellraiser's days. He's now up to 28 years of age. He's been around the scene for a long, long time. Let's see if he can put that to use.
Yeah, now's the time for it. No question. Well, I love this. So smoke and flash onto Iza. We'll see where he ends up throwing them. But yeah, the waterfall explosive strategy out of the apartments. Definitely, I think, one of the more fun ways to get things going. There is a dual setup here, so you really have to get through. If you lose the first fight, you're in a lot of trouble. Smoke's already down. Flash going over. Doesn't really do that much. What a headshot. Sadson on the other side as well. They've really locked it down. I just said it. You've got to get in and get that first kill and put the pressure on. It's not going to be working out. Nissim will take down Mini. Just clicking heads at this point. Only Isa left, and he was the one who was supposed to set up the team and get them in there. And the smoke or the flashbang didn't really do enough. Here we have another headshot. It's going to be Isa to get one there, but yes, we'll get the 5th USB headshot. That is so clean.
Yeah, that's so crisp, so efficient. A shooting gallery kicks things off. And, well, they may have got success in the first pistol round, but this one is entirely backfired. And you can't even blame them. I mean, some of these shots are just so damn strong. I love the stubborn at the end from Issa. Sort of stubborn mentality, like, I'm not going to budge. One of us is going to die. Problem is, Chief, the rest of your team is already in the dirt. 9-4 the score. And it's not going to get any easier, is it, for JiJieHao, let's be honest. They didn't even get, like, anything to really play with off the back of, like, a bomb plant or anything, so it's just pistols and that's all.
Yeah, they are dreaming of a success like the one that Legacy had in the second round, stealing it away. But yeah, we'll see. A lot more of a presence for top mid here for Legacy. And like I said, Dumao and Lato are going to be the combination that's playing that B-bomb side, which in itself, I think, presents sort of a big issue. We'll see if... I mean, the other issue is that Sadson is playing out of his mind. And if he's going to be playing that AWP position running around the map, then we'll see how it plays out for them. But I think that already there's just a whole host of problems coming their way. Perhaps a bit early of an incendiary there, but I don't hate it. They are getting closer, though, on this Tech9 buy.
I think it was, well, hold that thought for a second because they're going to push the trigger and get straight in the face now of Legacy, but be careful what you wish for because Sadin on form has that FAMAS, a lot of weakened players. What? It was such a weird round again, wasn't it? It's like Sadin, you're expecting to just clean that one up, but they just didn't seem to want to die.
Yeah, he honestly did a ton of damage with the FAMAS, but he just couldn't quite even get the dink with the USP at the end. I mean, that's a nice setup for a round, honestly, for JiJieHao. I don't really hate it. But good timing in the rotation. It's Dumao, who's here right as they need him with the MP9. And they already had the 3-man setup. So 10-4 is the scoreline.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was Trav that said on the desk that, like, I think it was a 0.87 rating with the 3.0 rating of HLTV. And he's like, Sadson is not a 0.87 rating player. Well, Trav, you are absolutely on the money. 17-6. The squad does not lie. He's been dominant. And speaking of which, Dumao and Sadsin once again elect themselves a couple of kills. Asamas, though, has put down Sadsin. So Apps Control, at least momentarily, will be in favor of the T's.
Yeah, they get to steal an MP9 as well. Just, it's so hard to find a reason to be excited about it. You just almost have to say they probably don't care on the Legacy side at this point. So we're going to need another really strong shot here. You can see Osamas is thinking about sneaking out. Actually, he does make his way past. That's pretty good. In spite of that railing once again being a bit of an issue. Down in the pit he goes, and he's not ready for the deal coming up behind him. And they will lose EZA in the middle. Bomb is dropped down towards the pit here. So with the low health and everything else, it's not going to get any easier. The longer he waits, the more people are going to show up on the CT side. And Legacy kind of rushing their way through the map almost, it feels like. They're not... I mean, they were very aggressive on the T side, which I think was a really cool game plan. I think you could even tell that, you know, never mind that there's probably a firepower difference between these two teams, just the speed with which they started with, I think it was hard for JiJieHao to hold on to.
Yeah, no doubt. It felt like they were just kind of being drowned. You know, Legacy took them out into the deep waters and said, let's see how long you can surf these waves, and it just crashed almost immediately. JiJieHao, couple of opportunities, but they've been few and far between, and this may be their last one. They've got rifles, they've got the op for Mini, who has really struggled on just 6 kills. A lot of grenade damage as well, just chipping away the health bars collectively as JiJieHao not even getting to the top banana portion just yet. That flash is decent, but they haven't followed up behind it. And although the kill does come through onto Dumao, another 2 players on B just pull the plug and back out.
Yeah, they find Dumao. They can guess that Ladder would have been. They don't know about Lux. He is the odd man out in this particular defense. So if they were to kill Lux at the beginning instead of Dumao, if somehow those players had been in different positions, they would have been such a clear tell to JiJieHao what was going on, and they probably would have been able to hit the A-bomb site rather quickly because that would have told them some more information, but they just don't know as a result of it. For them, it's just one of the B players, and they're still doing a good job. If they can wrap around here and get towards the library and archway, I mean, that should be enough to take down this kind of a defense here. Sadson does have an incendiary, and I suppose if he can block off this one side of it, smoke is down as well with 35 seconds. Hold on. That incendiary could be huge. What a headshot from Nissim. Just as they walk out here, he goes for another one. Mini gets dropped. I can't believe they're so successful. Somehow, JiJieHao not even being allowed to get close to the bomb site. We're talking 20 seconds. Now backup is starting to get there, but some of the players from earlier, the grenades like you mentioned, they're already low on health here with 15 seconds left, and Legacy holding the bomb site with 2 players against 5. The lineup is there for Sadson. He's going to be up to 20 kills behind this one, and Bibu just wondering what on earth happened to his team.
Yeah, has to try and save again. I mean, it's a deja vu, isn't it? Reoccurring theme that we saw in that first half, and BB trying to scarper his way out, does get the AK, but that is a drop in the bucket. I think the problem here is, is that they smoked off arches, and as soon as that smoke connects on the ground, you saw Sadzin and the other player, Nissim, here he is, just activating. They know exactly what is coming up. As soon as they hear that smoke plume, it's still really solid shooting, though, from the two of them. But I'd almost feel like if JiJieHao had not thrown anything and they just went quiet there, I understand why they've smoked it. It's easy for us to, you know, hindsight 2020 and all that, but it really gave their entire play away.
That's a good detail, though. I like that. You're probably right. That probably is the trigger that kind of allows Legacy to put up the defense. Aggression coming in, Lux. I do like the idea of it. Sadson is here, and he's certainly hearing the footsteps, but they've already made their way through. A little bit of a slowdown, potentially, with the smoke going up, and Nism, once again, doing pretty good work. Got to be careful, though. Backup is there, finally, and they just walk right into the spray. USPs are coming out now. It's a lot of damage, but not the kills they were looking for. It's going to be Isa going down next, and somehow we're back into a 2v2. I feel like JiJieHao, for a minute there, were coming out on top, but they can't hold on to that lead for very long. They must win this round.
Yes, if they don't, they are done on the first map. It really is that simple, and they haven't had too many better opportunities than this, as Bibu and Kumao both do tandem kills, and that will keep them alive just for a little bit longer. However, Legacy have, what is it, 7? I think, yeah, 7 map points still in their pocket, so it's going to be an uphill climb for JiJieHao, but playing for a bit of pride here, perhaps.
Yeah, you've got to find a way back in, no matter what. There's a whole second map to be played. Although I don't think that's going to get any easier either, to be honest. Even if the next one is picked by JiJieHao, but yeah, Mirage still a very tricky map. I'm a little bit confused by the fact that there is Mirage and that they didn't just straight pick into Nuke as the second map. JiJieHao, that is, but I'm sure they had their own logic and reason for it. I will say this, though, if they can win this round, then Legacy are going to be out of money, and that's something to think about. Once again, they're trying to wrap around the short side towards the A-bomb site, straight into Sadson, who's been an unbelievable machine. He's back with the AWP, swinging wide. That is so bold. 3 kills in this round, 24 in total, leaving Bibu on his own with no chance in hell to get through this one.
It's just so absurd, isn't it? We're talking about Lato Dumao, and it was Sadzin. He was a player to watch out for after all. They did have the head-to-head matchup, and I think it's pretty safe to say that Sadzin has definitely won out against Mini in this first map. I guess maybe the reason they didn't pick Nuke is because they were concerned about starting on T side. That's the only thing I could think of, Anders, but you've got to have more confidence in yourself than that. I do agree. I think their chances would have been better.
Yeah, it's got to be either that or they will have cracked Mirage a lot in the, you know, sort of trying to get it under the radar, so they're secretly a little bit better than we're expecting. But either way, it seems like a dangerous pick from what we know at the moment. Bibu, he's hoping, he really wants a mistake. He wants somebody to come. He might get the first one here onto Nissim, who's kind of walking into it. That's not even going to happen. Legacy taking down JiJieHao in the early map here. Just very convincing win for them, I must be honest.
Yeah, and you also have to take into account as well that they obviously won the first pistol round. If you joined a little bit late, they actually had the lead at one point. They had a ninja defuse as well thrown in the mix, and it still wasn't enough. Very one-sided, kind of what we expected, though, all things considered.
It was. But I will say this, I mean, it wasn't a match that was lacking for excitement and entertainment, right? We definitely weren't bored along the way, so I enjoyed that. I think it was a good way to get started.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, you can say a lot of things about that game, how one-sided it was. It definitely wasn't boring. I can say that much. I had a good time watching that, Anders. More of that, please.
Yes, we hope we can get quite a bit more of it. But before we get there, I do think we have the desk ready to talk about a couple of things. So let's see what they have to break it all down for us.
Thanks, Anders. He looks so cozy there with his little Jackie on and getting comfortable for all the CS coming up. Vince mentioned there it was an entertaining game. Trav, obviously, yes. GG in the start, they get the pistol. It looked a little bit... I don't actually want to say it looked close. It didn't. But they got a few rounds on the board. They were going toe-to-toe in the beginning, and then Legacy kind of just put their foot on the accelerator, and off they went.
It's a bit of one of those sort of results where it's like maybe the scoreline's a little bit harsh on JiJieHao. The main thing is that Legacy's rifling core is just like so much more established at a good level than JiJieHao's is. I mean, Sansin, that 1v2 in round 2 to win the force buy. that sort of round, when you win that sort of round, it just hurts the economy straight away on JiJieHao, and it kind of put them on the back foot immediately. There were some great moments for JiJieHao. I mean, Osama's had that ninja defuse. He had some of that first bullet aim that I wanted to see from him, that I pointed out before. Again, a player who's rating on HLTV doesn't really do him justice, I suppose. But Sadzin, who I did mention that Vince pointed out, he really stole the show.
Even though it did look competitive for a moment in terms of the scoreline, you got to think about how JiJieHao were winning some of those rounds, right? They win a pistol, they win an eco round, a bit of a half investment from them. They win a 2v5 ninja defuse. 3 of their 5 rounds come through rounds that you're just never going to be able to replicate, really, right? So that's the concern for me, is there's just nothing sustainable to kind of draw on the successes from JiJieHao.
For sure. And I mean, this is kind of exactly how we saw this playing out. It was Legacy's map pick, Hayes. It wasn't a surprise when they started getting round after round, and that sort of victory became imminent.
Yeah, I mean, you could see some deficiencies in the game there from JiJieHao as well. Just didn't really... It looked like they went into a bit of a shell very early on. Weren't really disrupting Legacy all that much. There was clearly a handicap towards Archers as well. There were so many rounds where Legacy just had free reign in towards top mid, and then wrapping around Archers into the A-bomb side as well without much friction or without much of a struggle. So you could just see it did kind of feel like boys against men, and Legacy just to kind of got to have their way with JiJieHao.
Okay, let's swap this around, Trav. If JiJieHao's thinking back to what they've just done here, what is it that they need to tweak a little bit, do you think, in terms of their game plan?
I think what Matt said is the thing I do want. I want them to get into the face of Legacy a little bit more. I mean, we see the first bullet aim of Osama. Kumar is a youngster that is, trying to come through, and I want to see, he's had his moments. He can, as we mentioned in the pre-game, can sort of blow a hot and cold a little bit. He can deliver in these important moments. Bibu played pretty okay in map 1 as well. He's pretty snappy. But Mini didn't get into the game whatsoever, and that was the issue, right? I mean, his rating, because he's been playing sort of lower tier opposition, it was a lot higher than Sadzin's, and that kind of gives you hope for that particular head-to-head. But Sadzin showed, 1, why they have been playing at a higher level, and 2, why he is just plainly better. The ratings can always be deceiving. You shouldn't really dig into that. Just need them to get into the faces of Legacy a little bit more. I mean, they're just a bit too respectful, Matt, I think, right?
I agree, but almost like the problem is Legacy love it when it gets scrappy as well. Like Dumao wants players to come at him, right? So it's like, how do you even try and draw a game plan from that for JiJieHao? I completely agree with you, but at the same time, does that not then maybe in turn play into Legacy's strength? But if they don't do that, then they give up too much space. It's almost a lose-lose in that regard, and it's just, always very difficult for JiJieHao coming up against a team like Legacy.
I will say that at least, right, even though Mirage is not a good map for them historically, at least it's like a pick that they can go into and try and do something with, because it's a map a bit like Dust 2, the one map that I have seen JiJieHao kind of farm on recently. Like, at least that's a map where they can maybe use some of that individual level to the best of their ability. They got a good win on it recently against Zero Tenacity. And that's not obviously a team that's a very sort of grindy team in Tier 3, so it's a decent result. Unfortunately, like, if you look at their other results, they are a little bit deceiving with how, like, supposedly bad they are, because it's like ECSTATIC, it's OG, like it's Passion UA when they were good and existed, right, with the Ukrainian team rather than the current Complexity edition of Passion UA. So, like, they're playing decent teams. So, like, I'm hopeful we're going to see at least more rounds on the board for them on map 2 than we did on Inferno.
I mean, Trav, Hayes has kind of hit the nail on the head here. This is what's difficult, because if you try and slow down the pace, Legacy has the experience of playing higher tier teams that structurally they can handle that. If you try get in their face and play a bit more aggressive, they enjoy that as well. So this is actually really tough now for GG when they're looking at what they need to do coming into their map pick. I'm presuming they have a plan, but how have they historically played this map? I mean, what are we expecting from them?
I think, like, when we speak about that, like, sometimes you can maybe overanalyze it a little bit and be like, oh, okay, listen, they can do this, they can do this, they can do that. But reality is, we came into this game, especially after we saw the veto, expecting a 2-0, and it should be a 2-0 every single day of the week. And for JiJieHao, they will probably have known that going in as well. Because, like, Legacy, sometimes, like, without being too defeatist, there are some matchups which, even in an online environment, even in a volatile situation where, like, it's a single elimination bracket, only 2 wins that you need for LAN, sometimes your stylistic way of playing just won't match up, and this feels like one of those games.
I tell you
Yeah.
what, we've got the carry on, Hayes.
Sorry, Sam. Just jumping in. I want to also say, Mini was the one guy we were bigging up for JiJieHao a lot coming into the series, and he just didn't really deliver at all. Wasn't able to get going on Inferno, so that's definitely a factor we're going to have to see an improvement on going into Mirage. And for JiJieHao, they also want to walk away from this qualifier, at least saying, at least we put a bit of a dent into Legacy. At least we did some damage. We got to kind of show what we're capable of, and we pushed them into a situation where they had to maybe dig a little bit deeper and come up with some sort of an adaptation and a solution on the fly, because for now, Legacy are just coasting in first gear.
So obviously you aren't being negative, Nellies. We actually have the map stats for Mirage, so we can show you how this plays out, because this is a map that Legacy enjoys being on, Trav.
Yeah, and I think as well, that's one of the main issues, sadly. Like, Legacy, they play it regionally, and they've kind of been beating everyone regionally as well, right? That's the main thing. I mentioned how they haven't, like, they've been playing the VRS, like, smartly by not accepting too many online events, and mainly only, like, important qualifiers. Since the Austin Major, they played the quals for ESL Pro League, they played the quals for Blast London, and they played the Bounty, right? So, and they are in those regional qualifiers. They've been beating everyone on the map, but for Imperial once in the Pro League qualifier. But they still won that qualifier in the end anyway. And if you look at their recent losses, sure, it's 3 in a row, but it's Vitality, Fury, and FlyQuest. You could argue that FlyQuest, that's one. Maybe they could and should have won, knowing that FlyQuest are very up and down. But still, like, Legacy do play well on this map, and they do so with the same style we've seen on Inferno.
Not just Legacy, but this is a Dumao specialty, and maybe this is where we can even just segue to the head-to-head where we talk about Dumao, but because this guy, on the CT side of Mirage in particular, is a playmaker. He's the guy who's going to be pushing up middle, dropping down lowers, pushing through apartments, got a double push with luck through ramp. He's always looking to try and make some sort of a play. So many different openings from Legacy and Dumao in particular that it's really difficult to try and come up with a game plan against him, because every round it basically just feels different in one way or another. So it's going to be very difficult for JiJieHao to try and contain Dumao in particular, and I feel like he could almost just dominate the CT side here.
Yeah, and it's weird, right, Matt? Because, like, even though they've moved on, they're playing games in Tier 3 EU, like JiJieHao are getting some acceptable results, they're pushing some decent Tier 3 teams, they're beating some Tier 3 teams. We know how good Boris used to be, and maybe probably still is, on Mirage. They've moved on from him now. If they had Boris, I would say maybe they have someone that can go head-to-head with the likes of a Dumao. Now, I'm not so sure anymore.
You say you're not so sure. What are your doubts about Kumao, Trav?
Purely experience. Like, he's not a player that has come from, like, a really decent Tier 2 run, for example. I mean, look at Molodoi on Amcal, and now him going to Fury off the back of that. It was a shock, but he had put in some incredible results on Amcal, and I think a couple of other rosters he was on as well before that. Same scene that Kumao comes from, the local Kazakh scene, but didn't necessarily set the world alight when he was playing for a team. I believe it's called All Inners in Kazakhstan. So there are some players that are true prospects from that region, but hasn't really had much time to grow into a team. And it's not like he's growing into a team that's, I guess you could say, going to have pieces around him that will elevate him. It's rare, because it's sort of an unknown prospect in Tier 2 EU once they had their region changed.
I think look at Kumao coming into this game, and for him, I'm pretty sure this could be the biggest game of his career so far. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the biggest opportunity for him to date, whereas for Legacy, this is just a Tuesday.
I mean, that is the best way to sum up this matchup right there, Hayes. Good job on that. You are watching the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to Mirage.
force the kill at the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. You weren't paying attention, so you didn't see that whole second map where Legacy was... I'm kidding. Obviously, there's been a forfeit, which means Legacy takes the victory 2-0. JiJieHao bows out of the closed qualifiers, and it's unfortunate. I know you were all waiting to watch some Counter-Strike, so were we, but it is a good step forward for Legacy. Obviously, they move into the next round. They'll be very happy with that, Trav.
Yeah, one win away now from the main event. TNL or Imperial will be their opponents as well. And it's sad for JiJieHao, especially in such a cutthroat qualifier, right? They play one map and they're out, but that's the brutality and reality of online Counter-Strike, right? I mean, it was Kumal's... I believe Kamau had an issue with restarting his PC and stuff like that, right? Which is a shame. But at the end of the day, Legacy were probably going to win that game anyway.
Well, there we go. I don't have to say anything because he just took my point. I was going to say, it's one of those things. Forfeit wins obviously suck because you never get to see the map or the series completely played out. But it is one of those situations where it doesn't completely throw the bracket into disrepute because Legacy should have won it from there anyway.
Sure. But... I mean, it's nice for Legacy, frustrating for JiJieHao, but this is also online CS. I don't dabble my toes here often, boys. I know you spend a lot of time doing this, so this is new for me. But here you go. PC doesn't restart. We all get to chat, and we're back here. What are Legacy's chances, though, moving forward, would you say, Hayes, in this competition?
I'd say they're pretty good, but they're going to have a far more difficult affair on their hands now going into this next game against either TNL or Imperial.
Fair enough. We actually do have someone from Legacy with us. Sadson is here, so let's say hello to him. We get a chance to chat. Sadson, that was an easy Tuesday victory for you, wasn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't play the second map, but yeah.
Through to the next round, and my question to you, I've seen all of you, you're all together. You're at a boot camp at the moment?
Yes. We are in Serbia right now.
Nice.
Easy. So my quick question for you, Sadzin, of course, like, how would you have prepared going into this game against a team from a totally different region who play pretty unpredictable? Would you just stick to your own game?
Yes. Like it was an important match for us because in the last match we played your best maps and don't play well. So we practice a lot. And this game was very good for us to get confidence. And yeah, just play your own game, like you said.
Sadzin, I'm curious. I feel like there must have been a dynamic shift in the team after your guys' very successful run at the Austin Major, because before the event, you guys were seen as a team with a lot of potential, especially within your region, you'd done very well. And then you went to the biggest stage in World Counter-Strike, and you guys showed a fantastic display, obviously. So there must be a change in the goals and the general expectation within the team now after having that result. Now it's no longer just, trying to do well within your region. Surely now you guys have kind of lifted the bar as far as your goals are concerned, right?
Yes. Like we are very excited to play another LAN, It was the last LAN was in Major, so in these weeks we just training, so everyone is very excited to play the LAN now in Fissure, your next compromise. But yeah, everyone is very excited and very confident.
Yeah, I got one. All right, sorry. Very one quick question. My bad. I want to quickly say, you said like playing LANs and everything. Have you been actively like denying invites for online events on purpose between like the major and now, and only playing like these really critical online qualifiers? Because I think that's a really good thing to do when you're ranked the way you are right now.
Yes, it's because we want to play LANs. It's better for us, for the points to get to the major. So yeah, it's your goal, play these LANs and get good points for the major.
Thank you.
Big brain strategies. Thank you so much, Sadson. We're going to let you go now after that hard slog and all that Counter-Strike you had to play. We'll see you in 2 days' time. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bless.
Travis, it's a very smart strategy as a team to prioritize lands, right?
Of course, right? And that's why I kind of like, I wanted to maybe be a little bit cheekier response. I was like, oh yeah, we denied a CCT, we denied this, we denied that. But I mean, like, I'm putting a little bit too much pressure on him maybe for an answer like that. But yeah, as I said to you, that's the main thing that I'm happy with what they're doing, because they're prioritizing and doing the right thing with accepting what they accept because of the Austin Major.
Yeah.
That's where they put themselves, and they can keep themselves there by not taking the risk of playing too much.
I don't appreciate the stray bullet at CCT, okay, let's just get that out there. But what I will say is that it's not necessarily super valuable for them to take as much as they can on their plate, because a lot of it's counterintuitive. You're not going to gain many points if you do well, and if you don't do well, then you're going to drop down the rankings. So yeah, Trav's definitely onto something there. It does make sense.
Nice move for Legacy, and now we move on to our next one, BB versus 9Z. And for all of you sticking around, you want to watch some Counter-Strike, we're going to have some Counter-Strike for you, but first we're going to set the scene here. And this matchup, I know, Travis, you have a lot to say about the South American team. But first off, let's just talk about generally, what are we expecting from this particular head-to-head?
I think it should be a BetBoom win. I mean, there's quite a big disparity in what both these teams have been doing online recently. BetBoom have been on a great streak. I think only lost one their last like 10 or something like that, or like 9. And 9Z are still integrating 2 new players to the team from what is a tier 2, tier 3 South American team in W7M. And they're even losing like quite a few regional domestic matchups, which you would say is not what an organization of 9Z's historic quality should be losing.
Obviously, BB team, this roster, very experienced. They've got Boomich in the IGL role there. Hayes. I mean, we are expecting them to push through this relatively easily, I would say, based on the players that they have.
Absolutely, and not only the players that they have, but also the form that they've shown lately has been incredible online. All of those results only mean something though if they materialize here over the next couple of days, because it's all good and well that you're performing in these online cups and competitions, but that's what's now earned them the opportunity to play at this qualifier for a massive LAN event, $850,000 prize pool at the Thunderpick World Champs event later on in the year. This is what it's about right now. It's all good and well, like I said, that they've been dominating and bossing tier 2 online, but this is where now all that form has to translate to actually materialize it into something tangible and take it to the next level and make good of all that hard work that you've done.
What do you like about this lineup, Hayes?
Oh, there's a lot, Sam. There's a lot I like about this
Sam.
team. I think in particular, there's a few. I think one of the things I really like is that Dilladez has gotten his chance now in one of the top teams in the region. He was plying his trade in 9 Pandas for a long time before this. That team imploded, and he, for my money, was the best player on that team and the one who had the brightest future as well. And that's where he cuts his teeth. So he did a really good job in that team to showcase what he's capable of. And now he's been picked up by a team for that exact skill set, where he's surrounded by players who are more experienced than him. So that'll allow for him to continue to grow and develop. And then the other player is Artfrost, man. Like, I was always so sad that he kind of got iced out after his stint with Spirit. Obviously, they brought in Shiro, so it's like, okay, fair enough. He just got, you know, device with Nork or whatever you want to call it. But he didn't really get the same sort of opportunities for a while, and PARIVISION for a bit, and then Amcal. He's just such an exciting AWPer to watch, because he's the guy who wants to take over the server. He wants to be on the front lines. He wants to get his hands dirty. He ain't no Princess AWPer. And I think a lot of people had some sort of questions about actually replacing Zorte, who I was also a huge fan of, but it's just really good to see Artfrost back in a team and performing at the level that he is.
I think, like, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Like, this edition of BetBoom is probably the one I'm most happy with. And I think the results are really reflecting that, right? They're on an 11-match win streak before they lost to PARIVISION in the final of the ECL Cup. That would have given them a chance, actually, in a 14 bracket to make Pro League. So it's an annoying streak breaker for them. But I still see them at the very top of tier 2, and if not, like a tier 1.5 team at this point, maybe. Like, I always liked Zorta and Axile as well, but you can't argue the fact that especially Axile had fallen off horribly, which is a shame, because, you know, the heights that he reached were incredible. I think Dilladez provides much more of a consistent baseline, especially online. And he was one of them, as you mentioned, one of the most stable factors during his time on Nine Pandas. So I've always been a big Art Frost enjoyer too. I mean, I'm completely on board with that. I was delighted to see him finally get a solid chance like this. He gets a little bit overly flashy for me, Matt. Like, I think he can be that style that he played in the past that could maybe burn him a little bit. But he's starting to be more consistent with the basics now.
And I think being surrounded by guys like Siren and Dilladez in particular do kind of give him that ground to have that flashy style.
I tell you what, let's take a look at 9Z though, because I have some concerns here with this team. Yeah, and what we've not seen from them, I would say, in the past few months. Trav, I know I would like to think we haven't spoken about this. You've kept this to your chest. You said you have a lot to say about this roster, and I am 99% sure a lot of what you're going to say is the concerns that I have. So I'm going to let you weigh in on 9Z as it stands.
Basically, I'm totally uninspired by this particular edition of 9Z. They qualified for this particular close qualifier through one of the South American regional series, but that was with Martineza, now on Gentlemates, and Adam S, who's now benched. As replacements, they picked up Urbano and Levi from a smaller team in Brazil called W7M after they had dropped the team. Now, of course, like, I'm not privy to all the insider information about what went on in, like, a tier 3 Brazilian team. It's very hard to glean that information. They're both still pretty young, right, at 20 and 21, but I've seen nothing from either of them that indicates to me they can help keep 9Z relevant. I mean, Lucan, who 9Z brought back after a 3-year absence in January, is very often hard carrying them, but he's like 28 now. It's not really sustainable. Harasso Peak is trying to keep up, but there just isn't really much firepower anymore apart from those two. It's really a far cry from the 9Z that shocked everyone at IM Dallas last year. And I know they lost EGT. He was a huge player. That duo with Max, that was always a wonderful thing that 9Z had. But now, it's only downward trajectory for me.
The problem is that in the past, 9 months, there's just been so much chopping and changing within this 9Z roster. So many players in and out of the team, even coach changes as well. I think they've used 8 or 9 different players this year and 3 different coaches from TGE, Yell. They've got Zach now, Bit now, who's coaching. So there's just been a lot of changing within the roster, which makes it obviously quite difficult to find stability. And with the players that they've now brought into the mix, it kind of signals to me that 9Z is looking to go in a bit of a different direction as a team and an org. They've kind of changed what the goals might be as well, that they're now looking to maybe compete within their region, maybe looking to develop some more talent now as well. They clearly haven't brought a team together that they want to immediately travel across to Europe and try and qualify for LANs. I mean, obviously they have the opportunity here, but guys like Levi and Urbano, it's not like they were tearing up the tier 2 Brazilian scene before they were picked up by 9Z. They were fine, they were decent, but it's not like these guys were absolutely the guys who had to be picked up to a bigger team and get these opportunities. I feel like they hold a place in the team, but I also struggle to find aspects to get excited about at the moment.
That's the thing as well, right? 9Z, their identity was always showing off the best of South American Counter-Strike, whether you're from Uruguay, Argentina, Chile with Davides, now of course it's Harasso Peak. Now you're just picking up, I don't want to be mean, but 2 mid-Brazilian players.
Exactly.
I just wish, as I said earlier with the buyout conversation, maybe there was no other option to keep them relevant with the current core they had. But still, it upsets me because I remember what 9Z used to be.
I think, that's you summarized my thoughts so nicely there in that last line. I remember what they used to be and the potential of what they used to be, and I'm concerned now that that's gone. Obviously, we actually haven't had a chance to see this lineup against EU opposition. So that's the other thing. Maybe they surprise us, Trav?
I think that's the main thing, that stylistically, you never truly know how a team like this is going to play against, especially a team like BetBoom, but it's hard to be confident in them when they're losing against Fluxo, losing against Bestia, having games that streaks they're winning are against Odic, Sharks, Red Cannons, who aren't really all that anymore. They're okay wins, but you need to be the very top of your region, like Legacy were before they sort of made waves at the major, obviously. But to really prove what you are and what you can be internationally. And if you look at BetBoom's results, 11 wins in a row, BC Game, TNL, Monty, OG, Foot, 9. Like, this is a really solid baseline for EU, and we've seen nothing from that from 9Z that indicates they can do that in EU as well as South America.
I mean, you talk about maybe them surprising us. I think they're the ones who are going to be surprised, Sam. I don't think Levi and Urbano, I stand to be corrected, but I'm not sure these guys have actually ever played Counter-Strike out of South America before. This might be their first venture into international CS. I mean, they've played in a bunch of local qualifiers, but I don't know if they've qualified for any LAN events in Europe or outside of South America. So this is going to be a hell of an opportunity and a lot of learning necessary for them, but this could be very difficult.
I do believe that we have the veto that's come in, so we'll have a chance to see what maps these teams are going to be playing on. And there you go. I mean, gents, BB on Nuke, I can't see 9Z taking that one.
Yeah,
Trev?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Nuke is the one lock that BetBoom have had. Even when they were playing pretty badly, they can rely on Nuke. It's still, I think that's the one thing they've improved significantly over the last, like, I would say month or so in that 11-match win streak that they've had in the sort of 2 or 3 weeks, is they have improved their map pool. They were good on Train to begin with when they had Zorta and Axile. That fell off pretty drastically. They were good on D2. They were good on Nuke. Now, for a period, they only had Nuke. Now they're introducing more into their pool and looking more consistent in their pool as well. Sure, it's a map that 9Z play a lot as well. Nuke is actually their most played last 3 months. But BetBoom, this is their absolute home ground right now.
Yeah, I mean, you even scratch beneath the surface. You look at the numbers on Train, they don't look fantastic for BetBoom, but then you see the sort of teams that they're beating. OG 13-9, they beat TNL, who are a strong Train team. They lost to PARIVISION 13-10, that's nothing to scoff at. And then you see 9Z, okay, yeah, fantastic win rate, but it's all regional, beating teams like Red Canids, Odic, Sharks, all those games going into overtime. So even though they're getting victories, it's by the skin of their teeth, and now they're playing against a completely different box of frogs in BB.
Bigger conversation. Hayes, there was a time when you were going up against a South American team, especially one you didn't know, I think a lot of EU and NA teams were fearful because of the very aggressive style that South Americans brought, the fact that they had these incredible shooters who just never missed their picks. The narrative's kind of changed now, right? Like, we're not really as scared of... So, for example, here with 9Z, we're not really talking in a way that we're scared that maybe something spectacular is going to pop up and come out of them. Do you think that there has been a change in the narrative for South American Counter-Strike?
I do, and I think it also is a symptom of the change between CSGO and CS2, where it's become a pretty similar playstyle to how South Americans would play CSGO. Is actually just the general adoption of how to play CS2 as well, so it's almost not something alien or weird or abnormal that you go up against anymore. It's the general approach for most of these teams, obviously to varying degrees, but it's not going to catch BetBoom off guard where they're used to playing this very slow, grindy, methodical style of checking all the boxes. There's guys like Magnosias who will just blow the round wide open, guys like Artfrost who will just go for ridiculous peaks. I don't think that sort of style is something that should be catching BetBoom off guard.
Trav, you in agreement?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing for me is that BetBoom have proved, in my eyes, that they're ready for the next like half tier up to like more tier 1.5 competition, because they've won an Exort Proving Grounds online event, they've won a CCT. They've proved it, whereas 9Z have not proved anything in EU yet, and that's the big difference between the two.
I think that they have to fully prove it, though, by qualifying here in this event for the LAN, right? Because sure, they've done well in winning those online tournaments, but for me to push up a half a tier to tier 1.5 requires them to not only win online cups and get VRS points and cash, but also make deep runs and qualify for the LANs as well.
Yeah, I think an important thing to mention as well, it is a very interesting portion of the bracket that BetBoom have. If they win, they play PARIVISION. That's a very fun matchup, because those two teams are exactly, for me, in the same position, where they want to punch up, they think they can punch up, but yeah, we haven't truly seen it yet. PARIVISION have taken so long to make a LAN this year, you know, with so many opportunities through like ESL Challenger League and like other cups that they had a chance to qualify. All they played was a regional Russian LAN, and now finally they've got Star Series, they've got a chance to qualify for a Pro League coming up later on in the year, and they want to make this one too. So I think BetBoom will have a
Oh.
really tough game on their hands if they
Yeah.
do win here.
That sucks so much that we're only going to get BetBoom or PARIVISION, because you're right, both
9Z.
teams are in the exact... Yeah, okay, or 9Z. Let me not get too far ahead of myself. But if we do get that game between BetBoom and PARIVISION, you're right, they're absolutely in the same sort of situation, looking to punch upwards into tier 1.5, and whoever doesn't get the qualification between them, if it is those two, is going to be devastated.
We actually have some map stats for Nuke, so let's take a look. We spoke about this already, but it's worthwhile for you to see the numbers. Obviously, BB team, we've seen them do really well on this map. And I think, like Trav mentioned earlier, you can look at the stats, but 9Z, you've got to think about the opposition and who they're going against. While you're looking at those numbers, though, I kind of want to touch on something Hayes said, Trav, which is, for me, BB, it doesn't matter what they do online, they're not delivering on LAN. I'm not seeing them deliver on LAN. What do you think the disconnect is?
Honestly, I think we haven't seen this particular edition on LAN properly yet, and an event that I think is relevant for me anyway. Like, I want to see them at like a big S tier LAN. That's what I think is going to be exciting for them coming up, because they do have some opportunities. There are some conversations that can be had about what events they're going to play. They've got a small Russian LAN to play, which they need to win desperately for me. I think that's an absolute lock. They have to take that one. But the only thing they have after this that is actually planned for them right now is an online CCT. So it's an absolute necessity that they do qualify for it. Nice, Matt. But, like, look, we saw the old edition of BetBoom on LAN with Zorta, with Axile. That gave us the confirmation that Zorta was falling off a little bit. Axile had fallen off a little bit, and maybe more than a little bit, considering what he used to be. We haven't seen a true example of what BetBoom can do, this particular BetBoom can do on LAN yet. And that's why I'm excited, because Diladez, stable level online pandas for a long time. He's had quite a lot of experience now at every single level, I feel. And Artfrost has always been a good LAN player. People forget that he was the MVP of the LAN that Spirit won before they dropped him for Shira, which is obviously something you have to do. Look what it's done for them. But, like, he's incredible, and seeing them on LAN at this event in particular, I think it'd be the really important step up, like Matt mentioned, that this team has to get.
So BetBoom up against 9Z. Gents, if you were to summarize this, how do you think it's going to play out, Hayes?
I think that BetBoom should be able to clean this up without much of an issue. And again, it's one of those situations where they've got to come into this and not only win the game, but they've got to do it fairly comprehensively to also take confidence away from it, because it's not only a win that's required. If it's a scrappy win, and if they win, like I said, with the previous series, it's a pretty similar storyline with Legacy JiJieHao. If this goes to multiple overtimes and a third map, they're probably not going to be able to draw many positives, even though they get the win. So for me, it's about getting the win fairly cleanly here, and I think that they should be able to, not only with the experience that they have as a team, but they've just got superior players. They've got the better AWPer, they've got the superior rifle pack, they've got the IGL, who's got not just the t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe. Boomich has won the majors, he's qualified for many LANs, he's been doing it for ages. So for BetBoom, I reckon they should be able to win this without breaking much of a sweat.
And put very simply, right, we're talking about their new additions, Diladez, Artfrost. We haven't even mentioned Magnajez, who is still, for me, one of the most, like, enjoyable players to watch in Tier 1.5, Tier 2. He's always had that level that is what BetBoom need. That's why they kept with him after this shuffle. Siren is, I think, now more reliable than he's ever been before at this tier. That's why they went on that 11-match win streak against really good opposition as well in, like, tier 2. So, yeah, I don't see a world unless Lucan pops off against EU like he pops off against South American opposition, where 9Z can make an upset happen here.
Why do you think Magnajez is so enjoyable to watch, Trav?
I think it's because he's not like a world star like the likes of a Donk or any of these top riflers that can really take over a game. He does it, wouldn't say necessarily in the background, but I feel like more often than not, you look at the KDs and it's like, oh, he's 15-6. That's very normal for Magnajez. Like, he just has these games, floats around the map, always gets his 1-for-1, sometimes makes it more than that. Most reliable player that I feel like hasn't been asked for an upgrade from, like, a team like BetBoom, maybe in Tier 2 in, like, CIS rosters.
Yeah, he's also just so ridiculously clean, Sam. Like, he's just really clean with his movements, his mechanics, his crosshair placement, his sprays. He never looks like he's out of control. Never looks like he gets flustered either. He's always got that, like, poker face kind of thing, similar to Zontix. You just never really know if he's feeling emotional, if he's happy, if he's sad. He just always seems to keep it very stable. And I just enjoy watching him for that, like, that clean aspect of his game ability as well.
Obviously, he's on our screen now, so I have to ask you, Hayes, what are your thoughts on Lucan?
So, Lucan, this is actually his third stint in 9Z. He's now 28, so I don't think he's going to be getting another opportunity. He's been in and out of the team over the past, like, 6 or 7 years. This is his moment where, as a 28-year-old, he's been in and out. He's gone to the lower tiers of the region within his scene, and he's proven that he's way better. He deserves a better team than just competing regionally. But now this is where he has to make the most of the opportunity and kind of realize, okay, if I don't get it done here, then the ship might sail soon. We know how good he is as an individual, and now he has to deliver.
He has to deliver. There you go. They all have to deliver because there's a spot at LAN up for grabs. Vince and Anders are ready to take us into game.
Yes, we are. We're beyond ready. Unfortunately, that last game ended a little bit sooner than we were expecting, but I think for me, anyway, this is probably the highlight. I just really like BetBoom. I think 9C might have a hard game on their hands, but we're going to find out right now, Vince. Let's just get into it. BetBoom going to be starting on the T side. It's 9C on the CT side, and we are on Nuke to begin with.
We most certainly are. A map that statistically, and as the desk kind of touched on multiple times, should go the way of BetBoom. T side as well, if they can get off to a good start, really does apply that pressure directly to 9Z. Art Frost already outside, going to be trying to bypass that smoke, get down into secret, but it's Levy, one of the new recruits, one of the Brazilians in the team that does kick off the round with the USP headshot.
Yeah, said it before, but if you're the underdog, this is the time to really do it. MagnoJez, though, he's shown up with a headshot in return. He's managed to take down Max, and Diladez, he's trying to hunt that down, but it's not really going to be working out. So Bano instead shows up with the shot. The shadow is showing there for Boomwich, and that's an easy execution with the Glock. Will take him down. 3 versus 3, but only for a second here. Kills are just coming in faster than we can even call them out. Lucan is the next to go down, and Levy being hunted. MagnoJez, 3 kills. All of them headshots so far. And Wowzo Peak is the last one left. The bomb is going to be planted, and how does he even get out of the vent here?
That is a good question. One thing that may work in his favor is that MagnoJez is low, and so he can't afford to be sat out in the open in case he gets picked off from main. But now he has exploded out of the vents. He's made a ton of noise, and MagnoJez picks up his 4th kill. That ruthless efficiency they touched on the desk, coming through full circle, kicking off this round. And they went down multiple players as well at the start of this. It looked like it was going to slip out of control, but then MagnoJez just put that aim to use.
That is so sick. Yeah, I'm so glad that the guys in the desk as well were talking about MagnoJez. I'm a huge fan of his. I think I said that he was going to have like a breakout sort of moment at the major. Now, that didn't really happen. He kind of underperformed in my opinion. I actually haven't given up on him at all. I think he's super good. And especially on Train, which unfortunately for 9C is the second map that they picked themselves. But I think MagnoJez is he's a demon on that map. So I'm excited to see him play. Yeah, we'll see how this one goes, though. BetBoom winning the pistol. We appreciate the force up here, including the UMP on Lucan. I feel like that's a rare occurrence, isn't it, these days?
Yeah, I think we saw it briefly as like a knee-jerk reaction to the MP9 getting some nerfs, but the MP9 is still stupidly strong. So I have to just assume that's pure personal preference on the UMP. There's not that much difference between them in terms of cost, in terms of kill reward. So yeah, definitely a bit of a head turner. We'll see if we can get any success with it, though. It's full-on investment. It's only Levy that hasn't really gone in. You'll be expecting to see him with the AWP further down the line. Max holding the line, though, with the Deagle. And I like the BetBoom have slowed down the pace. They have a good read of the situation here. They're not going to get too far ahead of themselves.
Clock's running down low, but I mean, they started to get in through Mini as well, so it's going to be very, very hard to hold on to this for very long. The reload is in, and Wowzo Peak, you could just tell he wasn't going to get another magazine in that one. Levy goes down. BetBoom, kind of, I mean, it is a bit scary when you see the clock run down that low, but because they had the Mini control, it was just going to be hard to hold the A-bomb side, I think, almost under all circumstances there. Max getting tagged up a little bit, and him and Lucan probably best or better served at least, walking away from the bomb side at this stage. So really patient stuff there for BetBoom, which I guess I'm not too surprised by. If you think about how Boomich sort of came up as an IGL and all the rest of it, like it makes sense that he would be able to play a slower kind of Counter-Strike, even if they don't always do that.
Oh, 100%. And I think this is also maybe where like the reputation of 9Z and the South American kind of flair kind of gets ahead of them as well. Like you kind of almost anticipate and expect to get pushed. You got classic call-outs like the lobby crunch. You know, you get these pistols, you rush through main or hut, wrap around through on the ramp side. And so BetBoom just set up very passively to kick off the round. And as each second passes, making sure they don't get pushed outside, making sure there's no full-on stack on the site. Just really well played, all things considered, from BetBoom. And although 9Z may be able to hold on to that UMP, there's going to be nothing alongside it. So you're expecting this to kick off with a 3-0. And keep in mind as well, by the way, not just is this a fortress of a map when it comes to the stats in terms of BetBoom getting wins, they've got a 66% win rate on that CT side. So any rounds they pick up here, Anders, are going to be worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. That is, that means the turnaround here for 9C has to come really quickly, or it might just be too late here. We'll see. Probably hard pressed to try and force their way back into this round. They do have the 5-7 and the UMP with some armor on top of Lucan and Wowzo Peak, so it's not impossible. They've taken over this lobby position, which is really cool, but I don't think BetBoom care. They already know that someone's in there, and they're going to be wrapping around outside, while you can see Siren is back there in T-spawn, just kind of making sure that no one is really sneaking up behind them. Boomich, not the first time that we've seen him flying through the air with a MAC-10. It's kind of a common thing. Some good kills, to be honest. Really impressive work. If they could find Artfrost in the corner, then maybe there's a chance. But Max is going to get smoked out, and BetBoom still with a slight lead in this round. But it's gone better than I was expecting, to be honest, for the 9C squad.
100%. I think, of course, the competitor in them will still want to win this one out. Max is still very much going to be trying to jockey for position and just outright get that 2-1 scoreline. But even if they do concede from here, this is going to be far above their expectations. A low Artfrost did just get the bomb planted down. Galil in hand. The AK should have the upper hand here, but it's an insta-headshot as Max sent packing. But especially with the economy changes, with CTs now getting more reward per kill they picked up in the round, that is just going to build their economy that little bit quicker. So, a really solid round, all things considered.
Yeah, I keep sort of slightly forgetting about that little change, but it really does make a difference, doesn't it, over the span of a game, getting a couple of more kills into the mix. And I appreciate the fact that they went for it. Again, they definitely are the underdog team, but so far not really playing like it. I think that's probably a good sign here. Round number 4, though, and we're going to see finally the M4s have come out. What a dive from Dilladez right into the vent. They probably know that, but there's nobody downstairs. He's just all the way running. He's inside of the B-bomb side already. If they don't know about it, this is so devastating. He's made his way so far here.
Yeah, he has. And he can also hear footsteps. He knows the players in ramp, and they're also causing chaos and mayhem outside. 9Z, head spinning from all these rotational plays and angles they have to be cognizant of. And now the rest of the T starting to spill downside. And Lucan had no idea. He may have anticipated that vent push was forthcoming, but he never expected him to be up close and personal.
Just normally when you do those vent dives, the CTs will know about it very quickly, and the communication is going to allow any ramp players to kind of be aware. And that just wasn't the case. I actually think Dilladez, they did a little bit of damage to Lucan beforehand, and then they kind of was a second engagement that we caught there where they ended up fighting each other. But either way, he definitely wasn't aware the first time, and really scary stuff. So, you already said it, the fact that these are the T rounds that they're picking up, and the first buy round as well, just getting slapped out of their hands. Just unfortunate. If you're in a, school lunchroom cafeteria kind of environment, and some idiot slaps your toast out of your hand, Vince, I don't know if that happened at your school, but similar kind of vibe.
It never did.
Flashbacks,
no.
PTSD.
No, it was good. Did it for you, Anders? I mean, you're a big guy. I feel like no one's going to try that with you.
Yeah, but that was later, that was later in life. I feel like up until like the 7th or 8th grade or something, the school lunchroom was a real crazy place. It all worked out in the end, I have a poster somewhere. We all had to do this in like the 9th grade, where basically we had to say like what could they improve on and what are they good at or something like that. It's like you had to write that for your classmates. I don't know why. It was just an invitation to bully people. But mine, every single person in my school said he talks too much about video games. Like every single comment, for, like what I could improve was like, don't talk about video games so much.
Now you do it for a living.
No, I do it
He's
for a
laughing
living, yeah.
now.
Exactly.
Nerds.
That's what I say. Nice kill at the start of this round for Max. Just right through the smoke.
And it is also a very important player, Magnajess, 9-2. Now, the downside is for 9Z, yes, you got the first pick. That's great. Not many weapons to play behind, though. And BetBoom have already shown that they can mix up the pace. They're holding position now, anticipating some kind of a push. But although 9Z do have a great advantage to kick things off, do not write BetBoom out of this round just yet.
Yeah, they still have every opportunity. And again, they're a team that can thrive in the very fading seconds of a round. So you got to be careful. You can see Boomich is slowly making his way across, although they'll find Dilladez. That was Levy with the kill. They were sneaking up, I think, for the ramp to get that one. So a lot of chaos now unfolding. 35 seconds left as they should be able to get this one. Boomich. He wanted to be real sneaky, but he also didn't want to let them go. Urbano up on the rafters, getting that one. USPs come out now. We're down to about 20 seconds, and what a great work coming in. Double kill with the... Oh, all right, that's nicely done. It turns into a triple for Urbano. I was going to say a double from on top of the hut there. That would have been plenty enough already. So, wow, 9C picking up a round that they probably weren't expected to.
No, certainly not. And again, it's that kill into Magnajez to kick things off that really sets them into a great position here. And yeah, I completely agree. I think Boomich's idea was to try and sneak his way up into heaven and facilitate this explosion out of the squeaky and the hot positions. But he realized that once that player gets up into heaven, he can just get backstabbed, especially if they've stacked on the A side. So he had to snatch at that opportunity when he could. 9Z, though, it's all well and good winning the one round. Can you string together some consecutive success? Otherwise, your money is going to just flush down the toilet and all that momentum is going to go out the sails. They've got to get this round, Anders. It's so important.
Yeah, it would be a classic Counter-Strike tragedy if you end up losing this round. I feel like it happens all the time, but yeah, you're right. They must hold on to this one. A little bit of an incendiary pushed up. Lucan, he's very, very committed to this. I hate everything about it. We say it all the time, but ramp is not a bomb sign. You really don't have to stay and die. Might have thought that he was sort of trying to play a bit of a trick. Maybe they were expecting him to fall back, and he was playing counter to what the intuition would have been. But it doesn't work out for him. Dilladez has gone down, but they've also lost another player. And speaking of which, it's Magno just back with another kill. They are sort of trading, but it's going to go in favor of BetBoom in a big way. They have some money. I suppose you might as well try and go for this. What? Max, he's strafing while shooting and getting the headshot on Artfrost. That is an absurd kill.
Well, now they're definitely going for it. If they were dipping their toe in the pool just before to see what the temperature was looking like, but the timing there, Siren decides to snatch the life away of Max, and there's not much that Levy can do about it. Too many angles for him to watch out for, and that consecutive string of success that we were talking about has been cut abruptly short.
Oh, devastating, isn't it? I really think... I'm guessing Lucan thought that if he drops the incendiary and kind of, actually pushes forward into it, they're going to think he's dropped the incendiary and is just running away in some fashion, but didn't work out. They were very, very clear in checking that one, so yeah, nicely done. BetBoom, already such a fantastic start. The loss bonus, I suppose, has started to kick in really for 9C, so there is that, but you can see the weapons are all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. 2 MP9s. Levy with another AWP. But a lack of grenades. Max and Huazopeak both have nothing to their name in terms of utility. And that's a real problem on a map like Nuke. Additionally, you only have one kit. If Urbano gets picked off in the middle of nowhere, things can quickly come apart at the seams. Another crucially important round falls upon the South Americans. And wouldn't you know it, BetBoom, they've just dialed back the pace. So slow, so methodical, letting 9Z sweat this one out.
Incredibly frustrating. I feel like it might be even more so if you're an underdog team having to play this slightly slower version of Counter-Strike, because I don't know, it always feels counterintuitive, but when you're on the CT side like this, waiting around for a long time it doesn't feel good. You feel like you're supposed to be doing something. You see it a lot where people start making mistakes. First trade is pretty decent, I suppose, and Magna just taking a bit of damage. She's picked up the AWP as a result, so Following Bogdan's law, still works in 2025. Oh, what a shot, though.
Well, they may get caught off guard by the player that's in the corner. Oh, this is such a good smoke. I was thinking Urbano could have been that man, and Villadez still checks the angle and removes his head. Lucan's the only player that really has anything to say about this. A guy that's statistically one of their best players, had phenomenal success in regional matchups. It's been a real rough day to kick things off, 1-4 with 34 HP, but MagnaJez walks straight into Levy. A battle of the Orpers now puts it down into a 2-on-2. They don't have control of too much here, ENCE, but they do have their hands back on the kit again. As the spray goes awry, Lucan gets his second kill of the round, and it's down to the IGL himself of Boomich to clutch this one out. First frag in his favor, knows the second player was spotted around Squeaky, but Levy is so fast on the draw, takes down Boomich, and gets his second round.
That is kind of an unlikely victory there, I must be honest. And it's so exciting he had to get up for a minute there. He had to leave his chair just in raw excitement, but what an interesting round there. The flashbang thrown out from Boomich towards the end. It doesn't hit the other player. It doesn't really flash him at all, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm surprised they got back into this round at all. It looked like BetBoom were going to run away with this one every single time. So great job.
I'm wondering about the thought process of MagnaJez pushing Squeaky there with an AWP. Especially as you mentioned, he was on low HP. It didn't end up mattering because he walked straight into Levy's AWP, but you're in a 3v2. Like, is that really necessary? I don't know what the idea was. If it was just a poor call, or maybe got a bit antsy, as you said, like feeling like he had to try and do something. Completely backfires, though. Opens the door wide open for ENCE, and they will oblige.
To be honest, I think this is one of the criticisms I sometimes have of MagnaJez, and the problem is that I think he's also incentivized to do this within the team, because when he has really good games, he can totally take over a game, and it does involve him being very aggressive. So it's one of those things where you sort of live and die by the same play style. I just wish he could find some moments to turn it off. Like, there are players like him where they have a bit of an off button, but then they can switch it back on again. I feel like I've definitely seen a number of games where he's just aggressive too much. Speaking of which, he goes down to Lucan. Was he? That's interesting. So he was on the ladder inside of the vent, and Siren, apparently his gun sticks through and he tries to climb into the vent and just dies. That's a trick for you.
That's a jump scare as well. I bet he just jumped out of his seat a couple of inches, but they have tried these vent dives quite a few times. ENCE making the adaptations. However, 3 players already barrage their way down into Secret. They're not being stealthy about it. Molotov's going to proceed the push, so the CT's already wrapping downstairs. Levy is there with his AWP. He's had a good start so far to this game. He'll be called upon again.
See how much damage they could do right now. ENCE would love to make it out of this round with especially stolen AK or 2 and just keeping everybody alive. They do have everybody in position here. Smoke is going to go up, and incendiary to the Molotov to the side, so that should give a little bit of a space for a bomb plant if they are quick about it, but so far they're taking great care to check out every single corner of the bomb site. They want to make sure that no one's hiding anywhere. Boomich getting max as he was trying to reinforce through the vent, so back into a 4 versus 3, and things are getting more interesting. Unfortunately for the T side, they are out of grenades here, so that bomb plant, even that is going to be potentially a little bit risky.
Yeah, especially when you consider there's 2 incendiaries as well, Anders, on the CTs, so they can draw out a couple of these angles. But Levy is low. I'm surprised they only had basically 1 player down on B side this entire time. Like, that does seem like a massive oversight, but they've got the kills going back and forth. Now it falls upon Artfrost, realistically, to have a ton of impact on the double door side. Urbano's not really wanting to peak this on low HP, and suddenly down into a 2-on-2. One of those aforementioned players is the weakened Levy with the AWP. Far from ideal to go for this one, and they couldn't really cover the bomb defusal, and so BetBoom get it done.
Yeah, and Spider Boomich burning after the fact, but it just doesn't matter. That's a 3 versus 5 conversion in favor of BetBoom. That's so heartbreaking for ENCE. I've got to be honest, like, they've been playing it real hard. Yeah, look at this trick here from Urbano. That's pretty disgusting, but I really appreciate how ENCE have tried to play this, but they're losing some critical rounds in the first half, and you can just tell that it is coming back to haunt them now. They're going to force into this next round. I don't even blame them. They might as well try. They got so close so many times with this kind of a buy-up, so they need this more than anything. 3 MP9s, 2 M4s, and Boomich has got his trusty Mac 10. There's actually only helmets on 2 out of 3 players on that 9Z side, so if he finds one of them, it could be all over. Nice tap away while flashed. Boomich does go down, but it reveals there's a player behind that Unbreakable, so see if he can find him right away. Chaos in the yard. I think BetBoom did not need to commit to all those fights.
Yeah, they were just kind of stuck out in the open for too long. It felt like Secret was begging to be pushed into. Now, obviously, the bomb getting dropped down is always a bit of a nightmare. But you consider the distinct lack of weaponry and really that much invested into this round collectively on 9Z to come out with a potential 4-player strong save, upgrading to multiple AKs. This would be a great shot in the arm for the rest of their half, assuming they can clutch out from this point. Now, please, 9Z, do not lose from this position. We saw you just lose a 3v5. Surely you can't lose this against Siren.
There's no way. There's no way they're going to be able to give this one up. But yeah, you're right. The bomb getting lost out there is obviously makes things a little bit more critical. I think that's a case of maybe slight hubris on the side of BetBoom, right? They felt like we have the better weapons. We found 1 kill. We're just going to fight out here. And they just get jiggled. Like they kept getting repicked by someone new in a new position over and over and over again. And it just doesn't really work out. So saving the AK is Siren, and it means a 3rd round for 9C. They really, really needed this. I mean, to be fair, they probably need the rest of the rounds. They need to tie this up and make it a 6-6 scoreline at this stage.
Sure, yeah. It's hard to argue against that when the best is yet to come, you'd have to think, from BetBoom. But I will say, like, 9Z have been close in a couple of these rounds. It's come down to the 2v2s. That previous one, obviously, they shouldn't have been losing. So I think this scoreline may be a little bit harsh on 9Z. And that's something that they can definitely build upon in terms of confidence, in terms of having that self-belief. I don't think we can write them off, especially as Train is up next. And yes, the opposition they're playing against, typically not the greatest, but a very healthy win rate, a map they're clearly quite confident on. Yes, there are 2 new recruits into the team, but they've played the last 3 trains with Levy and Urbano in this team, and they've won in OT 3 times in a row. Boomich has just died to a Molotov?
I assume that's the case, yeah. They're getting slaughtered in this round. Wow.
What just happened?
So confused. Either that or he, I don't know. There's no way he could take fall damage. I suppose he could outside. That's really confusing. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, it's the classic fall off, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
Fought in the air. You're right about Train, though. I do worry that the results for 9C on that map, just the opposition might kind of throw us off a little bit. But in theory, they should have some confidence. Like, even if, like, a win is a win in your own head, right? So, at least they should be having a little bit of confidence coming into it. Ooh, BetBoom are out of money, too. ENCE are actually making somewhat of a comeback here.
Yeah, making a strong case for themselves. And I completely agree. Like, you can only beat what's against you, right? Like, we often talk about regional matchups and the quality of CS not being on the same sort of stature. But then you do also have these outlier teams like Legacy, for example, a team that we just casted earlier, that seem to always play above their level when they play against the very top teams. You know, the Vitalities, the Mouses of this world, they play at a so high level.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have cared much about Legacy before the major at all. Like, it wasn't obvious to me that they were going to come in and play like they did. So you're right. Sometimes you can have the really shocking upsets, and it's one of the great joys of watching some of the early days of the major like that. There's always some crazy surprise that nobody saw coming. This time, Legacy, definitely one of them. Perhaps, you know, some of the Chinese teams also playing pretty well. LinVision, I suppose, was the other big headline for some extent. Which goes down. No, nothing really to talk about in this round, to be honest. It's kind of going to be over at some point here. Maybe a couple of unnecessary casualties, but it shouldn't make a big difference. They might lose some of the AKs, which that is annoying for 9C. They don't care about the money. They just care about saving the AKs. If Artfrost is really petty here, he'll just throw it away.
Yeah, that's precisely it. Because obviously, this is the penultimate round. Tons of cash at their disposal. But Artfrost decides, like, I'm not going to be throwing away anything. I want to get another kill, and he has successfully peeled back another frag. So 3 casualties against basically Deagles. That's solid going for BetBoom.
Yeah, that certainly will make sure they can only save 2 AKs, right? So, if nothing else, he still is successful at taking a couple of them away. Kind of annoying. So, close to a tied game as we head into round number 12. It is going to be, I don't know, interesting to see. ENCE showing some strength, I must say. In my mind, I'm picturing this as being way more of a one-sided game. So, I think ENCE are kind of proving that they, in spite of the roster changes, for me, the fact that they lost Martinez, I rate him super highly. I think he's such an exciting player. So I just... Maybe I'm too biased. I felt like that was going to be the end of the the end of the squad almost, you know.
I think a lot of people would have gone alongside that rhetoric and that thought process as well, to be fair. I mean, he was such a strong part of this 9Z squad. And so bringing in two relatively unknown Brazilians, it's not necessarily worked great for them thus far, but this is an amazing opportunity. If they can somehow make it the distance to the LAN itself, that would be an insane outcome. That being said, though, MagnaJez continues to be a real pain in the backside for 9Z. His 13th kill in the first half, and he's opened up business outside in the process.
You can just tell the confidence is so ridiculous. Siren's going to catch one player, and even if he dies, it confirms there's another player on this site here, or not safe either. MagnaJez hunting, and they know where Wowzer Peak is, so the only question is Lucan, who's now headed towards the ramp with his teammate, and they're just not even ready for it here. Boomich will clean it up. What a nice finish here, and it will be a 7th round for BetBoom towards the end. That's got to be more than enough, surely, Vince.
100%, and you can see why having a player of MagnaJez's capabilities to go aggressive and almost become just this raw entry fragger can have serious consequences. Those two players in ramp, they wanted to try and push or rotate around the side to help out Heaven, and they just ended up getting stuck in ramp. And that's where Boomich comes up from the underside of ramp and just shuts them down from the back. Here's my concern, though, Anders. Like, it is a good half. Don't get me wrong. 7 rounds on T side when you have such a strong second side, that's great. It has been pretty top heavy for MagnaJez, though. He has definitely been the strongest player on this team by a considerable margin. And when you move across that CT side, if we can have a slow start from players like Dilladez, players like Art Frost, 9Z can potentially make the most of that and cause some serious problems. So keep an eye out for that on their CT side going forward.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like that's a nice way, I think, to build a story around what could go wrong. We've definitely seen that before, where you've got one player that's just leading the charge for everything, and then if they quiet down, it's a bit different. And MagnaJez definitely does a lot of his great work, really, I would say, on the T sides. And obviously playing the CT side is just fundamentally a different job anyway. So there are moments where things change. But let's find out. We're going to see right now BetBoom now on the CT side, up closest Boomich with a Zeus. God damn, what is he doing? Is he actually going to try and Zeus one of them in the pistol round? That's so mean. He takes down Max Boomich. Why? Try and humiliate them. Siren is going to be next to fall, and 9Z. I'm almost rooting for them now. I want them to take a bit of revenge here.
Well, they still have to deal with MagnaJez, and he has those Julies alongside him. Spots the first player, finds him as well, and then cleans up, of course. He picked up 4 kills in the first pistol round, and he's gone back-to-back with those Julies. Oh, man, it's going to sting. 3 kills in this for MagnaJez, but it's that Zeus shot, isn't it? He had the player at the back of the site to allow him the luxury to go for that, but it's just so cheeky.
It is. You see they're smiling a little bit too. Yeah, that's got to be really, really annoying. Almost a return to the round there for 9Z. It's not a really a bad hit to the bomb site, but it was too much towards the end. Like you said, MagnaJez cleaning it up with a double kill, putting BetBoom with a solid lead. They did get the bomb plant, so nobody is surprised that they're going to be buying into this one. Just the 1 AK, but let's see what they bring.
MagnaJez also has 4 opening duels in his favor and 4 multi-frags coming into the second half. And there's another one to add to the mix. Wowzer Peak, another victim, as he spots multiple players outside. So that's relayed intel. They're going to try and blow open that smoke wall one more time. It's really stalling 9Z from getting across there. They finally do get MagnaJez, but look at how much these smokes have basically been forced back on. You've got Max at low HP, and they're still unable to get all their players down on secret. Only one's pushed by himself.
Yeah, it's a really awkward position, you're right. And they don't have more smokes to put down. So, yeah, the continued HEs, the spam through, it's just kind of given up this early advantage that otherwise 9Z would have had to try and keep them guessing. And Artfrost knows that someone's out here. The flash doesn't go deep enough. It's going to be Dillides on the other side. And that, by the way, is the bomb on the ground. Artfrost with a laser shot through the yard to take down Max, leaving Lucan in a bit of a weird position. Goes back, not even worried about that ladder, but there was actually a CT that already made his way up. So either way, I think Lucan is in an unwinnable position here. I don't know what you do.
He's in a world of hurt, isn't he? No control over the bomb, 30 seconds on the clock. You want to die before time. Like, the MAC-10 is not something you really care about saving too much. He needs to go out and try and get some kills here, or die on his sword. And down he will fall to the hands of Artfrost. And again, I really can't overstate how sick that was, that combined kind of chipping away at the wall of smoke, constantly knocking it down, not allowing the T's to ever feel comfortable like they could push across. It completely threw their round up in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the big, I would say, like, if you had to boil all of Nuke down to sort of a single idea, it really is throwing smokes in the yard on the T side and forcing the CTs to try and guess whether or not you've got like 1 or 2 or 0 players down into, you know, into the lower part of the map. Like, that guessing game is really what Nuke is ultimately about. And when you can delay the T's from making the crossing, if you're on the CT side, you're doing such an important job right there. They're going to flash their way through, or at least try. It's not really gone too well at the start. Artfrost with the M4A4, 30 bullets, and already 3 kills here. They're going to hunt down Levy. My God, this is a quick round, and BetBoom just look unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and that narrative that we were kind of holding on for 9Z for this to be a close game, it is kind of just fell apart, hasn't it? As we were like, oh, it's all Magnajets. Yeah. Well, Artfrost is, sure, it's against an eco, so you can't get too crazy about this, but he was also looking really sharp outside in that previous round. His aim is on point, and he's catapulted up to 15 frags so quickly.
N5. They've got quite a bit of money on the CT side here. Artfrost hasn't even had the AWP yet on the CT side. No reason for him to buy it until he actually loses the M4 here. So they're going to continue kind of a bonus buy situation that's happening for BetBoom, which, if they win it, I mean, they're just going to continue to become richer and richer. Here's another wall of smokes coming up. Max is going to set up another one there. So, yeah, they're trying to see if they can make the cross and keep BetBoom guessing to some extent. Magnajets, he's back here, well aware that someone could be in front. You could see Max is looking for it as well. There could be a flash coming in, potentially for Magnajets, but it's not going to happen in time. Max gets the headshot. That's super well played.
I love that he's trying to make the most of this as well. He's trying to push this aggressively. He gets shoulder peeked by Boomich, who's going to throw down a flashbang to allow him a bit of reprieve. And this now could activate Siren as they slowly crowd walk into his crosshair. He goes down to Levy, and this should be 9Z getting some success on their T side, and it's looking pretty clean. Just the one loss of life on Levy. And Dillides, I mean, there's tons of cash surplus for BetBoom, but he's got the AK, and we've already discussed how important that is on the CT side, so I doubt he's even going to bother trying for this.
They come out so well with that particular round. I'm impressed. Dillides trying to do a little bit of damage. He does have a kit, I suppose, so if they're not careful, it could have gone wrong. He does get a couple of kills that was maybe unexpected, but he's also going to give up the AK, so plenty of money for BetBoom to be able to buy into the next one. They can't buy the AKs for obvious reasons, but Artfrost should have the AWP right here. These are just some very, very nice entries, pretty much all across the board, so I don't know. They need 2 more rounds like this pretty much on the 9C side, and then I think the conversation will change significantly at that point.
I was not expecting Dillides to go in like that. Like you say, I mean, they had tons of cash, but damn, just goes to show the confidence, and in doing so has also hurt the economy, hamstrung it just a little bit. Tactical timeout now for BB team to get on the same page. Doesn't seem like too much talking's going on right now, just trying to lock in.
Well, timeout's over. Pretty good team effort. If you look at 9C, like top fragging with 11, bottom fragging at 8 with Max. I mean, that's a nice spread. So, like we said on the other side, it's been Magnajets, but I guess Artfrost decided to join. He was up to 15 kills, so slowly but surely we are getting there. Lucan Looking to see if he could touch anyone. He did step foot into the Molotov there. I don't think they realized. Great pathing through the edge of the incendiaries that have been thrown down. That's really well played. He does die eventually, but he pretty much did his job. And Siren, it's one of the worst things, having to fight right directly under yourself. And Dillatus and Artfrost, they're already trying to make a bit of an escape, but they were. Wowzo Peak has hunted them down. That is an assertive round from 9Z.
Man, that is so aggressive. I mean, I love to see Lucan having some success. Like, obviously, we're building him up as one of those players to really highlight and watch out for. Statistically speaking, he does so much work in these sort of regional matchups. Very slow start for him. He was 0-4 at one point. Very low on ADR, around like 50 to 40 ADR. So having a round like this with 2 clean entry frags, that's going to do the world of good to his confidence, but also the overall momentum of 9Z now starting to shimmy back around again. There is an open play for Artfrost. Apart from that, it's upgraded pistols, and that's about all. So are we going to continue to see that ruthless aggression from 9Z as they push down into Secret without any smoke wall there to help them out?
Yeah, they don't feel like they need it. Also kind of proving, I think, that they're not expecting the Artfrost AWP. Now, it's not outside, it's down here, but I would be surprised if there are a lot of grenades thrown at him. Maybe they will try for the Molotov, but I feel like they're already slightly proving that they don't really expect it. All right, a little bit more care this time. Some flashes out. Then they're so confused about the fact that there's nobody here from BetBoom. Like they are expecting for there to be a fight here, and the fact that there hasn't been one is wasting their time quite a bit more than maybe I would even want to see. 55 seconds.
Yeah, and they're going to start to be concerned about potential A or B stacks because they know the economy from BetBoom is going to be pretty grim shape.
Ooh.
Big grenade. Slows them down. Boomich can hear the footsteps. Relays information to his teammates. They've got a player up in heaven. One back his sight as well. MagnaJez can only post up the one frag, but there's Boomich on the approach. Drops the bomb down. A second kill as well is huge. And it could activate Artfrost and Dillatus now to try and clutch out, especially considering that Levy's down to just 7 HP.
Yeah, here he comes. Straight shot onto Lucan. He can't quite escape, but 19 seconds. Dillatus with the reposition. I don't know if Levy's even expecting this. Grenade does nothing. The Deagle shot's not connecting. He's down to 10 seconds. He's got to pick up the bomb right now on just straight up fight Dillatus, who hasn't even had a chance to reload. He's got 3 bullets here, Vince. Going for the swing. There's only 4 seconds. He can't get off it. Oh, if he goes right now, Levy's got no chance whatsoever. What a tough round to lose for 9C.
Oh, that is a brutal body blow, but I've got to give a lot of props there to Boomich. Not just for the call, but the 2 kills that he gets from this box position is so valuable there. Bomb dropped, second kill comes in as well, and it forces them to funnel into main and allows this rotation from Artfrost. Huge, huge turn of events. A bitter pill to swallow if you're 9Z, but BetBoom, they're going to be delighted with this outcome.
Yeah, you're right, though. That is just devastating. The HE first, and then the follow-up is there. All right, now it's Levy who's just out combat AWPing. He actually wins against Artfrost, in spite of the fact that his position was already revealed at that point in time. That's kind of interesting. 11-7 here. BetBoom quite close to the mark right now. They're almost home safe on Nuke. Magno just picking up an AWP. Wants to try and see if he can get a shot out of here, but got to be careful. Surprised that he lives through that one. But yeah, they're out in the yard waiting for somebody else to peek.
I don't think that second shot was confirmed damage, but I'm pretty sure they know that Levy is low. Down to 17, Urbano going to try and get aggressive, try and take a page out of MagnaJez's playbook. Had a lot of success with this very push. Oh, but he shoots. I don't know what he was shooting at there, but MagnaJez just splatters him anyway.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. Hard position to clear out against Siren. He might be able to get the kill on for free. Lucan sneaking his way through, but Siren, he's been so good at checking the position. Under 40 seconds now, 3 versus 3, and they're still trying to make it. There's nobody down below. This is still an attempted wraparound now. Look, they're in CT spawn with 30 seconds left. Max trying to get up out of the ladder, but it's absolute chaos. They get stuck on each other on top. It's one of the worst things I've seen in a while. Wowzo Peak ends up going down as well, and there's no chance for Levy. He has to exit the round and just try and save the AWP. Oh, dear.
how 9Z fans wish they had bleach for their eyes after this round. It's like after the first frag that Levy lands onto Artfrost, just skip forward, lads. There's nothing else to see in this round
I know.
for 9Z. Oh, what a complete disaster.
Imagine how much money you could make with like a, you know, just a Men in Black device, but it just deletes like the last 30 seconds of your life. You just don't
The
remember it.
neuralizer, yeah.
Yeah. It's for Counter-Strike fans to just, you're like, nah, never mind. I never even knew that it happened. Oh, you're right, though. That's devastating. Oh, not good. It doesn't get any better in slow motion, does it? 12-7. And we're moving in round number 20 here. And the economy is just... It's not good. They are wrapping around once again outside. I think Levy is up on the silo, yeah, with the AWP. So they're going to try and see if they can make their way past here without getting interrupted. They will make a bit of noise to try and see if they can skip past. But again, this is the big test of Nuke. Can you fool the CTs, or will they figure out what's going on?
Magnajez is still holding that same position. You see Nico play a lot. Very good player in that garage area on CT side. Just watching for the play. Boomich has consistently been playing downstairs, typically in the vents with an MP9. This time, though, throws in the utility and backs off. Has strength in numbers. Second player there in control room. And Levy is still watching for that secret push. Diladez has spotted himself a couple of players, but the run and gun from the Tech 9 is good, and now it all falls upon the IGL of BetBoom to try and hold the line as long as he possibly can. Any kills, he'll be huge, but he jumps into the lines then.
That is so chaotic. Really well done to dance against Diladez at the start of it. Like, you could see, because I was about to say, he's going to have the shadow advantage on that corner, but they actually baited him into like a really awkward fight, and he's got the M4A1, so when you start to panic just a little bit, things kind of can go out of control there, and they certainly did. So an 8th round for 9C, just really good work, honestly. BetBoom will have to delay the victory a little while longer, and the money is not that good either. Artfrost here's got 4,000, that's the most that they have. So interesting turnaround.
Yeah, spot on. It's a position where Artfrost desperately needs to save this. 5,600. I mean, he could, if he's fancying Yorp, he can pick it up for himself and drop the M4 to somebody else. Like Magnajez, I would say, is probably prime candidate for that. But we'll see, because they do have surplus of rounds. They don't have to throw everything all in here. They've got a 4-round lead still. You can play a little bit more conservatively, a bit more chill. But yeah, it's that moment from Boomich. You really expected him to get a kill or two from that area. I think he's going to be bitterly disappointed he couldn't get that one done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Be curious to see if they can try and block some of these early grenades out in the yard with one of the CT incendiaries at one point. That's become... I don't know if it's become... It still is like a very popular way to stop the Ts from making their way across. But not in this round. Pretty heavy presence in the lobby position. P250 here for Boomich. Oh, what a position on top of the box, but on the outside of it. Why is he such a rat in every position? Like Zeus earlier, jumping MP9s, and now shot for the smoke by just crouching on that little box. I mean, he's got it all. I love him.
I love that play, though, Anders, because he's basically the sacrificial lamb. He's like, listen, if I die, so be it. They had Magnajez on the backside of the vent. If any tags came through, you're typically going to focus onto Boomich's area, which allows Magnajez then to put the A1S bullets through the smoke. So it's like this bait and switch where you're just trying to do as much damage as possible while also stalling any kind of a push. You can't really fully focus an A hit if there's just bullets coming through on Squeaky. It's too narrow of an alleyway for you to be able to just brute force that.
He stole not just the AK, but the Molotov to slow them down even further.
Huge.
Like, that's so sick. And you could see they wanted to push through. That's why they Molotov the hut, right? Now they can't do that. Now they have to worry about it in other ways. They're going to make the bit dive down, but they're losing players left and right. The bomb has made its way down, so at least they should be getting the bomb plant here. Levy trying to stay alive, but it doesn't matter. Flicked out of the air. No bomb plant down below, and BetBoom with an early victory here on Nuke to start the series with.
I mean, Magnajez was fantastic, but I've got to say, I was very impressed with Boomich's calling there. That was a Boomich masterclass of the Nuke. Really well played, but also credit to 9Z Anders. They showed up. They didn't get completely destroyed as many people would have expected. They had their moments. They had their chances to maybe make this one close.
Yes, I think they played with great heart in this game. At no point did it look like they really surrendered or rolled over or anything else like that. I think that they're really big underdogs in this team, but they definitely didn't play like it. So I'm just really excited. I think that was really cool to watch. I'm glad we got a chance to catch some more great Counter-Strike. We do have more maps coming up, but not before we get a bit of a breakdown from the desk.
Right, so we have to talk about this because I do feel like maybe we did 9Z a bit of a dirty in our pre-match. The way we were speaking, we were disappointed with this lineup. We've only seen them on South American soil and opposition. They're not doing that great. I felt, Trav, that they actually held their own here. A couple of silly mistakes, maybe, let it slip between their fingers, but I do think that they were able to, I wouldn't say go toe-to-toe with BB Team completely, but definitely show up.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is that that's a bit of a boot camp buff for me, that performance, right? You can see them all together. I think Matt made a very good point in the pre-game that maybe Urbano and Levi haven't actually, really done that in their career yet, because their previous team was W7M, a very lower ranked South American team, and they looked like they could do something. The issue was they couldn't string 2 rounds together. They had a 5v3. I think on the B-bomb site where Boomich got that final kill and then died to the Molotov. A split-second round, could have gone either way. Artfrost had a couple of very important impact kills in that one as well. And that kind of broke their back a little bit, but they stayed relevant throughout the game, so fair play to them. It's just the fact that they're going up against BetBoom's best map. Yeah. That's now 11 out of 12 for them.
I'm not sure we did them too dirty, Sam. I think that it was a pretty fair level of expectation that we had coming into it, and I think that they exceeded that expectation and that they showed that they actually maybe are better than what we thought coming into this, but obviously we weren't, to really know what to expect in that regard, and they've delivered in a way now that we can see, okay, this team has something going for them, even at this level against a team like BetBoom. They were looking pretty good across the board. Everybody had their moments within the team. Nobody was exceptional or lights out throughout Nuke, but there were these glimpses and moments. It's something I was talking about with JiJieHao earlier, where you want to try and have positives that you can draw away from this opportunity, despite the fact that they've lost the first map. There's positives for them, and I think that that's great. Huaso Peak in particular, he had some really good moments. He looked the sharpest for my money on the team here, with some really big moments and rounds where he found multi-kills. So yeah, you can color me impressed from that performance from 9Z, despite the fact they lost.
So your highlights are up right now, and the round that I actually want to speak about, I think is about to happen. And it's Travis, one that we were talking about when we were watching this game, where you could see that the thing that set BB Team apart was just a little bit more time together, right? A little bit more experience in these scenarios. Walk me through what you were looking at.
Yeah, I think it's because I mentioned that the 9Z not being able to string 2 rounds together. BetBoom, especially on Nuke, with even previous editions of the team they've had as well, have a level to fall back on, and the synergy that they have across the whole 5, they're so confident in. Every single player knows what they need to do. Every single player knows, if Boomich makes a specific call, what they're going to do immediately after that, and how it's going to play out after the first engagement as well. It's all set in stone. And that's something that 9Z, of course, at a lower level and getting 2 new players in won't have. Sure,
yeah.
BetBoom have also added 2 new players. But at the same time, Nuke has been so consistent for them over the last, I said it was 11 wins out of 12 now on Nuke, that they have always had that level, and they look so smooth doing it too. It all fits into place. Every single puzzle piece fits into place second after second.
I really like the approach from BetBoom coming out the gates here on Nuke, because you could see they knew that they were the favorites and they played like that. They played with confidence, conviction, on the front foot in every single round, looking to just run at 9Z and effectively bully them. And then we had that little moment where it's like, come on 9Z, don't let them bully you. Why are you feeling sorry for yourself? You got to stand up here and show them that you have what it takes to actually make them respect you a little bit. And then we got that from them. 9Z were able to win some rounds there in the first half, and that forced BetBoom to reassess and think, okay, we can't just come out the gate swinging and expect to win the round based on getting kills alone. We have to actually go through the checks and boxes here a little bit more, right? We have to have a bit of a methodical approach to win, and I think that was good from 9Z, that they didn't just get pushed aside.
Yeah, and I think as well, Boomich kind of showed what he's all about in that game somewhat. It's not against, it's against a team he should be beating, on a map they should be winning every single day of the week, but, the P250 on the box near Squeaky, the Zeus kill on the pistol, by the way.
That was
the Zeus was nerfed like a while back. Rops used to do that all the time in like even tier 1 events. When the Zeus was really powerful at a particular point of CS2 coming out, he used to play close heart, exactly where Boomich positioned himself, get a free kill on the pistol, sometimes even manage to strafe back behind the corner of Hut, pull out his pistol, and then get another kill after. But I haven't seen that since the like minor Zeus nerf that came through. So like the fact he's willing to do that in this sort of game when it's such a cutthroat qualifier with no lower bracket, it shows you how they're feeling on that map in particular.
And obviously, we need to talk about this, Jed. We spoke about him in the pre-show, Hayes, and he delivered here on Nuke.
Absolutely. And again, you kind of notice what we were talking about, where he kind of quietly racks up the numbers, and at the end of the map, you're like, damn, Magno, 22 kills. He's one of those, like, silent killers, man, who's just so reliable, super stable, doesn't seem like he's a big ego in the team, doesn't seem like he takes up a huge amount of space or the resources either. He's always happy to also be thrust in first. He's not that guy who always has to be set up perfectly and have all the conditions in his favor. He's willing to be the team player as well. I could imagine he must be such a massive asset for someone like Boomich, and he completely delivered here in this map as we expected.
For sure. So if you were 9Z, Trav, what is the takeaways from this map as we move into train?
I think they can be encouraged in general because we thought that it would be a bit more of a walkover. There's some individual performances here from like the new players as well, which I think are notable. Levi got a very important clutch on the A-bomb site. Didn't, you know, come to the map win in the end. But I thought Boomich had the one under control. Like, he got baited in behind the silos on the A-bomb site. It was a free opening headshot. He had the shadow advantage on Levi as he crept forward with the ult, but Levi hit the shot close range. That's hard to do in those sort of those high pressure rounds, right? And that's the first we're really seeing of him playing against any EU opposition ever. So there's something there for him. And going in toward Train, which is an AWPers map, sure, you're up against Art Frost. That's a hard opponent, but it's something. And I'm happy that he didn't just completely disappear.
My concern is that I don't know how much juice there is left to the squeeze here for 9Z, because I feel like we might have seen like maximum capability out of them on Nuke. At some points there, BetBoom were just the better team, but obviously now going into Train, it's not like they have to try and do that on their opponent's map pick. Now it goes into their map pick where they'll be more well-versed, they'll have a better game plan, they'll have a deeper playbook as well. So if we can get that same sort of level that we got from them now translating into Train, I actually think that they could make this one competitive.
They're up and down on Train. Like, don't get me wrong. I think you look, if you were to look at the percentages on HLTV, you'd say, oh, 9Z could have this one under lock and key. But again, it's all regional opposition. BetBoom have improved on Train recently. They're beating OG and TNL are 2 decent wins. They did lose to PARIVISION in that all-important ESL Challenger League game. But the thing is that BetBoom are trying to make Train great again for them, because they had a very good start on Train when it came into the pool and they played with Zorto and Axel. It was kind of a lock map for them. I think they played it quite a lot in the CCT Global Finals, if I remember correctly, and they were very good on it. Apart from, I think they lost to Heroic in the end, in a very long game, if memory serves me correctly. But they're trying to improve it once again. I do think that level that they have and are improving again should still be too much, even for a 9Z that have confidence on it regionally.
So this is one of those situations where the stats don't tell the full story. Trav, you did mention that it's an AWPers paradise. So let's talk about these two AWPers on either side and how they go and match up against one another.
I've always been a big enjoyer of Art Frost. I mentioned him in the pre-game, right? I always felt like he was on a little bit dirty and had a little bit of a hard run of things in his career when he's got that much talent. It was obvious on Spirit, but you can't say no to Shiro. It's an obvious upgrade. But then when he got played in some of these lower ranked teams in Tier 2, Tier 3, I think he had like one game for Amcal and disappeared for ages and was kind of just in no man's land on PARIVISION as well. So I was really worried that we weren't going to see him on a good Tier 1.5 team again, like maybe ever. But I'm glad he's back. I'm glad BetBoom chose to sign him permanently. That's what I was kind of mentioning earlier as well. He's very flashy, but he's kind of toned down the overly flashiness, and he's starting to hit the shots that are the easy ones, and those are the bread and butter for AWPers, right?
It's about finding that balance, right? You still stick to your strengths, but you make sure that you don't overstep that mark where you then give up the hard work that you've done. Maybe you get 2 quick fire frags. he's no longer going for that third peak anymore where he then dies and it's just a one-man advantage. He's now thinking at that point, cool, knife out, jumps back to safety and secures the two-man advantage. So you can see that sort of maturity and experience in his game now coming to fruition. Obviously, Train is seen as an AWP's playground, not to the same degree that it was in the older versions of the map, but obviously still can get dominated by an AWP, and I expect to see Artfrost actually just taking over the map here on Train, honestly.
And we don't have any belief, Hayes, in Levi, or is it a situation where we just haven't seen enough of him to really have a strong opinion?
That is genuinely it, I'm afraid, is that we just don't really have much knowledge on what to expect coming through from Mr. Levi. I mean, I can go on HLTV here, have a look at Train, and he actually does put up a 1.33 rating on the map in the past 7 times he's played on Train. So regionally, he has actually been dominating against some pretty good teams like Odic, who has Coldzera, Sharks, Red Cannons now as well. So it's just about translating that level from South America to Europe and still sticking to his game and doing, you know, what's gotten to this point here for him, and not now kind of going into a shell and being a bit more reserved because he sees the name value of the opponents he's going up against. He has to have that self-belief.
Yeah, I'm not going to take away from your point, Matt. I think that's a very good factor that you pointed out there. But, you know, Odic and Coldzera, that's Coldzera as like a full-time AWPer in Big 2025. Like, I wouldn't say it's a massive like feather to his cap, but yeah, fair enough. You just got to defeat and destroy what's in front of you. So there you go.
Let's find out which one of you are correct. Maybe it is Artfrost's game. Maybe it's Levi's. We'll have to see. There is one game separating BB Team from claiming the victory. They've just got to get through Train. Alternatively, we're going to a third map. But first, just a quick break.
force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
BetBoom continue their winning ways on Nuke with another notch on the belt, and doing it pretty convincingly so. But we now move to Train, Anders, and we are right in the thick of the action. There's Artfrost on the CT side, has already picked up a frag alongside Magnajez.
And you've got to introduce these things quicker, Vince. We've got no time.
My bad.
I know. What are you doing? So 2 versus 3, and to be honest, with the bomb not down, this is kind of a tough position to be in if you're on the T side. I don't know how they get back into this one, although they do have Magna just kind of low already. He's just stuck in the corner waiting here, but I respect the fact that he's not moving forward too much. He's brought in Boomich. Unfortunately, that's not going to work out, so maybe a bit of a failed attempt there. And with a minute on the clock, 9C, they look like they're actually kind of coming back into this round by just waiting around for a long time. Might have done it here, looking for another shot. Magno just has to escape. He'll pick up the kit along the way, but this is an awkward round, to say the least.
Yeah, it feels like Siren's going to need to alleviate some of this pressure. I say that as they just hunt down the weak Magnajez. Could sense that weakness, and they do pivot in. Siren unsure as to which of these bomb sites is going to be pushed onto, and a lot of this is because they waited for so long, as you highlighted, Anders. He's not sure as to what to expect here. Now, the kit was put into Ivy, as Levy probably should be a dead man right now. Siren's going to be getting aggressive behind it, but there's Lucan, and that is the first pistol round that has become successful for 9Z. They lost both of them on Nuke, but they've kicked this one out with a bang.
That is super interesting. I think, you know, we're praising BetBoom a little bit for this in the first map, saying that they were pretty good sometimes at slowing the round downs and playing, you know, just playing the time. And that's pretty much what 9C successfully did in this round. I think that's really well done. Speaks to kind of, I think, the mentality in the team. It's really easy. There's a 2v3. It's easy to just panic and try and plant the bomb in, you know, in an awkward moment and kind of try and go for it a little bit more than you need to. And instead, they wait. They let BetBoom make a couple of relatively small mistakes, but enough that you can win the round based on it. So super sick. I actually loved seeing that. You know, I have no expectations, to be honest, of his 9C team, but those are the kind of moves that make me think, okay, like they're building, they're working with something, they're cooking, as the kids say.
Boomich, he is cooked fully. Ripe for the taking. Now, there was a lot of grenade damage done early in the round, by the way. Like Urbano, Lazopeak, and Lucan all taking a chunk through on the main side. But they did get that one pesky player in the form of Boomich out on the site, and that's probably going to force the save. It's unconfirmed damage in main as well. If they knew all 3 players are weak, maybe they would have a go at this, but it just doesn't seem worth it from BetBoom's perspective. So they will dial it back. It does give them plenty to play with into this next round. You've got a Scout, got some Deagles, an MP9, and also a kit. But yeah, 9Z up to a 2-0 start.
Yeah, really well played. I will say I'm picking BetBoom to win this train map just because of Magnajez alone. Like, I have a couple of train games. It's probably completely irrational to try and pick him just based off, like, the 2 train games I remember watching him on. But I've just seen him slaughter teams on this map. It's so much fun. So, yeah, that's my reasoning. It's all down to one player, basically. It's not the most scientific approach, I admit.
It's not the most scientific approach, but it's a kind of approach that has some basis behind it. And we did just see him pop off a Nuke as well, so we know he's in good form right now. Yeah. There's no reason he couldn't do it again. So I get exactly where you're coming from. Obviously, he's going to need some support in cast members. We saw Artfrost do that over on Nuke. I want to see a little bit more from Siren here, because I feel like his trajectory has been rising. He was typically like a supportive element, but of course I mentioned him. I'm sorry, guys. That's the caster curse first. My bad. My bad. Rest in peace, Siren.
Just walked into like 3 landmines for no reason. Blown up. Yeah, nicely done though. Obviously, people throw Molotovs to this position all the time, but the fact is the Molotovs can be extinguished and people can run through them. The grenades are definitely the surefire way. Now, you mentioned the Scout earlier. Artfrost definitely in position to try and do something. Boomich has found another interesting angle. So, yeah, if they push B right now, it could be real tricky. But you know what? 9C are back to their tricks themselves in slowing down the round. They're checking everything. They can execute from C spawn as well. You could see they've got Wowzo Peak ready to throw a couple of smokes out there. So I think all in all, they are picking the right bomb site. This one looks like it, and ultimately should be an easier third round for them, honestly.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so. For their confidence, so just every single metric to make this best of 3 close.
I mean, Magna just has an HE. If they wanted to blow open the smoke, they don't even do that. I was just wondering if they were going to blow open the smoke here in CT spawn, but they're not even doing that.
No, it looks like they're going to just try and stand and fight towards the dying embers of this round, because, I mean, typically you want to throw away as many of these guns as possible. I'm assuming they're going to be buying into the next one.
They will. Hold on, they do have a smoke and a kit on Magnogis. In theory, if they charge onto the bomb site in the fading seconds, we could see an attempt, because it might be the 9C don't think that there's going to be any kind of a kit in play in this round. So let's just see. Dillader's down. Boomich with a nice headshot. Here comes the smoke on top of the bomb. You can see Magna just running straight for it. There's no one there, Vince. They've already run away. Now they're charging back in, looking for him, but he's inside, hiding, and it will be a stolen round from BetBoom.
Oh, God. We were just talking about momentum. We were using all those buzzwords, Anders. We're like, this is 9Z's chance. They've got to win this round. But I guess they're taking a page out of Osama's playbook from early on Inferno. He got the ninja defuse. This is not really stealthy, is it? This is in your face. This is another cheeky play from Boomich that's worked out for them.
Oh, that's just devastating, isn't it? They just weren't expecting it. All right, jumping in his Art Frost. Just nimble on his toes around the corner. Does miss the next one, so this E-Box could be his grave, but he's going to get some backup finally. Magno just with the heavy ordnance going to be taking down Max as well, and they will clear out Levy, so some very fast rounds coming through. BetBoom back to tie up the game, and things looking quite a bit better.
Also, just credit to Art Frost there. He gets the first pick, and instead of fully committing to wide swing again with the AWP, he was just playing around the E-Box. He was shoulder peeking on both sides because he knew there were strength numbers and the reinforcements were there, as you can see from Dillader's, Magnajez. He was doing so much work without actually even pulling the trigger after that point. So well done, Art Frost, and BetBoom straight back to a 2-2 score, and 9Z, very little to play with.
P9 walking up into the up-dog hallway. And he's going to keep on going. Classic Boomich. This is one of the reasons, I mean, I like his tactical style as well in the game, but the kind of stuff that he's into now is exactly why he's such an annoying player. He's up in the T hallways now, pushing forward. He's essentially backstabbed the entire team. He's got an MP9, but even just the information here is out of control. Shadow showing on the ground, and Dillader's, that's an easy pick off here. Boom, it's just seconds away now from turning the corner, and there he goes, hunting them down. A triple kill from the captain of BetBoom.
You called him a rat before.
He is a rat.
He's got fangs the size of sabers, Anders, and he's just plunged them into the back of the entirety of 9Z. There you go. There you go.
That's an awful, but I'm saying it as a compliment. Rat Counter-Strike is great. Like, everyone should aim to try and play Rat Counter-Strike, because it is just so hard to deal with. It's not a diss. I'm a big fan of Boomich, so, you know.
Oh, now it's Art Frost's turn. He wants to aggress him into the Pop Dog side, but he's going to be playing a bit more passive. This position very much relies, though, on a lot of presence around E-Box, and Magnajez once again dials it in. 2 kills, repelling Ivy. The flash is good as well. That is the bomb carrier, so Max would do well not to lose the bomb. He is the IGL of 9Z, so the brains behind the operation as he pulls the plug and looks to try and divert his attention elsewhere.
Yeah, and we didn't even talk about this, but you're going to be able to tell how good Magnajez feels about this game based on when he starts pushing Ivy himself. Like, this time he's back playing the rational, normal CT defensive position, but later on he's going to want to push down to the bottom of Ivy and try and fight them in T-spawn, and it's really hard to stop. Like, even if you know it's coming, even if you've seen the demos and you can kind of guess it, like, he's so hard to stop in that position. So we'll see if it actually gets that far. Right now, they have decided to change or switch up their attention and go for the B-bomb side instead, where it's just a single player holding, which is very common. Obviously, if you guys have been watching Train before, you know this. Very likely this B anchor is going to be on his own, and it's just about trying to stay alive and get the information as long as you can. There's good kill for Siren. That's already mission accomplished from his point of view. Max will take him down, but yeah, that's not a bad job at all.
Another reason why I was kind of highlighting him as a player to watch out for, because he will be holding B alone so often. And if he's having a rough day, that is a potential weakness. Now, sure, he goes down, a bit of a rough spray on the second frag. Still, though, the player advantage should be good enough, and it is now being collected on. And who else but MagnaJez to put the final nail in the coffin of round 5 and secure another one for BetBoom.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it was a good call for 9C to go back here. In some sense, I don't really hate the idea of trying to do it. Like we said, very often you'll find solo B players. So if you're in doubt, you can always try this. Gonna be another round though for BetBoom. So up to 4 in total. And Siren, it'd be hard to get out of that one, but yeah, fine job ultimately. Good spray here from Boomich. A little bit of confusion there when the AWP wasn't quite ready. Timeout's been called, I believe, so let's see. A tactical timeout for 9C to discuss what is next.
And that is the difficult question, isn't it? You can see them all huddled together, boot camping. Trying desperately to make the most of these opportunities they get to play at these kind of tournaments against some really solid European adversaries. Of course, we did see earlier that Legacy also boot camping. We saw the interview with Sadzin. Seems like a lovely guy, by the way. Super happy and super smiley. Understandable when you just dropped 25 kills or whatever it was in Inferno, to be fair.
Yeah, he fragged so hard the other team just forfeit the game. You're like, we're out. Can't do it anymore. Frost back here. I love the fact that he's playing this position because Boomich was aggressive earlier, and 9C would have known that, or they could have guessed it was probably one of these two positions. So there's a chance that they're going to want to check this hallway quite a bit. If they check it the wrong way, they're going to die. If they don't check it, it's also really uncomfortable if you're on the T side, because you could be pushing in and just getting yourself killed. But this is going to be fast, Vince. I don't think they're going to slow this down. I think they're going to throw the grenades and go no matter what.
I think you kind of have to at this point, especially with their weaponry, right? Like, you kind of need to try and push the envelope here and really force this, but they're maybe taking a bit too long.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe going to try and take as long as possible to bait as if they're going to hit A and try and draw away a couple of these players, but oh no, they've just waited too long, and at this point they're going to be facing a 3-player stack. Already taking a ton of damage as they push out. Siren using that smoke to his advantage. He does get tagged down, able to do enough damage alongside Dilladez to take out 2, but here is Urbano with the Tech 9 before Artfrost puts him down. Spins like a turret and takes a second player. MagnaJez cleans the round up. They had another chance there though, Anders. 9Z probably should have won that round.
Oh, that's wild. For some reason, that was so much more efficient than I was expecting. It was down to the no-scope. The 180 no-scope for Artfrost is what saved the round for them there. I'm kind of shocked that turned out that way. Great shots for Dilladez here at the start, but then it just spirals. Luke with the Deagle, and then the Tech 9 flanking there. I mean, that's as close as you can get, really. It works out in the end. BetBoom will survive the round, but 9C, that is... You already said it was a 3-man setup at the bomb site. That's supposed to be a very clean victory for BetBoom.
Especially considering 2 players effectively were in smoke and just uncontested. Molotov goes down. And Dilladez, he backs off. There was definitely some eyebrows raised when Zorti was removed from this BetBoom squad. You know, like people kind of expected him to be one of the better players. Artfrost comes in and we're seeing reasons as to why. Dilladez goes down though. Some team damage from Artfrost. Not quite sure what just happened, but Boomich is going to be able to step up and deliver 1 before Huazopeak gets aggressive through on Ivy, and Artfrost caught between 2 players can't do anything.
It's a crazy position for Artfrost to find himself in, and I feel like pushing forward. I guess it's unexpected, but that is a hard round of AWP your way out of, to be honest. Magno just missing the spray. I've got to be honest, I think he had every opportunity to find that kill and just kind of whiffed it a little bit, to be honest. Hate to say it, now that I've talked him up so much, but that probably is the case here. Urbano, nice shots, and they will clean up the round, only losing Luke in here. So that's going to be a confidence-building round if you're 9C. You just straight out battle them in that A-bomb side. So very well played. It's going to be a lot more pressure all of a sudden on the BetBoom economy. I've got to assume that they can't keep this up forever here. It's been like that last round that they barely won in the 2v2 towards the end. That's an expensive round for them.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Even though they do take that round down, it's so costly that it's going to have reverberating consequences further down the line. If they were to lose this round, Couple players may be low on funds.
Yeah, they actually had slightly more than I was expecting here, so kind of interesting. Artfrost has the AWP and still has about 6,000, but yeah, you're right. I suppose Boomich and Magno just both are right on that limit where it stops being fun. Let's see if he can do better this time. Incendiary goes down just to try and slow it here. They did want to push through, but they're going to have to wait it out just a little bit. And waiting on the other side is uncomfortable, right? There could be more grenades coming. There could be backup coming in for it. Magno is expecting a flash to come through, so he had his back turned, and he was going to be ready if anyone tried to do that. They're not afraid of him down at Ivy, which that's got to be good news for 9C. You can't really just run away, but look at how much backup he's got all of a sudden.
Yeah, the way that the Quazo peak in the last 2 rounds is just rushed straight through an Ivy. I'm very curious if we see Artfrost play that next round with the AWP. And like almost dare you, like, you want to do this again? I'll peek you and I will snatch the life away from you. Very curious in that one. But like you said, they're very content here to stack this area. Going to go in for the peak. No one's showing. There's 40 seconds left, Wanders. At some point, 9Z have got to make a call. They've got to make a read and do something with these positions. Now they're going to be moving forward, but there's Boomich. He may have gone down, but he spots multiple players in the process.
Deal with this. They know Magnus is somewhere here. They know that he's the 3rd player, so they finally find him. Turns around and spins for it. Takes another kill and now swings wide out of the Molotov. I can't believe he's still alive. There's only 14 seconds left. And the backup surely going to be coming here. They need a space to plant, and that's not going to be happening any longer. Max, he doesn't have the time for it here. Going to go down to Artfrost, but even if he won the battle against Artfrost, he couldn't make it back to the bomb site to actually plant the bomb. That is a wild round that, honestly, again, I think the setup for it here for 9C was just fine. I think they had almost everything they wanted to win this round.
Magnajez getting 3 kills out of this round just seems impossible. Like, he stood in Molotov for what will feel like an eternity, but again, it just goes to show that he has that just X factor that very few players have, and it's that clarity in chaos. When everything just seems to be going away from you, he just has that extra second of resolve. And it makes a huge amount of difference at this level of Counter-Strike as he steamrolls to 11-5 and BetBoom with that 6-3 lead. Ridiculous round again individually. And hell, he's proving your point, and as you said, you think they'll win just because of Magnajez. So far, so good.
Yeah, we haven't even really got to the peak Magnajez moment. Like I said, that we'll know when that is when he starts pushing the bottom of banana. That's when he's in a different mindset. But right now he's going to be far away from the action because they are headed back to the B bomb site once again. Boomich going to be found. Here's an A main somewhere. They're pushing out into Siren, and it's not the best spray that we've seen here. Artfrost missing the opportunity maybe by just a second. Levy will run into it, but the bomb being planted here. There's still a smoke on Wowzo Peak, so they should be able to just keep BetBoom back, and they might even just run away from this one. They've decided it's not worth it, so good calls from 9C.
Yeah, credit to them, man. Could have easily won that last round, barring a Magnajez special. But they're not going to let it buckle them. And I should also mention as well, I did mention this in the previous map, but just to reiterate that point, it's Magnajez lands the headshot, but Whoever Peak is far too fast with the AK. They have won their last 3 games on train with this very roster, but they have all gone to OT. And that shows the resilience, the grit, the tenacity of these guys. And some of those games, they were losing at one point. So they're down but never out.
Yeah, and it does make you sort of ask the question, if they play OT against worse opponents than BetBoom, then how does that sort of transfer over? Before this game, I would have said probably not that well. But again, I'm really impressed by the tenacity of 9C in this game. I just feel like they've shown up with, you know, like they're great mentality for the game, even though BetBoom, I think, should in theory be a scary team for them to play. They're certainly not acting like it. So that just, I think, is really nice to see. Artfrost into the Hellfire. Doesn't make it that far out, but Boomich is back with his shenanigans, going to be taking down Lucan. It's a funny way to start the round.
And these are the kind of rounds where the economy that we were discussing a couple of times kind of comes back to catch up with BetBoom a little bit. You don't have the open play now. You don't have that much utility. BetBoom have nothing on Boomich or Magnajez, and that's why he's gone aggressive looking for information that's cost him his life.
It has, but at the same time, like, you could see it was so close to making that work. I don't think they recognize that Magnajez is already in there. They don't know. If he walks up right now, he could flank the whole team. they got so baited up by that flashbang, not because they got flashed, but because they thought he was peeking on the other side of the hallway. Siren just has to leave. MagnGeS already shooting one in the back here, and expertly played from Siren. Just keep it alive a couple of seconds longer. He will go down. And now they know where MagnGeS, or at least they know that he's in the hallway somewhere. It looks like WowZoPeak is not thinking about the fact that he could have snuck up all this way. Not sure who's cheating who at the moment. Dyladez down on the bomb site, looking for the headshot against Levy, and he's just perfectly played it there. MagnGeS with another shot in the back, and that is, man, there was a lot happening in this round. Very tricky play, I must say, for BetBoom.
That is such a sick round for MagnGeS, man. It's so nice to watch that. Like, you can just see the kind of cogs turning in his head, why he's pushing at the moment, then why he sits there in the showers and just waits. He knows that Dyladez is on the site. All he has to do is live, and he will thrive. WowZoPeak will be forced back into the rotation. He can shut him down in the back. It's such a sick round. And that's exactly why you look at this guy and you believe anything's possible while he's still alive. 2 HP, and he seals the deal again.
And the idea of, you know, calling for a flashbang for Pop Dog, not to flash and like take the swing and fight, but to sell the idea that you are on the other side, that you're in the A yard. So when then they go and check and they see, okay, there's nobody in the hallway. They check again, they see there's no one in the hallway, and then they commit to the B bomb side. And as soon as, like, his timing internally for when they are going to walk away is absolutely insane. That's just so frustrating. Like, when they go back and watch the demo, they're going to know exactly what happened, but it's going to be real annoying. 7-4, honestly, it's a pretty good first half already. I don't think it's, like, 4 rounds on the T side of Train. It's not a disaster, to be honest. If they get 5, like, it's still absolutely on here for ENCE.
I agree. I definitely agree with you, and the stats also agree with you. Again, limited sample size, but 40% win rate on T side, 67% on the CT side. So, yeah, I think 4 rounds is okay. 5 rounds would be a damn good showing. And MagnGeS, not for the first time, under heavy duress over on Ivy. Meanwhile, though, Siren in a different angle has the AWP overwatch of ArtFrost there. MagnGeS does lose his trade, though, which is going to force the rotation away from ArtFrost. That leaves Siren alone. He's scared about this potential peek from Huazo. And he doesn't catch him. Oh, it betrays him. The timing could not have been worse. And that should be B site now. Being barraged down on Siren. Did get his 1-4 on trade and picks up a second frag. Oh, that's so huge. That's a lifeline for BetBoom.
Which, unfortunately, sneaking in and just missing the timing there. Not quite ready for it. Siren is surely going to get traded out in this position. Max with the skill, and it is another round for ENCE at the end of it. So not really that bad. They're up to 5 at the end of the half. I must say that's putting them in a nice position to do some real damage coming into the second half here. I guess the pistol round could really be important, right? If they end up winning it 9C, then I think there's a good chance they make the full comeback. But if BetBoom win it, you never really know. It could be that they run away with the game.
That's a very good point, and it obviously hangs in the balance. So far in this series, we've had 3 pistol rounds. 2 of them have gone to BetBoom, and 1 has gone to 9Z. Keep in mind, the 2 pistol rounds that BetBoom won, MagnGeS got a collective 7 kills in those 2 rounds. So he is a big piece of the puzzle that they need to shine again.
I've got to be honest, I feel like when he wasn't getting shot in the back, I feel like there were a bunch of rounds where WowZoPeak actually out-battled MagnGeS, like right at the end here we saw it, but there were a couple of other rounds like that. That's really impressive. That's really important, and I'm sure that MagnGeS can feel that too. And I think in some of the fights, MagnGeS even had better positioning, like he had the advantage in the fight at any rate, and it just didn't matter because WowZoPeak was just lightning fast. So that's really interesting to think about. See, yeah, we're catching a couple of them on the replay here, which is kind of nice. Real interesting stuff. I would have never expected that, but yeah, more credit to WowZoPeak for showing up in that moment and delivering what they needed here. Maybe it's enough. We'll find out now. Second half is going to be coming up, and it's going to be BetBoom now starting on the T side with 9C on the CT side. Well, I think you said they had a pretty good win rate on that CT side of Train.
67%. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, that kind of goes par for the course of a lot of teams on Train, of course. It is more of a CT-sided map for sure, especially since things have kind of calmed down and settled a little bit since it was reintegrated into the pro level. But I completely agree with you. WowZoPeak had a solid half. My concern now, though, is that you are going to be on the receiving end of those aggressive peaks. It's one thing to be taking those fights. How do you do when the pressure is firmly placed on you? Because MagnGeS didn't slow down on the T side of Nuke. He was a fiend on that T side. So,
Yeah.
and you also started to see Art Frost step up as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Art Frost has picked up the first frag though, but there is Levy.
Yeah, Lucan though, they're going to combine. Art Frost is down the P250. That was at the bottom of Ivy to get that first kill. Kind of a swing back here in favor of 9C. There's still plenty of time in the round. And they're going to be grouping up. A lot of this is going to depend on how deep can they get an Ivy before they get discovered. Max is going back to check. This is so important. He doesn't have to commit to the fight, although he absolutely does. I was going to say, just peek it, just find out that they're there. That's all you need. But now they're kind of back into it. 2 versus 3, a minute on the clock, and let's see how slow they play it. Remember, this is how 9C won the pistol to begin with, is by just playing it slowly enough for BetBoom to make a mistake. Well, the shoe's kind of on the other foot here. We'll see if 9C give them an opportunity, an isolated fight. Lucan, they're not playing to trade the kills right now on 9C.
And they still have tons of time left. Like, they've got the pick they were looking for. 30 seconds. They can easily slow walk this all the way over onto the B site. They don't have to fully commit to this. They're hoping that 9Z have fully bit down on this rotation. Levy's watching the cross. MagnaJez with a P250 is going to go out first here. And he's just spotted a pixel around the corner. Needs to convert this frag, but Levy gets both. They line up and he knocks them down. You're talking about the importance of the pistol round. Well, 9Z have picked it up. No problems.
I'm kind of curious about the fact that they stayed at the A bomb site. I think it's worth you mentioning that because that's a long time to be waiting, and you could have easily decided to go back and check B at some point. But good job in the 2v2. Hanging on to it. Kind of scary when they lose Lucan here. I thought, oh, okay. I don't know. That looked like he didn't even register what was happening himself. No bomb line, by the way. So, yeah, we probably will have a tied-up game.
Oh, Glock rattles the dome of Lucan, but Levy is there to make sure his life is not cost in vain. I did just get an interesting stat there from Hayes, who told me that BetBoom have a 27.6% win rate on their T side of trade. That's pretty bleak. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, it's shout out to Hayes for figuring. I remember this as well because I have seen some ridiculous losses on, or like fights into overtime on this map for BetBoom. I actually do kind of have a bit of a I don't know, PTSD about that myself from watching them. So yeah, maybe that is something that's worth thinking about. Maybe this is where we somehow find a way onto a third map. How cool would that be? From 9C kind of coming in and everyone is, or most of us were talking about the departure of Martinez and saying that's probably going to be kind of a potentially the end of the lineup. Certainly not acting that way.
Well, Frost is still on the prowl. Oh, probably needed that shot. That's going to be a disappointment for him. It's never easy to nail those Deagle headshots. It's a fickle gun at times. More opportunities. This time he won't miss. Comes out into the open. And it's the MP9 at range from Max, who will slice and dice him down. And also another interesting thing about Max, like obviously we discussed him briefly before. Obviously he is the IGL of 9Z, hailing from Uruguay. He's been in this team since February of 2020, which is a remarkably long time at this like level of Counter-Strike. There's so many roster changes. People are constantly in tandem, like switching out of teams and back in. Like Lucan's been in 9Z for 3 different stints, for example. So it kind of reminds me a bit of Big Azera on Pain. It just seems like he's going to be in that team forever for the rest of his career.
Yeah, trying to build it with whatever he can find, whatever pieces he can get to make the puzzle work. I respect it. I think it's nice to see. It's also good to see that, you know, there was a really point in time in Counter-Strike when we said like South America, we just meant Brazil. Like that was the only thing that we really meant. But now you've got other countries starting to really, you know, get in the mix. Like Argentina's there. You got Uruguay now. We've got some Chilean players as well. Like the whole sort of continent is starting to get wrapped into Counter-Strike, which is great news. What we want to see. MagnaJez has found a headshot on the Max. So a 3v3 in this round. So BetBoom, with a little reminder from Hayes there that that ultimately they're not that good on the T side. It's probably really important they get started early on here. So this buy round is absolutely critical.
No doubt. MagnaJez slowly Oh, he's picked up the pace. I thought he was going to just walk straight into Con and into the embracing arms of Urbano, but instead he does get the entry, and that should facilitate a bomb plant. And now Levy and Lucan in a bit of trouble. Levy down at 15 HP. Magnajez low HP of his own. Should not be getting this kill, but he's got the information. The intel's forthcoming. Lucan's position now compromised. Spray good from Siren. And an incendiary will force Boomich into the open, but be careful what you wish for, because on 7 HP, he will close the round out. And I guess to play devil's advocate to that point as well, Anders, if you know your T side, for want of a better term, sucks, you're going to be more likely to put a lot of your effort into improving it. So we may very well see that today from BetBoom.
Yeah, that is a good point. They do love the map. They end up playing it quite a bit, so it's got to be frustrating for them. And also, I don't know, to a large extent, it feels like the T side is the more fixable thing on most maps. It can be a little bit easier to kind of just, you know, learn some basic executes and kind of go for it. So maybe they can. Molotov HE combination at the start of the round. We've seen that work a couple of times already. 1 round lead, but more than that, it is probably the economy here. Boomich, unfortunately, not ready at all for that position, and his shadow was showing, so Urbano, pretty good performance from him once again. He's up to 11 kills here. But, yeah, that was a nice, easy kill for him at the start of it.
Here's another point as well, Anders. I know we're kind of beating on this point right now, but I think this is actually important to mention. They played against PARIVISION a week ago on Train. BetBoom got 1 round on their T side. 1. So, yeah, we're already at that kind of rough position where, sure, the opposition is different. PARIVISION, certainly, I would say, are a couple of steps above 9Z, for sure.
I'm assuming that
they
wasn't
have struggled.
Oh, hold on. Max getting the kill. Decides to fall back just a little bit. They're actually boxed in here completely. It's a 5 versus 3. They're in the back B hallways, and I don't think there's a way to really escape this one. Siren gets completely jumped on there. Magno just trying to make his way down, but there's just no more life left in them. Artfrost's going to be going down, and that will be a nice early round here for 9C to try and stop BetBoom from rolling their way through. I was about to say, unless you're about to tell me that they only got 1 round because they got 12 in the first half and they just needed 1 round to win, it's definitely an issue.
No, they were quite literally 11-0 down, and then they won a round. They did have a much better CT side, but that's no longer relevant. So yeah, they've really struggled on T sides against decent teams, but yeah, I think we're seeing like little chinks in the armor, I think it's safe to say. This last round, for example, very slow, not quite as confident as you'd expect from BetBoom. If you compare it to how they were occupying their Nuke T side, it is night and day.
Yeah, it's weird because there's so much of this map that I would have thought would play into how Boomich likes to play, you know, lurking around in the smoke and ivy, trying to get some, you know, jump out onto the B-bomb side, you know, flying through the air with a Mac-10. Like, all of these things feel like they are very Boomich coded. Yet they're not really succeeding in doing it. Just Glocks in this round, so success probably going to be quite far away. And actually 3 AKs have been stolen over to the CT side, so 9C slowly cementing their position in the second half. I mean, this is looking really good. If they get a bomb plant right now, that would be quite something for BetBoom.
Especially considering they have no smokes or flashes. Like, this is going to be a very raw push onto the site. They're going to be running into a crossfire. There's grenades being tossed down as well. Are they really about to get this bomb plant down? They've got a kill on top of it. I mean, that is the icing on the cake. You couldn't really have asked anything else out of this round. Frost gets a second. BetBoom, yeah, you lose the round. They're going to be happy with that, Anders. That's about as good as an outcome as you could have possibly asked for.
It all adds up at the end, right? These are the kind of small things that can, you know, over the span of a half can definitely add up. A little bit of extra cash on the side of BetBoom, a little bit of extra loss on the